and accessories that allow you to work with hundreds of materials. You can customize and personalize your papercraft projects, your home decor, clothing. You can work with iron on vinyl, paper, card, wood, fabrics. The possibilities are endless. On the shows, I hope I can inspire you with ideas to help you become your creative best with Cricut. So make sure you don't miss the Cricut shows.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we're going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome. It is Sunday, so we're gonna start the live proceedings with a lovely, relaxing show from Daisy Chain Designs. And I'm not alone. I am joined by someone who's always going to put a smile on your face. It's the lovely Gail. Hello.
Good morning. Good morning,
Lovely
everyone.
to see you, Gail.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here.
Wait, do you know, I always enjoy working with you.
Thank
I
you.
always enjoy it when Daisy Chain Designs come in, because we have such beautiful things. I want to say hello to the rest of the team as well. Sue and Sue, I'm sure, are going to be watching at home. Hello to you guys. I'm looking around, and the team, when we came to prep the show, all of us did the same thing. There was just so many fantastic designs and kits on the counter today.
Oh, thank you. So we've got to thank Sue for doing all the kitting.
Yeah.
And thank you for the lovely comments. They're my designs. I just really enjoy making fun things. And I enjoy the fact that other people are enjoying the things that I make as well, which inspires me to make more.
Do make more. You bring such character to all your designs, and you'll see that. Please, please stick around. There's something on the show for everybody this morning. We're going to start with a little bit of Christmas. A little bit of Christmas for you, why not? This is great. Okay, this to me sums up why we say you create fun with your... This is such a great design.
Oh, thank you.
I love it. So tell us a little bit about this. This is our heads up Christmas wreath pattern.
Well, what you've got is you've got 8 little snowmen heads on there, Yanis, and I think the great thing about this wreath is you can break it down into small components. So you're just working on one head at a time, which you could also use for baubles to hang on the tree. So if you're looking at it and thinking, oh, I'm not sure I've got space for a wreath, then if you just thought of them all individually and just put a hanging loop on the back, you could hang them all on the tree. And then with the kit, it gives you everything in there. So you know sometimes when you look at projects and you think, oh yeah, that's lovely, but where would I get those little carrot nose, or where would I get those eyes or those snowflakes? Every single thing is in that kit, bar the stuffing and some thread and all the instructions to make all the little hats, everything.
Now, okay, let's just think about this, because I know we're saying starter kit, but barring some stuffing and some thread, you've got everything. Now, this is very important, Gail. You're going to have to be truthful here.
Yeah.
Okay? Because there has been a lot of speculation that you are heavily influenced by members of the team in designing these heads. For instance, We've got Charlotte here, our producer.
Yeah.
Lovely smile. We've also got Ben, floor manager. And then we've got to jump to Holly. Holly, our director down here. Very mischievous. Very mischievous. I genuinely like this. I really do. So if you want to get... And do you know what I really like about this as well, Gail? It's a fun make, but this is something anybody would want in their home because it's just a bit of fun. And this is what you want. You want, as a crafters, we want fun projects, but ultimately, when you have finished that project, you want to display it. And I would imagine a wreath like this, you would bring out year after year. Put it out on your door. It's a bit of fun. And it's, I think, very fitting for this time of year. Now, I've got to say, we are busy for our head. Stop it. Stop it. 20% of the stock's gone already? What? $19.95 is your price there. 209-753 item number. Whenever Daisy Chain Designs come to visit us, we have busy shows. But I have to say, 7 in the morning, if you're up this early, thank you, because it's Sunday, you could have had a lie-in, and we appreciate you getting up with us. Okay, now let's have a look here. We've got some red work for you. Red work is something that I know a lot of crafters really do enjoy embracing. I've got colour options, either red, grey, green or blue. So those are your choices with these designs. Now, when we talk about the red, grey, green or blue, we're discussing the backing. So it is still red work. I'm not changing red, it's the backing felt. It's blooming good felt. Okay.
Oh, it's lovely. It's a wool mix felt and that. Ooh, so it's really nice. It'll take an iron as well.
Yeah, that's lovely. It's one thing, and I always say here at the craft store, I feel it's my duty to be your hands. You can't, because with materials you want to give it a stroke, have a feel. But the first thing that struck me, and I did just that, I thought, yeah, that feels good. So let me just show you. I'll lift that up and just show you the difference between the options, so we can see there's your grey, your green, your blue, and your red. We're also getting our thread in there as well. Obviously, red work's important. Talk us through the designs there.
So everything's in there for you. You've got 14 different designs within the set, and you've also got 4 different tag shapes as well. So that's quite nice. And also in there, I've included Happy Birthday in there, so that you can. It's nice. Not just for Christmas. And I've got samples where I've used glitter felt and that, because once you've used your kit, then you can go on and make the project over and over again. So don't just think Christmas. Also, all the shapes, they could be used for applique, and there's templates available as well, I think, at end of call. And the lovely thing with the kit is you get the calico, you get the iron-on backing, you get the little charms, the baker's twine, everything. I'm
going to show the little charms. Actually, it's probably better if I pick it up here. Let's see. Ooh. So you can just see those little charms in there, metal charms. Oh, it's a beautiful little kit for like on the move is what I call it. I'm going to try and put it on my hand because they are, within the charms, it has got the words made with love. Let's see if we're able to show that. I don't know, you can just see. Oh, this is tough. Okay. It does say made with love there. I think that's the closest we can get on there. You can see my fingerprint, we're that close. So if you want to get hold of this, and it's that attention to detail that you're saying. So we're getting 14 designs, we get 4 shapes, and we're getting our felt, we're getting our instructions, we're getting our little metal charms in there as well. Obviously, you're getting your red work skein, and you're getting your little twine too. Comprehensive kit.
Yeah, the only thing that you're missing in that kit is your needle, and that's something that's quite personal. And I've got a little sort of one example on my table here, and you can see here I've used glitter felt, and I've done the stitching in all different colours. So although in the kit you're getting the red thread, because it's traditionally red work, then you can think outside the box and do hundreds of different things with it.
That's lovely. Now, Gail, I did tell the team I didn't want to make a fuss today, being my birthday, but it's not my birthday. $14.99 is your price. 398-436 your item number. We're just going to have a look at the templates that Gail mentioned as an end of call, so you can have a look. And the way end of call works, if you have anything in your basket, what will happen when you go to check out, you'll see that you have other items you can add to your basket. If you're not a Freedom member, you will not be charged additional shipping or anything like that for these. And the only way you can access these items is via the end of call as well, so you won't find them on the website. So there we go, that's our end of call. Now, let us move on. I like this.
Thank you.
Okay, I really like this. So this is our snowman stocking. We're saying starter kit, but is another example of we got pretty much everything that we need?
You've got everything you need bar your thread to do the stitching.
Okay. I mean, that's like a kit. Forget the start. You've more than started. There are stockings, and then there are stockings. We've got to ask, who's Jacob? Who's the lucky boy?
Well, it's just one of my friends is his son's name, so sometimes I have to think about what name to put on there, and sometimes I've used presenters' names in the past, and
I'm still waiting for a Yanis.
Yeah, I've got Yanis on the back burner for something else.
No, that is fantastic. What a thing! And we've got time now. I understand. Look, trust me, I get it. Before joining a crafting channel, if I was on shopping or channel hopping and saw Christmas, I'd be like, what are you doing? It's summer. Why are we talking about Christmas? Crafters, we know that these makes don't happen overnight.
No.
You're looking for projects, and we are starting to gear up now. I hate to say this, but Christmas will be on us before we know it. So rather than leaving everything to the last minute, but can we just take a moment to appreciate? Imagine this fella downstairs as a stocking. It's one you're going to have for the whole of your life, really.
I think putting the name on the top of there, I mean, obviously you don't have to put a child's name or your partner or whatever on there. You could just put Christmas or something like that. You get a full alphabet in there. But I think once you put a name on there, it's something that people will keep.
Yeah,
you know, so totally. you make them now for maybe young children, but you find even as teenagers and adults. I've got stockings that my mum made for me when I was a child with my name and that on there. So I think it just makes them that bit special, and it makes it different to something you can just buy in a shop.
100% agree. And you know what I like about the character of the design? Already you've got me, and say I really like this, but also you put some thought into this because it's a good size with stocking.
Oh yeah.
You want to be able to get some stuff in there.
You want some decent gifts in there, don't you? You don't just want your tangerine and your nuts like you had years ago. You want some proper presents in there.
This is not an Ebenezer Scrooge stocking. We can get some generous little stocking fillers in there. $18.49 is your price. Really good value for money because you're getting the pattern, which means you can make as many of these as you like. If you've got, say, a few members of your family, we can obviously personalize. The difference, though, being you start off, you've got everything you need for this, and then obviously when you go on to make more, you just have to source all the little fabrics. But that's the point, what really solidifies the value for money here, because look how much you are getting, and Daisy Chain Designs have sourced everything for you. They've done it all and given it from the glitter felt. Is that glitter felt in there?
It is, yes, glitter felt in there. That's what I used for the holly. And also you get glitter felt in there so that you can put the name on there. And in the later show, Yanis, we're going to be showcasing the other two stockings. So if somebody has already bought the snowman and might want the Santa or the reindeer, we will be showcasing those in the 11 o'clock show.
Okay, now, we shouldn't be showing you this. We're going to get our hands wrapped from the other team, because what happens, we end up showing you this and then they sell out before the 11 o'clock out, so you're not allowed to all buy it in one go. We've got the reindeer. Now, they are different item numbers, but there's the reindeer. We're just going to flash that too. Love the reindeer. $17.49 the price, and I would imagine same deal as the snowman in the sense that you got everything barring thread.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah,
and the same with the snowman as well. And something else to consider, I always try to encourage people to get the pattern to work for them. Even after you've made that, you've actually got the stocking template and the instructions on how to put the lining in. So you could go on and make other stockings, just maybe out of fabric and that. Yes. But you've got that pattern you can use for other things as well.
Now, Razzle here happens to be Charlotte, our producer's wrapping name. Did you know that?
No, I didn't. I wasn't aware.
There we go. Yeah. And we're going to move on to Alice as well. I'm only kidding. It wasn't a wrapping name. There we go. There's Alice. $17.49 your price. There's Alice the stocking, I say. And there's Santa. He's such a friendly Santa.
Thank you. Yeah, he's got a cute little face, hasn't he? Yeah. So I try to make each one a little bit different. You're going to know somebody who's called Alice now, aren't you?
Well,
Gonna...
I don't. Do you know an Alice?
No.
No, you just thought a nice name.
Yeah.
To put on there. But I love this. Okay, so $17.49 is your price there. 574001 your item number. We've had characters which you excel at, but also I like the fact here, if you're looking to create something very elegant, refined, beautiful, classic Christmas.
It is, and also it's sort of going back to where I started really, because I used to teach patchwork and quilting, and this is a kind of stitching design. It's Japanese fabric folding, and they're little circles folded round triangles to make little pyramid boxes. And in this pattern, you get 3 different sizes. So you get the little teeny tiny ones that I thought would make a really good sort of advent calendar. So you can see the little wooden buttons that are on the side, so you could make 24 of those.
Oh, nice.
Then with the number 25, I made a super large box. That's a big red one that's at the back there. And then there's a medium-sized box. Inside there, if you open that one, the medium-sized box, sorry, because I'm jumping around now, I thought would be a good size for like a replacement of Christmas crackers. But you could also make them like a sort of a Russian doll effect,
nested,
where I put one inside,
small,
inside the other.
Medium, large.
And the largest one comes with like a little secret pocket in the bottom as well. So I thought you could possibly put some money in there, or maybe a gift card, or whatever. But all the instructions are in there for each part of it. And I'm going to demo this for you later, but something else to consider is, again, it doesn't just have to be for Christmas. Can you imagine making one of those for maybe a christening gift? You know, you could put like something like a little silver trinket in there. You could maybe make them for wedding gifts. Yeah. You know, or for your friends, if they're sewing, you could choose their favourite fabric, make one out of their favourite fabric. You know, the possibilities are really endless. And again, the buttons that I've used on there, which was part of my inspiration, are on end of call as well, if anybody wanted.
I was going to ask you, because those buttons are really good, so do have a look for those as end of call. Great idea from the team as well, and it's interesting seeing different ideas. So obviously you can put little chocolates in there, which are great little advent calendars. Now, with the larger one, there is a little pocket. Holly, our director, this is a good idea. She was saying she would put a little IOU in there for a partner. Oh, and it'll be like, I owe you a 15-minute foot rub.
Nice.
Nice, little things like that. There we go. I mean, you could spring for maybe a voucher or a little shopping experience, but no, you want to go for the IOUs. $12.99 is your price there. 752013 your item number. She does that with Secret Santa too.
Oh, does she?
Yeah. Okay, let's jump onto the website and have a look. Lots more to discover. 5-star reviews across the board as well. So do have a little look at everything on there. Also, you can get in touch, because if you want to ask us anything, please do get in touch. We'd love you to hear your thoughts. By the way, can we find the cats anyway? Because we've got the cats coming up. And I love the cats, because I've done them before with Gail. The cats on the website. I don't know if we can find. There's a lot to discover. And we've got the camper vans too. But it's okay. We'll see them. We will see them. There are the cats. Now these cats are great. So you can choose your different colorways. Trust me, when you see these live, you're going to fall in love with the pussy cats there. So we've got all the cats coming through. They're coming up a bit later on.
Okay.
Yeah, but we love the cats. Enough from me. I think it's about time we start to have a bit of a play. Gail, what are we going to do?
We're going to have a look at Heads Up. I have got the cat with me. Do you want to have a quick look at the cat?
Yes, go on, let's show us the little pussy cat.
So here's the little, called Just Perfect. And I decided what I would do with the little kitty cats is I would pop a little pocket on the back. And again, because I like personalising things, you get the full alphabet in there. So so you can put the name, whatever name that you want on there, or even the name of maybe your cat if you want to keep some little cat treats in there.
Oh yeah, little snacks to get them inside when they're being naughty.
Exactly. So you can make it with or without the pocket. It's a full kit. The only thing I want to draw your attention to is the sample I've actually got here, just to make things awkward. I put blue eyes on there. All of the cats come with yellow eyes. Okay, so whatever colour you choose, they come with yellow eyes, because I decided after that the yellow eyes work best with all colours, and I didn't want to drive Sue mad by changing the eye colour with every colour and that. But they're super soft. They make a lovely cushion, and I think one of the things I notice, testament to how easy something is to make, is how many people actually make, and the amount of photographs that I've been sent with people who have made lots and lots of these cats. One lady lives in the Isle of Man, and she made a Manx cat, so she didn't put a tail on there. So that was quite good. I've seen people make them with different colour heads, different colour tails, in different fabrics, in tweed. You know, once you've got the pattern, the possibility is just endless.
And you can flip them as well, so you want to get two facing each other. And I know you initially designed it as a little reading pillow, so you could put a book.
Exactly, Yanis. Yeah, that was my thought. But a lot of people have gone forward and made them as a doorstop. And I've got a little bit of weight in the bottom of mine, so they would make a really good doorstop as well. But at the end of the day, it's your cat for you to do whatever you want with it.
Do you know today is National Cat Day?
Oh, is it?
Yeah, in fact. There we go.
Did you make that up?
No, it's true. Gail, I feel hurt that you would think I would make up a story.
You're leading me astray this morning, yeah?
I'm not
quite sure what's fact and fiction.
So, what are we going to do?
We're going to do heads up, okay? So when we mentioned it this morning, I just said to you that you could make them as little hanging decorations for your trees.
Yeah.
So you can just put a little piece of string on the end of it. I do mention it at the end of the pattern. So again, if you're not making, if you don't want to make it as a wreath, then you could go ahead and do that. So let's just start with the wreath. You get a ring in your pattern, and I tell you in the pattern to cut some fleece. Now, I ask you to cut the heads and everything out, so this is just your leftover fleece. And to be perfectly honest, if you're going to make this over and over again, it doesn't really matter how wide you cut it. We're just using these strips to cover the ring. So out of your leftover white fleece, you're going to cut several strips, and then you just take the strip of fleece and then you just wrap it, almost like a bandage, around your wreath ring. Now, if you've got really long pieces, you'll just go on and on and on and unwind. And if they're shorter, you'll obviously need more. When you come to the end, you just take another length of fleece and then just continue. So you'll work all the way around. Now, don't worry about the edges if they don't look too neat, because they're going to be covered by the heads. You can put a little stitch in there if you want, or if you're somebody who enjoys using glue, you can put a little bit of glue in there. The reason that we're covering the ring with the fleece is just so that we've got a foundation to sew the heads to. So this is not really the important part. So just carry on with that. Once we've done that, in your kit you get a length of ribbon as well. So you'll get a nice stripy ribbon. And then it's entirely up to you. If you want to just do it the easy way, just tie a loop knot in there, or you can see I've just done a little bit of stitching on the machine to hold it in place. But as long as you've got your loop. And what I do encourage people is, if you're making further wreaths, then why not have a look at where you're going to hang the wreath, because you might want to put a longer loop on there or a shorter one. It just saves adding all these extra bits on. Because you're making this for yourself as opposed to a shop bought one, then you can actually adapt it to make it work for you.
And that's the joy of crafting.
It is, and I think that's what makes it all worthwhile, you know. It makes... When you're surrounded with things at Christmas and you made them all, it brings that extra joy, you know, because Christmas dinner is over with so quickly, isn't it? But when you're surrounded by all this stuff, and what
it's the build-up too. It's that build-up coming in and being able to display.
Exactly, and I do quite like annoying people when I'm sat there sewing Christmas things in the middle of a heat wave.
Yeah.
And everybody thinks that I'm mad. But you know what? When it comes to Christmas, I'm ahead of the game.
That's it.
So this is really simple to make, and I've tried to make it as easy as possible for you all to do. You get your snowman head patterns, okay? I ask you to pin them to 2 layers of fleece. One thing I want to talk to you about, this is a question I'm often asked: which is the right side and the wrong side of fleece, okay?
Good question,
and sometimes it's difficult to work out which is the right and the wrong side. So if I look at the pink, I'm sharing this with you now because this matters for the cats, the camper vans, everything. If I look at the pink, you can see it's nice and fluffy. If I turn it over, you can see it's sort of flatter. When I look at the white, okay, it's a little bit more challenging to work out which is the right or the wrong side. So as a rule of thumb, if we look at the selvage, and in all of these kits you will have part of the selvage, can you see it's curling round on itself?
Yeah.
Okay, so the side where it's curling round on itself is the right side.
So where it curls up, that is the side.
That is the right side. So with the pink, it's easier to tell. With the white, it's not. But if you're thinking, I'm not really sure which is the right or which is the wrong side, if you've got the selvage and you can see the selvage curling over, that will be the right side. The other thing I'll say is you paid for the fabric, so whichever side you like the most is the right side for you.
Good advice, Gail.
So don't panic.
Well said, yeah.
You know, and as long as you're consistent, then it doesn't matter if you're using the wrong side or the other side, shall we say. As long as you're consistent, it's
Gail,
fine.
I've just got to say, wreath's very busy. We're over half the stock of our fantastic wreath.
Oh,
so,
lovely.
And I'm pleased because I think a lot of viewers are going to get a lot of enjoyment from not only making this but displaying it as well.
Oh, I've got another one coming next month as well that I'm super excited about to add to the collection.
Oh, okay.
So we put our fleece right sides together, and we pin our patterns on there, and then we sew around there. So you can see in this row here, you can see where I've started to sew around there, and then we unpin the pattern and we cut out the circle.
Nice.
The
Did
beauty
you
of
hand
this
sew
is...
or machine?
Sorry?
Hand sew or machine?
Well, I've machined all of mine.
Okay.
You could hand sew if you wanted, but you'd need to make sure you do a nice little back stitch on there because you're stuffing, you want a nice firm seam.
Yeah.
And to be honest, it's quite an easy sew because you're only sewing next to the pattern. And the reason that I've done this is so you're not having to match two edges up. Because you know sometimes fleece is thick when you put it through the machine, so people find it a struggle with the foot and that. When you're sewing on the two layers at the same time, it just makes it that much easier and going round the curves. I've tried to think of everything for you.
Yeah.
Then you pull the two layers apart, okay? You make a small incision and then you turn it through. So it's as simple as that. And what that means is you haven't got some little seam on the edge that you need to stitch up later. Once you've stuffed this, and you can stuff it with some good quality toy stuffing, the opening is on the back, and then you can just put a few stitches in the back and close it up, and then you won't see it when it's attached to the wreath. So I'm just going to share a couple of little pointers with doing the face for you.
Okay.
The great thing with this kit is because you've got everything in there, all these lovely little bits and pieces, all the holly, all the snowflakes, everything. It just makes this bit fun. So to make the eyes sort of sink back into the head a little, use your needle and thread. Now I've just got embroidery thread in here. You can use normal thread. It's good to just put one stitch in at the beginning. I like to put a stitch in so I can pull it really tight. You can snip the end off. And what that does is it's already pulled the two layers of fleece together, because I want to pull that tight so that when I put the eye on, I can just get hold of one. By it being pulled really tight, it creates a nice sort of like eye socket. So it pulls the eyes back into the head. Now you can go back and forth, back and forth. You can see now the eye is sunk in as many times as you want, depending on how often you think it's going to be handled. I mean, if you've got little children that might handle them, you might want to put a couple of additional stitches. So do that for the two eyes.
Yeah.
And then this is something that people struggle with sometimes. If I bring in another little face, they worry about features like the eyebrows and that. They worry about whether they're evenly spaced and that. I tend to think these are quirky little characters, so you don't need to worry about whether it's really even or not. But if you're somebody that likes everything symmetrical and you're scared about drawing on the face, if you haven't got any fancy marker pens or whatever, then what I often do is, you can see here I've got a bright pink thread. It can be any colour at all. I sometimes go in with my thread and then I'll pull the thread through to the other side,
Okay.
pull it out to the back, and then I'll snip it off. So I've got a nice long length, and then I take my thread again, and pop it in there, and then I'll have a little look.
Nice.
And I'll have a little look, and I'll say to myself, am I happy with where those eyebrows
That's
are?
good. And it brings life to the character.
Yeah, and if I'm really happy with where they are, and I think they're the right size and they're the right shape, I'll snip my thread off out of the way, and then I'll take my dark thread, and then I'll go back in and I'll stitch over those. And because it's a nice thin thread and it's in a different colour, I can just pop the thread back out then, and then I've got my eyebrows completely symmetrical and where I want them, because it really bothers some people. Whereas with me, I just throw caution to the wind and go straight in there. And
Hey, Gail, that brings new meaning to the term eyebrow threading. Thank you.
Good, you were on form this morning,
Thank
aren't you?
The team wouldn't agree, but it's okay.
Yeah, have you been drinking lots of coffee?
I wish. It's green tea.
Oh, very healthy. And then, so for the nose, okay, I'm going to take a craft knife, or you could use a sharp pair of scissors. And then be careful that you don't stab all the way through to the back of the head. Okay, make a small incision. Now, you don't want to make it too big, because you don't want your nose to disappear into there. And then if we look at the nose that you're given in the kit, you'll see it's got a long spike on the end. And what you're going to do is you're just going to pop that nose in.
It's a good nose. I can
Okay,
relate.
there he is. And what I do, once I've decided that the nose is in there and it's where I want it to be, I take the nose back out. I then add a little bit of glue to the nose and then pop the nose back in, and then it will stay there securely.
Perfect.
For the cheeks, you can use all manner of different things. You can use acrylic paints and different bits and pieces. What I use is a little bit of blusher. Okay, and this is not really expensive makeup. This is some cheap makeup that I bought from a shop where everything costs the same price.
Yeah.
And then what I would do is take a scrap of fleece and then just dust it on there first, so that you haven't got too much loaded on your brush. And then you can just add a little bit of rouge to the cheeks to make the cheeks nice. And then in your kit as well, somewhere in there, oh, here they are, you've got little snowflakes. I think all these little bits add the extra touches. You'll have some snowflake sequins, and then you can just glue a little snowflake sequin on either side of his cheeks. They've got a little bit of static in them, these, so they tend to stick to your fingers. Can you see? And I think that just adds the extra character.
I love that.
Now, in the pattern as well, let me just have I just got 2 minutes I can just say?
Of course, Gail, for you, of course.
In the pattern as well, all the instructions on how to make this little hat, how to make the top hat, how to make the ear muffs, everything. So every little embellishment is all broken down into simple instructions, just like I explained for the head and that. And then you can, if you wanted, because you're buying the kit, you'll sort of be governed to make all the heads that I made. But once you've used the kit in there, if this is your favourite one, this is the one that you like the most, then there's no reason why you can't make them all like this. Yeah. You know, and I've seen, we launched this late last year, so this is why we wanted to bring it back this year. And I've seen lovely examples where people have just made all the hats in like light blue, and they've all got bobble hats on, or and that. Just some really lovely things that people have done with the wreath.
I love that. If you do want to get hold of this wreath, I have big news for you. Gail, we're limited stock. We're busy. So if you do want to get hold of the wreath, if you can imagine this wreath in your home, come on, who couldn't? Gail, and I genuinely, hand on heart, mean this, she's so good with her characters. So having this in your home, displaying it, I think is something that you're going to take a lot of joy from, and actually a lot of fun making. We say within this it's a starter kit, but as Gail was just pointing out, you have got everything that you need, barring thread and stuffing. That is it. Just get some stuffing. And if you don't have any stuffing, if you've got any old pillows or cushions that you're no longer using and they're tatty and they're just, I don't know, they're somewhere in the home, then take the stuffing from there. Okay, $19.95 is your price, 209,753 your item number, but it's not, I was going to say it's not going to be around for much longer, and it has technically sold out. So all our stock is either sold or in your basket. But we have got good news. We knew this was going to be popular, and also Gail's here for 2 hours, so this is the first, and she's going to be back. When are you going to be back? What's your next hour?
11 o'clock.
11, thank you, 11 o'clock. So what we have done is ensured we could get a little bit more stock. So here it's back on extended delivery, 18th of August. So you don't have to wait too long, and it is worth the wait. So 10 days, and then we'll get it out to you. And I do want to thank Sue as well, who's on the ball, making sure we can get some more stock, because I know it's going to be busy for you, Sue, so thank you for that. Okay, now we shall progress down. Red work, and it is an aspect. I know so many crafters enjoy red work, and there's a beautiful elegance to red work, Gail.
There is, and it's a lovely project to do on the go. You know, it's a relaxing thing. You're not sitting at a sewing machine. Yeah. You know, you can put your favourite program on the TV. Yeah. That's all you need. Store. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All you need is a needle and thread. Love it. And you can do it on the go as well. You know, so you can take it on holidays with you if you're getting away.
It's a good one to do on holidays, and I'm just looking at the actual designs. Have to say they're lovely. So you've got your penguin, your robin, there's the Christmas pud, a wreath, best wishes, the mittens, the presents, and the bells. Now you're going to get 14 designs, and you're also going to get 4 of the tag shapes in there too. The only thing you need to decide is what colour you want to go for. Now if I just lift this up, you'll see. So your choices are your red, your blue, your green, or your grey. Of course, oh, I've got to point out, you're getting your calico, you've got your heat fusible. It is heat fusible in there, Gail?
Yes, it is, yes.
And you're getting metal charms. These are metal charms. They're so hard to show you because they are quite ditty. But they're metal charms, and what these say is made with love. There you go.
Although I mentioned the templates, you know, on the end of call, I don't want anybody to panic. You have got all the templates in the pattern as well. Right. So the templates for all the shapes are in the pattern. You make it yourself. Yeah. But the acrylic ones are on end of call if you want them on end of call.
Perfect. Okay, details on your screen there. I mean, come on, $14.99. And every Gail was saying, here we have everything barring a needle. You just need a needle and you're good to go there. $14.99 your price, 398,436 your item number. We're going to look at a stocking, but this is not an ordinary stocking. It is our snowman stocking. What a kit and what a stocking. Personalize it. Absolutely chock-a-block full of character. Really nice size stocking as well, so you can get a lot in there. And speaking of a lot, look how much you are getting in the kits for $18.49. So you've got the pattern, which means then you can go on and make as many of these as you like with your own stash. But in the stash here, or in the kit that you're getting, it's all those little bits that you might initially struggle to find. So you've got your glitter felt in there as well, beautiful felt. $18.49 your price, 345-261 your item number. Now we have the Advent boxes, 3 different sizes, so your small, medium and large. A third of the stock has gone here. These are the perfect stash buster with regard, scrap buster I should say, with regard to fabric. So if you have little pieces of fabric and you're wondering what project to make, these are perfect. And a really nice size. That's your small, that houses a chocolate, lovely chocolate. The real test, Gail, is to see how many of these still have chocolate in them by the end of the day.
Well, I'll be honest with you, Yanis, I've glued the chocolates in there, because every time I came up, all the chocolates kept disappearing.
You know.
So I've actually super glued them into the boxes.
Well, I think it's a very wise move. Now, I'm not going to cast any dispersions on the team. But Charlotte, you were tempted this morning, weren't you, our producer? But she resisted, so she passed the test.
Good girl. Look, it is early. It is early.
That's your small. She didn't know about the glue, though. That would have been a surprise. Then you have your medium. There you go. That's the medium. And then you have your large. Gail, the team are genuinely laughing that you glue the chocolate in. But it's white, shrewd, do it. And then you've got the little pocket in there as well.
I can't afford to keep up with you all.
Well,
It's bedlam at Easter when I put Easter eggs in there. I never see them again.
We're getting a name for ourselves. I tell you, we've shamed ourselves here at the craft store. So if you want to get hold of it, it looks beautiful, how you've displayed it here. So I can absolutely imagine this hanging from a tree. Whether it's I love the decorative tree here or a Christmas tree, fantastic. And by the way, Gail did say that the little buttons here, so if you do want to make the advent, the buttons with the dates you can find as an end of call, and I would absolutely be popping that in my basket because I think that's such a clever idea. $12.99, come on, it's not breaking the bank. 752013, your item number. Now, it is National Cat Day. That was not me pulling your leg. It is National Cat Day. We had an email in. Carol was the one who told us. And we trust Carol. If Carol says it, we believe it. So National Cat Day. And I always say this, I love cats and dogs. So I love them equally. But yeah, you love a pussycat. I love cats. And you've brought so much character here. See, the thing is, even if you're not a cat person, odds are you will know someone who is. And with the cats, it's such a clever design because they are endearing, as all Gail's projects are. But where I just like the aspect of being able to personalise. So my cousin actually has Kiki, is one of their cats. Looks just like this. She's a little grey, but she's a long-furred cat. But this is clever because look at the back. You've got your pocket, and initially Gail designed this to put a book behind, or it could be your cat's name on there, or the person you're giving it to.
Exactly. You know, it's up to you to decide what you want to do with it. But yeah, there's lots of possibilities. And they're nice and super soft and cuddly.
Very tactile.
Yeah, and they've got safety eyes and nose, so they would be suitable for small children. But obviously you're sewing them, so it's up to how well you sew all the elements on if you're giving them to small children and that. But fleece is really good as well, and it's washable, so you could pop the whole thing through the wash.
Nice. I'm thinking these would look good in any room. We'll go through the colourways in just a moment, but you can imagine this in a living room, in a kitchen, in a conservatory, the way they just sit there, and that is the beauty of a cat. Oh, how about this? Good idea from Charlotte, our producer. Put it in the windowsill, and then everyone walking by gets to see a cat.
Exactly.
It's a guard cat.
Yeah.
We'll go through the options for you. So you've got your rust. So if you want to go for your sort of ginger tomcat there's the black cat. We've got the grey. And you are getting with these the glitter felt in there too to applique names on the back. You've got your white. That'll be good for my parents. With Snowy the cat. She lives like a queen. Yeah.
They're always spoilt cats.
They are very. Then you've got your pink and you've got your green. So those are your choices with regard to the cats. The pink is the only option that comes with blue eyes. The rest come with yellow eyes.
No, sorry, Yanis.
No?
They all come with yellow eyes.
Okay.
It was just me. I made it with blue eyes, and then I didn't want to take them back off. So, I'm sorry, I'm misleading people. They all come with yellow eyes.
No, that was me. I assume. Sorry. So they all come with yellow eyes. I correct myself. $16.49 is your price there. 736-738 your item number. Now, we're being very naughty here. Very naughty, gal. But this next item, it's meant to be featured at 11, but we're getting ahead. Look at this. You've got this fantastic. But I love a camper van, but imagine this is genius. Look, just married on the back. You can put any sentiment you like on there.
So again, this comes with a full alphabet. So so you can personalise the number plates and put whatever you want on the number plate. But also I've done the banner for the back. And I've already printed out just married and happy birthday for you, because I think they would make really nice gifts. And on the back, there's a little, where the boot is for the van, there's actually a little pocket. So you could put a little present in there, or like a little note or something if you were making it for somebody who was just getting married. I just thought it was nicer than, the temptation is to make a camper van cushion and just do the front. But I just thought it was nice to do the back. And you will notice, those who've got a keen eye, the blue one looks slightly larger, and it's got a gusset going down the side, so it's like a chunkier cushion.
Yeah.
And then the red one hasn't, it's just the front and the back sewn together. And so what I've done is I've done them in 2 different ways, but the pattern gives you the instruction to do either. And there's enough fabric in there to do either one that you decide. That's an IOU for you there.
Oh, there you go.
I did have another...
Gail, that's very sweet. Gail's given me a 15-minute foot rub. There we go. I will reclaim that at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
And just under the counter, I was just wondering what I'd done with it. There's another example of the cushion just on the end of the counter here. So we haven't actually...
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, we haven't actually kitted this one because it was just fabric that I had in the house. But what I want to share is all the extra elements that are in there are actually in the pattern. So if you want to add the butterflies and all the extra little flowers and the bunting, that is in the pattern. And you can see with that one, I didn't bother putting anything on the back. So it's entirely up to you when you're making the cushions. If, say, you wanted to make them to sell and you wanted to make them quicker, then you could just do the front. You know, you don't have to do both sides.
I mean, I love the fact, and I think a lot of viewers who are purchasing this will go on and make more because they're great gifts, gifts. And you can imagine these in bedrooms, so many, and it doesn't matter what age you are or in a camper van. Hayley, actually, I think she's going to be doing a little bit of a camper van holiday. Yeah, I think coming up soon.
Well, I've done caravans and things in the past, and then I just thought, do you know, it'd be nice to just get a camper out there as well.
$18.49 your price. So I'll ask you this question. I mean, if it's for yourselves, could you imagine this in your home or in a camper van or caravan? Equally, how about somebody that you know making this is very, very giftable? Yeah, really cool. And for bedrooms would be great.
Yeah, and like I say, with the little note on the back, you could put whatever message you wanted on it. It could be an anniversary or something. You know, the possibilities are endless. But again, it just makes it that bit more special than just buying something pre-made. You're putting a little bit of yourself in there, and you're customising it for that person.
So this is why we don't want to buy; we want to make.
Exactly.
$18.49 is your price there. 716-358 your item number. Now, just before we start a demo, I've got to tell you, we are very busy for our Ho 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 Santa wreath, and I think we have got that here. Oh, now that's a good wreath as well. Love that.
There we go. So again, it's similar to the snowman wreath, same sort of principle. But what I found was, because somebody asked me, why didn't I put the Santas all the way around? Well, because of their long beards and their pointy hats, I didn't want them upside down. Yeah. So this is why I've just kept them to the top. If you go on and make more yourself, you could put extra ones on there. But in the kit, again, you've got everything that's that you need, all the glitter felt for all this decoration, all the little jingle bells, the ribbon, everything's in there. And I have got an example somewhere in the studio. I'll show on the 11 o'clock show, where I actually made one with grey hats. But you could just do green hats or blue. You know, the kit comes with red because it's traditional, but you could go on and make more. Am I allowed to give them a sneaky peek at what's coming next month?
You are. Just 1 second, I've got to tell you that this wreath, 50% of the stock has gone for this wreath. Go for it, Ben. Throw it, I'll catch it. Thank you. And just going to show you the grey here that we were just alluding to. Gail, we will never say no to a sneaky peek of what's coming. I love the grey, by the way. That's really, really nice. So what are you going to show us?
So because these have been so popular and people have gone on to make lots and lots, this is a sneaky peek of what I'll be bringing next month.
Oh, wow. Wow.
So because of the snowmen and everybody loved the snowmen, then who can't resist a reindeer? So sadly, we couldn't get it together for this show, but it's a sneaky peek of it will be along next month.
Okay,
so it's 12th of September. Put the date in your calendar.
Put it in your calendar, 12th of September. Okay, so what would you like to show us next?
So we can have a little look at the Advent boxes. I know I keep waffling on about how amazing these are for all occasions. So if you're thinking, you know, just don't think Christmas, think any occasion with these. And the other lovely thing with them is the piece of ribbon is what we use to close the box. But once you've opened them out, So we just pop the ribbon out like this. They lay completely flat. So if you've made lots of them and you want to pack them away after Christmas, you can pack them away all nice and flat. For people who love embroidery and that, can you imagine you could embroider a little message onto the bottom of your box? You know,
nice.
There's so many lovely things I think you can do with this project. And just think how special somebody is going to feel that if they come to your house and you've made these as sort of Christmas crackers, or it's the way that you gift your gift to them. So for sew-in friends, I've made one in the past where I've actually folded up a fat quarter of fabric, popped it inside the box with a reel of thread and given that to a friend.
Oh, that's nice.
So so there's lots
Put someone's name at the bottom.
Exactly. Yeah. It's a really lovely project. So I just want to quickly skip through this so you can see how they're made. I often waffle on about this, but all the templates come as paper, and what you need to do is you need to stick them to card. Now I've used a plain card here, but what I use at home is cereal packets, because cereal packets work really, really well, and it's a good way to recycle. So you get all 3 sizes. This is your fabric template, so you'll just lay it on your fabric, draw around there, and then cut circles. So 4 circles for each box. Once you've cut your circles, you're going to do a run-in stitch with your thread all the way around the side. I tell you in the pattern, when you do the run-in stitch, start on the right side of your fabric and finish on the right side of the fabric. The reason you're going to do that is you're then going to take your other template, pop it into the center of your fabric, pull on the strings, which pulls the fabric nicely around the circle.
Yeah.
And this is what's going to give you that perfect circle. You're then going to tie this off, and you're going to take it to the ironing board and press it. Okay, so it's nice and flat. And then once you've done that, you're going to pop the card out. Now, just one little tip. What I tend to do is with my press in circle template, once I've made the template up, I tend to put it onto card and draw around it again and cut 4 of them. And the reason that I do that is the only template I do it with is that when I come to iron at the ironing board, I can iron all 4 circles at the same time. Are you with me? Because I've got four press in.
Okay.
Don't be scared at this point. This is where it freaks a lot of people out, is they're just like, how am I going to get that circle out? You are going to have to be a little bit brutal and pull on the fabric a little bit, okay? So don't worry, just pull and tug on the fabric.
Cruel to be kind.
Pop the circle out, exactly. And it will go back into shape. But what I suggest you do is that you wait for the fabric to go cool, so give it a chance to set before you yank the card out. And then you can take it back to the ironing board and you can press it one more time. So here's one I've got. Then you'll find I've given you a triangle template. So you then put your cardboard triangle template in the center of your circle, and then I'm going to get you to fold the fabric, okay? So you fold one side over, then you fold the other side over, and then when it comes to the third side, I fold it up. Can you see? So it's flat. And then I'm just going to tuck this one corner in.
Okay.
Okay, and then that gives me this nice sort of spiral effect.
You wouldn't think from a circle you could create such a perfect triangle.
I know, that's what fascinates a lot of people, and that's why I love this fabric folding. Then what I do is I take that to the ironing board and I give it a little press, and then because that holds the shape nicely. Now, to give the box its rigidity, this is what you're getting in the kit. You're getting pelmet violin, okay, which is like a really good stiffener. The beauty of this is you can hand sew through it, machine sew through it, you can iron it. So lots of people ask me, why don't I make these out of cardboard? If you make them out of cardboard and they crease or bend, the crease stays permanent, and sometimes they can all get out of shape. The beauty of this is I can take these boxes to the ironing board and iron them again to get them flat. So if they get all a bit beaten up after Christmas, I can bring them out, put a nice iron over there, and they're all perfect again. So to utilise as much of the violin as possible, I tend to cut mine into strips. So I'll pop my template on there, measure this distance and cut it into a strip. And then this way I can rotate the template back and forth, you can see where I've marked it out there. And then that maximises what I get out of my violin, so I can make as many boxes as possible and not waste much of it.
Gail, just a quick second, I've just got to say that we are limited stock with regard to this option. So if you want to get hold of it, we are officially limited stock, 10% of our stock remaining. And I just want to let you know. So I don't want anyone to be disappointed. Sorry, Tim.
That's okay, that's no problem. So once I've cut all my triangles out, okay, I said about the closure of the box, is what you need is you need 2 triangles with little loops of ribbon on the top, okay, and 1 triangle with long tails. Now you can make these tails as long as you want, depending on where you want to hang them or if you want to tie a bow and that. The one thing that's important with this project is this loop. If you make the loop far too long, then the box won't hold together nicely. So you want to make sure that this loop is just literally the width of the ribbon, okay? So it's going to pass through nicely, but not be all flopping around everywhere.
Yeah.
And then to give the box a nice soft feel, okay, I've added some wadding to there. So I cut triangles of wadding and then I put triangles of wadding on there. Now with the teeny tiny boxes, I only put the wadding on the one side, and the reason for that is I wanted to maximise the space that was on the inside to get a nice large chocolate in there. But on all the other boxes, I used wadding on both sides. If you're looking at me thinking, well, I don't have wadding because I don't quilt in there, then that's fine. You could use something like a little bit of felt on there, or you could use some fleece. You could use whatever's in your stash. And if you haven't got anything in your stash, then just leave that bit out and just cover it in fabric. So once we've done that, we're then going to put our triangle back into the middle of our circle.
Got 3.5 minutes, Gail.
Super. That should just be enough time for me to get through this. And then pop you'll have pressed yours, so it will automatically fall. Now, one of the questions that people ask is they do this bit. You can pin it if you want, or if you've got little clips, you can add these little clips. And I've taught this many times, and some people start to worry at this stage, and then they say, oh look, if I look at it close, you can see it doesn't quite meet at the top there, or this piece is not quite meeting. Don't worry, it's fabric, okay? So what you need to do is you just need to give it a little pull and a little shove and just pull it together, and you will find all the edges meet. It's a tight fit because it needs to be so that the box fits together nicely. If these circles were too big for the triangle, then all the fabric would just flop around. So it is a snug fit, so don't worry. You'll find as you're sewing around there, you can pull it all together nicely. And I use a blind hem stitch for this, okay? So I'm just going to show you the blind hem stitch. You can see that I've started along here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick up the background fabric, so that's where you pick up a nice chunk, okay? And then I'm just going to catch the fold of the fabric, just the tiniest little bit.
Okay.
That way you can't see the stitches, and I'm going to take the background again. So the background is the big stitch, and then the front, just on the edge. It's called blind hem because you can't see it.
It's got a minute and a half.
The clue's in the title. So there we go. So you can see that it's pulled together nicely. So I just want to show you the other stitch that shows how you put the box together. Okay, and this is a ladder stitch. Now people will have seen me do a ladder stitch so many times. And again, lots of these stitches are called certain names because the name describes the actual stitch. Now if I get a little piece of something light underneath, if we look at this, you can see it's called a ladder stitch because it looks like a ladder when you've stitched it. And it's quite an easy stitch to do, and I think quite a forgiving one as well. That what I'm going to do is I'm going to take, if I just pop that back on there, you can see where the thread comes out. Okay. I'm going to go over to this side, okay, and then I'm going to travel sideways, which is unusual.
Nice. 30 seconds go.
Oh, quickly. And the beauty of it is, you see the ladder? I can pull on there, and it all disappears, which gives me that lovely edge.
I'm sorry to rush you at
okay.
the end. You would have noticed that the beautiful boxes, they did sell out. and I believe they're back on extended delivery now, so it's going to be dispatched on the 18th of this month. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. It's been a joy.
You enjoyed it?
Yes,
Good.
lovely.
Gail
Thank
will
you.
be back at 11. I really hope you can join her then, because we've got lots more to share with you, and Gail has so many more demonstrations. Thank you, Gail.
Thank you,
enjoyed it.
Yanis.
Thank you, Daisy Chain Designs. A Justo form dressmaking up next with the lovely Rosella. After that, we have Britannia Sewing Machines, a really good hour there. And then Jelly Bean Crafts Happy Hour. Lots to enjoy here at the craft store.
Hi, I'm Donna and this is my brother Simon and we're Pearly Winks Craft Supplies.
We have a good selection of inks. We started with our Winks, which are just a water-based ink, and then went on to the pearls. We've added some chalks, we've got some glitter sprays, and then we've added some beautiful stamps to complement the inks. Our pearl sprays and our Pearly Winks are loaded with mica, so they give you amazing results on your projects.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dyes in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. We aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration.
Well, hello everyone and a warm welcome. So this is the first live hour today of our fantastic one-day special that proved very popular yesterday. The whole point of this is to get you passionate about dressmaking and give you the tools you need to be precise, because I think dressmaking or any form of clothes making and apparel, the key to it is being precise, and also a big aspect when you're working is having a mannequin that will fit around you, a duplicate effectively, not just you or anybody that you're working with. Because have you ever, and I remember this in the past, having to stand there, my mum was making something and you're standing there while someone's like taking up trousers or doing whatever, and like, just stand, stay still. So you don't have to worry about anyone grumbling, because you'll have a mannequin that you can size to meet your requirements. Now we have got different options. Here it's for 8 to 16. I think we did have a different size that sold out. That was a medium that sold out. But I have to say 8 to 16, good size. So you've got a nice range of sizes. I'm not by myself. I'm joined by the lovely Rosella. Hello.
Well, good morning.
Nice
Bright
to
and
see
early.
you.
Likewise.
Been far too long.
It has been too long, isn't it?
How is, you know what I'm going to ask, how is Bowser the Naughty Schneider?
He's naughty as usual. You know what he's like.
Antics, what's he been up to?
Well, so I've got a snorer. I sleep with a snorer.
Oh, okay.
And so I have these little things that you put in your ears.
Yeah, yeah.
Woke up the other morning, yesterday morning, can't find it at all. And I'm really worried it's got magnets in it, isn't it? And is there? Ooh, what's that? What's that? He's like,
Has he nabbed it?
It's-
Has he eaten it?
no. fortunately,
Oh,
because it's got to go back in my ear. But
Oh, that's a nice thought. Well, I was actually chatting to someone, they had a Schnauzer, and I was telling him about Bowser. I was saying, is your one, is he cheeky? Because I know Bowser is a naughty Schnauzer.
He's very naughty.
I love stories of Bowser. Now, we're going to talk about our fantastic form here, because this makes a huge difference when dressmaking.
It does, because what this is going to do is give you the ability to make clothes that fit you.
Yeah.
So you're not making them to fit that pattern, you're making them to fit your body. So basically you are creating a body double, and this is adjustable, which means that we can bring it out. We've got 11 points of adjustment on this, and we can create our own body on that. So I'm going to start just showing you where the adjustments are. So the first thing I would do is loosen the neck. If you want to adjust it quite a lot, certainly loosen the neck. So you're just going to turn it clockwise there, and you can see just how much that's going to loosen. Now this is a size 8. I'm not a size 8, so I'm going to need to adjust it quite a lot. And so all I'm going to do then is I'm actually going to start adjusting the dials. Now, to make my chest measurements larger, I'm not going to go on and on with that. I'm just going to do it gradually on all of the points of adjustment on this. So you'll see at the sides, you've got little dials. So you're going to then start increasing those as well.
Okay.
So it just means that you've got all these points of adjustment on there. Now, I've already started some of those.
That's excellent. The amount of control you have over the shape. And a key point you said is that everybody's different. There is no set size, and it's annoying when you try and fall into size 8, size 9, because all our bodies are different.
And also we may be a size 12 at the top, we may be a size 16 on the hips, so it means that you can actually adjust it to you. The one thing you want to do is you want to adjust it to your height. Now it's a little bit higher than me, this one, but you can adjust the height just here. And you just turn that and it lowers and it raises. Perfect. What you can also do on this, if you are long in the body and so you're low-waisted and long-waisted, inside there's a little wheel, and if I just loosen that, can you see that we can then bring that waist down? So it means that, again, it's really, really adjustable at the waist.
Good. That's really good.
It is great. When you've done all of your adjustments, you would then tighten the neck back up to your size. And you need to measure, and I went into depth at 6 o'clock last night on measuring.
Yeah.
So you do need to watch that, and we're not going to go through that again with the bra and everything. But it's worth watching. Poor Derek.
It's important.
He's still having a lay down. The other thing to mention is this is size 8 to 16.
Yeah.
If you you can always add to it. So when you're taking your measurements, and we did go through this, your main measurements, you've got your bust, you've got your hips, you've got your waist, but then also you've got your underbust, you've got your arm, you've got your neck, and really important, the nape of your neck to your waist. And I do show you exactly how to measure that. But it means, certainly on my figure, I've got quite a lot of underbust and not a lot of waist. And so what you can do then, and again, it does show you at 6, but you can add then wadding to actually pad it out on those, our favourite bits, you know, and just pin it to that, and then sort of smooth it over, possibly with, you know, just sort of one layer of wadding, and then perhaps put a slip over or something like that.
Tip. Really good tip.
Also, when you are fitting it, if you're making something in particular, then put the underwear on that you may be going to wear with that dress, so that it's, you know, and also, you know, my bust is bigger than that. So what you might need to do, we'll bring it out anyway, is pop the bra on, and then measure it again, and then pad it if necessary.
And that's actually that's an excellent point. When you are making something, put the underwear on, because it gives you a really good
Yeah, absolutely. So all round, it's just great, because it's then going to enable you to fit what you want to fit. The other thing I would do, excuse me, is when you have adjusted it to fit your measurements, get one of your favourite dresses that you know fits well and that you feel really, really good in, and pop that dress on there and see how it looks. And if that looks how you think you're feeling it, then that's great. Because, of course, the lovely thing about a mannequin is that when you put your dress on it, you can see that. When we're actually wearing a dress and we're trying to fit it, you're doing this, aren't you?
Yeah.
And it's like, well, does that fit at the back? And as soon as you do that, your hem drops. And so you can't see the back of you. You really, unless somebody comes and takes a photograph, you've got no idea what the back of you looks like. So the other really, really important thing about this mannequin is it's actually got a hem adjustment as well. So it means that you can hem your clothes. So again, what I would recommend is if you've got a dress that you like the hem length and you'd like to recreate that, pop the dress on, adjust the hem length just by releasing that. Your fabric's going to go within here. When it's the right length, put the one you're making on, and then you can move around and mark your hem.
That's excellent.
So it's, to me, it covers just about everything you need.
It's the ability to, I think you couldn't have phrased it any better. You're creating your own body double.
Yeah.
When I when I was younger, I modelled. When I was like, I'm going somewhere with this. So when I was 17, 18, I was I won't mention the brand, but I was their size medium. So I'd go to their base, and all their size mediums were fitted around me. So I'd try on their clothes. I remember it. But the point with that is, I'm one shape, but everyone's different. And you say might have a longer body in there, the hips, the chest, everything's different. But here, you can really dial in your own precise body double, make sure all the clothes that you make fit you. That is invaluable. And as a dressmaker or making your own clothes, because I think it will put you off, especially if you're starting dressmaking. You try and make a dress, and it doesn't quite go right, it doesn't fit properly, it will put you off making another one.
And also, it means because we don't stay the same size, or I certainly don't, you know.
No one does, yeah.
We put weight on, we lose weight, we put bits on that we didn't think we'd ever put on, and then they go back off again, and more adds on different places. You can then adjust it as you go along, and I would recommend that, because you might have had a pattern then that you created maybe, 6 months ago, a year ago, and you think, oh, actually, I want to make that again.
Yeah.
But your body shape's changed, so re-measure. And really important to measure sides. So sides back, sides front, because you might be 38 all the way around, but actually you might have a slim back and more up the front. So with this, you can adjust the side front and the side back. And again, it's really important. One other thing actually, whilst Fenella, this one, whilst Fenella's on the side here, can you see the little white tape that's on the side there? So when I fitted that to me, what I can do is I can put a little R on each of those to say that's Rosella's size. So when that little R's showing, I know that actually that's my fit. If I want to then create something for Franny, I can fit it to Franny, and I can put a little F on Franny's foot.
That's such a good tip.
Absolutely, because we don't just make for ourselves. We might like to make for other people. Of course, actually maybe you want to start a business, maybe you want to do some alterations or some dressmaking, then this is going to be great, because you're then going to be able to pad it out to your client as well.
Now, I don't want to sound silly here, but obviously perfect for dressmaking, but are there any other clothes that we can make, items of clothing that we can make with this one?
What is in terms of different types of clothing? Yeah, absolutely.
As opposed to a dress.
Yeah, of course. Well, now, the great thing about this for skirts, now, I don't have a waist anymore. I used to have, but I had children instead, so I gave it up. And a lot of people are the same. I swapped it, that's right. And it was a good swap. It was worth it. But it does mean then, and mine at home has copious amounts of this, it means then that if you are creating a skirt, we'd love it to look like that, wouldn't we? But actually, I'm a little bit more like that. So it means then that when I've got a skirt pattern, I can put the skirt pattern against it, and then I can adjust the waist on the skirt before I've stitched it, then to my waist, or lack of.
Good tip.
Again, things like blouses, where you want the shoulders is really important as well. And we also talk about measuring arms on last night's show as well. And also how it looks. So, for instance, the fruity dress behind me, I made that because I loved the fabric, and I made it, and I was completely underwhelmed when I'd made it, and I thought, oh, okay, right, okay. So I popped it on the mannequin, and I thought, oh, hello. It just makes such a difference, because you're looking at it in 2D, and we're not 2D, we're 3D. Of course we are, And so when you're looking at something in 3D...
Seeing how it drapes, how it falls...
Absolutely, you've got so much more idea of how it's going to look. Things like embellishing. So maybe I've got my dress on there, and maybe I want to put something around the waist, some lace, something like that. then it's so much easier to pin it when it's here than actually when it's laying on your table, double layered, and you pin through to the back layer, etc. Tacking, things like that.
It makes life easier.
It makes life easier, yes.
Question from Charlotte, our producer. This is a good one as well. So she likes to wear shoulder pads, the power shoulder pads, and is that something you can use here?
Of course. So this is a gradual slope of the shoulder. But actually, if you want to do that, then get some extras. Pop them on, pin them to your mannequin. If this is, maybe you're making a box jacket and that you want that real formal look on there, pop the shoulder pads on there so that then you can actually then see how it drapes. Because obviously the difference between height with the shoulder pad down to the front, down to the waist is going to be different as if it's straight down.
So of course you can use that. Well, Charlotte, our producer, is known as the Lady Gaga of the craft store. She loves the big shoulder pads walking in. OK, so we can fully customise, and that is the real key to this. It genuinely makes a difference. Now, I understand it's a considered purchase, but can we just take a moment to appreciate the saving? That is, and I did my research, and mannequins, there's a regular retail price for something like this would be £150 or £149.99. £99.99. You're saving £50. You are also able to spread the cost here at the craft store. So $33.33 today. I can imagine anyone who's made clothing, dressmaking, and we're saying it's not just for dressmaking, absolute game changer. And you know, when you get the right tools for the right job, suddenly it just becomes so much easier.
And I think also when you are creating, and sometimes you look at a pattern piece and you think, right, okay, which way up is this pattern piece going? So it means that actually you can pop the pattern pieces on here and it's like, okay, I've got a bit of an idea. I now know why I'm doing this to the sleeve, why I'm gathering this bit, because I know exactly where it's going to go. It does just make everything so much easier.
Do you know what's lovely here? Genuinely hearing the team. So Holly, our director, and her other half actually works here at the craft store. And I can hear her speaking to say, do you want to get me? Andy, you've got to get Holly for maybe a present, a nice mannequin. But that's a good point, and genuinely, I'm not making it up. I know sometimes I make up silly stories, but I'll never lie about obviously important stuff. Got to say, we are busy. We're approaching 40% of the stock here, and it is busy, but it's nice to see the difference. I'm actually familiar with this. I've never used it because we were debating how to start off the show, and I said, Rosella, you stand there because I haven't actually used it, but my mum has one. And she uses it a lot. So my she's one of these ladies who can do everything. But I remember when she got it years ago, it was when I was still living at home, and she was so happy with it, and she still has it today, so it's going to last. And that's the point I was going to say, is you're going to have this for years and years and years.
And I think it's going to give you confidence. So maybe as a complete beginner, you're going to start with the patterns. We've got some great beginner patterns on the show. But then maybe, I'm thinking of Cassie at the moment. So Cassie's actually the pink dress behind you, and it's actually the fruity dress behind me. So Cassie's got quite a high waist, but actually maybe you think, oh, I want a little bit of a drop waist. Maybe I'm going to a 20s party. I'm going to make my own 20s frock. So actually I want to drop it a little. So you're going to pop the pattern on there. And you think, okay, what needs adjusting? Okay, that needs to drop. Is that now going to fit my hips? No, because my pattern's hanging there and my hip's still here. So I know I need to adjust the hips. Maybe actually you want to do your own fashion design, and maybe you want to do your own draping, and you want to create your own clothes. So you know, you're going to be able to pop some tape on here. You know, maybe doing that because it's a bodice, so we're going to have a bodice. Maybe you're going to pop some tape on that, you're going to attach your fabric, you're going to pin your fabric, you're going to cut your fabric. So if you want to go into fashion designing, it's there as well.
For me, and that's such a good point, fashion designing and where you can take this. But look, I'm just going to speak to you right now. Are you somebody that really struggles when you go onto the high street because you try and go for a size, and you mentioned, you say, this is such a good point, Rosella. We might be one size at the top, one size on our hips, and I know, say, speaking with Hayley actually in the past, because Hayley has to customise a lot of her tops, say this delicately, Hayley, how would I say it?
I don't know, but I'm intrigued to find out.
Hayley's Hayley West, and she's very ample on top. It's not rude, is it?
That's not rude at all, no.
You know what I'm talking about? I'm going somewhere with this. It's just I don't know how to phrase it. But she finds that, you know, you go to put on a top like that, but then obviously her waist is a lot smaller, so you know, you're going down and having it to fit, so being able to adjust so it tapers in and you're not swamped by a top. But equally, if your hips are larger, you can change it.
And also, but because this is your body now, so
Yeah.
you're pinning it on your body, so you're going to put that top on, and it's actually, okay, so how much do I need to take in? Because you can pop it on, and you can do that, and it's like, well, that's about 1.5 inches there, and then you pin it, and then you put it on again, and it's like, oh, okay, that was not right, was it? And it's really difficult to do on yourself accurately.
Of course it is.
But on this, yes, you can do that. You can pin that. You can see, actually, by pinning that in, that makes the top look wrong because it wasn't designed that. So maybe I'll pin it out just a little bit. Maybe I need to shorten it a bit. And you're looking at yourself as much as you can, and you're altering. And I think because you're looking at Fenella in this case, it's a little bit more objectively. You don't look at yourself.
Yeah.
Right. Whereas in the, you look in the mirror and you're actually looking at yourself, and you think, oh, actually, I don't like the way that looks, because we're not very keen on looking at ourselves in the mirror, are we? But actually looking at this, we're looking at the garment, and that's really important. And again, things like the back.
Yeah.
So
well, that's something you just don't see.
You just don't see it. Now, maybe your high street garment, you bought it because you bought it for the chest size, and actually the back is here. And there's so much fabric. It's what could I do about that? Perhaps I could put a couple of little darts in the shoulders to give it a little bit of style. Maybe I want to put a waist in there as well. And we'll talk about darts a little bit later.
Okay.
And it just means that, it makes your life so much easier. And if we, come just January, then all we need to do is this, don't we?
But it's such a good point. And you said it yourself. You're going to have this for years, but this will adjust with you. So whether you gain weight, lose weight, and we all fluctuate. No one stays the same size consistently. No one does. Over a year, let alone over 5-10 years. So being able to let it adjust and grow with you, that is important. Even if you just want to start out, and have you ever sent your clothes to be adjusted? You can do it yourself, and then maybe that's your first foray or step towards making your own clothes. If you're someone who already makes your own clothes, if you don't have anything like this, it is a game changer, and we are busy for this. This is your Millwood adjustable dress form. It's in size small, and I'll explain. So that covers sizes 8 to 16, which is, I think, a really good cross section. We did have another option. Unfortunately, the medium has sold out. That's a cautionary tale, and the saving on this is incredible. So you are saving £50, $99.99, and we've got the free flex payments there. We are very busy for our one-day special, and I'm not surprised. Okay, now we have got some patterns for you as well. Just having a little look. You are actually getting all 4 of these patterns, and you are saving £4. $55.96 is your price. And going through, when you think about this, because this is now. We've got our form, the adjustable form with the one-day special that we're going to be working on, and then you have your trousers. That's your Alice trousers. So we're going to start really reinventing our own wardrobe to fit us. These are going to be tailor-made to us. So we've got the Alice trousers. We also have the Cassie dress now. Then we have the Frida dress, and finally we got the Sienna top. So 2 dresses, trousers and a top, but it's not just that, because you can go on and customize each of the patterns too. So think about different fabrics, what fabrics we're going to have the dresses in, what styles. So it's going to fit you like a glove, and that is, if you've ever had, the only time I sort of splashed out a few years ago and bought a fitted suit, sort of tailored suit. It was very, very, very expensive. But my goodness, you just feel good. You know when you go out and it just fits you like a dream. You feel really good. It doesn't still fit, but I've had a very good lockdown. But what you can see here, you've got the dad bod's coming. You've got all the patterns. $27.98 is your price, saving £4. 559 417 your item number. Okay, now we have got some sewing essentials for you as well, and the key to this show, we're trying to give you all the tools really to make your life as easy as possible. This is a very good bundle. I know it was popular yesterday. So with our sewing essentials, you really do have such a comprehensive mix of tools that you will absolutely use day in, day out. It's a good bundle, Rosella.
It's a fantastic bundle. It's got so much in there, and it's things like those pins. You want good quality dressmaking pins that aren't going to snag at your fabric, and they're actually sharp, and they will go through your fabric. Yanis, you need to look at that tape measure. This tape measure is 3 metres long.
What?
Yes, so it's not just for dressmaking, because I don't know anyone who's 3 metres wide.
You can make trousers for Ben. He's very tall. Floor manager Ben.
Even Ben's not this tall. But what you can do is things like curtains. If ever you've gone and you've measured curtains and you start there and then you get to the end, don't you? And then you get your friend to say, just hang on to that bit whilst you go to the next bit. So this is, you've got 3 metres.
That's an excellent point.
Oh, you're only going to buy your tape measure pretty much once at this length, aren't you? Unless you make an awful lot of curtains, then you'll need more. So this is just such an excellent thing to get. The other thing that you've got in there, Jan, is you've got tracing paper.
Yeah.
Now, if you've never used tracing paper before, what you're going to use it for, when you get your patterns home, maybe you're going to make that pattern in a range of different sizes. If you trace off each of those sizes, it means your pattern's still pristine, you've still got all the markings on there, but it also means then that you can then make it in plenty of different sizes. And if you're going to make your own patterns, because I think, you know, some of these patterns are going to give you that confidence to do that and to alter them, you can do that.
Perfect.
What else have we got in that bundle, Jan?
Just having a look. So we have got the tracing paper. You said there's the pencils, obviously, to go your fabric pencils.
Perfect. Yeah, I'm going to use those now. And also, you've got sewing machine needles in there, and we've got George up next with these wonderful Britannia sewing machines. And I know that every time before we start any sewing show, the first thing we do is to change the sewing machine needle. So every project, pop a new needle in.
It's good habit to get into.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, you're absolutely right, Rosella was saying, with regard to needles, change your sewing. I think you should change your sewing machine needle every 8 hours of use. I'm dredging that from my memory bank, I might be wrong, or before every sort of major project. Now, 30% of the stock has gone here, $15.99 is your price, 388483 your item number. It's a comprehensive bundle. We have got some fabric for you as well, because you have the pattern, you have the sewing essentials. Now what you're going to want is obviously some gorgeous fabric for you. Excuse me. I don't know where that came from. So let's just have a look here. We've got a cotton lawn. 3 different options. That's beautiful. That's baby pink. Isn't that nice?
It is. And cotton lawn, if you are beginning, this is a perfect fabric to begin with because it hangs beautifully. It doesn't over crease. Do pre-wash all of your fabrics before you make anything, but you'll find that cotton lawn is not a big shrinker in my experience. Actually, the dress I'm wearing is made out of lawn, so it's nice and it's thin, it hangs nicely, and it's a pleasure to work with.
And we're getting a metre, so you're getting sizable amount. I don't know if we have the answer to this, but if you get more than 1 metre, we will see if maybe it's cut.
I believe it's continuous, so that if you order 2, you'll get 2 together.
Okay. And there's the other options, just having a look. You've got that blue with a lovely sort of floral spray, and then you've got the red as well. So those are your 3 choices. Beautiful. It feels so soft.
It really is lovely to work with, and it's lovely to wear.
Yeah, well, that's what we want. So 465882 your item number. Now we have our drape fabric. So talk to me about drape fabric.
So this is more of a sheer fabric. Yanis, if you just look underneath, I've popped you some under there that you can actually have a bit of a play with. So you can see just how it hangs. So this is going to gather beautifully. Ooh. This is going to create the most lovely things like maybe blouses. Nice. You could also just do, I'm thinking of that lawn now. You could perhaps mix the baby pink lawn for the bodice and then have the drape maybe for some sleeves or for a skirt.
Because it is sheer,
yep.
You would want to maybe put something behind.
Yeah, absolutely. You could, you could line it. I prefer to actually put sort of extra undergarments, so I'd rather have a petticoat underneath. Yeah. I think, that's just personal. Yeah. But it is just such a beautiful fabric, and you get a huge amount of this.
I mean, how much are we actually getting? 3 meters? An awful lot to play around with. And for $13.97 for 3 meters.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
What I would recommend with this one is maybe a French seam, and hopefully we'll get time to have a look at that a little bit later.
French seam. All right. $13.97 your price. Those are your choices that you're seeing on your screen there. 473045 your item number. I'm going to jump onto the website. There is a lot to discover on our website. So whether you want tools, your essential scissors, rotary cutters, irons, it's all there on our website. So do have a little look. There's the iron with a little mini ironing board, which is quite cool. Okay, Rosella, I think it's about time we start having a play.
I think we should. So I'm going to continue from last night. So last night we laid out patterns and we talked about patterns.
Yeah.
Today we're going to talk darts. So I've got the Cassie dress here. This is the Cassie dress, and it's a really simple dress to make. Maybe this is going to be your first foray into the dressmaking. It's a top. 2 sides to the top, and then it's tiered skirts as long as you would like them, and it's a grown on sleeve there, so there's no setting a sleeve in, so it's a really useful dress, really comfy dress as well, but it's a great one to start with. So on the Cassie dress, and these patterns are a little bit of a learning curve, so on this we're going to learn how to create the darts. So what I've done is I've cut out my pattern. There are lots and lots of ways of creating darts. This is what I like to do. So on your patterns, you'll establish which colour line is your size. On this one, it's going to be the purple. And you really want to mark at the bottom where that purple line is. Now you can pop a little snip in it. If you're going to snip it, just make sure that you're not going to actually go into your seam allowance there.
Nice.
Which is I think about 1 centimetre on this one. If you're worried at all about that, that's where these pencils come in. So I've got the white pencil here, and if I just loosen that, so let me open my pins, loosen that pin a bit. Okay. These are great, these pins. And as I have pinned it, I'll just mention, again, I've pinned within the seam allowance, particularly on the drape, just in case you don't want to snag your fabric at all. So what you can do is you can fold back your dart there, and then you can mark the end as well with the white pencil. You need to mark the point of the dart. Now, once upon a time we used to do tailor's tacks. I don't do that so much nowadays. There's so many different methods. But what I do like to do is if you pop a pin in there, all the way through, and it's coming through the back there. So that is going to be the point of the dart on that side. So then mark it with that white pencil.
Right.
And I think we can see that. Can we see that? I want it to be as clear as possible. If not, I can use a pen. And then also you're going to release the fabric, and you want to mark it on this side as well, because you've got a dart either side. Okay, so that can go now. So let's get rid of that pattern piece. And then what I like to do, and I've immediately lost that, is then grab a ruler and draw from that little notch that I created, or the mark, to the edge of the dart. And that's my stitching line. So, there we go.
Lovely.
Now you've got 2 pencils within the pack. You've got the blue and you've got the white. So if you've got a lighter fabric, you've got the blue on there as well. And you're going to do the same at this side, and that's what you're going to stitch.
Nice.
Okay, so, and you'll do that on the other side as well.
Okay.
Then what you're going to do, this is the wrong side of the fabric, you're going to fold so that those 2 lines match up. And you've got the little notches there, and so that that point matches up. So I'm just going to roll it ever so slightly to make sure that it matches up. And then we're going to pin that. As you're pinning it, just make sure that it's going through both of those lines. So that needs to adjust ever so slightly. And the reason being, you're going to do 2 of these, you want them to match. And if you miss it on this line, but you don't miss it on the other one, they're not going to match. And it's the easiest way of getting them to match. There's no point in putting a line in if actually we're not going to follow it. Put your pins in so the pin head is facing towards the apex here, because as we stitch we can take the pins out. It's a lot easier to take the pins out from that end than from round the back of your machine.
Fair enough,
So on the end, what I like to do is pop a little stop pin. So that's where my dart is going to finish. And then all we need to do then is to take that to the machine. which I've got the Britannia machine, and you can learn all about this in the next hour.
Okay.
It's a fantastic machine. I'm just going to bring it in.
Yeah, do stick around for the next hour because it's going to be a really good hour just going through in depth the Britannia machine that Rosella's working with. It is a very good machine.
Okay, and then if this is the first time that you've stitched a dart, tack it, because just move that out of the way just a moment. It means then if you don't feel confident working around the pins, it's there, you've got a line to follow. So by all means, now you can either tack straight on the line. If you do, that means you're going to stitch over your tacking stitches, which is fine, but sometimes they can be tricky to pull out, in which case you might want to tack just on the inside so that you haven't got involved in that at all. Okay. So let's just bring that back in again now that I've taken it out. And then let's just pop. And I'm just going to grab onto that thread and pop the needle down by hand just on that line and lower my foot. Because I'm on there now, I can stop putting the lid on my pins. I can get in there. Excuse me, I put my foot pedal where I can't actually get to it. Get back under there.
Hiding from me?
Yeah, absolutely. And we're at the side edge, so we can actually do some back stitches, because it's going to be within the seam allowance, it's not going to add any bulk. So we're now going to then stitch along that line, and stitch as quickly or as slowly as you feel confident. It's not a race, this is your sewing machine, it's your sewing. So, you know, don't worry that actually your friends stitch a whole lot quicker and your sewing machine's capable of quick stitching. Yeah. It's whatever you're actually confident doing.
Not a race.
No, it isn't a race. Yeah. And this is the bit, you know, you're here to enjoy this. Yeah. When you get towards the very end, what I like to do is to reduce my stitch length ever so slightly. And I know George is going to go through this, so it's all on my little keypad here. So I've just reduced it. And then what I'm going to do for the final couple of stitches, I'm going to take my pin just to the side, because I'm not going to stitch over that pin under any circumstances. And then I'm going to try and stitch the last couple of stitches kind of parallel to the edge of my fabric. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to stitch off the fabric. Now you could put a couple of back stitches on here, but if you've got back stitches on the point, there's a chance that you're going to have a little bit of bulk there and it might make it stick out slightly. So what I like to do is actually, just let me bring my needle up. Give yourself a few ends. You've got a cutter on here anyway. Just pop that to the side and tie it. And literally you are tying a knot, or a double knot. So just split your threads there and tie a knot. Okay. Now you can cut that down to about 1 centimetre, or actually if a loose thread inside bothers you, what you can do is thread a needle and just weave in on each side of this, those loose ends. Right. I do want to show you how to press this, so can I just go back to you for a moment, Yanis, whilst I get my iron plugged in?
We are busy for our one-day special, and I'm so pleased we are, because I think this will make a huge difference to how a lot of you are able to craft. We're over 40% of the stock. What you've got is your adjustable dress form. It's in size small, so it fits size 8 to 16. We did have a different size, medium. Unfortunately, that has sold out, but see that as a cautionary tale because we weren't able to bring that back on extended delivery. The savings are fantastic, and the flexi, I'm going to get into that in just a moment, because where I think this comes into its own. I knew I was doing the show, and I gave my mum a call actually when I was driving back from work yesterday, and just asked her, because she's got one of these, not this specific one, but she has got an adjustable dress form that she's had for years and years and years. And it's one of, she says, when it comes to, and my mum's incredible, she's one woman does everything, and she's she's an artist, she's a crafter, but she says for her, especially for adjusting clothes and making clothes, it is invaluable. And it really is, because let's think about this, and Rosella was breaking it down, the way we're able to adjust the hips, the back, the bust, all those key elements, the neck size as well. And you've got so many adjusting points. So from the dials at the front and the back, sorry, just at the front, but then you've got the individual sort of rotation dials here, on the bottom as well. So all of those aspects, you can adjust the length of the body in there as well. No body, and this is quite apt, no body quite literally is made the same. And I think it's annoying to pigeonhole and say you're a size 12, you're a size 14, you're a size 8, you're a size 16, because it does. And also, have you discovered that I found this as a guy, and I can only imagine how frustrating it is as a woman. You go into a shop as a guy, and say I'm a fit trousers in one shop, then I go in and get the exact same size, and it just is that the same for girls as well. And it's annoying because you're like, well, wait a second, I thought I'm a size 34 waist, why am I not fitting into a size 34 waist here? So if you struggle with that, equally if your body, and we're saying we are all unique, what this allows you to do is make a item of clothing, whether it is a blouse, a dress, a skirt, to your size. It will fit you, it's tailored to your size. You're not going to pay for adjustments because you're able to do that. You effectively got your own body double, and imagine that. And Rosella is, I love working with Rosella because she's a true crafter. She knows what she's talking about. But she said such a good point that I picked up on. Without this, let's say you're making a dress, you're seeing it in 2D. It's lying, you lie it down, you're trying to adjust it, you don't get a sense of the drape, you don't get a sense of how it actually fits. Being able to put it onto your body double and then walk around, have a look at it from different angles. So right now, where I'm seeing the mannequin, it's being able to appreciate, does it fit on the back? What am I going to change from the side, from the front? Because even if you're wearing something you're making, you can maybe see the front, you're kind of craning your neck to try and see how it looks from behind, and then all of a sudden it alters the actual feel of it. You can also do the hem at the bottom, so it allows you to adjust the hem. There are so many good features for this mannequin. It will change, and I say this rarely, but whenever I say, I kind of reserve this for when it really matters. This will change how you make your clothing. It really will, because you're no longer having to work in 2D. Equally, it allows you to make for others as well. And another good point Rosella was saying, with all the markings, just mark off your size. So whether it's putting a line and a colour code, so all the red lines, you know that's you. And then if you're making for somebody else, maybe have different colour code or put initial on there, you've got that scope. Enough from me. I'm so pleased this is busy. What I will say, and just to get rid of some housekeeping, £50 saving. So, I mean, the saving alone, you're getting a phenomenal saving here, effectively saving a third. And speaking of third, you've got 3 flexi payments, 33.33. So there's a beautiful symmetry in there, and you'll have that same symmetry on your clothing. 074395, your item number. Back to you, Rosella.
Okay, so we stitched our dart. If you haven't got one of these quilted ironing mats, I recommend that you get one, because it means that you don't have to keep going to the ironing board. My ironing board isn't where I sew. My ironing board's in the house. I sew in the shed. So it means that actually I don't have the ironing board. And sometimes I don't want the ironing board. I just want to iron just a little bit, like this dart. I only want to iron a little bit. It's a great thing to have. Also, what I didn't get out, but what is perfect for ironing darts, is the little mini iron that we have on the show as well. That is just great for these small areas. Anyway, so what I'm going to do first is I'm just going to iron the dart flat. Okay. And that's just going to set those stitches in there. Oh, I didn't actually mean to iron the point. I'm going to struggle to get that out. So flat up to there. Okay. And then you need one of these in your life. This is a ham, a tailor's ham. And because we're not flat, when we iron, we have curves that we'd like to iron on the curve. You've got 2 sides. This is a cotton, so it means that, you know, if it's a really hot iron, you're going to be able to use that. And then what you're going to do for your darts and for any of your curved areas is you're going to place it on here, and you're going to iron actually the shape you want it to create. Now, in terms of which way do you iron your darts, think gravity. So this is the top. It needs to hang down. And when it hangs down, you'll notice that it actually lines up with the side of your garment. The pattern's made to do that. If you're going to iron it the other way, can you see it doesn't line up? And actually your dart would then be hanging free. Okay. So you're going to iron it downwards. So you're going to find a place on the ham that you can then iron it and sort of pull it out as well. Now you might want to start ironing on the reverse, and I'm going to say that because if you've got a fabric that doesn't like ironing on the front, then you're going to do it on the reverse anyway. And you're just going to work it round and you're going to iron. That's why I say try not to do the point, because I've now got a little crease in there. So you're going to put lots of steam in there and you're going to press it really nicely. And I'm just going to turn that over, and then you can see, and again just make sure that this is open and that you haven't sort of bunched it together, because you'll have an extra fold within there. And use all areas on the ham that's going to fit. So, you know, maybe it's the side of the ham that you need to fit. Maybe, you know, it's one of the smaller ends. But either way, you're going to press your dart out, and that's then going to give you that shape, which then I could do with putting on the mannequin actually to show you. Can I get up and just come over?
I mean, the finish there, it looks so professional.
Yeah.
That you were getting, and if we're just going to show you the still of the hand. So it's a picture of the ham that you're getting, £9.99 your price, saving £5. But it's one of those tools that when you have it, you kind of think, oh, how did I live without it? 668-891 your item number for your Easy Sew Tailor's pressing ham. We also have the ironing mat that Rosella was talking about. She was using £11.99 your price. Makes life so easy in the sense of having to get out the ironing board. You're like, oh, it's a faff. Got it, have it next to you or in your craft room, right next to you. Makes life a lot easier. £11.99 your price. 076884.
And then you can see then, I mean, I've made this a slight to my size, and my model's currently not at my size, so it would be slightly more padded. But you can see then, as you then fit in your garment, you can see, is it going to shape? Is it fitting? And with your bust darts particularly, make sure they're the same length. Right. So pop it on here. Actually, you know, have we got one up here? If naturally you have, fine. Yeah. But it wants to be to yours.
That is perfect. And I have to agree with the team. Everybody's saying the same thing. It's such a professional finish.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really, really smart. And this is the thing, if you're going to make clothes, you want them to look good.
Yes.
Perfect, but also it's going to fit like a glove.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very impressed. And if you do want to make your own clothes, we have got the patterns, and you'll be able to learn all those techniques with the darts. But we're going to talk about the one-day special. I'm so pleased this is busy, because I genuinely, in speaking with Rosella and hearing her passion, I know this is going to make a difference to crafters. Anybody at home, if you're already making your own clothing, or if you've got an interest in making your own clothing, this will be the one tool that will change it all, because it will allow you to effectively fit everything around yourself. You have your own body double tapered exactly to your form. So your back size, your bust size, your hips, everything, even the body length. And that's something I hadn't even thought about, but you can actually elongate the bust. So it really is something that you can have true versatility in and taper around yourself. So, and I'm going to keep on boiling back to this. If you're somebody who struggles every time you go shopping, are you frustrated where you're either different sizes everywhere, or you go to get clothes and you're like, it's not fitted around me, so you might not fit the hips. You're like, oh, it fits my hips, but now it's not fitting my bust size. That's the key to making your own clothing. And then, I know it's, trust me, I know it's scary, and I've done a few. I'll hold my hands up, I've never made my own clothes, but I've done a lot of shows here at the craft store with some incredible crafters and seen how achievable it is. And once you start the journey, you're only going to get better and better and better. But let's just think about this, because I have bought clothes that have been on sale. I bought a suit that was tailor-made, cost me an absolute fortune. Imagine making your own dresses, or we've got the patterns on, just working off the patterns we have on the show. We've got 2 dresses, there's a trousers and a blouse or top. Thinking about, you can then go out and source the fabric that you really like. So rather than being dictated and going to the shop and thinking it's all there for you and those are your choices, suddenly you have a whole world of choice. So rather than going from this amount of choice, you've got this amount of choice to like, what kind of fabric am I going to go for? What kind of style? Is it going to be a cotton? What prints? Are you going to maybe Liberty? We've got beautiful Liberty, or K Facet. You can Paola, and I know she made a beautiful skirt from some fabrics. It was Tim Holtz fabric that we had. So the team do make their own dresses, but being able to have this will change how you work. And I know I'm laying it on thick, but genuinely I stand by it. It will make a difference. You are saving £50. You've got 3 flexi payments of £33.32. And as we saw with the medium size, once this sells out, that is it. We know we cannot get hold of any more stock. 074 395, your item number there. Rosella.
So we're going to talk facings. Now facings are the bit on the inside of your clothes. So on this one I've got the facing on the inside of my neckline there, and they're within your pattern. So ordinarily you'll stitch your garment together before you put your facings in. So on this one I would have stitched the shoulder seams. But what I do want to show you, and it's before you attach your facings to your neckline or your arms, perhaps do a row of stay stitching. Now all that is just a plain row of stitching, very close, it's going to be within the seam allowance, to the edge of your fabric, because when you are pinning facings to arms, to necks, it's really easy to sort of pull the fabric and it stretches it, and then it's not going to fit. So if your facings don't fit, it may be because you didn't actually pop a stay stitch around there. The other thing you need to do is be really careful with your seam allowances. Your pattern's made so that that facing is going to have a 1 centimetre seam allowance, for example, and so is your shoulder seam. If your shoulder seam you actually do 1.5, and you put 3, sort of 3/4 of the facing, then you're going to have a whole lot more facing than you are side seam. So just make sure you just pay attention to those seam allowances. So you've done your stay stitching. Now cutting out. Now for your facings you've got a couple of choices. You can cut them out without any interfacing at all, but it does make them quite floppy. Now this may work depending on your fabric. Maybe you've got a thin fabric and you don't want a stiffer facing, but we've actually got, Yanis, we've got a bolt of interfacing on the show. It is a cracking price, actually. I'm having some. It's 10 metres.
10 metres?
10 metres bolt of lightweight interfacing, which is going to be perfect for this. And I know Charlotte will find the details for us. Have a look at this, because it is a excellent time to stock up.
Wow, 10 metres for £19.99.
It's just incredible value. So what I would do is, on your pattern, often it'll say cut 2 in fabric and cut 2 in interfacing. So rather than cut 2 in fabric and then cut the interfacing and then try and line them up to iron it, which is really tricky, we do what we call block interfacing. So on the piece of fabric that you're going to cut your facings from, iron your interfacing on first, because then it's there and it's going to stay. And then what you're going to do is you're going to fold over, and you're then going to pop your pattern piece on there, and you're going to cut it out, and it's actually then your interfacing's attached, and you don't have to try and line it up, because of course the problem with lining it up, if you don't, is that if it's not lined up you get your iron sticky, and then you have to clean your iron, and that's just it's a whole new ball game, isn't it? So we don't like to do that. And then all you're going to need to do is line those facings up. So you've got the back and you've got the front there. What I do with my patterns, I tend to leave them attached to the pattern, but today, because I needed to talk about it, I didn't. So you're just going to pop your right sides together, and you're going to go back to the machine, and then you're going to just stitch down there at 1 centimetre, which is where that little notch is on your pattern, and the same at the other side. And so I can actually, I'm just going to bring the machine in and do that.
Just while we do that, got a lovely email in from Jane in Warwick. Jane, thank you. This is a really nice email, actually. So Jane was saying 40 years ago, when she's saying when we were skint and made all our own clothes, this would have saved me a fortune in mistakes. And that, Jane, is such a good point, because being able, as you say, when you're laying down, when you're trying to make clothes, especially for yourself, and you kind of try it and then take it off and try and do it, and you can't see it, here, you've got it on your mannequin, and you will save yourself an absolute fortune on mistakes. A great point there. Jane goes on to say, I think Rosella is doing a great job. I totally agree with you there, Jane. And this is another really good idea from Jane. I would welcome children's dress form, as would many sewing grandmothers, I think. And I think that's a really good idea. So maybe in the future we can look to bring you maybe a form for children, because that children will never stay still trying on, will they?
No, actually, they grow that quickly. They're probably going to grow before we've actually finished it as well, aren't they? But it would be a great, and especially an adjustable one, because then it's going to grow with your child, isn't it? So yeah, that's a suit. And thank you. That's a lovely email.
And thank you, Jane. We'll look into that. We'll pass that on to our buyer team, and who knows, in the future we might be able to bring that to you.
So all I'm doing is I'm just stitching this facing together. And the foot that I've got on this machine is actually 1 centimetre anyway, which is great. I'm going to just do a little bit of reverse stitching again, which the machine's got, just to keep it nice and tidy, and so that my seams don't open. Make sure that it's lined up. If you are beginning, I've not pinned this, but feel free to pin it. If you feel more confident, then tack it as well, because it's all about building your confidence and just gaining these skills. There we go, and then let's just take that from there. You're going to press your seams open on this. I'm just going to finger press, and there we go. And so there you've got your perfectly stitched facing. And I need to mention, because this is quite a thin fabric, and we've also got the drapes on the show as well, your machine has got automatic tension on here. So it just makes such a lot of difference. If you know, back in the day we had machines. My mum had a machine, seriously, she only had to look at it and it would thread up wrong. It was, I've never known a machine like it. And, you know, we spent hours and hours looking at the tensions, and it just drives you potty. And then what you're going to do is you're just then going to put your facing on to your stitched top. It's not stitched. And you just then lay it on there, right sides together, and pin it on.
Nice.
Okay.
Rosella, this is really impressive, because I know you've been making this across 2 hours. But look how much you've done. That's obviously, it hasn't been a solid 2 hours because we've been talking, presenters been giving recaps. You've done a lot, and it goes to show it is achievable. Whether it's making your own blouse, dress, trousers, skirt, we can all do this.
And also, it's really quick. So, Cassie, that's the dress I'm working on at the moment, and it's in the pattern bundle. Yeah. When you've made 1 or 2 of these, you are going to easily make this within the day. And that is just so wonderful. So you're going to get your fabric home, you're going to pre-wash it, you're going to iron it, fold it up, cut it out, and you're going to stitch it.
So, okay, hearing that in a day, and that's achievable.
It's absolutely,
Look at the dress behind Rosella. Imagine finding the fabric that you're really excited about, making that dress that fits you in a day. So, as crafters, we kind of look for, it's not a race. We look for a project that we love to do. So that day is going to be a lovely day, obviously doing something that we enjoy, and then making a dress. Now let's see, then I'd suddenly go on and plan, if you've got a wedding to go to, you can find, we can suddenly make a dress, find the right fabric, the right colours that fit the theme of the wedding as well. This is I'm excited. I'm not even going to wear a dress, and I'm excited by the prospect of just getting that perfect fit.
Yeah, absolutely. And because you've got this, it means you're doing that. And I mean, obviously, you know, if you're unsure, then make a 12 first. You know, do make a little mock-up of this dress. But once you've done it, and you know, if it is a special, you've got your beautiful fabric, make one in a cheaper fabric so that you know exactly what you're doing, because you've got a bit of a run through. Pop it on your mannequin, see where it fits. Maybe you need to adjust it ever so slightly. Maybe it does pull just slightly. This is where we adjust it so that when you make it in your beautiful, beautiful fabric, it's going to fit perfectly.
I've got to tell you, we are half the stock for our mannequin. There's only 1 more hour at 12 o'clock. It's been immensely busy, but it's that opportunity. And odds are we've got 1 more hour, so I don't see it selling out. But what I will tell you is the price is only around for a limited time. So if after the one-day special finishes, you're not going to be able to get that £50 saving. It is a huge saving. So you're effectively saving a third of the price there. You've got 3 flexi payments, and that's another big aspect of the craft store. They're interest-free. You pay $33.33 today, and then you've got 2 more flexi payments. But it's that full adjustment for anybody who wants to create their own body double and make clothes that fit like a glove.
Yeah, absolutely. And because you've got these 11 points of adjustment here, it means that actually we're going to be able to adjust at all points. This lengthening and shortening of the waist is great because we're not all the same proportions. That's what makes us so wonderful, isn't it? That we're all different. The fact that actually we can increase the back measurement as well, because again, it's all different. It's pinnable. We're going to be able to add wadding on those little places where we'd like to add wadding. Pop your underwear on this, make sure that it fits, then perhaps pop a slip on so it looks better, and your final adjustment will be your neck. So once it's there, you've measured your neck, followed the show last night, and you're going to adjust that back, and that's going to hold it all in place, and you're going to have that hem aid on there as well, so it just makes such a difference.
I mean, 11 points for adjustment is impressive. Now, I've got to talk from the team. It's really interesting. It's been such a great hour. Thank you so much, Rosella. Got to thank Ben, floor manager, as well, who was saying that, you know, you're talking about adjusting the length of the body. I hadn't even thought about this. He was saying, just in the team, talking about stories, he has very long body and short legs, so he struggles with this kind of thing. And obviously, you can still make tops with that. It works around your body. Nobody is, you can't say everybody's going to have the same shape. And that is the thing. We're all different. This will suddenly become your body double. Can I say a huge thank you to Rosella? You're awesome. I love working with you.
Likewise.
Back at 12?
Yep.
Okay, please make sure to tune in at 12. Rosella's got a lot more to share with you. And please look out for Rosella on social media as well. I follow her and she's great to follow. Right, we've got plenty more coming up here at the Craft Store. So we actually had a little sneaky peek at the fantastic Britannia sewing machine, and now we've got a whole hour of it coming up next. After that, Jelly Bean Crafts will be here with a phenomenal happy hour, and then Daisy Chain Designs return. Another great hour.
Did you know you can watch the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player on Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Craft Store channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how you do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select Settings. Select your network and select Set up Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Craft Store app. Simply press your home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the Channel Store. At the top of the Channel Store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter the Craft Store into the search bar and this will take you to the Craft Store app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the Added Channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Scroll down to the Craft Store app and press the star button on your remote. You can use the arrow buttons to move the Craft Store to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it. You can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your favourite TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts 2 now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it and make sure that everything is perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts 2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Press Cut and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design.
Good morning. I hope you are doing very well. Now, continuing with the theme of sewing, of course, the one day special is lots of, dress forms and patterns, but you might need to have a sewing machine and even maybe a cover stitch to finish off those garments, to make those garments. And of course, this is what this hour is about. It's Britannia sewing machines. And we have got somebody who knows all about it here in the studio. George, how are you?
Yes, good morning. Yeah, I'm really good, thank you.
It's great to have you here because you have got a lot of experience, and not only you, your family as well, into sewing machines and what makes a good sewing machine.
Yes, indeed. So my family's been in the sewing machine business for 65 years. My grandma and granddad started it off. My granddad is from the mechanical side of the machines, the engineering. He used to repair them, fix them up. And then my grandma used to make and craft.
So you have got the creative side and the engineering side basically in there as well. Exactly,
that fusion to make sure that not only you can do lots with the machine, but that it keeps on doing it as well.
And your personal involvement, how long have you been working with, the company and Britannia Sewing Machines?
So I've been working with machines for over 10 years now. Straight out of school, and even before I'd finished school, I was working, fixing machines and also learning to create and make quilts. I've made the odd shirt, and just having fun with the sewing machines.
Indeed. Now, of course, we are talking about the one that we are looking at is the Britannia in style T65 sewing machine. Now, can you talk us through about what makes this machine special?
Yeah, indeed. So first thing out of the box, what you'll notice is the weight of the machine.
Yes.
This has a full metal-bodied machine, so that everything that's moving is connected to that metal base. So it's sturdy, so if you're doing lightweight fabrics, heavyweight fabrics, it's not going to let you down. And then you get all the extra features on top of that. So you've got the quick, easy threading system, which includes the needle threader, drop-in bobbin with quick placement as well. So really easy to get started and thread the machine up. And then from there we've also got the auto tension, so you can go from thick to thin fabrics, which I can demonstrate as well, without having to adjust the machine. Also you've got the thread trimmer, built-in thread trimmer, so you press the button, the needle comes down, it draws the thread under, cuts it off and leaves it nice and finished for you. And then you can combine that as well with the stitch on the spot function, so that will actually not only cut the threads, but it will also knot it off, tie it off, so that it's not going to come undone as well.
So we have got basically what we will need in a sewing machine in terms of functionality, ease of use as well. And I love the fact that when one of my first questions was like, oh, can I lift it up? Because that's important, isn't it? That in workings, and we know that they are metal, so they are good quality, they are kind of solid. And also when you're sewing with larger pieces, as well, it's not going to dance around. Because I have had cheaper machines that they were not as stable.
Yeah, well, that's it. That is so important when it comes to a sewing machine. The mechanics of it, that they aren't substituting plastic where they shouldn't be. Obviously, it's plastic on the outside, but that is purely for the exterior. The interior is all metal, and that's what will make the machine long-lasting. You can just guarantee that it's there, ready to use when you want to use it.
And of course, in this special bundle that we have put, you have put for us here at the craft store, it comes with a bundle, a bonus of feed here. We have got a walk-in food. Can you talk us through exactly what else do we get here?
Yeah, indeed. So we get the extra sewing set here. So yeah, it's got the walking foot, which is going to allow you to try out things like quilting, soft furnishing, bit of bag making, but anything where you've got layers of fabric and it's that bit thicker. Attaching this to the machine will help you draw those layers through together so you get a lovely even stitch.
Absolutely. Now, of course, if you are waiting for a cover stitch machine, we have got those ones we are going to talk about in a little while. However, the T65 or the inner style, they work with embroidery unit as well if you want to do some embroidery.
Yes, indeed, yeah. So the thing with the Britannia, it's a great beginner's machine, but experienced dressmakers love them as well. They also go into schools. So you can, if you're a beginner or if you're experienced, you can grow with this machine, and then that then leads on to you can get the embroidery unit, which attaches onto the machine, plugs into the side, and where we've kept the machine simple with just this simple screen to select the stitches, you then, if you want to add this embroidery unit on, you get a larger screen on there. So it's separate to the machine, purely for the embroidery, which you can use to place, size, add in fabrics, add in your texts, and things like that. It also comes with, it's a DS, so there's so much available now for this machine that it comes with a USB stick that you can just plug into the machine.
So you can design your own?
You can design your own, indeed. Yeah, there's lots of different software now, really easy to use to design your own patterns. And there's also lots of pre-designed patterns that you can just download.
So that's an add-on. So that's the great thing about this machine, is that you can buy the sewing machine today, and it's just very strong, you know, that delivers a lot of stitches and a lot of quality as well, and all the features that you need. But then you have got the growing room as well for as an embroidery machine if you wanted to go for that. The embroidery unit, of course, the details on the left-hand side of the screen. 509464 is your item number, and of course it has a flexi pay option of course 3 installments. So £171.57 is your price, would be your first payment for today. However, the sewing machine, the T65, the InStyle T65, details will appear now on the left-hand side of the screen. The other thing I really like about, and I know it's the small details, but that kind of makes me happy, is the hardcover as well.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, so if you're putting it away under a unit, under a cabinet, it's not going to get kicked, scuffed. It provides that extra level of protection. So if we're starting to open up again, taken out to classes, to meetings and things like that, this can be popped over the top, gives it that bit of protection, and also they've added in a little pouch at the front, so you can get your books in there.
It's really handy to have it because, you know, if you don't have, well, I had 2 sewing machines, and one had the hardcover, and I much rather prefer the hardcover because it's easier to clean as well, and it's easier to, you know, you feel it's more protected. But the fact that it comes with the pocket, and then you know where you're putting everything, like all the instructions and all as well. Now, of course, you have got the details there. You remember you are getting the bonus food set worth £59, and you have got also that flexi buy option to spread the cost into 3 interest-free payments of £166 and 33 for pence. Right, 3546 427 is your item number for the T65. We'll see more in detail because you mentioned, George, how easy it is to thread. For instance, could we see that?
Yeah, indeed, so I can show you it. It's so easy, I can do it at this angle as well. So if I just take the threads out here, on there, and take the bobbin out, on there. So to begin, you would wind the bobbin, and that is very simple. You just pop the thread onto the spool peg there, take it round and follow the dotted lines on here. Just take it round the tension, like that, and then you wrap it round the bobbin.
And it's all very clearly displayed where you have to thread it through, right?
Exactly, it's numbered and it guides you through. And they've just made it so easy. So that is now my bobbin set up, ready to wind. Okay. So all I have to do is press the button and that then winds. As I've already done it, I'll take that off. Yeah. And all I have to do, drop that in, spinning anti-clockwise, and just take it round the track there, again, all arrowed, and then it cuts off at the end.
That's it.
So I don't need to worry about taking that up at all.
Oh, that's easy. That's so easy.
Exactly, yeah, and just pop this, so you've got the see-through screen on there, so you can see where you are with your bobbin level.
So, yeah.
And then for the thread, all you have to do is follow the guide on here.
Yeah.
So it's all numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
Straight down, put the foot down, just behind this little wire gauge there.
Right.
And then you've got the needle threader on here, so
Okay, yeah.
I can engage that like that.
Perfect, yeah. Ah, I
Bring
see.
that
So the
round.
needle threader will make it so easy.
And this one in particular as well, because I don't have to use 2 hands, I can just let it go like that, feel it's in the hook there, cut it off,
Yeah.
and then pull it back through,
Yeah.
like that.
And it makes it so much easier, doesn't it? Because you know, some like mine, I broke some element, and not being able to thread it properly, like you know, automatically, it makes all the difference. It's so much easier to have the automatic threader. And so now we just put the foot down, and then that will lift, the needle will lift the thread from the bobbin as well.
Exactly. So I can literally just take a piece of fabric here.
Okay. Yeah.
Press it first, and then pop it in there, and I can just start straight off. Like this. Slow it down if I want to. It's got the speed control on here, so I can work at the speed I'm comfortable at. Stop the machine. Cut the threads.
Yeah. Simple, easy, and also it's just so quickly and easily identifiable what every button does as well, because immediately, as soon as I saw it, I knew exactly what everything was there.
Exactly. It's very, very straightforward, this machine. So just got the single screen to select the stitches, but you can also use that to then change the length, the width. It's all there, easy to use.
Yeah, and then there is buttonholes as well, isn't there? Is it one step, or is there several?
Yes, exactly. So you've got a one-step buttonhole on this. You've got 4 different types of buttonholes, 5 different types of buttonholes as well. You can then adapt the thickness of the buttonhole. So if you're working on thick fabric, lightweight fabric, it's as easy as putting the foot on, measures the button for you. And then
so that makes your life so much easier as well. And you mentioned as well before it that there is an automatic knotting button. Like
yes, indeed. So it's really simple to use again. So if I just press this button on here,
right,
that then highlights that it's on. And when I press start on here, what that does now is stitches on the spot. And that creates a knot underneath the machine. So you don't need to finish it off, tie it off on the underneath. That will then just ensure that it doesn't come undone. And then when I stop, if I press the reverse button, that will then do that same stitch again to knot that off.
Perfect.
Cut the threads, and that's done on there.
Yeah. That's so simple. And you're doing all that back to front, basically, without being able to see it. So that means how easy it is to use. Also, we spotted a little button that had a turtle in there. Is that to slow the stitching?
Exactly, yeah. So if you're on full speed coming to the end of your stitching, if you just press that turtle, it slows the machine right down.
Yeah. That's fabulous. And of course, you have got, there is the control as well in here. Is that so we don't have to use the pedal at the top?
Yes. So you can use it when you're not using the pedal to control the speed on there. And also, if you are using the pedal, you can actually use it to cap the speed.
Ah, right.
So you can ensure that it's not going to run away on you if you slip on the foot control.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes it happens. You press the, too hard. Right. Of course. Then we have in the controls here. Can you show us how to select different stitches as well?
Yeah, indeed. So you've got your 5 utility stitches on the bottom here. The straight stitches, zigzag, stretch stitch. and the buttonhole, and the basic buttonhole. So I can just select buttonhole from there, for example. Or if I want a stitch from the selection up here, I just literally dial in the number. So for example, number 29, pop that on there, and it's ready to go.
Yeah.
So.
And then there it is. And actually, I have to say, it's not that noisy. It's a kind of a reassuring noise.
It's got a lovely working sound to it, so it's quiet, but you can hear that quality mechanical noise coming from it.
It really, I don't know how to say, it's a very smooth sound as well. You know, like you can see that it's a solid stage. It's not a question about, you know, sometimes you can hear the machine struggle, but look at that. It did all that so quickly as well. That is fabulous. Now, also, one of the questions that, because a lot of people will buy the sewing machine thinking maybe sewing for dressmaking, maybe quilting, so a variety of different materials that we are talking about. What sort of materials this machine you wouldn't recommend, or is there basically, it's a good for all sorts of materials?
Yeah, exactly. So, when you talk about quilting and dressmaking and talk about even quilting machines, really what that means is a good quality machine that's going to take the fabric. So, for example, I can go from all these different fabrics here. So I've got some a sandwich here with a wadding in.
Yeah,
and
calico wadding. Yeah.
Let's put it back onto straight stitch.
Look at that,
beautiful line through there.
Thing of beauty.
And then straight on.
Straight on, so you don't have to recalibrate. You kind of adjust tensions or something like that.
No, that's it. That's with the quality of the machine and the automatic tension. I can then just take it straight.
That's incredible, because that's what my biggest struggle is, to go. Like, I do a little bit of quilting, a little bit of dressmaking, and it's always a real struggle to go from the wadding that you're putting, the wadding and 2 layers of quilting cotton, into something thin like that. Well, not even as thin as that organza.
It's not only thin, but slippery as well. So that's where you've got the feeding. The feeding on this is really well made. It's a nice wide feed on there, and that just allows to grip the fabric. So the only thing I would change normally is the needle. I'd put in a finer needle.
Right, yeah.
But even then, this one, without having to change that, this is just an 80 needle in here.
Which is it that the standard sort of, you know, a standard deal?
It is, indeed, yeah. So I would recommend this for standard sort of cotton weight fabrics and things like that.
So you have put wadding with 2 layers of cotton, then you are putting organza, and now, is that denim?
This is denim.
Wow.
Yes. So, and it's not only going over, you know, 5, 6, 7 layers of denim. It's going over the bulk in the seam.
Right.
When you cross that, going from 3 to 9 layers essentially. So that's 2, 3, 9 layers of denim in there.
So if a little bit of so you could do perfectly hemming for your jeans, or, you know, things like that, or recycle, upcycle, you know, like, see if you have got jeans that you need to kind of trim off and things too.
Well, that's it. That's the thing. I mean, you can then not only make your own clothes, but you can alter existing clothes to fit you perfectly.
Indeed, yeah. And somebody as short as me knows that, you know, taking the, you know, the ends of the legs is a common occurrence.
So again, just rides up that bump in there, straight over.
Look at that. That is amazing. That, to me, that is what sells me this machine, because the fact, look at the stitching as well. It's just a even stitch. You cannot even see it on the organza, because usually the organza, when you sew it, it puckers a lot. You can see the stitches. You can make in the knots, and look at that.
Exactly, and the thing is with organza and these fine fabrics, yes, you can unstitch them if it goes wrong, but you can't get that pucker out.
It does. It's exactly. And if it catches the thread, it really puckers, and it's impossible to flatten out. That's amazing, isn't it? I love this machine already because of all the features that George has highlighted. Remember that the offer here at the craft store includes that bonus food set worth £59. That includes a walking food, free motion embroidery, and of course you can see as well the 1/4 inch quilting foot as well, and the stitch in the ditch as well foot, which allows you to do the quilting perfectly with following the patterns of the patchwork. Now, in this machine, you have got, well, you have seen all the features. You have got the quality, you have got the heritage as well, and you have the ability to select it because, of course, the different elements, the different stitches, 65 stitches in total. It's also a machine that allows you to grow. It's a sewing machine that there is an embroidery kit that you can put it in if you wish to do so right now or eventually. So you know that when you are investing in this, it's a machine that allows you to grow, and that is very important, isn't it? But ultimately, for me, what it has made me want this machine is the ability to go from denim to organza. Not just one layer of denim, but several layers of denim to organza. That automatic thread attention, that's incredible. That is what delivers you the results you want when you are sewing. If you're like me, that you love sewing, but you have been, let's just say, frustrated by the tension, the thread tension being such an important thing. And a lot of the times it's because, of course, the machine itself, you need to regulate it every single time that you change, the amount of layers that you are using. This machine does that for you. That thinking, that kind of quality does that for you. Automated thread cutter, automatic, of course, threader as well, which makes life so much easier. Maybe you are like our Leslie in my ear, that you have an old sewing machine, and it's time to upgrade yours. And this is the time. Leslie, you need to grab it because you are getting a lot of features, a lot of quality for a very affordable price, considering, of course, it is a considerable purchase for a sewing machine because it's a sewing machine. But what you are getting in here is worth it. Don't forget the hardcover. I love it. I love the hardcover because it's just the fact, I'm not going to put it all the way in, but you can see it in there. That it just looks so much neater, and the fact that you can put your instructions, your manual, and more in there as well. Remember that this machine is one of those ones that you can use as well for your quilting, your dressmaking, and so much more. When, of course, if you want to upgrade that embroidery function, but you don't have to. It's one of those things that I love. When you invest in something that you know that it's going to last a long time, it's going to grow with you as you wish. And remember, for today, you are getting that bonus foot set worth £59, including the walking foot, the stitch in the ditch, as well as the 1/4 inch foot as well. Now, also, we have got a question. If you have got any questions, of course, studio@thecraftstore.com. But we have got one question, of course, about the warranty of the machine itself.
Yes, so Britannia covers you with a 2-year warranty on this machine.
Perfect.
So that they're confident with the product. It's
2 years is a good length, so it gives you plenty of time to know that it's, of course, that it's all working perfectly. And do you recommend when you get the machine, trying like you have done with all the different fabrics, try the different stitches as well?
Yeah, indeed, that's it. When you get the machine out of the box, have a play. Go through all the different fabrics, have a go with all the different stitches. Just getting out here some stretch fabrics as well. So obviously, again, a lot of modern fabrics got that little bit of stretch in them, or very, very stretchy. This has got a built-in stretch stitch, which will deal with jerseys, lycras, fleece as well.
Wow, so many different fabrics.
Exactly, and so easily as well. It really doesn't struggle because of that automatic tension, because of the quality of the machine. I can just put something like a fleece in there, and so what I've done on here, I've selected stitch number 3, which is in my utility stitches down at the bottom. And what that is doing then on this is for every stitch forward, it does a half stitch back.
Okay.
And that then allows the fabric to stretch and give, so that it doesn't snap the seam at all. It just gives it. So if I stop
now
there.
that is the first time that I understand what a stretch stitch does. It makes perfect sense now. One backward, one forward,
half back, and then one forward, half back.
Like life.
And then it allows that stretch in it.
Yeah, that makes so much sense.
So jersey here as well.
And allows, and what I'm super impressed is the automatic tension. I mean, that's just because also with elastic fabrics or stretchy fabrics, the tension that's important as well because of that movement that it has got the stretchiness.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously too tight and it's going to bunch, and too loose, and the stitch will be so obvious on there. But this, with the automatic tension on here, it just allows it to sit on there perfectly. Doesn't gather the fabric at all.
Yeah, that's good. That's perfect. That's really incredible. If you want, of course, the T65, the Britannia InnoStyle T65, of course, as 356427 is your item number. Remember, you have got a Flexify option to spread the cost into 3 interest-free payments of 166 pence and 33 pence. Now, of course, you remember that you have got the details there. You are getting that bonus food set worth £59. And remember, if you want to go for the embroidery, add-on, we have got it as well there. Now, can you talk us a little bit more detail? How would we put it? How we install the embroidery extension, basically the element?
Indeed. So what you'd do is you'd change this foot over. So this just comes off, it unscrews.
Okay. Yeah.
And you add on your embroidery foot, which comes with it on there. Okay. So this is a free motion embroidery foot.
Oh, perfect, yeah.
Made for that goes on there. And all you have to do then is take off your extension table.
Right.
Drop the teeth on here, so it's got a drop feed on there, which is also good for free motion embroidery, darning. And then all you have to do, switch off the machine, take your cable out of there, and then what this does, it just slides on like that.
Right.
This plugs into there.
Perfect, yeah.
And then you can switch the machine back on.
Oh.
And as you can see, you've got
and it's a tilted screen as well.
Yes, it tilts, and not only it tilts, but being there, obviously when you're doing your embroidery, that could get in the way, so it then slides out.
Oh, I didn't expect that.
To the side over there as well.
Yeah, that's really good because it means that it's compact to put it away, but then you have got that visibility when you extend it.
Exactly, yeah, and again, so separating, so with the machine you get the basic, easy to use screen, and then for the embroidery you've got a much bigger screen on there for moving the pattern, resizing it, adding in different patterns as well.
And of course it comes in with, is it 100 inbuilt designs? Or?
Yeah, but 150.
150, yeah.
Designs on there as well, yeah. So you can get started straight out the box. You don't need to add anything on it.
So how do we start? So do we have to change anything else in the machine, or do we have to put the frame, or what else we would have to do?
Yeah, indeed. So you just select through on here, make sure that you've dropped the feed. Just reminds you again.
Okay,
and then that's ready to go. And then, as I say, all I need to do is put that free motion foot on, and I can get using it. Do you want me to put it on?
Yeah, sure. Let's do it, because that way we can also see how you change the different foods in the machine, of course. And of course, the fact that you have here a sewing machine, that you can get it now, right now, the details at the bottom of the screen, just for the machine, but the fact that you can then advance into the embroidery, free motion embroidery as well there with different patterns. And remember, you can design your own. It has got a USB ability to design your own and then transfer them to the sewing machine as well. So you have unscrewed the foot, and now you are putting...
Yeah, so I've unscrewed that foot, and then I'm just going to slip this on round the ankle here so that it's really nice and secure on. So most of the feet on here, they just clip on, but there are certain feet that you want to screw on so that there's absolutely no movement.
Yeah. This free motion foot is different than the one that comes in with the machine itself, isn't it?
Yes, this is designed for the embroidery unit. Yeah. So the one that comes with in the kit has actually got a clear
area
on there. Yes, a clear hoop on there so that you've got perfect visibility. Of course, with the embroidery, once it's placed, you just let the machine do its thing.
Because the one that comes with the machine is about you designing your own things, you creating your own designs, whether this is whatever you have programmed it to do. That makes a lot of sense. So it does come, the one with the one that you're using now comes with the kit, with the embroidery kit, right?
Yes, it does.
Yes. Embroidery unit.
Yes. So we've included with the embroidery unit backing and bobbins, pre-wound bobbins to get you started. So what I'm going to do now is, so I've hooped up the fabric already. It's as simple as just putting the backing and then the fabric on. And you've also got a grid on here as well, so I can just chalk mark the fabric to ensure that I get it
in the perfect
position.
And of course, the frame comes with the embroidery unit as well.
Yes. And that goes on there.
Is it magnetic?
Yes, it's got a magnetic clip on there, and then you just clip it off on there as well. So it's magnetic as well as extra secure on there as well. And then, I can select a pattern.
Wow, there's so many.
So many to choose from. In the instruction manual, you've got all the patterns there as well. It shows you what colour threads you should use with them. I'm just going to go for simple one on there, single colour.
So you can increase the size as well of the designs or not?
You can increase, decrease. So you've got a lot of control on here. So it comes with the largest hoop as well. So you've got a 5 by 7 inch hoop. Right. So select on there, on the centre. And then, I can enlarge it.
And I like that it's just touch screen as well, so we don't have to, scroll down. That's so simple and so easy.
I can flip it, rotate it as well.
Yeah.
With wording in there, I can curve it, increase the space.
And you can rotate it as well. Oh, curve it, slant it as well. Wow.
So now that's on there. It just tells me put the foot down, and it's ready to go.
Okay.
And then that will sew away, and again, I'm confident to have this running on here because it's so smooth.
Solid, and it's a solid machine. Again, that's another thing that you can see the quality of the machine, that is stable. It's not, because to do these designs, if the machine wasn't solid, it would not be precise.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's able to do that, and this is also what comes into play is the automatic tension.
Yes. Of course.
Big time. And as well the thread cutter. So if you're doing lettering or separate pictures, it will cut the thread in between each one.
Automatically?
So, automatically.
Wow, that's clever, because usually you then have to go and trim it.
You'd have to get a pair of scissors, go over it really
and
carefully.
And accidents can happen,
Yes, indeed. This just takes care of that for you.
And of course you can see in here how is, oh, look at that. And you don't have to do nothing. You can do now the cup of tea or plan the next bit that you want to do.
Exactly, yeah. Well, we've also had, with groups and things like that, when they get together, they've got the same machine.
Yeah.
One's embroidering away and then using the other machine, sewing to get the next bit ready, as you say. You've got a bit of information on the screen here as well. It tells you how many stitches it's got left to go, and also the time on there, so how many minutes, so it's a 3-minute pattern, this one.
Now, for instance, if there is a design with 2 different colors or 3 colors, does it stop and tell you to change the thread, or?
Yes, it does, yeah, so it will do all of one color, stop, give a little chime, and then you can just take the thread out, put the new thread in, press start and go again.
Oh, this is so satisfying to watch, but also reassuring to know that all those little details have been taken care of for us, because it's like there would be nothing worse than like kind of having to stay there waiting until looking until you know, now I need to change it. No, it's the fact that there is a little chime that tells you when to change it that makes it so much easier. And look at the quality of that embroidery and how quick as well. And of course this bundle comes in with a tear backing. Is that something that we put in the backing? So how does it work?
Yeah, so depending on the fabric, it will need supporting. So if you've got a jersey fabric or a lightweight fabric, anything with stretching, you put layers of backing in, and that just allows it to then sit flat on the fabric. And then once it's finished embroidering, as it has just there, what I can actually do is now take that off, pop it out of the frame, and it looks just as good on the back as well, but I can then just tear this backing away like that.
Oh, that's perfect. So it's included with that tear backing and 5 pre-wound bobbins. So you mentioned that the backing, is recommended for all fabrics or just certain fabrics to use it?
The backing, I would use it with all fabrics.
All fabrics.
And basically, a rule of thumb is the thinner the fabric, the more backing I'd use.
Okay.
So you can actually layer this up. So yeah, you can use up to about 3 layers with the fabric just to make sure that
it's not, there is a lot of fabric.
Exactly.
Oh, can we see? I mean, this is amazing. The embroidery. I mean, look how neat and. I love that. And of course, you know, you could write names in here. You can design your own logo if you have got a business and you want to do some sweatshirts or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can. The possibilities are really endless with what you can put through this machine.
That's so much. Oh, I love that. Thank you, George, for that demo, because it's fabulous. And that's of course the embroidery unit that comes in with the tear backing as well. And of course that is something that you can add to your InStyle T65, or maybe you have got other InStyle machine, because I believe this embroidery unit, does it work with other InStyle Britannia machines? Or?
Yes, it does. Yeah, the whole range of Britannia machines has a little plug-in on the side here, so you can attach.
That's fabulous. So maybe you have got a different model already and you want to add that one. Do make sure to check it out on the website, thecraftstore.com. You can of course flexify it into 3 interest-free payments of £171.57. 509464. But of course the T65, the InStyle T65 with those 65 stages in there. I mean, it is a fabulous machine. It's solid. It has got the growth as well, and it comes in with, again, can we talk through the all the bonus fee that you are getting in here as well, George?
Yeah, sure. So the walking foot in here, you've got the free motion foot. Screws onto the machine. You've got the guide in here as well. So if you're doing pattern stitching, quilting, or even just decorating,
or echo quilting as well. You know, that one that is echo, the one that is a little bit away from the the stitch.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So you use this; it just slides onto the back of the foot. Run that along the pattern, you get that perfect distance between each one. And then you've got the patchwork foot, the 1/4 inch with the guide on there as well. Really simple, just butt the fabric up against there.
Yeah.
And then the quilt and the ditch foot.
Yeah, the one that you said.
Following that through there.
Fabulous. Thank you so much, George. 356427 is your item number. We are going to see the cover stitch, I think, next. But of course, £499 is a very, very good price for such an amazing machine, including, of course, that's bonus feed in there. And remember, you don't have to pay it all in one go. You can flexi buy, which means, of course, you can pay it into 3 installments, interest-free. I love for me, what really is incredible about this machine is that automatic thread tension, which means that you can go from denim, 3 layers of denim, to organza, and then of course the stitch, maybe something a little bit more stretchy, and the machine automatically delivers the right tension in there. You have got, of course, the needle threader in there as well. You have got the really easy top-loading bobbin in there as well. Very simple, very visible. Like maybe I'll tell you so they can see the levels of your bobbin as well. I love that you have got the buttons in there to slow it down, to cut the thread as well. You have got here, if you don't want to use the pedal for whatever reason, you can control it with the buttons here as well. Now you have got the reverse button as well in there. You have, of course, the 65 stitches that you can see it in the top, the utility stitches and decorative stitches as well. You have got 1-step buttonhole, but then 5 different styles as well that allow you to control the depth of your, the size of the buttonhole, as well as all those different elements that you can control there, including, of course, the length, the width, and so much more. If we look at the panel here, the electrical panel, you can see as well that if you want to kind of change the tension, you can. I mean, the machine does it automatically. However, you have got that, that also possibility to override it if you wanted to. You have got the pattern. You have got, of course, you can change the length and the width as you wish to do so. And you have got that knotting mechanism in there as well. Now, of course, the machine comes with this mentioned foot, is a bonus feed in there here, because of course you have the walk-in foot, which is all important for our quilting, isn't it? And of course, all that free motion embroidery as well. 356427 is your item number. Love the hardcover as well. And of course, you can flexify it if you want it. You can pay just £166 and 33 pence today. Of course, the same amount next month, and the final payment in October already. Oof. Anyway, do check it out. Of course, check out your baskets, but on the website you will find more as well. Now, remember the embroidery, say if you want to go for the embroidery unit, that add-on, you don't have to use it right now. You don't have to buy it right now. Or maybe you have got another Britannia in a style machine and you want to that, the embroidery unit. There it is. It comes with a tear backing and 5 pre-wound bobbins. Why is it that is so difficult? And of course, you can flexi buy it into 3 interest-free payments as well. 509464 is your item number. Now, of course, if you want a trolley bag for your sewing machine, well, we have got 3 different sizes. If you want the larger size, well, £64.99 is your price. 476079 is your item number. You're saving £5. If you want to go for this one is a small one. I think this one will fit perfectly in black. £49.99 is your price. You're saving £10 as well. So do check it out, of course, on the website, thecraftstore.com. But now, I'm really interested in the cover stitch, because that's something that I don't own and I haven't ever used, George. So, but I think I need it, because dressmaking, I think this is going to be, it's the professional finish, isn't it, for as well as stretching fabrics?
That's it, yeah. It's something that you cannot do on a sewing machine. It's a totally different stitch, similar to an overlocker, but without the blade on the side. So this is stitching down the centre of fabrics.
Right, so that's the difference between an overlocker and a cover stitch, that it doesn't have the blade.
It doesn't have the blade, and it doesn't stitch over the edge of the fabrics.
Right.
It's to go in, so where you turn it up, turn the fabrics up, and what it does is it gives 2 or 3 or even 1 stitch on the outside, and then a stretchy stitch on the inside.
Right, so this is, even if we have to turn over, like for instance, we were talking with my producer early on, and it's like leggings, you know, you can turn them around because you do like a 2-loop, right? So it would be in the middle of it.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly, yeah, so you can work backwards with those and go right the way around. That's cool, yeah, in the loop stitching.
Yeah, that makes
Yeah,
sense.
on the
So,
round.
but to me it looks quite complicated to, so how does it work? How do we thread it and how it works?
Sure, so if I open this up here, it's actually really simple to thread. There's a diagram on the inside of the cover here, which you can't quite see, but you just take, so it's got the order of the threading on here, so you just thread the yellow one first, which is the underneath, and that just comes straight down across here. This picks it up in there. That picks it up in there, so you just take it straight across, across here, and then on here you've actually got a little switch on there which brings this looper out, so you just bring the thread across here and then through the eye of the looper, and then flick that back into position.
Right.
And then the other 3 threads are very, very simple. Just take them down through the tension, across. Again, it's all diagrammed, so you can just put it into its little hole, round the other side, and straight down to the needle.
I mean, maybe it's a stupid question, but each thread, I can see here colours. I don't know if you can see. Well, yeah, you can see it there here. So each kind of bobbin or thread spool will have a colour. So is that kind of we have to follow wherever we put those ones?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, so it just makes it that bit easier to thread. So along here as well, it shows the different stitches you can do on it, and it shows which colours you need to thread to do those stitches.
Right. So for instance, you can use just the first one is the red and the yellow, therefore you're using just 2 threads, one from the bottom and one from the top?
Yes, exactly. Okay. And so these 3, they're all using 2 threads, but one's on a left-hand thread if you want to get a little bit further in, one's in the middle, one's on the right.
Yeah.
And then on this stitch you're using all threads, which gives you that 3 line of stitching. That's also an extra strong stitch, so if you've got something like sportswear or anything that's going to undergo a lot of physical stretch, that's the good stitch to use. And then you've also you've got 2 threads with the wider needles, and that traditionally is what you would use on men's tailoring.
Right.
Traditionally, I say. And then you've also got the 2 needles, which you can do inside and outside, but they're closer together, so it's a little bit more of a finer stitch.
That makes, I'm like, I need this. I really need, then we have got some, I'm just going to ask stupid questions probably, but I just, I need to ask. What are they, these 2 here? What are they tension or?
So the tension stitch dials are up here for each thread. Right. And the
side ones.
The ones on the side, you've got the length of the stitch here.
Oh.
So again, generally finer fabric, shorter the length.
Yeah.
Thicker fabric, a little bit longer.
Yeah.
And then here you've got the differential feed. And what that does is, if your fabric is stretching as it goes through, you can actually speed this up a little bit, go to 1.5. And that will speed up the front teeth to stop it from stretching.
Perfect. And what's the larger one as well here?
So this is the hand wheel for the machine.
Sorry, that was the most stupid question I've ever had. Of course. Well, the thing is, I just needed to make sure that, of course, because a sewing machine, I understand it, but I never have used a cover stitch or even an overlocker. Now, could you talk us also through the other things that we have got into the bundle?
Yeah, indeed. So you've got the accessories that come with the machine, and then also
we have got another item that is with all.
Item.
If
which
you want to
one
talk us through the other item as well, whatever.
Yeah, sure. So with the machine, you get a needle threader with it. Needle threader, and also something to place the needle in. Little bottle of oil in there, although it's self-oiling, this machine. You get the spool stands to stop the thread coming off. The nets, spare needles, screwdrivers, tweezers as well, really handy. And a little Allen key to replace the needles.
We also have these like nets in here. Are they for the threads?
Yes, yeah.
So we put them over the spools.
Yes, traditionally, again, I have never had the need to use those nets, but they're there if you do need them.
Okay, perfect. Right, if you want to go for the cover stage, I mean, look at the price, £349. That is the price for them. I love the fact that it kind of makes those stretch fabrics, those finishing touches as well. And of course, if you are thinking of turning on your leggings or your t-shirts, of course, that will be perfect for it. £349. £349 is your price, but of course you can flexify it into 3 interest-free payments of £116 and 33 pence. 187368 is your item number. Now we have got another bundle, which is the, of course, the accessory cover stage kind of elements in here. Now I'm completely lost, George. I'm going to be completely honest. I don't know anything of these things. So can you talk us through why we need it and what are they each?
Yeah, so the first thing that you get, which just makes cover stitching in general easier, is a guide which you can put onto the onto the machine, and it then just allows the fabric to sit within this guide, and will make sure that you have the perfect gap that you want between the edge of the fabric and the sewing. So that's really, really handy. Also, we've got a bias binder on here, which you can run bias binding in there.
Wow.
Automatically folds it round and puts it onto the edge of fabric. Actually,
that would
so I've got some stuff I did.
And of course, bias, fabric cutting the bias will have a lot of a stretch, so hence why it's. Oh, look at that!
It's easily done with the cover stitch, so that just does it so easily.
So easily done.
Again, on there.
Yeah.
You also, to use with the bias binder, or you can use it in general as well, you get this clear foot so you can see exactly what's going on around the needle.
Perfect, yeah.
And then finally you get this belt looper, which you run fabric in from the front here, twist it round, and it creates what you can use as a belt loop, but you can also use it for straps.
Lots of different possibilities.
Like that.
Thank you, Georgia. For if you want to go for the cover stage sewing feed, the details on the screen. 0551846 is your item number. Now, of course, you have got a flexi-buy. That saving of £40 is there, whether you want to flexi-buy it or one-off payment. Now, of course, £88 and 99 pence is your price. And of course, remember that that will work with the cover stage machine from Britannia. 055186 is the item number for the accessories. Now, if you want the machine, details are coming up, and of course the cover stage will give you the machine itself for just £349. That is the price for a cover stage machine. Fabulous, easy to thread, those possibilities to finish your garments, especially to sew those stretchy fabrics that are so difficult to do. And of course, think about jerseys, your lycras, think about your everyday wear, your lounge wear that we have become so fond of in the last year. 187368 is your item number for the cover stage. But of course, the beautiful sewing machine, the Britannia Inside T65, it has got so many possibilities. Love the way that you can add the embroidery unit. So this is a machine that I would say for a beginner is perfect, because the automatic thread tension sorts a lot of problems, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just makes it easy to use. This is why they go into schools, because people learning to use a sewing machine just find these so easy to use, and also they're very forgivable.
Yeah. Well, forgiving. That's a good way to. Something that you want in a sewing machine that is not going to give you. It's not temperamental. Like there are certain sewing machines that are great for one particular fabric, for one particular stage. Having 65 that they do so well, and we have seen it that you have with the same sewing machine you have gone from organza, denim, wadding and quilting, and then you have put the embroidery unit. You haven't touched almost anything, and you have been able to do beautiful stage embroidery.
Yeah, it's so versatile, this machine.
And I love the fact that it's easy of use as well. It's very, very, you know what, is amazing. This is amazing. Maybe you need to upgrade your sewing machine. Maybe you have got, maybe you have been thinking of getting a sewing machine that can grow with you. You have got in there, remember, the bonus food set worth £59, including, of course, the working food. Most working especially sewing machines that are kind of sort of a starting point or middle, they don't come with a working food. I pay way more than that for my machine, and I didn't get a working foot. The fact that it comes with that bonus set, of course, worth £59. You're not paying any for those feet. Right, remember that you can flexify it as well, so it makes it much easier, interest-free as well. So if you want one-off payment, you can. Of course, £499 is your price. Or if you want to flexify, well, you can pay just today £166 and, of course, 33 pence. 356427 is your item number. And, of course, check out your baskets if you want a sewing machine that will deliver the results. If somebody is doubting, George, what do you think that why they should go for the Britannia T65?
Well, most important with the machine, I can't stress this enough, is the quality of it.
Yeah.
For a long time now, plastics have becoming more and more used where they just shouldn't be, where there's too much pressure. And the thing is, once plastic breaks, it can't be repaired.
Yeah, that's true.
These machines are built with metal components in there so that they can be replaced, repaired if necessary. And then also the features that there's something that you're going to use every time you use the machine. So that threading system, every time you use the machine, you'll get the benefits from that. And the automatic tension as well, it's not something that you might use once in a while. No. It is every single time. Yeah. And the thread trimmer, of course. Just
I mean, it's making life easier. It's making your stage experience so much easier and so much more pleasurable. We craft because we enjoy it, and you want a machine that delivers quality and reliable, because that is what you are getting with the Britannia in a style T65. It's the automatic thread tension that for me sells it, because that is incredible. And of course, do check out your baskets. George, it's been a pleasure to have you here. Did you know when you are back?
End of September, I believe.
Well, then we'll look forward to seeing you in September, but remember to check out your baskets. Stay tuned at the craft store for more. Well, after the break, Karen Keats and Yanis will take you through an hour of jelly bean crafts, then daisy chain designs, and then a just for dressmaking.
Hi, I'm Katrina from Rowan Dean. We're a small family business that design embroidery kits. Embroidery has always been my passion, and I'd love to show you how to do some of the stitches and some of the kits. We're based in Derbyshire, and I'm really inspired by the landscape and flora of Derbyshire, and I think other people will be too. Our kits are really easy, and I hope they inspire you to have a go at stitching. Great time. Everybody's been really friendly and really good. We've met loads of people all around the country who watch and find it really inspiring. Don't forget to join me on my Rowan shows.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. We have a wide range of designs and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home.
Hi, I'm Charmaine from Dolly Dimples and I've been crafting since I was a little girl and I have a massive passion for anything crafty related. Dolly Dimples is a fictional character in Dolly Dimples Town. There's whimsical characters, fantasy characters, mythical characters. There's so much going on, so much happening in Dolly Town, and it's a fun place to be in. Our products are all hand-drawn. That makes them quite unique because you've got that quirkiness about them. We have decoupage, backing papers, we have templates for 3D objects, stencils in the mix, we have dies and lots of other things coming to you soon. Make sure you tune in for the Dolly Dimple shows and have some fun.
Well, hello everybody and a warm welcome. So we are talking jelly bean happy hour, an hour full of goodies. But I am not by myself. Now, typically with a happy hour, you'll see the presenter going down and it's going down the counter, and it's one of those things where you want to see demonstrations. You want to see how things are used. It's not been my best opener, has it? So, no, I heard it as well. I just tried to carry on. What I was alluding to is I'm not by myself. I'm joined by the lovely Karen as well. Hello.
That was Ben. Ben started laughing.
Yeah.
I didn't realise till Ben started laughing. Good morning, everybody.
He's got a very infectious laugh.
He's got a very infectious laugh. I'm even blushing.
He's imp-like. How are you, Karen?
Well, I'm very well, apart from a little bit hot from the blushing.
Well, there you go. We get the aircon turned up for you. Now, I'll tell you something. You have brought some bargains with you today.
There's some right bargains, some real bargains. 10 pence a sheet on some of them.
Now, before we get into all those, there is a warning, because the prices are around for this hour, or, Karen, while stocks last.
While stocks last.
Let's try that again. We'll try that again. So, the prices are around for this hour, or, Karen?
While stocks last.
Perfect.
You're supposed to let me know. I'm still thinking about last comment that you made.
We don't think about that last comment. Look, genuinely, we've got some great price on the show, but as say, if something sells out, you might miss out. So what's going to go first, the stock or the clock? Let's start here with the 12x12s. Natural white. Tell you what we've got to do. This is 350 GSM. I picked up one sheet and I knew, oh, this is the good stuff. You know, to the point, when you pick it up, you think you've got multiple sheets. Now, we're already getting busy here. Can I point out, this is just a ridiculous price. 100 12x12s for £9.99.
10 pence a sheet, yeah.
It's ridiculous.
For a 12x12. Look at all the bags that you can make, the bigger boxes, and it's construction weight.
Construction, and you can see some of the boxes here, and they are so sturdy, the boxes that you can make. So just for your construction alone, done. And there's a £12 saving. 350 GSM, Karen, I'll tell you what we need to do. We need to do a flick and a wobble. But I think it's only right and proper I let you pick what you'd like first, a flick or a wobble.
A flick, please.
Start with a flick?
A flick.
Check this.
We've had enough wobbles at the beginning of this show.
Yeah. Don't draw attention to it. You can, and the reason we're doing that, you can hear the quality. Unless it, oh, sorry, I shouldn't have flicked right next to my mic. You can hear it. Look, good stuff.
Good stuff. And not just for construction, Yanis. I've been playing with it. I've been blending on it. I've been watercolouring on it.
That takes colour beautifully.
That was just some of the Lindy, you know, the Lindy explosion powders. And then I absolutely soaked it and left it. I've not flattened it, but that's how it finished up. Cheryl's done some beautiful samples.
Oh, nice. So of course we can cut it down if you want as
Yes.
well. Here, and then when you start thinking about construction, because that's the beauty of the 12 by 12, it suddenly affords you a lot more possibilities with construction. Karen, we've been looking at this for like 2 minutes. When we started the show, literally we've been on this for 2 minutes. We've got a lot of stock. If I was to tell you 10% of the stock has gone already.
Wow.
That's going some, right?
Yeah.
It's not 10%.
All right.
20%, would that impress you?
Yeah.
It's not 20%.
We've only been going 2 minutes.
I know. Quarter of the stock.
Wow.
I know.
Wow.
25% of the stock's already gone. So it looks like we were talking at the start of the show, what's going to go first, the clock or the stock? It looks like the stock could be vulnerable this hour. We have got Clocky on the street. We're now at 30%.
Wow. Can I just say about those 2 boxes that are all painted and decorated? They were not sprayed or spritzed while they were flat. I made the boxes up and I constructed them and sprayed them after. If you look underneath that one, you can see where it's all spritzed. Now, normally, when you're doing a cardstock, you will spray it and then make the box up. I actually made the box up, and I thought, I wonder how these will test to being sprayed and. Well, that was the Diana Reevely sprays, which everybody knows how watery they are. And it's still solid. I am so impressed with this cardstock.
Well, and so everyone at home, because they say, oh, that's a massive jump. We're at half the stock already. We've only been seeing it for a few minutes. It looks like it is going to be selling out. And I think a lot of viewers at home ready for a bargain. What's this?
There's some samples before it sells out, and it's a bit writing on back of what I've been playing with.
So you can see here,
That's
colour
outside.
blends lovely, going through. Look at that,
A
bit
bit
of
of
faux
gold stain.
bleaching. You've got your flowers in there as well, more flowers. So it is it's a bargain. Do you know, and don't let the price fool you, because I know sometimes you look at something thinking, oh, how good is it for $9.99? It should be $21.99. That is a genuine price. All I need to tell you, Jelly Bean Crafts, the name alone, you know you're getting good quality. 300 GSM.
350.
That's right, yeah, thank you. 350, I'm glad you're here. 350 GSM. 12 by 12, it just affords so many possibilities.
It's 2 6x6 cards. So there's 200 if you cut that in half and into 6x6, you've got 200 6x6 cards for $9.99.
Out of interest, what colour did you use here? What colour is that?
That one, I can tell you, I've only brought those three.
Karen now.
It's green.
That's all I needed. That's all I needed, Karen. That's all. Karen,
You get me with that. I got it halfway.
You did. I love the fact it's green. We are green on the screen. You are limited stock for this, so it is about to go. 445 347, your item number. Has it gone? Has it gone? It's gone. Sold out.
That's one play gone.
Wow. We're going to have a busy show today,
We're
Karen.
have a good
It's going to be a busy
yes.
show. Before we move on, Karen, there's someone here who's very upset you haven't said hello to them. Very upset.
Oh.
It's Clocky. Clocky on the screen. No, it's over here, Karen. If you just look here, there's Clocky.
Hi, Clocky.
Oh, there we go. Because you know he's a big fan of yours. That's our clock. Now, Clocky is here to let you know how much time you've got left for the happy hour. But, as Clocky always likes to remind you, it's not just the clock, because the stock can go. And we've got queues on the phone, right?
Wonderful.
Busy.
Wonderful. We've got some beautiful
Tell us
stuff.
about this next bundle, Karen.
This is an embellishment kit. There are at least 25 items
Look at the amount that we're getting here.
I know, and it's not an item. It's just not one item. It's 25 pieces. So if it could be a packet of something, it's a complete ribbon. It's a packet of ribbons.
Bows. We've got
white
twine
rub-ons. You've got.
Yeah. Now look at this.
Tags.
Look at that. That beautiful lace rub-on, putting that on a project. Ooh.
It goes lovely on glass as well. You can put it onto glass.
Oh, yeah.
I have left a box at home with the samples of that. Sorry.
Well, no, that's okay. Don't worry, because I know you had to bring a lot. Don't you apologise for that. That's okay. So we've got, like we say, the white lacy rub-ons. You've also got your little tags in there as well, your craft card tags. We've got sequins in the mix. We've got washi tape here, so 3 rolls of washi tape. We've got more embellishments, more sequins coming through, more little embellishments.
We've got the children on holiday, haven't they, from school? It's an ideal kit to let the kids play with.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
but
just
you
a
will
good
find
stash
there will
builder.
be useful things in there. There's chipboard in there.
Ribbon. Look, all this ribbon. You're getting 4 lots of ribbon in there too. Where's the chipboard? The chipboard's up here?
The chipboard is in the packets.
Okay.
It's in a packet. It's stood up there.
Yeah,
That's
there
it.
you go.
That's chipboard. That's sticky back chipboard.
Oh, nice.
And there's 2 sides to that. There's raffia. There's twine. There's just an array and a mixture of all sorts in there. 25 full components, shall we say, rather than items.
It's a great bundle for £9.99. I mean, you can't look, breaking it all down, you cannot go wrong, and you are saving £8 when you see a saving. I mean, the savings on the show today are incredible.
Definitely.
If you had to maybe give a sound effect to the savings, your reaction to the savings, what's the first thing that pops into your mind? What noise would you make when you saw an £8 saving?
Oh, let me get my phone. Where's my phone? Where's my phone?
Perfect, because I know you've got a group of friends that you all share when there's a bargain. Would you be straight on
definitely.
the phone?
The design team from Oakwood, we definitely share. We're always putting these links on. You know, gosh, they've got this on at this, they've got this on at that, they've got that on at
So if you were at home, that phone would be straight in your
We
hand.
cost each other a fortune.
Don't join that group. £9.99 is your price, saving £8. 300 121, your item number there. We're going to move on to our grey board. Okay, grey board, 12 by 12. Would you anticipate this would be something that's popular?
It has its own following. Grey board is brilliant for construction.
Yeah. Oh, perfect. And the amount we're getting here. All right, Karen. What if I told you, and we've just come to this, 10% of the stock's gone?
Wow.
Yeah. Impressed?
I am impressed.
Not 10%.
Oh.
What if I told you 20%?
I'd be very impressed.
Not 20%.
60 pence a sheet, isn't it?
What if I told you 30%?
Great.
Not 30%. Actually, I'll stop now. 50% of the
Is
stock.
it?
That's the face I wanted. That's the face I was looking
Oh, wow.
for. 50%,
Wow.
genuinely, 50% of the stock's
Yeah.
gone here. We're busy.
Yeah. Have you seen the little construction that our Cheryl made?
This
If you
one
just
here?
turn it underneath. Just turn it to this. You can see that has actually been made from the grey board.
And this is a glue gun holder.
It's a glue gun holder.
Genius.
Yeah. Yeah.
Love that. Look, I think it's another aspect of, and this is what I love about Jelly Bean. You get the quality, so that's a given, but a 12 by 12 affords so many possibilities. The fact that it's grey board too, even if you wanted to use this as an art board, so that is a mixed media project. Karen, I've got 2 words instantly in my mind with the grey board. Dirty.
Paw.
There you go. A dirty paw. You imagine.
It's a good job I didn't say weekend.
You just did, Karen. You just did. But imagine a dirty paw on here. Ooh, great.
Yeah, it would be. It's. I've painted it with white acrylic paint, and I've actually used it when I've been playing with alcohol inks as well. Because as long as you've got a glossy coat, you put gesso on, put some acrylic paint on, which gives it a like plasticky coat, and then your alcohol inks, and it doesn't bend the grey board.
Now, I've got to apologise. I'm sorry, I made a mistake. I'm sorry, everyone. I called 50% of the stock here, and we have to correct ourselves. It's not 50% of the stock.
Right.
It's actually limited stock, everybody. We're busy. So we've got green on the screen. Karen, your face. We're going to have a giggle this out. I love working with Karen. So we are limited stock. 10% of the stock remaining here. We've already had one sell out. Will it be going the same way? 560-314, your item number there. We're going to move on down. We're busy. Right, now, we've got our rainbow cardstock. This, every time we bring it, is busy. Every time.
It's a lovely go-to, isn't it? There's an array of colours, absolutely beautiful set of colours.
Do you know what I think this is great?
And it's 12 by 12 again. Split them into 2 6x6 cards.
Done.
There is 50 there, but for a cardstock, it's a white core and a white back, but it's got your colour on the front.
there is a £21 saving on this. Now, I want to put this into context. Karen, you're sat at home. Okay, we're going to do a little bit of role play now, because I know you're a big fan of the craft
role play.
bit of role play. Bit of role play. Not that kind of role play. So you've just watched. Let's say I'm doing this by myself. You're sat at home. I want to see what would happen at home, and I've just told you we've got the rainbow cardstock. £21 saving. What would you be doing?
I'd be getting my phone.
Straight away.
Straight away.
Axe it out. Axe it out. You've got to.
Right. Where's my phone? Oh, got to get glasses on.
And tell all your friends.
Come on, internet. Come on, work.
Okay.
Is that good enough?
Oh, very good. I'll tell you. You're wasted. We need to get you on stage. But you've got, look, joking aside, you've got such a beautiful colour palette. And if you, a thing that I've liked to do on occasion, and we're at 40% of the stock here, use your dice. Some people don't like to colour with alcohol pens or watercolours. What they like to do, clean and simple, just die cut your shapes and use your cardstock to colour. This is a perfect way to get that
and perfect for what do they call it, paper piecing.
Perfect for paper piecing.
Because
yeah.
all the paper is exactly the same weight, so you know that when you actually paper piece, it's still going to go to the. You're not going to get bumps in it. You know, like when you have different cardstocks with different GSMs, that's going to make you have a nice level paper piece.
And look at the
such an array of colours.
So there's your purples, your blues, your lilacs in there. We've got our more earthy tones, our browns, and more blues coming through. So if you just wanted to work with like the blue family or greens or brights, you've got literally a colour for every occasion here. Very, very popular for this option. Half the stock has gone, £9.99 your price, a £21 saving. 050707 your item number. Tell you what, we're going to mix things up. Now, we've got a Christmas bundle, and we thought, how about we do a little bit of an unboxing? Because there's crafters, and every crafter right now will relate to the excitement of receiving your delivery from the craft store and then opening it up. So we're going to do that, shall we? Yeah. So it's just been delivered.
I got my box.
Yeah.
I've opened it.
Okay.
You don't get the ready-made cards in here.
Right.
And I've got a Christmas decoration that's been made.
Oh, that's nice.
And look at these, the Christmas decorations being put onto a cardstock. These are special. This one's a special one with everything put into
nice.
it.
Yeah.
And another one. So that's so I
and
cannot
all made
tell you.
from our Christmas box?
Oh, this is all made from our Christmas box, yeah, definitely. And there's very little used from it, very, very little. Yeah. And I've even got a 3D Christmas tree that I can colour up and put some glitter on it. So if you don't want to put a big one up, there you are. You've got one in the window. Right. So what have we got? Do you want it from the overhead?
We could, yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
Is that good? And I'll drag it all in. So we've got a Christmas craft pack. Don't forget, children are off school and everything else. It's got buttons in it, it's got sequins in it, it's got some foam shapes, some pom-poms, and it's even got, what do they call them? Then I can't say.
Rick-rack?
No, it's...
Pipe cleaner?
Well, I don't think we're allowed to say pipe cleaners.
I don't know.
Can we?
I've just said it.
Yeah, well, it's what we used to call pipe cleaners, but...
don't clean any pipes with it?
No.
Okay.
So that's one. You've got, oh, look, 2 sets of stamps.
And there's would you say a chenille stem?
Say again?
Chenille stem?
Chenille sticks. That's it. Chenille things. Yeah, that's right. That's the more politically correct word these days, isn't it?
The posher term.
It's a posher term, yeah. That's why I didn't know it.
I didn't know. I've just been told that. I never knew that. Okay. Well, now look, we're getting stamps in here as well.
Stamps in here.
I love it. Can we just have a look at those stamps again? They're lovely.
The stamps, yeah, they're all Christmas ones. They're all like little ones. Ideal for your Pearly Winks stamper ring.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, put them on there. Everything for the children to start playing with. You've got some embellishments, so they're pegs with some stars on it. Yeah. You've got some berries. Look at these trees. Look at the trees.
Like those.
some more embellishments.
Oh, there's an awful lot going on.
There's an
here.
awful lot. Another couple of wooden embellishments, some snowflakes, and the full package.
What, is there more coming out of that
there's
box?
more, there's more. You know me, I'm dead greedy. I've got to have more. There's some decorations.
Yeah.
They were the Christmas tree decorations. You've got some stars, and they're not confetti. They're them acrylic stars. You can see that one's been opened.
Yeah.
We've got some wreaths in there. All little packages. Can't go Christmas without a few little bells.
Got the little bells. Lovely.
Little bells. Oh, look, we've even got dies in there. We've got a little reindeer and a little reindeer's head, stag head.
Wait a second.
And
the value's really starting to add up.
it is. And then, last of all, in this one, I've got a pack of 8 sheets of creative A4 foam.
Oh, you're getting foam in there too?
You're getting foam in there.
I mean, think how much you paid just for a packet of foam.
Just for a packet of foam. But remember, these are what you can also do if you're wanting to do like, you know that we do potato stamping.
Yeah.
But if you cut your dies out in foam, you can make a foam stamp. It's not an exact stamp, but it's great for
Gives
you
the
doing your
idea.
decorating your papers. Cut a big snowflake out, and then you're decorating your Christmas papers in a big one.
Well, look, if you think about it, the foam, the dies and the stamp, you've covered the $18.99. You're getting a £26 saving. A quarter of the stock's gone here. Now, I do need to point out, contents may vary, so some of the little embellishment packs, the amount you're getting won't vary, but you might get slightly different designs. So say the design on your star might be slightly different, or the colours, but contents may vary, but the amount you're getting will not vary. That's an amazing bundle.
All in its own box.
On its own box. And what a box. I just couldn't believe that you kept on pulling out.
And there are some things missing out of this one because Cheryl did. We've used some, and Cheryl took some to make some samples for me. But yeah,
so you're getting even more than what we were just sharing with you.
You do. But yeah, he said I've got a little embellishment kit for you to show, and I thought, oh, it'll be just a little bag, and they come out, and I says, little.
It's a great deal.
It's a wacky one, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant. Love it.
$18.99, saving £26. 035 323, your item number. Now we've got some peel-offs, and I have to say, I like a good peel-off because you'll get so much of this. I'm very proud of this inspiration here. Do you know who made this?
You did.
How do you remember that?
Because you're telling everybody.
Oh, okay. I did.
You
live
made it
on the
live
show.
on TV, didn't you?
That was me. Now, the star, I just didn't want to overdo it. Just one little star in the sky. And do you know what? I should have put it on top of the tree. I don't know why I didn't. I don't think I even did that. I think someone else added this star. Someone else. But look, you've got the peel-off.
You got it very, very centre, and you got your greeting right.
Thank you.
And your greeting on the back.
Listen, this isn't a proper card. I'm getting a lot of grief for why is the greeting on the back. I was just showing that you could put greetings on cards. We can put a tree there. We can put sentiments here. Peel-offs sometimes get a bad rap. I think sometimes with peel-offs, because I know they were very popular sort of in the initial explosion of craft coming to the market, and like everything,
in
go
late
through
90s, definitely. We had nothing else.
Yeah.
We had nothing else. We had peel-offs. A lot of your dies that you've got now are all based around peel-offs, but there are still people out there, there are still crafters out there that love a peel-off. Not everybody stamps, not everybody die cuts.
But even if you do, there are occasions when you want it, because it gives a professional finish, you just want to round, let me show you something. If you want to round off a card, so you can still use your stamps, you can still use your dies, but adding a peel-off is that final layer of luxury. I mean, how beautiful does that look? Or if you want to put a little image inside a bauble, maybe you want to create a tree. Now, come on. That is lovely. All using your peel-offs with the other elements in your goodies. You're getting different colorways coming through as well. So here, another beautiful peel-off, just adding to what you already have in your stash. You can also do just something very subtle, what Cheryl's done here, just a little bit of stars coming through and a little bit of the happy. Or how about, I think I have to say, Cheryl, you've done a really good job with these. Isn't that a beautiful card? That's using peel-offs. Please don't dismiss the use of peel-offs because they are another point in question. Now, how wonderful is that? using your peel-offs, but also taking it that step further, because if you want to colour, you absolutely can as well. And another one here, that's a collection of beautiful cards from Cheryl, all using the peel-offs, and you're getting an awful lot, 25 pieces in total. And let me explain, when we say a piece, that is a piece. So that's a sheet, and we've used one element. Look how many sentiments that you are going to get. So see how many Merry Christmases that we have, little stars, Happy Christmas, all of those on one sheet. That is effectively your Christmas. You're getting 25 of these different designs. So there's gold, you've got silver in there as well. Look at that. So you've got your silver baubles. There's the Christmas trees going through. Karen, I know you've got a few as well.
I've got a set of them, yeah. I've got white season's greetings, Merry Christmas, the trees. I've got the black trees.
And it's nice
and
that
baubles.
there's some in white, some in black, some in gold, some in red.
And a lovely dark green one there, a lovely dark green Merry Christmas, and a white one. And if you don't like the white ones, a permanent pen.
Yeah.
Just colour over the top of a... You can colour over any peel-off with an alcohol marker or with a permanent pen.
Nice.
And then I just thought what I might quickly do, if you want to just see, I've got a piece of background here.
Okay. Let's play with it.
And all we're going to do is take a tree. I better put my glasses on before, as I do this. Just taking a tree,
right.
And you can see there are little bits. Sometimes little pieces get stuck into it, but that's because I haven't got my glasses.
Okay.
And they've all been cut beautifully. I'm making this look harder than it is.
Oh, don't worry. I mean, you're trying to put your glasses on at the same time, bless you. Okay, and you know these little bits you're pulling out? I would use those on something
You can
else.
use those as decoration and everything else.
Yeah.
So if you have a big peel-off, what I would suggest that you do, so that you don't stretch it or misshape it, is pop it upside down onto your mat.
Right.
And then stick your cardstock on top of it.
Okay.
And that shapes it up really, really nice. And then all you need to do is take your scissors and just go sort of to the side, one half of your scissors at an angle, because then you're cutting underneath without actually cutting it. And I can't see a thing with these glasses.
You've got the wrong glasses on.
No, I've not got wrong glasses, I've got wrong eyes.
Well,
I haven't put my proper eyes in today.
You've got to go back to the optician, get the right eyes to go with your glasses.
I've got to go back to my optician, definitely. It's time. It's time. And then we just... You see, at home, I would be like this.
Right.
And you can't do that when you're here, can you? Or I should probably see all up my nose and everything.
You're doing a very good job, don't you worry.
Oh, there we go. And then, even from a peel-off, you've now got an embellishment. And you can see here where I've been cutting bits out of it. So even though that there's like a full scene there, I've cut bits out of it. But you've got an embellishment there as well.
Nice. Lovely.
And the greetings onto them, ideal for making quick cards, ideal for putting into your scrapbooks as well when you want to put something in and you don't like your writing.
Journaling. And it's that finishing touch.
The
You're
finishing
getting an
touches.
awful
lot in there.
$9.99 your price. You are saving £6 here. 25 pieces in total, so 25 sheets in total there. And each sheet is absolutely chock-a-block full of peel-offs. 656760 your item number. Right. We're going to talk about cardstock. This is the good stuff. Foiled, antique gold. It's opulent. It's luxurious. It die cuts like an absolute dream. There is, you know, certain cardstocks, specialty cardstocks that really do stand out, and this is one of them.
Yes. Do you know why this one stands out?
Go on.
Because it's been originally made for the inside of luxurious chocolate boxes.
Oh, really?
Yes. Yeah. It's I must say it's one-off that Mr. Jellybean, our Gav's got, but it has been manufactured for the inside of those very, very posh chocolate boxes, and that's why it's much thicker than a normal mirror card, but it is of quality that they would use for manufacturing and production of packaging.
Of chockies. Now, 350 GSM. Imagine this for your matting, your layering, for your sentiments, die-cutting sentiments. You don't need to use a lot to give that sense of opulence and quality and luxury. It feels good in the hand. You can see this was made to stand out.
Yes, yes. I would be totally honest, Yanis, and say small sentiments, you're going to need to run them through a few times if it's going to work.
Oh, it's 350 GSM.
350 GSM, but it is a proper manufacturing foiled card. Yeah. So if you are doing your own made chocolates and you're making boxes, this is ideal for popping on the inside, as you know, because that's what it's actually been originally made for. But
you can see the way it catches the light. I was actually turning this around. Bear with me, I'm going to show you the reverse. So it is single-sided. But then, I want to draw your attention to here. Look how it reflects the light coming through. And it just really does denote the quality that you are getting from it. It's special stuff, and 30% of the stock has gone here. Very, very busy. We've got queues on our phone lines. I've got to point out as well, 350 GSM, you're getting 60 sheets for £9.99. I mean, come on. There was a time where you could go to a craft store and you'd buy individual sheets and you could pay £1.50 for one sheet.
I remember when you used to be paying £2 a sheet.
Oh, wow. So, and it just goes to show...
And you never used it.
What, £2 a sheet? You wouldn't dare to.
You just looked at it. Yeah, definitely.
I can sit... Well, now we're at 40% of stock, and it's something that Karen touched on. This is the important bit. That for Jelly Bean Crafts, they've managed to get hold of some stock, but it's kind of a one-off. I don't know how regularly we're going to be able to bring this to you.
He's got a certain amount of stock, but obviously he does brings it back onto happy hours. Yeah. But when it has gone, it's gone. I'm not saying it's going to go today, but when the whole stock has gone, he won't get it back. So if it's something that you're interested in, I would definitely get hold of it now.
For $9.99.
Makes beautiful boxes. You think about putting boxes with a chocolate ribbon around that, and the chocolate ribbon reflects into it.
Yeah. I tell you what, chocolate ribbon sounds lovely. Chocolate coloured ribbon or just chocolate ribbon?
Chocolate coloured ribbon.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, chocolate ribbon sounds very tasty. Half the stock has gone here. $9.99 is your price. It is decadent. If you're looking for special card stock that is going to get, I'm telling you now, it will get a stroke when you get it home. You're going to love this. Details on your screen, $9.99 your price, saving £7. We have got queues on our phone lines. I can only apologise for that. I promise we're going to try and get through to you as soon as possible. Equally, if you do want to jump the queues, I hate being stuck in a queue, you can always go to our website, thecraftstore.com, or you can check out the app. I don't go to the website anymore. I use the app. All the features found on the website you can find on our app. Just search for the Craft Store app as well. Let's hear a little bit about Freedom.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the Craft Store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888, and join Freedom today.
There we go, a little bit about Freedom membership. I've actually been a Freedom member since I joined the channel, genuinely, because we all shop here, so I am a Freedom member, and the best part for me, any price I see, I never pay attention to the P&P. Actually, look, for our next item here, 5 kilograms, I mean, for $4.99, 5 kilograms, $4.95, it's a good price, just for your delivery, but as a Freedom member, it gets even better, because you do not pay anything. We're going to go through the details in a moment, but Karen, you've had a lot of very complimentary emails to your acting. No, I know you have. A lot of people have been enjoying the role play, so we're going to continue the fun. When I say the acting, the little role plays that we did, that's what I meant by the acting. So we're going to continue that. I'm going to give you another role play. We're going to give you another item, and we're going to do the unboxing with you. Does it sound fun?
Yeah.
So one of the best parts about being a crafter is waiting for, obviously, your goodies to arrive. So we're going to act that out. Got to thank floor manager Ben. Now, unfortunately, not all delivery persons will be as handsome as Ben. I can't guarantee you'll get Ben delivering it. But Ben, if we just come in and we'll deliver our package. Go sauntering in. Oh, nicely done. Thank you very much, Ben.
Craft store delivery.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Ah.
You're welcome.
And then we start. Now, again, I cannot guarantee Ben will be the one delivering your package.
I
Let's
don't
open
want
it up.
anything from the craft store unless Ben comes now. I'm spoilt.
You've been, well, we can, for you, Karen, we'll try and arrange it. So, I mean, that's, wait, 5 kilograms?
5 kilos, yeah.
Should we start opening it up?
Yeah.
Go on. So this is the fun bit, and we've all been there. We're alluding to the details we have on your screen. This is your Jelly Bean Crafts. 5 kilograms of assorted card collection there, and so you've got different sizes, different GSMs. Have a look.
A box. Oh, I've got loads in here.
I mean, that is absolutely chock-a-block.
Look at that. Look at that. I've got... it's like pearlescent. You get your mates off, it's mine. So there's some that comes in the bag.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't.
There you go. Get it.
There, get into it, girl. Get into it. Well,
so, I mean, this is
look at them.
instant
Oh,
stash.
this is all pearlescent, double-sided pearlescent.
Ooh.
There's all little bits into it. I would say that this is going to be the one where it varies. And we've even got some like mirror
We've
card.
got mirror card we can see there.
Wow.
Oh.
That was right. Some holographic glitter card.
Ooh.
Oh, I've even got some cards that say Merry Christmas onto it.
So already, and that's pre-scored.
Oh yeah, one of them things out of that box that I've just, that Christmas box, put a tree on there, that's that done. Oh, look at this. This is like...
Got a gloss finish?
It's got a gloss finish on it. I bet I could put some alcohol inks onto that one.
Exactly the same thing.
So that's a bit there.
Okay. There's so much more that you're getting for $11.99.
Some more different coloured ones.
Yeah.
So this is just weight, isn't it? So I've got some more pearlescent.
Yeah.
And the chunky pieces,
yeah,
they're not just little slithers that are just cut off. No. These are complete. Oh, I've got some...
watercolour?
It's not watercolour. It's, do you know that posh paper?
Oh, hammered?
Hammered. Lovely.
Ooh, okay.
Some nice
beautiful
smells.
Texture. Do you know, we've gone from 10, 20, 30, now a third of the stock has gone here. Very, very busy for this. Look at the amount.
Look at that. And
Just for that alone.
I've got an A6 piece here. They're
matting
ideal.
And layering,
matting and layering me. I can knock that down. I don't have to cut up an A4 sheet now. I only have to do little cuts, and I can do. I bet
and
you.
The cut off will be
if
great for your
that's
sentiment.
10.5, I bet you I could mat and layer a DL card as well.
Yeah.
So I've got all that.
Okay, that's a huge wedge.
That's a huge.
It's a wad.
A wad.
Mm-hmm.
You'll not be able to see me after the pile soon.
Good catch, Karen. I tell you, reflexes. Like a
Reflex.
Ninja.
Not bad for an old one, am I?
Hey.
Hey, do you know what this is?
Go on. Is that DL?
Super smooth.
Oh. Perfect for your stamping?
Yeah. Perfect for stamping.
You're getting an awful
Fold in
lot.
half, you've got a card.
Yeah.
And
Now
you've got
remember, it is assorted in
It
here.
is
so you're getting lots
assorted.
assorted.
I do know that the black, the white and the 2 blues, but that's going to be assorted. So you're going to get black, you're going to get white.
Yeah. Half the stock has gone here, and we
Let's
still
get
haven't
this
seen
one.
it all.
I'm going to have to empty it
Look
right now.
at the amount.
Oh, this is
Karen, this
beautiful.
is an absolute bargain.
That's like your cornflower blue. That's the one that he sells in A4.
That's gorgeous colour.
That's gorgeous, and it's
Yeah.
really, really.
Oh, we
Yeah,
like that.
I didn't pack this one.
You don't
I
know?
just picked this one up from.
Yeah.
from
Do you know what, Karen?
That's-
How about we play this game? I want to test. Try and stack as high as you dare to go. Should we just stack everything on there? What we are getting. And look at the amount that you were getting for $11.99.
I'm not frightened of stacking cardstock.
That
It's not as big as me.
That is a what?
How big is that?
Look at that.
Well, I know my hand is 9 inches.
Okay.
Let's fold it to the side. Come on, we're going to do a bit of measuring here.
Your hand is 9 inches?
Yeah, about 8.5, 9 inches. I've got big hands and big feet for a little one.
Yeah.
10 inches. That pile is 10 inches big.
Well, I've got to tell you, we are limited stock now. Less than 10% of our stock remaining. It's going to be yet another sellout that we're going to have this hour.
Love it.
And this is what we've been saying, that don't just rely on the clock for your happy hours, because if it sells out, odds are we're not going to be bringing out more stock. So technically, it has gone.
Oh, wow.
I'm not surprised, because I know a lot of viewers, and I include myself in this, love a bargain. No, has the gold gone as well? The antique gold has sold out. Because I was looking at the foiled, I said sold, foiled. So the has sold out. The antique foil, let's try again. The foiled cardstock, the antique gold, has sold out. I don't know why I couldn't say it. So there we go. 2 more sellouts this hour. We are busy, Karen.
We are lovely, aren't we?
Yeah.
There's some beautiful bargains though. And
well,
this is
we love a
everything.
bargain.
My delivery man's not taking this back off me, is he?
Well, do you know? He says you can keep it.
Good.
Our Ben.
Good.
Okay, we are
Thank
going
you.
to talk. You mentioned it before, expensive cardstock. Now here you have this beautiful sort of hammered texture finish.
The eye white.
Yes.
Yes, you haven't got a full sample there, have you?
No.
Because there should be 100 sheets of it.
Fantastic.
100?
100 sheets.
I thought they were only going to be 50.
260 GSM for $9.99.
It's
Karen,
fabulous.
Because you weren't seeing Karen there, but her face was so sincere, and I could see the pain of you not being home, being able to order this. Only running your mind, like if you're at home, this would definitely go in your basket.
Yeah, it definitely would, because I've been playing with it. This is brushos.
Okay.
This is brushos, but feel, even though that's dried, and I dried this with a heat gun.
Yeah.
So it's like a mixed media card, and what I will let you know that this is that's brushos on the back, and then I've been doing some inking. This is watercolour pencils that I've just brushed out.
I mean, great for your watercolour.
Great for it's not watercolour card. That's what I don't want to say. It is not watercolour. It is great for watercolouring card. What else have we done? That's just a little bit of blending.
Right.
I did.
It blends nicely.
It blends beautifully. I will play with some blending and do that.
Yeah.
We've got some ghost in there. It doesn't ghost as well as the super smooth.
Okay.
But I won't tell you that it will. To sell it, I obviously want to be honest about what I have found. I have found. That's just straight through a stencil. My brushos I've been playing with and really throwing it out here. So I've used distressed oxides on this one, and I could not faux bleach it.
Right.
So, but I had that inked up for about 5 hours before I tried just putting water onto it. It didn't work as well as a watercolour would, but that's the effect that I've made from it. I don't want people to get it home and be disappointed in there. I would say it's a mixed media kind of card.
But it's a catch-all, because you can do so many techniques. Of course, we can still throw water at it. It's got substance. It's got a beautiful hammered, embossed finish.
You can throw loads and loads and loads of water. It just doesn't. It's just the oxides that don't faux bleach with water.
Well,
this one's got oxides around it. It's got watercolour pencils all the way around.
Now, Karen, we've had a little request from Ben, our floor manager, because he's noticed that you've started to give a little flick, you're getting involved. How about you give the picky flicky? So you can flick and you can also give it a wobble.
Right.
Yeah.
You
So what
ready?
do you say? Start with the flick. Ooh, crisp, precise,
Oh,
a beautiful timbre to it.
That's amazing.
Yeah, and give it a... and the wobble. The reason we do that is to show it's good stuff. You are getting an awful lot.
It is good stuff. I can start doing a bit of blending if you want to see a
let's
bit of
go for it.
blending.
Let's see it, because I think
Shall we do
with
a
this
bit?
kind of, you want to see paper in action. It's a very personal thing, the cardstock we work with. £16 saving though. The regular retail price should be £25.99. Okay.
I've only got 3 distressed ones. One's green.
One's green. Don't have to say it yet. I'll tell you.
That one's mowed lawn. And then I'm going to I've cut some down into, let's get some mowed lawn, fossilised amber and some bright Parmesan. And we're just going to start blending.
I mean, that really does blend.
It blends beautifully, doesn't it? Definitely love it.
So I would be using this to create my card blanks?
Yes, it's you could do card blanks and do your watercolouring onto the card blanks, but please don't think that it is a full watercolour card, because I don't want you to think you are purchasing watercolour card and be disappointed in any shape or form. And then I'm just blending a little bit more, and you can see the texture in it as well. It's got some beautiful texture. Then we'll do the green, the mowed lawn.
And it does give it personality, having that embossed detail.
It certainly does, and it's a high white one. Yeah. I would say it's a multimedia card. I've not painted on it yet, but I've got a bit of paint if we need to.
Yeah, yeah.
So then I'm just blending in. Now I've got some lines here.
Half the stock has
and all I'm going to do is blend those. Can you see how it's re-blending in again?
Oh yeah.
So this is what you get when you do with your, you know, a lot of cardstock.
Yeah.
And it's just blending in and blending in. And
Lovely.
let's do a bit of, where's my spritzer spray gone? What have I done? It's there,
okay.
under my nose.
It's hiding from me.
Yeah, I told you I need glasses. Oh, move down.
Yeah.
Move down. And we just put some in.
Ah, the clapping technique.
I'm a clapper.
Yeah.
Not with a C.
You're sending us down a dark road there. I'm
Yeah,
going
but
to just
Ben
keep quiet.
started laughing.
He's a cheeky one. We'll see now.
Oh, look at
you
that.
said about that faux bleach is like a dream.
It does, but if I go through here and try to faux bleach this, which has been dried...
Okay, so the trick is you can't let it dry before you do the faux
Don't
bleaching.
let it dry too much. But I'm just showing you that I've put it in and wet it.
Yeah.
And then if I do this, then everybody knows what I'm
talking about,
don't they?
Yeah.
It's not faux bleaching
So
once it's been dried.
My view on that is then just make sure if you want to achieve that technique, do it while your ink's still relatively wet, because once it dries, it kind of sets on the cardstock. $9.99 your price, saving £16, and over half the stock has gone here. We are busy.
Shall we do a bit of brushes?
Well, I tell you what, we're going to move on.
Oh, are we?
We've got some that we haven't even seen yet. Let's start with the satin. Now, this is a little bit special. Half the stock's already gone. Do you see how it's got that sort of gloss satin finish? Am I right in saying cardstock like this, alcohol inks, would work like a dream?
They do work like a dream, but please remember it's not an alcohol ink paper.
No. Okay.
So I've got some that I have done on this side here. I've just blended with a foam, felt.
Okay.
A felt. The other side here, I've blended with a felt, and then I've put some blending solution on top.
Oh, that looks good.
It's a glossy. It will take your alcohol inks and your alcohol markers, but you can get that.
Okay.
You will get that through the back of it if you do. It's great for the price for practicing another 100 sheets for a tenner.
Yeah, and also what I would do is just matte and layer. You won't see
just
it
matte and
behind.
layer.
Yeah, don't see behind.
Print. It's magazine quality.
Ooh.
So print on it. It's magazine. It's magazine quality.
If you have digital USBs, we print off.
And it's magazine quality. So if you've got your backgrounds, put your backgrounds onto it, and it's got magazine. It is magazine quality.
For me, and Karen's hit the nail on the head. If you have any digital downloads, please go for this, because what you are getting, as Karen quite rightly said, it's magazine quality. Actually, do you know what? Way better than magazine quality, because you're getting 210 GSM, so it'll be a really
It's
fancy
magazine quality cardstock.
Yes.
So you know when you get the magazines and you've got the paper and it's really nice paper?
Yeah.
Well, this is the cardstock version.
So imagine your digital downloads printed off there. And you don't have to have digital downloads, digi-downloads. Even if you just want to print up sentiments or print anything off your computer, great buy for $9.99, saving £16. Also, pictures at home. I mean, if you want to print off pictures, this would be fantastic as well. 60% of the stock, 477031, your item number. And how beautiful does that blend?
Oxide inks, just off the brushes that we've used.
It looks like a sunset.
Yeah, just what we've used. Yeah, well, I've not even put them back into the oxide. It's just what's left off the brushes there. Absolutely.
Karen, we've got
it's done.
We've got to move on, because there's next. I'm just thinking we've only got 8 minutes left. Now, this next cardstock, it's very similar. I would describe it in the same way I would describe Ben, our floor manager, on the dance floor.
Smooth.
Super smooth.
Oh, I love my jelly beans. Super smooth.
100 sheets, 60% of the stock's already gone here. You are saving £15. This is a staple. If you are a paper crafter, if you love your stamping, Super Smooth is where you want to go, because Super Smooth is designed for stamping, for blending, for die cutting, and working with you, Karen, I know in the past you're saying where crafters can sometimes, especially when you start crafting, go wrong is not having the right cardstock for the right job. So, you know, if you've ever struggled with stamping, you're not quite catching the whole stamp, odds are it could be that your cardstock might be making it a little bit harder. This cardstock is glassy smooth, so as I'm stroking my hand, and you'll feel it at home, it's glass-like. So it will stamp like a dream, it will blend like a dream, and if you don't believe me, look at Karen now here.
Yeah, I'm not the best blender, and I'm just popping on, and I've gone straight into it really thick, and all I'm doing is just working it into the cardstock and going back and working and blending.
We are limited stock here.
And then I'll not put the green on. There's just 3 samples behind there. It takes alcohol markers and everything.
Your technique, especially with these colours, very similar to presenter Adam, as he's using his contouring for his face.
Is that why he always looks so good?
That's it, yeah, it's a secret.
And then we go, and that's just misting. But yes,
nice.
Absolutely. Brilliant. You know when you're doing fussy cutting and you get a thicker cardstock, I love this to stamp, colouring with my alcohol markers and fussy cut. It's easier to fussy cut because it's just that slight less GSM and it fussy cuts without it bending.
Got to tell you, we are limited stock. You're saving... We're not limited stock. I got that wrong. Because it's sold out.
Has it gone?
It's gone. Now, so that is just another sellout this hour. We've had so many. Satin. We talked about the satin. Satin printing is a game changer. It's a really good, and you can see the high gloss that you're getting off the satin. So you can use your alcohol inks on there. Now, it will come through a little bit with the alcohol inks, but just from printing. And have you got the... can I just grab those off
Everything
you?
there for you, yeah.
Look at this for a digital print. And we are super limited on this.
And that was only a 6 before that I enlarged. Wow. So you know you lose your pixelating when you're doing that.
So digital downloads, images, sentiments. What you can do, very basic, off a computer, is create your own sentiment, print them off, and then put them on there. Busy, we can still blend with this. It's about to go. It will be the next sellout, so it's going to go any moment now. Another core staple. Oh, and you're getting an awful lot here.
Oh, love that.
Look at this. We are talking 60 sheets, but the reason why it's so thick, look at the GSM there, Karen. 550.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? So you see the box behind you, Yanis, the grey box.
Yoga here?
Yep, that's a grey box made from 550 GSM, and iCraft do a concrete paint.
Oh, we did it together,
that's right. And that's the concrete paint on the 550 GSM.
Look, it looks like...
Which is a texture paste and a texture paint. And it's yes, but it's fantastic for. And if you want to, if you buy the magnets from Jelly Bean, you can stick them onto it and have a really solid back onto your magnet.
I'm not going to lie to you.
Yeah.
My fingers are feeling the fear of giving this a flick. 550 GSM. Shall we do it?
And it does die cut. It doesn't. Be very careful with intricate dies. Yeah. But there are. I've cut some of Oakwood's dies out. Construction. Yes.
Now I have to turn to the boss when he comes in. This is how it works in TV studios. Floor managers in charge of health and safety. So I have to turn to Ben. Ben, have I got permission to give it a flick?
Yes, Janice. Go ahead.
Thank you. Safety teams are in place.
I'm just going to hold on tight here.
Hold it. Listen to this.
Oh, your finger hurt.
Oh, regretting that. Also, listen to the wobble that you're getting. Karen.
Yeah?
Dare we do the drop? I know. Paola has actually come into the studio to see the drop. 500.
I'll hold the table.
Everybody, it's never been done on TV before.
550.
550, thank you. GSM. And I'll allow Paola to say when to stop. Paola's saying higher.
No, that's enough. Yeah.
Higher?
Yeah,
Paola, higher? What? Higher? Here we go. Oh!
Oh! That was a bad one.
That's possibly the loudest drop we've ever had here at the craft store. Half the stock has gone. Look, joking aside, this is good stuff. So if you want it, where do you normally see 550 GSM black cardstock? It's the GSM takes it to different levels because then you're going to start using it. It's very close, Karen. It feels like you're okay, Karen.
I had warnings off my mum. Don't you start laughing at Yanis, so you can't do anything.
We get in trouble.
That was amazing.
But it's like it's
the whole table.
Chipboard. It feels like chipboard.
Yes. It's not grey board. So if grey board's too thick for you, and then the 300 GSM's not thick enough, that's your baby.
Goldilocks effect. Perfect. Ooh, and it is busy. $9.99 is your price, saving £10. Karen, you've got literally 2 minutes. What can we do in 2 minutes? Oh, we got one more item. Sorry. We haven't even seen this, Karen. I apologise. Let's go through to our last item. This is another collection. It's another assortment. You're getting 100 sheets in total. And this is beautiful stuff. Do you like, as a crafter, Karen, do you like getting an assorted batch?
I like to get an assorted batch because that means I can buy... Ben's got giggles today. It means I have got a few of every colour to go with everything. Apart from your white and your mirrors and your blacks, I like to get an assortment because we do not do every single project in the same colour.
Of course not. And you need it's having the right cardstock for the right job, and being able to have a sizable stash. And this is a really good way to build your stash because you've got your showstoppers in there. I mean, that gold deserves to be at the front, but equally you've got your kind of workhorses in there as well with your white cardstock. We've got pastel colours coming through. It's just a nice mix, and it's a nice range of GSM because sometimes you do want that 350 construction weight. Other times, an example, if I was making flowers, having a slightly lighter GSM allows you to mould and shape those flowers.
Yeah, 170 to 200 for shapeable flowers, 240 for fussy cutting so that it's not hard on your hands. Absolutely. And you've got a lot of pearlescent in there, from 230 to 3. Has he got that as 100 sheets?
100 sheets.
I thought that were only 50.
Well, you keep saying that. This is good. This is what we like.
It's not informed me very well, has he?
Well, this is good news for us. You are getting a better than half price saving. $14.49 your price there. 344993 your item number. Karen, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
When you're back?
Back a week on Monday with the new Awkward launch.
Amazing.
Yes.
Can I personally request any time I do a happy hour, I'd love to do it with you.
Oh, it's fun.
We had a giggle. And that's what crafting's all about. Thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much.
Look forward to seeing you back very soon.
See you soon.
Thank you for your company as well. I hope you had a giggle this hour. And also nabbed a bargain. Got another fantastic hour just around the corner. The wonderful Gail and Pal will be up next with Daisy Chain Designs. After that, the One Day Special returns with our fantastic Adjusto form dressmaking. And then we're illustrating with Felicity and Ink.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Hi, I'm Ali Reeve. I'm from the company Stamps Away. Stamps Away is a family-run company with my husband and I. We create all things crafty, especially with a passion for mixed media. So I hope you won't miss the shows with Stamps Away.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, I'm Paul Church from Clarity Stamp. I've been fortunate enough to turn my hobby into a career and joined Clarity Stamp in January 2016. My background has always been in crafting and I enjoy making things and sharing things. That's what crafting is all about for me, making things and sharing with others, and also learning all the time.
Good morning. We of course have a Daisy Chain Designs, and we have got brand new designs, and they are absolutely phenomenal. They are, you know what, I'm gonna say one thing. When Daisy Chains come in here at the craft store, I always, well, everybody has a smile on their faces because they are gorgeous projects full of color and ease of use. And of course, coming with that also comes amazing demonstrations and designers. Of course, we are talking about Gail. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you, Paola. Thanks very much for that build-up. That was quite amazing.
You know, it's great to have you, because every single time that you come in, I just look at the projects, whether they are brand new or returning favorites. It's always a joy to see the counter.
Oh, thank you. Thanks. Well, we try my best and that. I like things that bring a smile to people's faces. So I'm glad that you appreciate that.
It is absolutely. That happens with this counter. Of course, we have got lots of on the website, of course, but we have got, of course, the brand new. You know, you come up with concepts. I mean, this is a fabulous cushion because, of course, it's the camper van. But also, I love the fact that it even has got a pocket in here.
Yeah, I just think when I try to design things, I just try to take them that little bit further than something maybe you could buy in a shop, and something where you can personalise it and make it special for somebody. Yes. You've gone to all the effort of making it, so just want to take it that little bit further. So with the camper van cushion, I put a little pocket in the back. You don't have to put the pocket there if you don't want to. You could just make it look like the boot of the van. But it enables you to put maybe like a little gift card in there or a little message. And also in the pattern, you get a full alphabet in there. So if you want to put something like just married on the back, or happy birthday, or some other message, then it enables you to, you know, just make it that little bit more interesting. And you'll notice, Paula, that the red cushion looks slightly smaller than the blue one. That's because the blue one has got a gusset in there, so it's like wider, so it makes it sort of chunkier, the strip down the side. And then the red one, I've just sewn the front to the back. But in the kit, you've got enough fabric to make the one with the gusset. But it's up to you. What I wanted to do is make one a little bit more tricky and one really easy. So if you're just new to sewing, you know, you can make it up quickly.
And of course, I love that there are all those possibilities. I love that you have incorporated the alphabet, of course. Now you're getting the templates, but also instructions, right?
Yes, and there's some colour pictures in there as well. So I explain. I try to. Don't be put off by the fact that my patterns look quite lengthy. The reason they're quite lengthy is I try to cover every single aspect. So for those of you who are experienced sewers, you'll skip through a lot of it and just go, I know how to do all that. But for somebody who's just a beginner, I'm just covering every little bit so that you're not left wondering what's going on.
Absolutely gorgeous options. Now we have got 3 different options, I believe. Now, of course, we are talking about the blue option, which you can see here, the red option, and of course the orange option. Now, you have seen images of the festival one. The festival one is, there's not an option, but it's a possibility that you can create at home, right?
Exactly. What I wanted to do is sometimes I don't have enough time to do it. But I want to encourage people that when you've got the pattern, you can just take it off to another level. But what I did include in the pattern, although this is not available as a kit, in the pattern I did include the templates for the bunting, the butterflies and the little teeny tiny flowers as well. And I just explained that in the pattern. So you can take it to another level, and you'll see with this one, I didn't bother putting anything on the back of this one. I quite like the fabric, so I just thought I'd let the fabric speak for itself. So again, if you want to make the project easy, or you're thinking of making to sell, and you want to be able to make these things quickly, then you could just do the front. You don't have to do the back. And again, you can personalise by doing the number plates, put in somebody's name, maybe their date of birth, you know, or like today you're 21, or, you know, whatever.
It is, yeah, I love that. And of course, £18.49 is the price. You will make, you know, you have those 3 options in colour. Remember, the blue option, the red option, or the orange option. Whichever option you go for, £18.49. The only thing that we need extra is the stuffing. Yeah, I was going to say padding, but you know,
yeah. Because with this one, I didn't put a zip in there, so when you've stuffed it, you've stuffed it. But because it's made out of fleece and it's got an acrylic felt, it's fine to go through the washing machine.
We can put it in.
If you did want to leave an opening, so you could put a cushion pad in there, then that would be, you could do that if you
Absolutely.
wanted.
I love the pocket. I have to say that our purse, maybe a tiny little book in here, or an e-reader of the smaller tablets or phones, it could be also kind of a way to hide it away.
Exactly.
So, you know, I love that. 716-358 is your item number. Then we have Santa's wreath next. Of course, we do have, you can see it here. Now, we are getting the wire wreath as well, so that we can do the actual base of it.
Exactly. So you're getting everything. Everything that you can see on that wreath is in the kit. The only thing that you're not getting is the stuffing and the thread to stitch it. So the eyes, the holly, all the glitter felt for the ho ho ho. There's some bells on there with the ribbons in the centre. You can't just see them in the shot at the moment, but all of those are in there. So yeah, it's a comprehensive kit. Just your stuffing and the thread to finish it off.
I love this. It's so cute. It's really a joy to see. Look at them. Now, I need to mention that it's extended delivery because it did sell out earlier, but it will be dispatched from the 18th of August. Very, very popular, 7 a.m. If you want yours, you still can get it. It will be dispatched in 10 days, so not long to wait at all. 436-770 is your item number. And remember, you are getting everything except the stuffing and the thread. And of course, just paying £19.95 for it. Now, with the next bundle we are going to see, I love it that it features a little bit of red, well, a little bit, quite a lot of red work, doesn't it?
Yes, so I can't remember off the top of my head now. You've caught me unawares here as to how many designs you get in there. I think there's about 8 designs in there. And also, again, in this project, I've given you the full alphabet. So it enables you to put things like Merry Christmas on there or Best Wishes. And also, Paula, what I thought was, because they were mittens, I've actually got one on my table. I don't know whether when we come back to me. I've actually got one on my table that I thought. Do you remember when you used to have your mittens years ago?
Yes.
And your mum used to put string on them,
right?
So that you had, so you didn't lose your mittens. I thought it would be a nice way to put them on a present, that you could have your name. You could put name to whoever the person is, and plus a picture. On the other one, and then you could tie them to your gift.
And there's a really lovely, and also it's a durable gift card, well, not gift card, kind of tag, because then you can hang it onto the tree and you can use it in so many different ways.
Exactly, and you've got the mitten shape. I mean, this morning we did gift tags. There were some other gift tags and that we did this morning, but the red work is really enjoyable. In the kit, you've got the calico, you've got the thread. You've got the little charms that go on there. You've got absolutely everything in the kit to make 8 tags, and it comes in a choice of colours. The red thread is maintained throughout all of the colour choices. But yeah, everything. The only thing you'd need is your needle to be able to stitch those.
If somebody is new to red work or embroidery for that matter, this is a good starter kit, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's amazing, because that's all you're doing is a little back stitch.
Yeah.
So and there's diagrams in the pattern, and you literally go into just pencil draw those images on, and then just follow the line. It's a really good place to start. And if your stitches are not all the same length initially, it doesn't really matter. As you progress, it'll get easier. And also, because you've got the template in the pattern, you can use the template to make other things. So you could use it for applique, or you could just make other felt tags and that. So the possibility is with the pattern to make lots of other things as well. So it's a really good value item, I think.
It is, and I also was thinking that you could do it even like 2 of them together, and then kind of have a little kind of pouch as well.
Oh yeah, that's a nice idea.
I'm glad you like
that
it,
idea.
because then it kind of is almost like kind of you could put. I mean, maybe not a gift card. I don't think a gift card will fit, but you could put some money.
Oh yes, you could. You
know?
could, and also you could use them in the instructions. It tells you how to do the front and back. You could use them like frames.
Oh.
So there's nothing to stop you putting a photograph in there.
Oh, that's
nice. Or maybe some fabric that you really like. Using it to frame maybe some fabric that's got a Santa or something. So even if you don't really particularly enjoy doing the red work, you could use other elements to put in there instead.
We had an idea from the gallery, from the directors. It's like an advent calendar, so your little pouches, so for like a gold coin inside.
Yeah, that would be perfect.
Or other chocolates are available, but you could put them in there. And of course, if you want to go for this starter kit, it makes 7 mittens, but then of course you have got a template that you can use time and time again. The instructions, and of course the patterns for the red work, the threads, the calico, the felts, everything you need. 110475. And of course, you're choosing whichever color you want: the red, the green, and the grey, and of course the green. Now, of course, do put it in your baskets and check out. But we have got more projects to show you as well. The next one is absolutely fun. And of course, we are talking about the Chilling Out penguin banner and a starter kit. Now, what do we get here for our money?
So in this kit, you get everything to do the applique on the front. So for people who are not familiar with the word applique, it just means basically putting something on another layer. So everything that's on the foreground you're getting. So all the glitter felt for all the penguins, all the felt for their little nose and feet, and their little wiggly eyes, and any little snowflake embellishments that are in there, you get all of those as well. So what you're not getting is the background that I adhered it to. And I really love this project, because I think even if you were watching the programme and you're thinking, I do papercraft, I don't do soft craft, you could actually use the pattern to cut out all of those penguins and cut out all the letters, and then you could put them onto card. you know, or like a paper banner. You don't have to put it onto a quilted background or just a plain piece of fabric. And I even, while you can see me, I even made little penguins, little hanging penguins.
Oh, okay.
So with the pattern, you can use the penguins that are in there, pop some felt on the back, and you could also use all your glitter felt to make little hangings. I really can't enthuse enough about the glitter felt. I love a bit of sparkle.
Shall we have a look at what am I doing? Why did I even attempt to do this? Look at that glitter though. That is just fab.
Exactly. You get a lot of glitter in this pack. And I can't emphasize enough how easy it is to cut. So you just cut it with a normal pair of scissors. It's really easy to sew. If you don't want to sew, do you know what? It's really easy to glue as well.
Well, that's a good point. So we don't have to sew it. So gluing. Which sort of glue would you use for it?
I just use a good quality fabric glue. You know, there's a lot of them out there. If it says it's suitable for fabric, it normally
will
does
work
the
for
job.
felt as well. 355916 is your item number. £14.49 to create, of course, the penguins in there, and of course all these different elements in there. Now, of course, moving down to the stockings. Well, these ones are sizable, the stockings, I have to say. I mean, this kind of boot length stockings, you know. Well, boot length, not knee length. What I mean is like, look at them. Now, of course, here we have. Oh, look at this. We have got the reindeer, and we have also the Santa's Santa stocking. Look at that. So, what do we get in the kit?
So, to suit, I call these starter kits, which I think sometimes can be a little misleading, because basically you've got everything in there to make that stocking, bar the thread. So everything. All the embellishments are in there, all the fabric is in there, the check lining that goes inside, that's in there. So you're good to go.
There you are. And of course the item number is for the reindeer, then we'll look at the Santa in a second. But I love the softness of these fleece.
I know, it's beautiful. I work a lot with fleece. I think if you're new to sewing, it's a very forgiving fabric to use. Children love it, and I mean, well, I'm adult and I love it. It's got a nice tactile
I mean,
feel.
I cannot stop stroking it because it's just so soft and nice, and it has got. Sometimes fleece can feel very artificial.
Yeah.
But this is like, it feels so nice. And
a lot of people use a lot of felt when they work and make a lot of Christmas decorations out of felt, and I tend to lean more towards fleece, and the reason for that is it's got a little bit of give in there as well, so it just makes it that little bit easier when you're sewing with that little bit of extra. Sometimes people are scared by a stretch in fabric, but you can actually make the stretch work for you. So,
of course, because on the corners and things like that, it will be much easier. Those, especially kind of the antlers.
Exactly, that's right. If I'd made those out of felt, they would have been really challenging to turn through, but because they were with fleece, it makes it easy. So there's a lot of consideration when you're designing things as to. Sometimes the reason I use certain fabrics is because it just makes it the task that little bit easier for the people making it.
It's so soft. Look at it. It's just so cute. And of course, it does make it easier, but I also really strokeable. Love it. And of course, you have the lining, everything, even the. Of course, you have got the elements, the snowflakes as well to decorate it. If you want yours, £17.49 is your price. 951576 is your item number. But we also have, of course, look at this one, Santa in here, the stocking. So you can see it here as well. Look at Santa. I love that. £17.49. Again, do we get everything except the thread?
Everything except the thread, yes. And again, you've got the full alphabet in there. So this morning when I worked with Yanis, we were joking about the names and that on the stockings. You get a full alphabet in there, so you can put whatever name that you would like on there. Or maybe you could just put, I don't know, Santa on there. It doesn't have to be the name. But I think by putting names on things, we were chatting about this morning, it makes it that extra bit special.
It does.
And I think then people and children will keep them probably, you know,
it's
throughout their
a
life.
heirloom. It becomes because it's like, and those memories that are attached to it.
Exactly.
And of course, if you want your Santa stocking, you have got the details on the screen. 574001 is your item number. £17.49 is your price for it. So if you want yours, do check out your baskets. And then finally, we have the summer breeze. So we go from winter to the summer. That we're kind of hoping that it will come back in for a few days at least in August.
I know, it's hard to believe that we had a summer, isn't it, when you've seen the weather the last few days?
Yeah.
But it was tropical not so long ago.
Exactly. So this is where I actually love the English summers, because you get a little bit of everything as well. Yeah. Right. Of course, we have got the summer breeze cushion starter kit here. Now, £17.49 is your price. 483161 is your item number. Now, on the website, of course, at thecraftstore.com, there's another 7 kits in there, and you can find them, all of them there. And of course, you have got 5-star reviews, because of course, Daisy Chain Designs are amazing kits. They are whimsical, they are fun, they are cute, they are easy to follow, easy to finish as well. And of course, you are getting almost everything that you need to complete. If not, they will tell you exactly what extra you need. Now, have a look at the website, of course, thecraftstore.com, and you will find everything that we have seen, plus 7 more kits. Now, of course, we are loving the brand new today, the camper van here. Now, of course, it features, you have got 3 different color options. And the blue is now on extended delivery. It will be dispatched on the 18th of August. That is for the blue option. If that's the one you want, you can still get it, but of course, it will be dispatched from the 18th. Now, the red is also very busy. Still, there is some on immediate dispatch, so should you wish to get it straight away, please make sure to check out your basket. So make sure to check out your basket. Right, Gail, I believe you're going to demonstrate the camper van.
I am.
So how do we start?
So in your pattern, in your instructions, you're going to have quite large pattern pieces, okay? So you're going to have to join the pattern. So let me just give you one little tip about joining it. When we print the paper, it never prints right the way to the edge. So sometimes when you're trying to join, you've got like a little blank space there. So it's probably worth just trimming the edge off. So when you come to join the pattern after, you can see where the lines meet nicely. So I always just trim a little piece off. Obviously you could put it on a light box or by a window so you can get the lines to join up. So that's the first bit. Now I'm going to confuse you by actually having smaller pieces.
Oh.
Because I'll let you into a secret.
Right.
I ran out of blue felt, blue fleece. So when I wanted to do all the demos, and I thought I best demo in the same colour as I'd made one of the samples, I didn't have enough fleece. So I've scaled everything down a little bit. So you can see here, here's the pattern, okay, stuck together. I've put it onto my fleece, and I've cut around to give me my body shape. So at this point, I'm only going to cut the one piece. If you watched the show this morning, I'm just quickly going to repeat this, just in case you didn't. It's a question I'm often asked as to which is the right or the wrong side of the fleece. And I'll just quickly repeat it. For the pink one, you can see quite easily that it's really fluffy this side, and when we look at the back, it's really quite smooth. Sometimes when you use in other colours like white, it's difficult to tell the difference and people worry about it. If you look at the selvage edge, and you will get a selvage with all of these kits, okay, you can see that it's curling this way. So as it curls round like that, that is the front. Okay, so if you're worried, you'll know that's the front. I said to Yanis this morning when I was talking to him, at the end of the day, you've bought the front and the back of the fleece. So if you prefer the other side, you can use that side. The only thing you need to be is consistent, okay? So just as a guide, if it curls that way, that's the front. So moving on, so we've cut the one piece of our pattern out, and then what we're going to do with our pattern, you can see I've put some little scissor marks on here. We now need to cut our pattern into 3 pieces.
Right.
And this is because this is going to give us the template for the white part of the van and for the bumper. Yeah. If you know when you're making this, okay, that you want to make it several times, then what I suggest you do is once you've got your pattern like this, pop it onto another piece of paper and cut that shape out and keep it to one side. So then that way you won't have to stick the whole thing back together when you're making it a second or third time. So we're going to do that. We're going to cut the pattern apart. If I just bring this in, you'll be able to see. You see here, this is where my pattern has been cut apart.
Perfect.
And now I've pinned the pattern, the pieces that I want, to white.
And do you recommend to use the those flat pens that you are using?
Well, I like them. Because sometimes if I'm sewing and I use flat pins, they don't get caught on the machine. I don't catch them on things, but they're not essential. But because these look like little buttons,
they're so cute.
I quite like them. Yeah, and I'm a sucker for buying things that look pretty, as are we all. So then once you've done that, we're going to pop our pieces of fleece, our white pieces, and as you can see already now, we look like we've got a van.
Yeah.
Just a few little tips, okay? Fleece, as I said earlier, has got some stretch in there, so we will all move around a little bit, so don't be scared by that. Take a little moment to make sure that you've got all your edges lined up, okay? Once they're lined up, what you can do is you can just pull the fleece back, put a little dab of glue if you want.
Okay, yeah.
Now I use one of those glue sticks at this point because it's quite a dry glue, or you can put a few pins in there. So once you've done that, we're going to sew these pieces in place. So you can see I've sewn around the edge nicely.
Do you use a blanket stitch? Or?
No, I've just used a zigzag
Okay,
stitch. You could use a blanket stitch, which would be really lovely and decorative, but I just decided to use a zigzag. You could use a straight stitch. I'll give you a tip as to one of the reasons why I use a zigzag stitch. One, because it helps because this fabric is stretchy, and two, when you've got a zigzag, the needle is bouncing from one side to the other, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. If you're new to sewing and you struggle to follow a line, because of the back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, you've got a better chance of catching. Are you with me?
Yes.
Because the needle's rocking back and forth. So you get a better chance of not missing a spot. So once we've done that, okay, we've got our pieces. That's our front done for the moment. We need to do the back. Now the back is made by joining two sections of fabric together. Don't worry, in the pattern I tell you exactly how to what size these pieces are. And then to cut the back, we're going to lay the front onto this panel, and you can see here I'm going to match the white from here with where the join line is. So the beauty of this is I know my back is going to be exactly the same as my front because
that's matching.
So it'll make it match up easier, which was easier than giving you two pattern pieces and you agonising. So if you've moved around or jiggled a little bit while you've been sewing, you don't have to worry because it's all going to match. So then we cut that piece out. So I'll just show you here. So there's one cut out. And then we're going to use an extra piece for the back. We're going to cut an extra bumper, and then the bumper goes on the back. Now, just quickly, I want to share the construction with you before we go on to the felt work.
Perfect.
What I would have done at this point, Paola, is I would have decorated everything before I put the cushion together. But I want to explain to everybody how you put the cushion together first. If you were doing the red one, and I said one without a gusset, you would literally just put the front to the back, match up all the edges, sew all the way round, leaving an opening at the bottom to stuff, and you would be done. Okay, but we said right at the beginning, one of them had a gusset.
Okay.
So I want to explain that part to you.
Okay.
So to achieve the gusset in the cushion, so that's what makes it chunkier, and also would give you an opportunity to maybe put some weight at the bottom if you wanted the cushion to stand up. You're going to make a gusset. Now in the pattern I tell you exactly the size to cut of the white strips, the blue strips and the white again. We're going to sew all the way around. Now I'm quite particular when I sew. I try to get things to look as nice as possible, okay? So for me, I sew the blue piece with blue thread and the white piece with white thread. Right. If you want to sew with a continuous same colour thread, that's entirely up to you. But because these seams could stretch, I wouldn't want to be seeing white thread there. So I change the colour of the thread. And just as a little tip as well, now for those of you who patchwork and that, you'll be used to joining seams. And you see the white and the blue here and the white and the blue. So the temptation is to join the two of them together and see where the two of them meet. Let me get my hand out of the way. the two of them meet, and to put a pin, and then that would be fine. The problem is, because with this cushion, this edge starts to bend, okay, you've got a curve. Where you're going to sew is not right on the edge where you've joined. It could be a quarter or half inch in.
Yeah.
So what I suggest you do is you lay your two pieces of fabric together like that, and you can, just with your nail, okay, put your fingernail where you're going to sew, not right on the edge, where the seam line is going to be, and then pull the fabric back. Now you can see it doesn't quite join there. Okay, so what I need to do is I just need to move it down slightly.
Right, perfect.
So when I push it back now, it's not exactly lined up on the edge, but it is exactly lined up on the white piece. So if I show you here, you see it's given me a nice, my line is continuous.
Yeah.
I don't want the seams on the side of my cushion being out of alignment. It would bother me. I mean, it might not bother some people. So on the edges don't quite meet on the edge, but they do meet where this line joins. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. Perfect sense.
And the beauty of these seams here as well is, if for some reason, you know, when we all sew slightly differently, and sometimes things don't join exactly where we want. What you can do is, if when you come around here the white piece is a little bit too long, you can always just alter this seam here and take a little bit away or add a little bit.
Perfect. And of course, if you want, remember there is 3 different options. The blue has now sold out an immediate dispatch. If you want it, you can still have it on 18th of August. The red is, there is immediate dispatch is super vulnerable. It's about to go an extended delivery, so it will be dispatched from the 18th. You still can get all 3 options. It's just that the blue and I believe the red now on extended delivery on the 18th of August. Right, Gail, and also we were talking about the machine. Could we hand stitch if we don't have a sewing machine?
You can hand stitch. I mean, it's going to take a little bit longer hand stitching, and when you're sewing anything that's stuffed, you need to be doing a little back stitch because you want the seams to be nice.
So sewing machine would be the.
A sewing machine would make life so much easier. But that's not to say
that
it isn't achievable, you know. I mean, when we look at quilts now, we all quilt on machines, but you see beautiful hand-stitched quilts in there. So I'm sure there's a lot of hand sewers out there screaming at me now, saying I could easily make that by hand. It's just that for me, for time and that. But what I will say is you don't need a really fancy sewing machine. It's just a straight line or a zigzag, and if you don't want to zigzag the stitch, if your machine just does a straight line, you can sew these things.
Perfect, thank you. And of course, if you want your camper van cushion kit, you have got the details on the screen. Remember, the 3 options we have got is the blue, the red, and the orange. Both blue and red, I believe. Well, blue is on extended. Red is very, you know, still there is I think there are a few or well, less than a handful on immediate dispatch. No, now red, sorry, I needed to hear that. The red is now on immediate, now it says on extended delivery, to confirm that it will be dispatched from the 18th on the red one as well. Right, now, Gail, you have got in front of you those beautiful hanging elements, the triangular...
Oh, the little advent boxes.
Yeah, the advent boxes. I love those ones. We have got some on extended delivery. They did sell out earlier. They are so cute.
Thank you. It's a really lovely hand-sewn project. So where we were talking about machine earlier, this is sewn by hand. I designed them with the idea of I'd use little buttons on there, and I would make 24 of them. If you didn't want to do that, you could just use the larger box. The pattern gives you the 3 sizes, and also within the pattern you get the stiffener that actually gives the box its shape. I think this is a lovely idea to use these instead of Christmas crackers.
Oh, yeah.
And they would decorate the table beautifully. Plus you can get a nice, a bigger gift in this size box. But they're also great for hanging on the tree. And there was this morning, I've actually packed it away, I'm sorry, but there was an extra large box for you to get an extra large kit in there, extra large present in there.
That's fabulous. I love that. $12.99. Of course, there is a little bit of extended delivery because they did sell out earlier. 752013. I think they are dispatched as well from the 18th of August. Now, do check them out if you want the pyramid ones. Yeah, confirmation 18th of August. Also, very, very popular for the wreath, Santa's wreath in here. The ho ho ho. That is a very busy one as well. I think it's that's also. This one is unextended as well. It is, of course, it has sold out earlier. So £19.95 is your price. And of course, Gail is going to be using it for the next demo. 436770 is your item number. Now, I want to mention as well, another item that I don't want you to miss out is the reindeer gorgeous stocking. Now, it's flying out. Yes, it is. And look at that. It's Rudolph, of course, has got the red nose. And of course, he's flying out. Now, if you want it, you have got the details there. 951576 is your item number. £17.49. Do check them out, but of course, let's not forget about the gorgeous wreath. Now, Gail, you have got a demonstration with that, haven't you?
I have indeed.
Oh,
yes.
well. So how do we make the wreath?
So we begin with, this morning, I did a little demo this morning on the snowman wreath that we've also got on the show. And I explained to you about how to put the fleece around the ring. Now, it doesn't really matter how long these strips are or how wide they are. We're literally just going to use them to cover the ring. And as I explained this morning, you literally just sort of bandage the ring, really, by twisting the fleece around there. And then when you run out, you just get the next piece and then continue. So this morning, when I was doing this, I was just saying about the reasons that I cover the ring with the fleece is so that I've got a nice foundation to actually sew all the heads on.
Perfect, yeah.
And this morning, I said, because if I can just bring in the snowman wreath a second, just to show you. With the snowman wreath, the whole wreath is covered. I don't know which way. Shall I just lay it down flat?
Yeah,
the whole wreath is covered with the snowman heads.
Right, yeah.
So you can't actually see any part of the wreath. So it doesn't really matter how you put the background fleece on. But now with the Santa wreath, you can see, if I bring this back in, that I've put the ho 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 and the word in on the bottom. So it's nicer that when you cover your wreath, if you've got a bit that looks nicer than another place, use the nicest place at the bottom where you're actually going to put the ho ho ho. Now, I don't want to confuse you. I know this one is in grey, okay, and the one that you've got over there is in red. The actual kit is for the red one. Yeah. I just decided just to show that you could do it in a different colour.
Because once that we have got the pattern and the instructions, we can make it into our whichever colour we want with whatever we have got at home.
Exactly. And the snowman wreath last year, people went on to make them in just beautiful colours and all different colour hats and things like that. And you could, with the Santa, do the same thing. You could also, with the Santa, I chose not to put them all the way around because I didn't want any of them upside down. But you could add more Santas in if you wanted. And also what I spoke about this morning was that you could just add strings to the Santas if you wanted and use them as hanging ornaments. So you can see here, these haven't got, these are not attached to the wreath. And I also thought maybe if you just added some ribbon or bells, you could have them hanging on your door. You know, so there's the possibility. Think of the pattern as just your starting point, and then once you've got the instructions, you can just go on and make and do as many things as you want.
Indeed. Now, of course, if you want to go for the heads up wreath that Gail showed us with the all the wreath with the Santa's heads, details at the bottom of the screen. If you want to go for Ho 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 Santa, which is this one that you can see here, left-hand side of the screen for this one. Right, so you have, next step then.
Yeah, next step then. So I just want to explain to you how easy this is. So I want to share this with you. So again, this morning I talked about we just put 2 layers of fleece together, but unusually this time, okay, I've put the right sides of fleece together because I wanted the Santa's face to be a little bit smoother. So I'm actually going to use the wrong side of the fleece as for his head. So I'm going to sew all the way round, okay, leaving a little opening at the top for me to turn through. Once I've sewn all the way around, I take the paper pattern off and I cut the piece out. You don't have to worry about cutting it out too tidy because all the seams are going on the inside. I'm just going to quickly turn this through, and it's really as simple as turning the piece through and stuff in.
Right.
So you can see here's one that I've stuffed earlier.
Oh, it looks like a pebble.
I know, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And then the good thing is the little piece that you stitch up here, that's going to be hidden by the hat. So it doesn't matter how tidy that you actually sew that part up. So once you've got your little pebble, as you nicely called it, we're going to make the beards and the moustaches. Now you've got two different Santas, so you've got two different types of beard and moustache in the pattern. It's up to you which ones you prefer as to which ones you want to make the most of. And this time I've used a layer of fleece and I've used a layer of felt. Okay. Now the reason for that is I actually wanted to add less bulk. So I didn't want it too fluffy this time. And also because the felt doesn't stretch like the fleece does, it sort of kept the back a little bit flatter, so it just makes them easier to sew on. So pin your patterns to your fleece and your felt, and then stitch all the way around. You can see here where I've sewn all the way around. Then you unpin your pattern and you cut out. Now I'll give you a little tip. Here's a moustache. If you want, when you're cutting out, if you turn your piece over so you've got the felt facing up, okay, you can see the stitched line easier than you can if it's the fleece side up. So I always turn it over to the felt side so I can see a little bit easier where I'm going to cut out. And then that's all you need to do is make sure you don't cut through the stitching, but just cut the other side of the stitch line. Once you've done that, okay, you want to make a little incision in the back. Yeah. So you can see here, and this is the felt side. I've made a little incision, and then you want to get some stuff in. And then you want to stuff. Now I've shown people that I use these quite often, but I quite like using a set of forceps because they're really handy to stuff.
There's use for them.
I can hold my stuff in where I want and then just pop it in. And it's really good for those like awkward areas because you can see I can pop it right where I want. The trick with stuffing is, okay, don't be tempted to get massive chunks and stuff huge chunks in. A little bit at a time, you can work it to go wherever you want. Okay. So gradually work your way around stuffing. Once you've done that, you're just going to sew them onto your little pebble.
Okay. Yep.
Now let me just bring this one in. This morning I talked about sewing beads and things on, so I'm not going to bore you with sewing lots of beads and things on.
And of course, you can catch up on the show this morning at 7 a.m. on the website, thecraftstore.com.
Exactly. So I just thought I'd cover some other aspects. What you'll find is with the beards and that, you don't be afraid to stretch them, to fit them wherever you want. And what I do at this stage is I will have made the hat as well at the same time. So I will audition the whole thing on there. I'll pop his hat on to make sure this is where I want his beard to sit. If you look at the pattern will clearly show you each step. And I'll show you exactly where I placed things. But it's quite nice for you. You can alter the character of things by moving the hats further up or down, or how you put the eyes on and that. So don't be scared of moving things around and trying them all out before you commit. And you can always stick little pins in to make sure you know where you want everything. The same with, if I just come here and talk about this one, you see I've sewn his beard on here. And then with your eyes, if you want, you can just use some pins. And use pins to hold his eyes in place. And then you can work out exactly where you want the eyes. And if you bring the hat in, you can work out exactly where, and then you can bring his moustache in. What I love is as soon as you start adding little elements, the whole thing starts. I know it looks a little bit scary with those yellow dots there.
No, but it's quite, you know, it's quite funny.
Yeah, it all just suddenly comes to life. And just want to emphasise that all of the details in the pattern are in there, so I make it really easy for you, and all the little embellishments too.
Now we have had a question from Elaine about the cheeks. How do you colour them?
Oh, the cheeks. Oh, yeah, that's no problem. I'll just show you now. So with the cheeks, let me just get a little bit of. I actually use a little bit of makeup because well, all of us out there who wear makeup will know that when you get it on your clothes, it's quite challenging to get off, isn't it?
It is. It is.
So and makeup is a really good way of putting its little cheeks on. So I've got a really cheap makeup brush, and I've got really cheap makeup.
Okay,
you could use lipstick, but I'm just using a blusher.
Yeah.
And what I do, you could use acrylic paint as well, and lots of things. But I found that this works the best for me. I pick up a little bit of the makeup on a brush, and then make sure that you do dab off the excess onto a spare piece of fleece. And then once you've decided where the cheeks are going to be, you can just start to, and the trick is really to just build up the colour. Don't go straight in with a really dark colour. You can always add a little bit extra. And trust me, this does not come off.
Wow.
So yeah, you can just build up the colour there. When we put this,
look at that.
you see, he's starting to look cute already, isn't he?
So lovely. And of course, if you want, that is perfect. Thank you, Gail, for that gorgeous demonstration. And you know, it's just the finishing touches, isn't it? That adding the little blush and of course the eyes. I love the top tip about how to position them with the pin, so therefore you can know exactly where you are going to have them in. Now, of course, if you want the Ho Santa wreath pattern and starter kit, £19.95 is your price. It did sell out early, so it's back on extended delivery. Dispatch date from the 18th of August. 436770 is your item number for the wreath. We have got, of course, a lot of more. Of course, we have got. We have got an email from Valerie with a picture of her shape. That is, of course, the pattern from Daisy Chain Designs from a previous show. Look at that.
Oh, that is so sweet.
I love. And you can see, and of course, Valerie, of course, thank you so much for your email and the pictures. It's great to see what you do at home with the Daisy Chain Designs, because it showcases how easy it is to achieve them.
And that's what I think. I think when you see people send in photographs, and we were talking about the cats this morning.
Oh yeah.
I've had so many pictures of people that have made the cats, and they've made them in colours that match their own cats.
Yes.
And they've made them in different fabrics. And I think that's testament to the fact that the pattern is easy to follow and quick to make, that people are making it over and over again.
Yeah, and of course we have, well, look at that. We have got the full one. I mean, I was just showing you the head because it was so fun to have just the head in there. But of course you have got the grey option. You have got I think there is the ginger option as well. And of course you can see them there. Of course you have got the black, white, grey, rust, pink, bright green as well. Now, and of course it makes a lovely cushion, but of course it's templates that you can then use it for something else. Also, we have to mention, you can see the fabulously pink flamingo in there. It's just fabulous, isn't it? Can I just grab, you know, I'm gonna grab one of them because it's just, that one is kind of, but look at this. Look at I love the way that the kind of feathers are created in here.
Organza, so you could use other fabrics, but I think the organza really shows off sort of the feathers. You'd make a lovely handbag.
I just thought it was like, I know.
The neck is perfect for a handbag.
I'm grabbing the flamingo by his neck.
And you get the two size, with a pattern, you get this quite good value because you get the two size flamingos within the pattern, and you also get the pattern for the bag that's by the side of you with a pineapple on there, and also the cushion with a pineapple on there. And in the pattern, one of the pineapples is made using a faux chenille technique. So you've actually got all the instructions on how to faux chenille as well, and how to do all the prairie points on the bag. So although it's only a pattern set, there's no kit, you know, which enables you to go and make it in whatever fabrics you want. I think there's a fine line between that becoming a swan. So if you made it in white, it might look a little bit like a swan. You could alter the beak slightly.
Yeah.
And that.
Do we get also the pineapple one?
Yeah, the pineapple bag.
Pineapple there, just to making sure.
And the pineapple cushion as well.
Oh,
so that comes in the whole. So you've actually got 4 projects in one pattern set. And the cushion that's just on the end that's got the sunglasses next to it, I just thought it was like sort of tropical thing. That's where the faux chenille is in there. So if you just run your hands across the pineapple, can you see it's faux chenille? So that's a technique that you could use to go and make bags and loads of other things as well. So it's quite a sizable pattern with lots of different instructions.
It is, and well, fabulous pattern. £13.99 is your price. 674139 is your item number. And now, of course, we have the mittens as well with that red work. There is so as many ideas that you can do in creating there. You have got, of course, different colorways for the felt. The red, green, blue, and grey. Those ones are the options. It makes 7 of them. You can go for multiple ones, and if you go for all 4 options, you could do an advent calendar, couldn't you? Now, of course, £14.99 is for one of those options, including the lovely Made with Love little tags in here as well, the metallic, the metal, you can coppery ones there that we have. Oh, sorry. Drop them. Made with Love. 110475 is your item number. £14.99 is your price, and of course you have them there, the options, and the gorgeous red work there to follow. Then we have, of course, the chilling penguins. This is, of course, a banner, but remember that here you are getting the materials and this to create the penguins, and then all the glitter felt, as well as the embellishments in here with the wiggly eyes, and of course all the snowflakes. £14.49 is your price. 355916, and remember to check out your baskets. Now, this is going to be the next demo, but before we go to demo, we want to remind you of that reindeer stocking there that you can see. It's so cute, and of course you can see them there as well, the gorgeous elements in there that you are getting, and of course you are getting everything except the thread, but you are getting, of course, the fleece, which is absolutely gorgeous, the glitter felt, and all the embellishments needed. And it's a sizable, very sizable. I mean, it would be like, you know, knee length sort of a stocking for me, because I mean, maybe for you, Gail, that you are regular size.
How you do in there?
Probably the full leg. I mean, I was just so little. Right, if you want yours, for £17.49 is your price. 951576 is your item number for the reindeer. And of course, we have also the Santa's stocking. This one is going to fall off. You know, there it is. There it is. Then, oh. That happened. Oh, well, you know what? Rudolph is tired. Let's have a concentrate on Santa's here. And of course, this is the Santa stocking starter kit, which means that you have got all that you need to create the stocking, but of course, then the templates that you can then reproduce it. 574001 is your item number for Santa. And if you haven't seen this snowman into the stocking, well, we have got that option as well, which was featured, I think, this morning. £18.49 is well. Look at that, it's so cute. 345261 is your item number for the snowman, the stocking. And finally, we have got the Summer Breeze kind of gorgeous cushion in here, which is completely giving us a sandcastle. And of course, the bucket, I love this. Gorgeous memories in here. Of course, you are getting the fabric, and of course, you will need your own backing, but then you have got all the templates and the pieces of fabric. And rickrack ribbon, always important. 483161 is your item number. £17.49 is your price. Now, I believe you are chilling out.
I am chilling in the corner.
We have got about 5 minutes left.
Okay, so time's not our friend, so I'm going to skip through this quickly. I love this project because I just love how much lovely glitter felt that you've got in there. And I want to explain to you how I cut the glitter felt, because I've used it on so many of the projects. So it's on the back of the cat, it's on the stockings, but I'll explain how it's used in here, but I use the same principle on all of them. I use a product called freezer paper. Lots of you will have heard me mention it before.
Okay.
It's got a wax coating on the back, and it's just normal paper on the front.
Okay.
And then what you do is you just lay the paper, wax coating down, over your letters or the drawings, whatever it is that I've given you to draw around. It could be the penguins and that, and then just trace your shape. So you can see here I've traced the letter C. Then I take it and I'm going to pop it onto the wrong side of the glitter felt. So my glitter is this side.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to take a warm iron and I'm going to iron it on.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, and then by just putting a warm iron on it, you can see now that the paper's held in place. What that enables me to do is it enables me to just cut out the shape easily now. The paper helps keep the glitter felt firm, and it gives me a nice line to work around. When I've finished cutting the piece out and I peel the paper off, it doesn't leave any residue. So there's no stickiness there. There's nothing for me to adhere it on with. I'm purely just using this to cut the shape out. And the beauty of the glitter felt is because, like most felts, it's slightly rough on the back. When I lay it on my piece to sew, it tends not to move around. It tends to stay where I want it to stay. One little tip that I'm going to share with you: when you come to cut the letters out, okay, you can see that each letter has got snow on the top of it. So if I just bring in the sample, notice the letters are reversed. So if you wanted to use a fusible, you could. So you can see the snow is on the top. What I suggest you do is when you first lay your paper on and you draw out your letter C, then you want to draw out the snow part. Okay, write the letter C on there.
Oh, that's for the C letter. Yeah, that makes sense.
As you're going through all the letters, what you end up finding is you've cut all the snow out and all the letters out, and then it's like a little competition to see which one fits on which. So it's definitely worth writing the letters on there so you know which piece matches with which. And you can see here I've got a letter E. And you can see what I've just cut out. I'm doing this so you haven't got to watch me cut with a pair of scissors, but it does cut really easy. There's my letter E. Here's my piece of snow. I can peel the paper off. And then what I do is I do put a little dab of glue. Now be mindful, if you start using glue, make sure the glue is dry before you sew, because there's nothing worse than the needle going through your fabric when there's glue on there and you gum up your needle. If I just bring this in, you can see I've applied it to a quilted background. If you look closely, and even with the best will in the world with the lovely man on the camera, he's going to struggle to see this. You can't actually see where I've stitched it. And the reason you can't see where I've stitched it, okay, is because I've used invisible thread. Okay, and so what I suggest you do is you buy a good quality invisible thread. And if we just look at the penguin, you can see where I've stitched the penguin. Shall I turn him round? The penguin. The beauty of using invisible thread is he's got little orange feet, he's got a black body, he's got a pink scarf, he's got a red hat. I would have to change the colour of the thread over and over again, but by using invisible thread, I get to use the same colour, which is invisible, all the way across there. So it saves me changing my thread. And also, because there's such beautiful glitter in this, I don't want to spoil the glitter by adding a dull or a matte thread on top. And for those of you who are new to sewing and maybe a little bit scared about invisible thread, as long as you buy a good quality one, it's fine, okay? And if you go off on a little wander, it doesn't matter because it's invisible and people are not going to see.
Perfect.
So actually, although like a lot of people will steer clear of invisible thread because they think it's too challenging, it's got lots of benefits.
It does indeed.
People won't be able to see if you do a wobbly line. And on the back, I've stitched right the way through my quilted piece. Okay, the quilt police are not going to be there to notice, but you can see, you can't see the back either, because what I've done is I've just used a coordinating thread on the back.
Absolutely.
And by quilting the background first, it gives me a nice solid background to sew these elements onto.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Gail. Now, I need to remind everybody to check out their baskets, especially for the camper van. Now, the camper van, there is 3 different options. The orange one is immediate dispatch, but of course, the blue and the red have now sold out in immediate dispatch. You can get it on extended. It means that it will be dispatched from the 18th of August. Remember the bag. Remember that you are getting a full alphabet. Remember that you are getting the pocket in here, the template, and of course, you can personalize it however you want to. Even you can want the gusset, you can put it in, or you can keep it, you know, nice and neat as well. If you stitch it back to front as well in there. Now, Gail, it's been an absolute pleasure. Remember, everybody, to check out your baskets because it is they're absolutely gorgeous projects. Now, Gail, when are you next?
I'm back on the 12th of September, and this is a sneaky peek of what I'll be bringing back. This is one of the new projects that I'll be bringing back on the...
I love the eyelashes.
Yeah, if you like the snowmen, then reindeers are coming.
Oh, thank you so much, Gail. You have put a smile on everybody's faces in the building.
Paula.
So thank you so much. We're looking forward to your September shows. But do remember to check out your baskets, especially for the super busy camper van. And stay tuned because of crafting continues here at the craft store with more after the break. Well, indeed, the one-day special is from Adjuster for Form and Dressmaking. Then we are welcoming Felicity and Ink at 1 and then at 2. Clarity.
Hi, I'm Leslie from Chocolate Baroque, and we design and manufacture our own rubber stamps right here in the northeast of England. We have a wonderful in-house designer called Sue, who hand draws all the images, which we then transfer into rubber stamps. We have very, very elaborate designs. We have everything from steampunk right through to beautiful florals, and then we have scenic and we have words. Our stamps are beautifully elaborate, very, very detailed, exquisitely etched, and the quality is next to none. So good that if you look after your stamps, we guarantee them for a lifetime. Whether it's stamping, mixed media, or art journaling, join us for our journey into everything creative and messy, and see what you can create with our stamps.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. Over the 40 years, Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we're going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you.
Hello there and welcome back. Well, it's 12 o'clock, so time for us to have another look at the one-day special. It is an amazing deal. I hope you've managed to catch some of the previous shows, because it's been such a popular one-day special, so much so that 60% of the stock has gone. Now, good news, you do still have through until 6 o'clock this evening to take advantage. I just hope we've got enough to see us right the way through. But this is the last time we're going to see it live in the studio, so this is the hour. If you've got any questions that you're wanting to ask, then you need to email into the studio@thecraftstore.com. And why? Because we've got the fabulous Rosella with me, who's going to hopefully be able to help you answer those questions. How you doing?
Well, afternoon now, isn't it?
It is afternoon, yes. These shifts just throw me all over. Now, I have to say, this is a phenomenal deal. I've been doing a little bit of research in between the shows, and this price is incredible. And the fact that we can spread the cost over 3 payments.
Yes. Absolutely, it makes it so much more affordable, and it is a wonderful product, Hayley. This is an adjustable dress form, so if you've ever actually wanted one of those dress forms that you want to make to fit you, this is the perfect example.
It's got 11 adjustments.
11, and you've got that at the moment. You've got an extended waist on there, Hayley. Yeah, so your waist, it's actually length as well as width. So that makes it even more adjustable. Of course, you've got a hem marker on this as well. So you've got everything that you need to actually make your dresses fit yourself. And it's really sturdy, because I noticed that actually when you leant down, you're still hanging on to it.
You can kind of find yourself leaning on your new best friend.
we could cut out faces. It could be a different friend every day.
There we go. You can see. Perfect. Brilliant deal. And those flexible, a little over £30. I mean, how affordable is that? And I think that's well within the reach of many people, that £30. Don't get me wrong, it's a considerable amount of money for anybody. But breaking it down into those 3 payments might make it more achievable than it has been previously.
And I think a lot of people will find that actually this is something that you've been wanting for a while. If you are a dressmaker and you sort of, we watch the programmes on the telly and we think, oh, I'd quite like one of those. And this is a great form to get. I love the fact that we can adjust the height on this.
Yes.
I have one at home that's not adjustable, and it's not my height, and I find it really difficult.
And that's a really good point, because I know lots of people that may, especially in this day and age where we're kind of selling on clothing, and there's a lot of websites out there where you can do that. People will sometimes invest in things like a shop mannequin.
Yes.
Now, a shop display mannequin, totally different kettle of fish.
Yeah.
It's basically just a body form. There's no adjustment at all.
That's right. And what we're actually going to create on this is actually a body double. So this is going to fit all of our curves, and I don't know why I'm doing that. I haven't got any of those.
You're
all of our curves. But we are going to make this our body, so that when we are fitting clothes, they're going to fit us perfectly. When we are displaying clothes, I mean, you mentioned about that, but actually maybe you do sell clothes. Maybe actually you need that mannequin to adjust to the clothing that you are selling.
And I know briefly last night we touched on, during the 8 o'clock show, we touched on the fact that you can actually put different sizes in here for different people and kind of dial up those different numbers as and when you need to.
That's right. If that's Fenella. If you wouldn't mind turning Fenella sideways, you can see on the side on those dials you've got the little white tape there. Now that's then, so if I'm going to fit that to me, what I would do is I'd adjust my mannequin and put a little R on there to say that's my size.
Yes.
And then when I was going to make something for you, Hayley, I'd adjust it to your size and I'd put an H on there as well.
Yes.
So it means that then you can adjust it to a couple of different people, because you're not necessarily making stuff for yourself all the time.
Very much so. And can I just ask about the sizing on this one? Because obviously the sizing on the screen there is 8 to 16. Now some people might think of this and think, well, areas of me are oversized 16, maybe bordering on 18 or maybe going beyond that. Can we still use this mannequin?
It's going to depend on your shoulders, really, and how much you can pad it. I wouldn't go particularly large on it. However, if you're thinking actually, I tend to be a 16, maybe around the bust. However, around the waist, no, I'm not. But back down to the hips, yes, I am. That's fine, because what we do is we add some wadding on there, and we're likely to do that anyway, because certainly you might feel that on the bust area you need to add some wadding.
You gave such a brilliant tip. Pop in a bra on there.
Put your bra on there and pad it accordingly.
Clever idea,
And that's what you're going to do. And also, when we are making clothes, you're perhaps going to put the bra on that you're going to wear with that outfit, because that depends where they're lying, doesn't it?
And also straps as well. The amount of things that I have bought with straps where your bra is showing, and I don't like the bra strap shown under a strap of a dress.
Exactly. This one that I'm wearing, this is the Avid Seamstress. This is a sundress, and this has thin straps where it's a strapless bra. So gravity takes its toll, doesn't it? So a strapless bra is they're going to be in a different place to wear the straps, aren't they?
Definitely. I love it. Now, of course, if you're investing in yours, it doesn't come through your letterbox, obviously. obviously, like Fenella will not arrive. Suddenly open the door and she stood there standing. She will come boxed up, and I think this is important because I don't think we've covered this during any of the shows so far.
No, we haven't, and I really want to show you just how few pieces are involved in Fenella's building and how easy she is.
Let me just give you those details on your screen before we go over to Rosella. I should have done this and I do apologise. 074395. We're getting very busy during this hour. You've got 3 flexi buys as an opportunity if you want to take advantage. You don't have to spread it over 3 payments if you don't want to, but what you are doing is you are saving £50. Do your research if you want to, but please do not leave it too long, because with 60% of the stock having gone, stands a chance that we won't have this to offer to you at 6 o'clock this evening. So get involved nice and early. That is the key thing. And then you can sit back and watch Rosella go through all the information that you need, and I'll obviously email in if there's anything else you need to get. No. So Rosella, the box arrives.
So it arrives, and there's very little in it really. There's now, how's this going to come out? We've got our top half.
Okay.
And let me just open her up. So within her, can you see this area here? So that's where the main tube's going to be, but there's also this is really important. So when you get home, just have a quick look at that, because what that does, that's your waist adjustment to lower and drop your waist.
And we can just about see that. Yeah, it's difficult because it's all kind of dark on camera. It's difficult to see.
Just be aware. Have a quick look inside her before you put it together, so you know exactly where everything is inside. And it's actually really interesting anyway. But let's just pop her down to the side.
Wonderful.
And then we've got our base pole.
Right.
And we've got the measurements on there, and this is the hem adjuster, so this just slips up and down.
So is that already attached?
It's already on there. There is so little to put together on this. And then also you've got the adjustment for the pole, which is here. I'm not sure I dare move that, because last night I did this and I got it stuck and I had to get Lewis to undo it for me, because I don't know my own strength. So that's your height adjustment.
Okay.
This is going to fit within Fenella, and it's just going to tighten there. This is the base. And that's the only other things that are in there. Excuse me, dear.
So do we need screwdrivers and drills and all sorts of gadgets and gizmos?
You don't. You might need someone to get to the bottom of the box if you're my size, but perhaps I'll do it the other way up. Excuse me.
And I'm just noticing there that the legs of the base, they remind me a bit of my Christmas tree.
That's exactly. Actually, Ben and I were putting them together last night, and we said it's just like putting the legs on your Christmas tree. And you've got instructions, and that's it. That's all you need. So all you're going to do then is you're going to lift up this base, and you are just like your Christmas tree.
Let me move that box for you.
Thank you, Hayley. You're just going to pop them in there. You see, I don't put my Christmas tree together, can't you? Slide it down.
And you've got 4 of those legs to go in place.
You've got 4 of those legs. Make sure your feet are turning the right way up.
They've got little levelers on them as well. I can see you kind of got turny bits on the end.
Yes, they have. So you've got a little bit of a adjustment there for your...
If you've got a wobbly floor.
If you've got a wobbly floor, yeah. And then you just got to... There's actually gaps for those to slide in. In fact, I can't actually hit them.
Rather than us cone in and watch you, Rosella, because it's one of those tricky things. When you've got millions of people watching, as we obviously have here at the craft store, then it's always a little bit tricky. But you can see here, once they're in place, you've got that nice sturdy base. And I love the fact that you've got those adjustable feet on there, which makes it nice and easy for you to get that steady. So if you do have a floor that's not necessarily completely flat, then you can alter it. Then you've also got working our way up. You've obviously got your hemline, where you can lay down that hemline, mark it on your garment, which is brilliant, because dependent on your shape, it might not necessarily be a completely level, as in spirit level style hem. That's something worth considering. As you move your way up here, you can see obviously the waistline. Rosella spoke about the dial that's on the inside to allow you to alter that, to kind of lengthen or shorten your waistline. And then, of course, you've got all of your different adjustments with regards to that, and then also down the side. And also at the top here, if I just tilt our young lady forward, you will have a dial at the top here which will allow you to actually open up the area that you've got within here as well. So it's very much adjustable. 11 different adjustments you can make to ensure that this is your very own personal size. You've even got your dials down the back, and something Rosella touched on at 6 o'clock, and I do urge you to go back to the 6 o'clock show, because she was here with Derek and they very much went through everything with a fine-tooth comb. Rosella was kind enough to take her measurements and showed us how to adjust the mannequin to fit perfectly. And something that I thought was brilliantly relevant is sometimes the measurement across your front added onto your back. Yes, it will give you that kind of a measurement from your whole body, but that isn't necessarily splitting it up into the right kind of combination. It's not split 50-50, is it, that measurement?
Absolutely not. So what you need to do is you need to establish your side seams, which are sort of around there, measure from, or ideally get a friend to measure from your side seam around the back, make a note of that measurement, and from your side seam around the front, because when you're making your own garments, that's going to give you the ability to then perhaps give a little bit extra at the front where you might need it, a little bit less at the back, because it's all right saying, oh, I've got a 38-inch chest. You may have, but actually it might not be 19 at the back and 19 at the front. Mine certainly isn't.
True. Yeah.
And so this, because you've got those adjustments, so you've got the side adjustments to actually get the breadth like that, but then you've got the little wheels at the side then to go that way as well.
It's almost like fine-tuning, isn't it?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is, yes.
Yeah, I love it. Now, I'm going to pop the Fenella, did we call her, into the middle there, because we've had an email come through. I'm just going to nudge her over to the side, just so she can point this out to us.
Oh, yeah.
Natalie's asking about the height adjustment of the waist.
Oh, yes.
Because perhaps you didn't catch the show last night. We touched on it briefly when you were just talking about the
That's
mannequin.
right.
But could you explain that to us?
Currently, Fenella's long-waisted. So if you are slightly long-waisted, this is perfect, because that, when I said have a look inside Fenella, that was the bit we were looking at. So if I just get down here, you've got a little screw within there, and that, unscrew it, that's where the waist comes down or goes back up.
So it kind of loosens.
That's right, it loosens it and it goes back up, and he's loosening it. There you go.
And I'm guessing you only need to do that once, really, don't you, if it's just for yourself?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So that's where it's, so we're now currently at the shorter waist.
Okay.
So Natalie, thank you for emailing in. So to lengthen it, you're going to unscrew that, and then it's going to be as long as you want. So to get that measurement, what you're going to need to do is, last night we did go through the measurement.
Yes, you did.
We ended up with a bit of string round our waist.
Okay.
So we were going to measure from the nape of our neck to the string.
Kind of bobbly bit,
It's the bobbly bit. And if put a necklace on, and that'll sort of sit at the nape of your neck. Top of your shoulders is another great one if you've got a longer waist, you feel. So do top of your shoulder down to here, and then possibly your throat down as well. So, and once it's done, and I would leave that bit of tape or whatever you've used, excuse me, around Fenella, always, because then when you are doing a waist, if perhaps you're making a skirt, and it's exactly where you'd like it to sit, whether it's just below the waistline, just above or on it.
Wherever feels comfortable, I love it. And that's really relevant. I've just had a flashback to my mum and dad sat in the car side by side. Now, my mum was 5'2", and my dad was about 5'9", but when they were actually sat in the car, they were both the same height.
Right.
And I think that's because of, like you're saying, about where that difference in height comes. So, yeah, very relevant.
And that's, I mean, that's the great thing about this. We've actually got the height adjustment on the bottom. If I just turn around so that we can see the, whoops, the length there, it's tightening up a little bit. You're going to make, whoa, okay. You're going to make her fit you, and then you're going to tighten her back up again.
I love it. Absolutely amazing. And the details are on your screen. Lots of you taking advantage of your one-day special. So, of course, you're going to get your mannequin, as you can see. Very much adjustable. 11 different measurements with regards to that. And that is the key thing. All those fundamentals. So if you've ever purchased garments and you've struggled, very few people fit into what I call a size 16 box or a size 14 box, because you may alter. Might be your bust is a larger size to your waist, might be your hips that are larger, and they don't necessarily all come together at the right size. Then it's shopping in different shops. You can be a 16 in one shop, you might be a 14 somewhere else, and then an 18 in another shop. It can vary so much. But once you've invested in a pattern that fits you to perfection and you've got your mannequin all set up, then you'll find yourself using and creating your own clothes. Because I'll let you into a secret. It's not as tricky as you might think it is. Not when you've got a good pattern and you've got a good simple instruction. So details on your screen for your mannequin, 074395. Do pop that into your basket. Now, talking about patterns, and of course, lovely Rosella's been working with a fabulous range of patterns, and we've got a wonderful bundle for you. Now, they are available individually, but most of you have been shopping for them as a set of four, because it's kind of a capsule wardrobe, this particular set. So you can see a fabulous little top featuring with this one, perfect hoping for those sunny days. Lovely dress off to the side here, as you can see, and these come to us from Emporia. And then if I move these out of the way, you can see the patterns behind. Again, very, very useful. You've got your trouser pattern there, nice comfortable look with those. They've actually got little ankles on there with elastic in. That's not a style that I like, but you can actually not bother putting the elastic in. So it's one of those ones that you can really adjust these to what you want them to be. When you're looking at the dress over here, you might like the style of that dress but want it as a maxi dress. Well, you can do that if you're wanting to. Once you've got a pattern that you're happy with the shape and you're happy with how it comes together, then you can adapt it and create it to what you want it to be over and over again. Now these patterns, as you can see, they vary in size, going from a size 6 through to, well, some are vary, but you've got size 24 on some of those, as you can see there. Yeah, it's, I think there's only one of them, I think. Let's make sure that I give you all the right information. It's going to be the last one to look at, isn't it? And it's that particular one with your trousers, which is your size 8 to 20. So just consider those. Now, when you do actually get them, you've got full instructions on the back that will give you the indication of how you're going to be able to size these to make them your personal size measurements. And as I say, choosing those different areas, whether it's a 14 top, 16 middle, 18 waist, whichever way it is that you're working with those, you'll be able to adjust them to your own personal sizes. 559417. I know Rosella's been taking us through some of those basics, but we've got other patterns for you as well. This is a pretty one. Oh, this is lovely. Lovely little sundress. And this is one that Rosella's wearing, so definitely one that you'll want to add into your basket. Beauty of this one is it looks fabulous as a day dress and maybe a little sundress, but what about creating this with your kind of luxury fabrics, your extravagant fabrics? It could even be a down to the ankle evening dress maybe for Christmas. So 278463, brilliant pattern, and again going from size 6 through to size 22. Another pattern that you might like to have a little look at is this one, and this is a lovely one. We're calling this one the day dress, and it looks very comfortable. This is going to be a perfect one, isn't it? Maybe for winter with your woolly tights and your boots, getting yourself ready. You'll be a dab hand at seamstressing by that stage. So £16.49, 015504 if you're wanting to get hold of that one. Now, one of the most complimentary styles of garment to make for yourself is an A-line skirt or A-line dress, and this is brilliant. Again, a perfect one maybe for the office. It's one of those ones, it's like your bread and butter. It's a basic dress that you're going to be able to create, and you'll be able to use it over and over again. And a very affordable one at £16.49, 864769. But if you fancy taking your skills a step further, then how about a coat? Now, this is something that I've done a couple of these in my time, and it's such a kind of satisfying feeling knowing that you created a coat to fit your personal sizing, and it looks amazing. So here you go, £16.99, 847837. So there you go, fabulous range of patterns for you to choose from. Any questions with regards to your patterns, then you know how to get in touch, as I say, studio@thecraftstore.com. But we're going to head over to Rosella, because she's been taking us through some of the fundamentals, some of the information that we need to know when we're making a garment. So I'll hand over to Rosella. So Rosella, what's next?
Okay, so this morning, 8 o'clock, we did facings and we stitched darts. So have a quick look at that if you need to. Excuse me. So I've not put this together yet, but it's close. So this is our bodice. This is the Cassie dress, and the Cassie dress, which is the fruity one behind me, but the pink one behind Hayley also. And you can see that it's tiered. Now you've got a choice. You could make it to this length and actually have it as a little top, sort of a peplum style, or the pink one behind you, Hayley, is 2 tiers long, and this one is pretty much full length on me, so it's going to be sort of a midi dress on other people, and that's 3 tiers. But of course you could make those tiers slightly longer, you can make them slightly shorter, because you're going to be great at this. So what I thought I'd do is show you gathering. Now whoever you speak to is going to have a different method of gathering. Basically what you're doing is you're going to decrease this fabric so that it fits into that space. That's the idea of it, and the idea is that we do that in as neat a way as possible. So I do it on the sewing machine. Now what you can do is hand gather. So if you're going to do this by hand, then I would do a large tacking stitch with two threads. And
a good size knot.
And a good size knot on the end.
Been there, done that, pulled the whole thing through.
Oh, you know, as I was gathering this, because, you know, by the time you've done, you do it in halves, so you've got 6 gathers on this. By the time you've done that, you're pretty competent at gathering. That's, you know, that's great. But I was thinking of all those flouncy wedding dresses back in the 80s, and sort of thinking of Lady Diana's, and I think somewhere it said how many yards we gathered, and I just thought, really?
Ridiculous amount,
really? So I'm going to do it on this sewing machine, and if you watched earlier, George was here with this running through the Britannia, giving it his paces. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to turn it round to show you that I'm going to alter the stitch length. It's currently on 2.5. I'm going to alter it to its maximum, which is great on here, it's 5. So that's a nice long stitch, and the reason I want a long stitch is that because I'm going to pull it out, basically. So I'm going to take that up to 5, and then all I'm going to do is I'm going to run a line of stitching all the way along this length of my tier. Let's take my needle out. And I'm going to put it quite close to the edge, because I'm actually going to do 2 rows of stitching. Just found my foot pedal, it's under there somewhere. So now at this end I'm going to do a back stitch because I don't want it to come undone, because this is the equivalent of that big knot at the end that Hayley mentioned. So back stitch on that end, and I'm just going to gather it from one end. Now it's naturally gathering a little because it's a long stitch on a single fabric, but that's fine. We can let it do that. Maybe it'll take away some of the work for me at the end.
And I love it. I often use this technique, and it gives that lovely balanced gather, because sometimes it's quite tricky to achieve when you're doing it by hand, to get it nice and balanced and easy.
It's one that actually you want to stitch your sewing your fabric and then sit down with a cup of tea, and I listen to a book and sit and take your time over this, because if you take your time it's going to look absolutely great. This actually, the gatherers are going to smooth back out again. So I've got to the end. I don't want to finish off. I'm just going to take my needle up, and I'm going to leave myself a nice long thread so it's not going to run back through.
Okay.
And then I'm just going to smooth that out again, because I want to do another row of stitching on there as well.
Why do you do a second row, Rosella?
Because you're going to get an even gather, a more even gather. I didn't expect this to gather quite as much as we went along, actually.
And I'm guessing it's kind of, it's a safety guard, I suppose, in case you break the threads when you're gathering up the first ones.
That also, but what you'll find is if you do 2 rows, you're going to get more of an even gather, because my final row I'm going to stitch between the 2. So if you've ever gathered, so if we were going to gather this, in fact I'm going to put it on the overhead so that it's in front of me, so that you can see that a little bit easier. If I did my final stitching on here and I've only got 1 row, occasionally that will happen, and it tends to sort of pleat. This sort of tucks up, and it just doesn't behave itself, basically, and I want it to behave itself. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do another row of stitching underneath that, and my final row will be within the centre of that.
Wonderful.
And I want to make sure
is stitching that one. We've had an email in from Sylvia, so I'm going to let Rosella continue with that one. I will ask her questions at the same time, because I know she can multitask. She's brilliant. And the email that we've had in from Sylvia, and I think between the 2 of us we'll be able to kind of figure this one out for you, Sylvia, asking about trousers and how you can use the mannequin with regards to trousers. Now, of course, the first thing is you've got 2 legs and you've kind of got one stand with a mannequin. So I would say when I'm working with a mannequin, you can work with a mannequin to a point, because obviously when you do your inside seam, that's when you've actually got your 2 legs of your trousers. But up to that point, I'm guessing that are you similar sort of as me, that you can do a lot of the adjusting, a lot of the height and things like that to that stage?
Yeah, absolutely. So you're going to put your waist on there. You're going to check your waistband. You're going to check the hips if they're fitted. You're going to put darts in your trousers. And you don't have to stitch them. You can tack them, or you can just pin them. So pin them on. See what that fit is. Make sure that the darts are actually leading, you know, from the fuller part to the fuller parts, from your waist to the fuller part, and that they're fitting nicely, that your pockets are actually hanging at the sides. Because again, we talked about the great thing about the adjustable mannequin is that you can pad the bits. Now, if it was my trousers, I've got a tummy, so I would need a little bit more around the front, but I've got quite a flat bottom, so I'd probably need a little bit less around the back, which is great, because actually it's really difficult to get trousers to fit you because of that, because we are all so different below the waist and around the hip area. You know, some have a lower hip.
Sometimes you tend to find that with trousers, in order to get them to fit on the hip, you have to go up a waist size for some reason. And
yes.
If the height, if you're trying to alter trousers, then sometimes because you're taking it off the tapered part of the trousers, all of a sudden they're no longer tapered. If you're having to take several inches off, they suddenly become almost wide-legged and they look like they've been chopped off midway. But yeah, when you're working with your trousers, quite often towards the end of the construction, that's when you're doing the inside of the seam. When you're doing your waistband, the darts, the pockets, most of that is being done before you actually do that final inside kind of U-shaped seam that's going to go from the ankle inside up to the crotch and then back down the other side. So you will tend to find that a majority of what you're needing to do, you can do. But as Rosella's saying, if you want to, you can obviously tack the inside seam of your trousers or pin them if you're wanting to get a more realistic feel with regards to them. But good question, Sylvia. I hadn't thought to ask about that one, so thank you for your email. How are you getting on over there, Rosella?
Okay, I'm just going to pop that machine out of the way and just straighten this out a little bit. I'm not sure did I? Backwards, I think it did backstitch at the end. So let's just straighten that out so that we can show you when it's not quite so good. I didn't backstitch wholly. This is why you do 2 rows.
Oh, bless you.
Now look at that.
Are you okay there? Do you need to stitch it again?
No, I'm going to stitch it again because look, that is finished there. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull that through and I'm going to stitch it again. So Hayley, talk amongst yourselves.
No problem.
I'm doing
I'll
that.
do a quick update because I need to do an update, to be honest. It's very, very busy with regards to this, and I think lots of you may be considering it. And I think it's one of those things that it's something that's been in your radar for a little while. You've been thinking about getting hold of a mannequin for whatever reason. Maybe you've got an upcoming wedding and you've kind of been tasked with making the dresses. Then this is going to help you because, of course, when you've got your different people that you're creating for, you can't necessarily have them there when you need to do a fitting. Obviously you will do fittings as time goes on, but those in-betweeny times you don't necessarily just want them standing there while you're doing your stitching and your seams and then for them to try the garment on. They might not even be in the same part of the country as you, but somebody could actually send you through their measurements. You can pop them into your mannequin, you can get their body form and do your basic dress, and then when they do actually come and visit you, then you can do those different fittings that you'll need to do. So that's something that's worth a consideration. For me, very much a consideration with getting clothes to fit. My measurements, they're completely off with regards to kind of looking at the packets or the sizes on the shelf. So this is something that it gives me confidence as well. It means that I'm not wearing things that necessarily will look like tents because they have to be bigger on the upper part than they do need to be on the waist and the hips. And this is the thing, you can get things that are going to complement your size and give you those wonderful results. So as I say, I think you'll have been doing your research or be looking around. You may have even considered something that's a second-hand mannequin, but by seeing this mannequin with all of these measurements, I think you will struggle to be able to get a better deal than we've got here. You may come across your dress forms, which, as we touched on, are for not shoplifters, for shop fittings. Just walk out the shop with one under your arm. They are for shop display, so they're not designed to be adjustable. You'll often see garments in shops where they kind of pin them and tuck them to make them fit. But with this, it's kind of the other way around. 3 flexi buys, such an affordable price there. £33.33 being your initial investment in this one. And it is something that once you've got, you will not want to part with. I had to get rid of my mannequin quite some time ago because I just simply didn't have the room when I moved home, and it was one of my biggest regrets, I have to say, and I really did miss her. But I've got Doris back again now, or another version of Doris back, so I'm okay. And that is the thing, once you have got that mannequin there, even if it's just pinning things in place to get an idea of how it's going to drape, how the fabric is going to work, it's like having an extra person there to help you along, and it will mean you will progress with your sewing as well. So this is something that might be a treat for yourself. Maybe you've got an upcoming birthday, and maybe you're thinking as far ahead as Christmas, then this is something that is definitely consideration. It comes beautifully boxed, so if it is somebody that's going to be buying it for you as a Christmas gift, they can take the box away from you, they can wrap it up, and you can wait until Christmas till you get it if you want to. Might be a few arguments in the meantime, certainly a lot of hints if it was in my household that you really need it in September. So the details are on your screen. If you're wanting to get hold of your mannequin, we're looking at sizes 8 through to 16 with this one with regards to the adjustments, but of course you can alter those grow slightly by adding padding in certain areas where you might need to, and that means you can personalise it even more to your own dimensions. 074395. Now obviously when you're making your garment, there are a few bits and pieces that you need as you go along, and these are going to make life a lot easier and mean you're going to get those pristine results. And this is a fabulous bundle that we've got here. Now, it's been put together with dressmaking in mind, so straight away you've got your tracing paper in the middle. Now, obviously when you're buying a pattern, it is already on paper, well it tends to be, but the tracing paper is a useful way for you to transfer over that pattern potentially onto tracing paper when you need to make adjustments. And this is where you can kind of take your bust measurement from one particular size, your waist from another, your hips from another, and kind of fill in those gaps with the tracing paper. So it's useful to have it in a good size pieces as well. In addition to this, you've got some of the fundamentals that you're going to need. A tape measure is key. We've been talking a lot about measuring. This tape measure is actually 3 meters in length. Now, I don't know about you, if you've got a tape measure in your sewing room at the moment, have a little look. You may find it 60 inches. That tends to be kind of a standard size with regards to tape measures, but it certainly won't be as long as this particular one here. I'm pretty sure of that. Needles, we should be changing our needles every single time we start a new project. It can have an amazing result. It's quite, I don't understand the science behind it, I'll be honest, but a blunt needle can mean that you're going to get a poor stitch out, you might damage your fabric, you can even skip stitches. Like I say, I don't understand the science, it just is. Seam ripper, useful for when you need to do a little bit of unsewing, as I call it, which we regularly have to do. And then you've got your tracing pencils here, which of course are going to be perfect when you come to do your hem lines. And then you've got things like your dressmaking pins. Key, you need to have the right type of pins when you're working with dressmaking. And then you've got some shearing elastic as well, which is a fabulous one for giving you nice results with your garments. So there you go, 388483. If you want, you can pop that in alongside your flexi order. In fact, you can pop anything from the website in there if you're wanting to. There's all sorts of wonderful things to be working with, and do consider how you're going to be pressing out your seams as well. We've got some very useful tools there that are going to help you. Different styles of irons. You've got a pressing mat there, which is brilliant because your ironing board isn't always the best because it's not necessarily broad enough. And do treat yourself to a pressing ham. Now, I'm not talking about the one that you have with bread and tomato at lunchtime, but it's one of those things that will mean that you get the perfect results when it comes to things like shoulder seams where you're setting your sleeves in. Invaluable.
Actually looked at this earlier whilst we were creating darts, because any of the areas on your dressmaking that's a curve, so at a bust dart, you actually want to iron it into a curve. There's no point in ironing it straight because it won't lie straight, so it's not stitched straight, and you'll end up with peculiar darts, to say the least. So this is, we did sew a dart. Here we go. This is the dart we sew earlier. We did sew, and you can see there that it's curved because that's the shape of our body, is that it's curved. So we need to iron it curved. So what you're going to do with that ham is you're going to move it around the ham until you find a curve that's the correct size. So it might actually be on the side, it might be on the end, but that's why it is shaped the way it is.
And it's beautifully weighted as well. I've been known to roll up tea towels and all sorts of different things to try and get the effects, but it's not the same. £9.99, less than a tenner. Please do not scrimp. Get hold of one of these. You can spread the cost if you're going for your mannequin as well, but it is something that is invaluable. Can't express that even any more than that, because it's just something that you will use over and over again. 668891 if you're wanting to add that in. And as we've mentioned, lots of other little irons and gadgets and gizmos that are going to help you along the way. How are you getting on over there?
Actually, I've just got the tape measure out, so if you are unsure of how long the tape measure is in your sewing room, if it's about that length, this one isn't. This is about that length again, and a bit more as well. So it's actually knotted up. It's that long.
How many inches does it go up to? I know I mentioned that it's 3 meters on there, but I didn't give the imperial.
Yeah, 120. Yeah,
it's 120.
Yeah. So
it's double, really, isn't it?
Well,
what you'd be used
if you
to,
are doing a long hem, so maybe you are doing a really, really flouncy skirt, maybe you are doing a wedding dress,
going around,
then it's previously we'd sort of mark it and then we'll move on and mark it, but actually it's a whole lot more accurate if it's all on one tape. And if you are doing curtains, this is just going to make so much difference. Or a large piece of fabric. So that's my tape measure, come out the way. Now, my gathering. So I've got my 2 rows now because I remember to back stitch at one end. And what I need to do, it's quite a long piece of fabric, so what I like to do is to split it into manageable chunks. Now, this is my top, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to bend it in half, fold it in half, and mark the centre. So you can either mark the centre with your pencil, or a pen, or a pin, whichever's most convenient. So I'm just going to pop a little pin in there, so just give it a bit of a scrunch, and then pop a pin in to mark the centre. Now, if it was a lot of gathering, what you could also do is mark quarters, so narrow it down into little bits that you can actually cope with. But then on the longer piece, you want to do exactly the same. So you want to fold it in half, find the centre, and that means that you're then just sort of gathering in two bits.
And take your time as well. Don't be in a rush, because this will help with the overall drop and the drape, won't it?
This is it. It is so worth just spending a little bit of time on that. That's the end that actually I've sealed. I'm just going to cut that off because that's just confusing me. What you can do is, if you stitch the top and the bottom in a different colour, then you definitely know you're pulling the same on each. I'm going to pull the top threads on this. And so I'm actually just going to tie the bottom threads up out the way, because I don't want them moving. And then all you're going to do is you're going to get hold of those top threads and you're going to gather. So you're going to just smooth it between your hands all the way down. And do take your time, because it's got a long way to go. It's got to get to all the other end first, but you're just going to take your time smoothing out those gathers. What I do to start with is actually measure the whole length, so I've got quite a long way to go, and then I'll split it into the halves. And it's a nice thing to do, gathering. Sit down, get yourself in front of the television.
Do you ever do, what I tend to do sometimes as well, is kind of wrap the thread around the pins as you go along?
Yeah,
like little stop points.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'll certainly do that sort of around,
There's loads of different techniques that people use, isn't it? It's nice to share.
And certainly when we've finished, it needs wrapping round or knotting or something, because when you're stitching it on the machine, there's nothing stopping it then saying, I'll just stretch out a little bit now that I can.
Yeah.
And you think, oh, I've just gathered you. So you're just going to work it down until you think it's about the right length. Let's see how we're getting on. Oh, we've got a little bit further to go, but you can see my two pins, so I'm actually going to match up those pins, and then I'm going to even those gathers out again so that it looks nice. And have a look at it and pop it on the mannequin, see how it's lying, because actually you might find that, you know, perhaps you don't want all the gathers even. Perhaps you'd like a few less gathers around the centre. Perhaps you want, actually as a design element, you'd like, you know, gathers towards the sides most. So you've got plenty of choice on this, and then you're going to measure it again. When it's gathered up, and we're just going to pretend it is, just for the time being, because otherwise, because I would probably spend 15-20 minutes gathering this and making sure that it's, you know, absolutely perfect. You will find on the tiered skirt that this layer is quite gathered, and as you go down they're less gathered, because otherwise you're going to be more Christmas tree-like. No, that's a problem. If that's what you want, that's fine. Just add extra fabric in there, not a problem. I mean, you could add extra fabric. So when you're cutting your pattern out, you're going to cut 2 of these panels, but actually perhaps you do want, you know, maybe you're doing something really wonderful. Put 4 in there. There's nothing stopping you. So you're going to.
Shall I mention some of the fabrics we've got?
Oh yes, please. Yeah.
Okay, we'll do that. We'll go back and see how Rosella's getting on in a few moments, because we've got some amazing fabrics, including the one that Rosella is working with, which what made me think of these fabrics. Now, these are beautiful. Now, the first 3 fabrics that you can see, that paler tone, that gorgeous cobalt blue, and that fabulous kind of deep red that you've got, these are all cotton lawn, so they are perfect for dressmaking. Wonderful to work with as well. They press absolutely impeccably. And this is one of the things, if you are getting started with your dressmaking, then do treat yourself to some decent fabric, because you'll probably do, or you may do what I did, which is kind of think, well, I'm only getting started. I'm going to start off with some more economical fabric. Economical fabric hasn't necessarily been manufactured to the same grade as fabrics like this, and that means that they can have a slight warp in it. It might not have the drape that you want, and sometimes the pattern isn't printed true to the actual kind of dimension, so it can actually make it harder for you. So that's why invest in fabulous fabrics, and you are well on the way to achieving your first garment. Now, you've got your fuchsia floral, as you can see, your cobalt floral and your baby pink floral. I think they're all self-explanatory with regards to those ones. And they're lovely because you've got a lovely pattern in there, but it's not directional. So that means that you don't have to consider that it's all going in the same direction. So when I talk about directional fabrics, what I mean is if you imagine you had a fabric that had got arrows on it, you would want the arrows to be in the same direction for the sleeves, for the different parts, and that's something that you have to consider when you're cutting out your fabric pattern. But with these, you don't have to worry about it at all. So that's why these are always good ones for dressmaking. At 465882 if you're wanting those. But if you want something with swoosh appeal to them, then these are going to be amazing. And these are fabulous. We've had 2 sellouts with these as well. Brilliant value for money because you are actually getting 3 metres for £13.97. Now you've got this gorgeous kind of antique tone, as you can see there with that off-white. These gorgeous navy stripes. Now I will mention that the stripes actually go the length of your design. So as they're laid out here, it might look as if they're going from selvage to selvage horizontally, but we had somebody ask last night about it. In fact, I might bring the fabric out if that's okay, because I'm waffling on you, probably thinking, what on earth is she talking about? I get that a lot. But with this fabric, what I mean is selvage to selvage. So that's the selvage edge on the right-hand side. That's the selvage edge on the left-hand side. So those stripes are going vertically more so than horizontally. Because I know somebody wanted to make a garment to go where the stripes are going down. I look like I'm on a beach towel now, don't I? So that, just to let you know with that particular one, if that is of interest to you. Beautiful fabric as well. Absolutely gorgeous. And then, of course, you've got your beautiful pinks with your florals there. And then finally, this fabulous dot. Now, the dot that you've got, it's almost like a little velvet dot on there. So it's got a lot of tactile interest with that one. And it is really, really pretty design. It's got a little bit of a crinkle to it as well. So very, very forgiving with regard to that one. So if you're wanting to take advantage of any of those, they are all on the same item number, 473045, and you're going to get 3 metres, all cut in one piece, which is more than enough for you to make a fabulous dress, potentially using one of those patterns that we've shown you earlier on. So, interfacing is something else that you will need when you come to put your garments together. How about, oh my goodness, this is going to be a lot of dressmaking. You've got a 10-metre bolt here. Now, it is fusible, so you're going to be able to iron it onto your fabrics if you so choose. And with this one, you're going to be able to use your interfacing to stiffen those areas that we often have with garments. Things like your cuffs, your collars, it might be waistbands, things like that. It's a lightweight and it's white as well, natural white, as you can see there. So a very useful one for lots of different styles of fabrics. And at £19.99, incredibly affordable. No, it's been a popular one. 612150 if you fancy getting hold of that. So we've got some brilliant things to add in alongside your basket. And of course, if you're going for your one-day special, you've got those 3 flexi buys. That means any of those additional goodies you've popped in there, you can spread the cost of over 3 payments as well. It's been a popular one during this hour as well. Lots of you kind of finalising and thinking about it and deciding, yep, I'm going to go for it. You will not regret it. This is something that you will be using over and over again. And with the ability to spread the cost over 3 payments, an incredibly affordable way of doing it. £33.33, that's delivered to your door if you're a Freedom member, and it is a brilliant deal that I know you're going to take a lot of pleasure from over the years to come. 074395. What was the update on that one, sorry Charlotte? 70% of the stock has gone, and that's as we go into 1 o'clock. You've still got through till 6 o'clock if stock permits us to run it right the way through to that final hour. So there we go, all the information that you need. How are you getting on over there, Rosella, with your gathers?
I'm gathered. I've done a cracking job of gathering it to the wrong side of the fabric, so I had to undo it again. Honestly, if there's anything that else can go wrong on this, it will, won't it? You mentioned about wrapping it around your pins. So this is my gathered end. I've gathered all I need to. I've got a few extra threads in there, but never mind. All you're going to do is you are going to wrap it round. She says you can wrap it round, and that will then keep it under control whilst you stitch it. So that's ready to stitch now. If you feel that you need to, by all means, pin it, tack it, and let's just bring the machine back in, because what we're going to do now is we're going to stitch it. And we're actually going to stitch it now between those 2 rows of stitching. So this bottom row of stitching is going to keep these gathers under control. The top ones helped us to gather. You can actually, I see people gather with 3 rows of fabric. Got that caught under my machine. 3 rows of fabric, 3 rows of stitching. Honestly, I think I need lunch. It's personal choice. Have a bit of a play. Maybe cut a small amount of
fabric up and just have a bit of a play on how to gather, especially the fabric that you're using. That the drape fabric is going to gather really, really easily, of course.
Just the weight of the fabric vary
Yeah,
and have an
and
effect.
if you've got a stiff fabric, definitely do 3 rows of stitching, because there's a chance that one of those...
Something like a taffeta in a wedding dress,
Yeah.
it's going to kind of pull against it, isn't it?
It is. Now, just actually, I'm pleased you said that, because on this method, what I'm going to do is I'm going to stitch between those two, and I'm going to take out that bottom row of stitching. If you've got a fabric that a pin mark would mark,
Yes.
don't do this method, because you're going to
Right.
end up with a row of little holes underneath your
Okay.
gathers. So in that instance, what I would do is put my 2 gathering stitches above the seam allowance.
Okay.
Yeah. So all you're going to do now is just run down with the machine, try not to catch everything in it.
And I love this because over the well, it has almost been like a class, hasn't it? We've been learning all the different parts. So if you are just joining us today, don't worry, you can go back and watch the shows. 6 o'clock last night, Rosella was very informative of how you can work with your mannequin, how you can take your own personal measurements and get your mannequin set up for your dressmaking. And then through the shows, obviously last night we had 8 o'clock, and then this morning we had 8 o'clock again, and also during this hour, lots of kind of hints and tips with regard to actually making your garments up, potentially using some of those fabrics and some of those wonderful patterns that we've got in the show as well. So this is the key thing with regards to your well, everything that you need really. We've got it here in one go, haven't we? It makes it very, very easy for you to shop. And of course the beauty is you're wanting to, you can spread that cost, and that doesn't just go as far as your one day special. If it's in your basket, then you can add other things in there, like your fabrics, like your patterns, like those essentials, like your dressmaking ham that we spoke of, and spread the cost of those as well. So do make sure you've got everything in there that you need. Now I know we've had an email come in from somebody asking about the measurements on the back. So this is from Christine. Thank you for your email. Asking about the adjustments of the back. So the dials, again, those are going to help us with that.
That's right. So you've got the dials down the back of, oh, you got it there, fenella there. That's going to increase then the width of the back measurement, and of course if it's the length from nape to waist, you've got that waist adjustment underneath fenella there on the inside.
And I don't know if you can see, it's just opening up at those points there, so you can kind of see the gap forming between those pieces there. And as you quite rightly said, you've got your waist there, and also you've kind of got that line just below the waist as well. So it depends. I mean, that would be the you dip in at the back really. So it depends on whether you need to alter that just below your waistline or just above. But that's kind of giving you that shape of your back there. You might find that you come in a little bit and then you maybe go out again, or it might be that you're completely flat at the back there. Whichever way, you can alter those, and it is literally the little dial there. It's tricky to show you because the fabric is black, and it's one of those colours that on TV is always a tricky one to show you, but you can see you've kind of got the joining of the two pieces here, and that dial there will open them up at this point, so you can see that it's opening up kind of that stretch across your shoulders. And then of course you have got the one that's on the neckline as well, which will alter it from the top. So that's the other thing. If you're needing to alter it from the top, you use that dial there, but if you're needing it closer to the middle of your back or your waist, then you're using that dial kind of centre back there.
And then, so I've stitched down the centre there, which is also great because it gives you a little bit of a guide, but all you need to do then is, and this is where the stitch ripper is your friend in that bundle, because then all you're going to do is you're going to pull that bottom row of stitching out. So what I would do, I would pull it to this stage and then I'd get my stitch ripper. I haven't got it with me at the moment, it's all the way over there. And then just take a little bit out, and scissors are not ideal to do this, they're really not. But there we go.
And seam rippers are something else that you need to invest in over time. You potentially will have one come with your sewing machine. Quite often they're included with the accessories, but over time they do blunt, and it is again one of those things that you need to make sure you've got a good sharp seam ripper as well.
And I also tend to use mine a lot for just cutting threads off willy-nilly as well, because they're really, really handy. And so, yes, by all means.
Buttonholes, invaluable.
Yeah, absolutely. There we go. So that's our gather. Let's just take that out.
Oh, look at that. Oh, that looks beautiful.
Yeah, because you've got those two rows. So can we just lay this on fenella? Can I rush out of shot?
I love it. Now, we're coming towards the end of this hour. I want to do it all again. I've had a fabulous time. Still got a little bit of time left, so we will see the garment going on to our mannequin, because, of course, this is what you'll do at home. You'll create parts of your garment, and before you stitch it all together, you'll lay it on your mannequin. But, of course, your mannequin will have been set up with your personal measurements. 11 different measurement points that you can alter. You've got things like the height you can alter. You can alter that width of your waist, where that's going to sit, if you've got a longer waist or a shorter waist. Obviously, on the hip line there, the sides, the back, all of these are fully adjustable, which means that you have kind of got a double of your body shape that makes it very easy for you to create and fit your garments. Now, the bundle on your screen there, that's your dressmaker bundle with your little seam ripper in there that Rosella was talking about. So again, pop that one in alongside your mannequin. But just for the time being, we've got the details on the screen there for your mannequin. And at the bottom, you've got that dressmaking bundle that Rosella has just referenced as well. And you're using the pins from that bundle as well now.
I am actually, and I'm just sort of pinning this on, bearing in mind Fenella's only got one dart on at the moment. You can see where it's coming to, and you can see those gathers now hang absolutely beautifully down there. And I mentioned about perhaps a little peplum style top with this.
I love that as a little top.
You could, I mean, this is actually quite nice because it's a bottom cover.
I like
so
those.
if you're wearing, a tight trousers maybe, but you could also maybe half that and just have a little. And I like the fact that actually, if like me, you've got a tummy, it covers it and it skims it, doesn't it?
And it's lovely because it kind of comes in and out at all the right places.
Yes, it does.
Which is always good when you're making garments for yourself. So you can see with this particular piece, obviously the back and everything hasn't been put together, but you get a really good feel for whether it's the right height, whether it's fitting on the shoulders, whether the neckline is right for you. And it means that you don't get too far to the point where you're trying on your garment and it's like, oh, it doesn't hang right. I'm going to have to undo it. I'm going to have to alter that neckline. And then it's a case of, well, how do I alter the neckline and then try it on to make sure I've got the right neckline? And you're looking in a mirror and everything's reversed, and it just makes life so much simpler. Invest your first payment, £33.33, and you will not look back. It will be one of those tools. It's almost up there with your sewing machine as importance with regards to your dressmaking, because obviously your sewing machine is going to give you that professional result, but it's getting the right sizing that is key when you're making something to fit, and that's exactly what you're going to be able to do with this. It goes from sizes 8 through to 16, but then of course you can add additional padding if you want to. I love the idea of using a bra and padding the bra to get it to your personal size as well. And of course, it's just going to be so adjustable for you and your personal shape. Oh, she's shrinking a little bit as we go there. I need to tighten her up. But the details on your screen there, 074395 if you're wanting to get hold of yours. Last few minutes, I'm going to hand back over to Rosella.
I did say I'd run through how to do a French seam. So on this really fine fabric, what you don't want is it's going to fray. You can see how much it frays. So if you do a French seam, what that does is it encases the edge and it finishes it off really, really neatly. And with this cotton lawn, it's thin enough to do a French seam on there also. So for a French seam, what you're going to do is you're actually going to put your wrong sides together first.
Okay.
Is that my wrong side? And you're going to do a seam.
Now, if we're choosing to do a French seam, do we follow the pattern in the same way, or do we have to adjust it in order to do that?
No, you should be okay as long as you've left enough in your seam allowance. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to start with 1/4 inch, which is just about there on this. We're going to say that I am, but obviously I'm a bit short of time. So I'm just going to show you the technique. So you're going to run down at 1/4 inch seam. Why did I choose such a long piece of fabric? Right, we'll stop there.
Okay.
And then what you're going to do is you're going to cut it down. Right, you're going to then cut that 1/4 inch seam down by about half. So you're going to cut it down. And then what you're going to do is you're going to press it open.
Okay.
So we've pressed that open. And then we're going to fold it over. And we're going to press it again. Okay?
Right.
So that's now the wrong side is uppermost.
Okay, so right sides together at this stage.
That's right.
Kind of the way that you'd normally do it.
Exactly, so it's slightly backwards. Okay. And then what you're going to do is at 3/8 inch, you're then going to do another seam. Lost my thread, where's it gone? There we go, let's pull that out a little bit. I love this machine because it cuts off at the same time, saves so much time. And then when you open it out, you'll find that this is your right side. You've got your seam, but all of your seam allowances are all neatly enclosed within there, so we're not got any fraying or anything else.
Yeah, if you've got tricky fabrics, as I tend to call them, that do have that frayed edge, then yeah, and it's just a lovely way, especially if you've got a light fabric, because sometimes a seam, especially if it's something that's like a seam down the middle of your back, with your natural stretching and moving, you can pull that, can't you, quite easily?
Exactly, and I think, you know, this I think is lovely for underwear, so if you fancy making some underwear, then I think that's a really nice way of having nice clean seams within.
I love it, and a very professional finish. Rosella, thank you so much. When are we due to see you back with us?
Thursday.
Oh, what are you up to on Thursday?
We've got Tilda, all things Tilda. We might even make a Tilda doll this time.
Oh, adorable. Oh, so definitely need to keep an eye open on the schedule with regards to that one. But of course, for this hour, I've been talking dressmaking and lots of information that I'm sure that you've gathered during this hour. But don't forget, you can go back and watch on Rewind, as you can with the launch show at 6 o'clock. And I do recommend you do that. Even if you're just considering the dressmaking mannequin at this stage and you're not 100% sure, then go back and watch that one. It was a very informative show. You've still got time to go back and watch it and then still make your purchase before 6 o'clock tonight. But of course, at 6 o'clock tonight, it will go up by quite a considerable price. It's like a third of the price has been taken off this. You're saving £50 on this one. You'd normally be paying £149.99. So you can see by bringing it just below £100, it is a considerable saving. So please do make sure you're taking advantage of that third off before the price goes back up in stock. If we've got any stock, should I say, when we get to 6 o'clock this evening. 074395. I know it is something that you will find invaluable if you are creating garments and you want your garments to fit. And even if you just want an extra pair of hands with regards to your garments, because it's somewhere where you can put a garment that can rest overnight. Sometimes you'll have fabrics that need to drop overnight and find their own kind of level. Then this is the way that you can do this with your mannequin as well. Brilliant value for money. And I have to say, Rosella, every dressmaker needs a mannequin, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. It's just so easy. It is your body. This is how it's going to look on you. Yeah. So instead of getting your clothes off, getting in front of a mirror, putting them back on again, getting them off again, you put it on there, you look at it, you turn it round. How is it going to hang at the back? Yeah. And for things like hemming, it's fantastic. Now, maybe I want to put a little bit of trim around where I've put gathers on there. Yeah. I can actually pin it on the mannequin. It's so much easier than having it flat on the table and pinning through both layers by mistake.
And altering garments as well, it can be incredibly tricky to alter a shop-bought garment when you're doing it yourself. When you've got a mannequin there, you'll be able to see exactly where you need to bring it in, where you need to let it out, and where you need to get that fabulous result. So, details on your screen. If you're wanting your one-day special mannequin, now is the time to make your purchase. 074395. It's fabulous to know that we're leaving you with a very busy situation. Lots of you have made that decision. It is the right decision, I can assure you. You know I enjoy my fabrics and I enjoy my sewing. So please, please, please do treat yourself to this. It will make the world of difference when it comes to making your garments. And you've only got to pay that first flexi buy and your payments over your post and packing today, and she will be on her way to you. What are you going to call yours? I don't know. Mine's called Doris. Rosella, thank you so much.
Thank you. See you on
Thursday. See you later. Oh, we have got the most amazing hour coming up. Illustrating with Felicity and Ink. You're going to love it. Though it's the first Sunday of the month, so we've got 2 hours crafting with Clarity and the lovely Barbara.
Hi, I'm Donna and this is my brother Simon and we're Pearly Winks Craft Supplies.
We have a good selection of inks. We started with our Winks, which are just a water-based ink, and then went on to the pearls. We've added some chalks, we've got some glitter sprays, and then we've added some beautiful stamps to complement the inks. Our pearl sprays and our Pearly Winks are loaded with mica, so they give you amazing results on your projects.
Did you know you can continue watching the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If it's not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember, you will need your router's password at hand, whether you are on a wired or a wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type thecraftstore.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcasts and access to previous shows. Now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite TV shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Stamperia are an Italian company. They launched in 1995 with stamps, stencils, paints and an incredible product, their world famous rice paper. They were actually the first company to print on rice paper and they're now absolutely renowned for it. They will definitely have something for you to craft with, and everything you craft with will be top quality and beautiful. So make sure you don't miss the Stamperia shows.
Good afternoon. Oh, well, I have been looking forward to this hour because it features something that I think we all can do now about it. It's how to draw, learn how to doodle and have amazing inspiration, but also a system on how to create it. And the system is created by an amazing illustrator. Hello, how are you doing? Well, can I say your names? I love your name. Joy Louise. It's just such a beautiful name.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like it.
It is full because I love the name. But Joy Louise, but also Felicity and Ing. How did you come up with Felicity and Ing?
It's a funny story, actually. Back when I decided to start sharing my work online, I was quite nervous about it, and I didn't really want people to know that it was me typically sharing it. And I kind of thought Felicity kind of links with my name, Joy Louise, as well in a way. So it was kind of just like this little name I'd come up with myself, and ink was generally what I drew most with back when I first started as well. So it sounds like it was simple to put together, but it actually took me a long time of putting words together that I like the sound of, and then
it sounds so, because also I love the fact that Felicity is kind of like almost synonymous with joy, so it has got that kind of relationship to your name as well. But you have got a lot of experience as well in the drawing, and you have been drawing for a long time, haven't you? Well,
yeah. It sounds so cliche, but I feel like I've been drawing for as long as I can remember. I've just always loved to draw and create in general. But yeah, drawing's like one I kind of gravitated to. I do a lot of graphic design and that type of thing, but illustrating especially is one I always love to do. It's kind of one of those, it's like an escapism in a way. It's one of those things I kind of get into and it helps you relax and chill out, and it's just, it's just practice really. I've just always enjoyed it, so it's something I just kept going with.
And of course we will see that as well in the product that you have designed. But I also want to mention that your work right now is displayed big, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Yeah, it's in Westfield at the minute and a few shopping centres on the billboards in there, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, we've got some nice big patterns in there and uplifting quotes for people to see as they're getting back into the shopping centres and things, which is a nice project to be part of.
Yeah, I mean, in a big billboard, I think that's incredible, but also magazines.
Yeah, I've done a few magazines in the past, sort of doing illustrations for editorial pieces and other small businesses and bigger companies doing illustrations for their packaging and blogs and editorial. Quite a variety of things, really. Yeah,
you are incredibly talented, so I'm not surprised that you have been featured in all those places. And now, what you have designed and come up with a concept I think is phenomenal. Is how to draw, and it's these notebooks that it has all this step by step. But you have got here 3 options: garden flowers editions. You are getting the woodland, or you could go for the woodland edition or the summer flowers. Now, Joy Louise, could you tell us a little bit how you came up with the concept for these?
Yeah, so basically when I was getting a lot of questions back when I was sharing my artwork online, my signature drawing style was these ink drawings using fine liners. And so I thought that would be a good place to start with teaching people how to draw. And I always get people ask me, how do you draw, basically? And I always try to explain to people that it's just basically splitting things up into individual shapes and then putting them together in a way. But when you try and explain it out loud, it's hard to actually say how you would do it. So I thought this would be a good way of showing people how you actually do it. So every tutorial in this book is actually broken up step by step into easy follow bits to follow. So yeah, it's kind of exactly as I would draw it on paper for people to clearly see. Yeah, so each step kind of shows the different colours that you know exactly where to follow on one step to the next, so hopefully makes it easy.
So it makes it like basically we need to just take a pencil or a pen and trace over it every step, and then we have got the white space here to practice from start to finish.
Yeah, so you can do it that way if you like. You can sort of trace over those areas to get used to the way the pen flows and the way the shapes kind of come together. You could do it that way, and yeah, you've got the space here to draw it as well, so you can kind of just follow each step and know the new colour in each step is the new area to draw. And it doesn't look like it would come together into what it does at the end, but all of those steps added up, yeah, they just kind of come together into that nice flower at the end.
That is lovely, and of course you are getting, for instance, I have got here the Woodland edition, which features the ladybird, which I adore. So not just flowers.
Yeah, the first one kind of started with garden flowers, and then from there we have the Woodland book, which you've got there, which has more like critters. Like it's got some bumblebees and some butterflies.
Oh, I haven't seen the. Let's have a look if we can find. Oh, there it is, the bumblebee. I do love the bumblebee.
Bumblebees are really cute to draw. I do love a bumblebee.
Really?
We've got toadstools and foliage and herbs, so that one's got a bit more variety in it, yeah.
So if you want variety, I mean even fern in here as well. Right, please make sure to check out your baskets. Woodland edition is one of them, and then the final edition that you can choose is the summer flowers. Look at that. This one is the one that comes colored in.
That one's my newest one. I've just brought that out just for the summer especially. So I thought it would be nice to add a bit of colour to that one, seeing as it is summer, even though it doesn't really feel like it at the minute, but yeah.
It does, yeah. I love that. Oh, bougainvillea. I love that flower. My mom has it outside her house.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, look, there's so many different ones. I mean, I cannot pronounce most of them, but...
No, me either, don't worry.
It's like, well, cosmos, I can pronounce that one now and again. And one of the things I love is the fact that you show us, and we have got the 40 step-by-steps in for instance, the summer flowers, but then also we can follow the illustrations here on how to kind of overlay, create all over pattern.
Yeah, so kind of at the beginning it shows you an example of everything you can learn in the book. So everything shown in those patterns can be drawn from the book, and basically it looks overwhelming, but all it is just those individual drawings put together into one big illustration.
Yeah. So we have got also some samples in here that you have created. So we have got a Woodland edition here. So you have created all over. I mean, we can see ferns, and I love how some of them are overlaying over each other, so it creates even more depth.
Yeah, I do love overlaying things, and I guess my style is quite maximalist. I like busy patterns and that type of thing, but yeah, I feel like you
sometimes more is more, definitely. Definitely there. Look at the beautiful butterflies, and then of course the summer flowers in here with added that color there, which is I think it's the colouring is so elegantly done.
Thank you.
Yeah, I love that.
I do like a bit of
hints of colour. Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. And then, of course, this one is the garden flowers, the last one. But this is summer possibilities. We don't have to go that busy if we don't want to.
You don't have to, yeah. I've seen people that have used these tutorials to just draw basic pencil drawings, so you can just draw the outline and do a bit of shading. Same thing with the ink drawings as well. I have a couple in here. You can just draw them with fine liners as well, and then colour them in if you like as well.
Great. Now, of course, we'll come back to you for the book because we want to see how to do it. But I want to give you your details. 959-524 is your item number. Of course, brand new today because we are welcoming Jo Lewis and, well, her brand Felicity Enning here at the craft store. You can choose whichever one is your favorite for £22.99. You have 40 step-by-step projects or flowers or, you know, illustrations to create. And remember, once that you learn how to do one, you can make your own compositions. Now that, of course, is the how to draw, but we have got another item for you that you may want to check, which is, of course, how to doodle. And this is a Celestial Boho edition. Love that.
Thank you.
It's like so. It's very much something that we see now very popular, the kind of celestial, astrological, you know, mystical kind of designs.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like flowers is kind of my go-to when I just want to draw anything just to chill out, but I kind of gotten into more of the boho celestial type theme things lately as well, so I thought that would be a good one on to add to my collection to show people how I draw those. And this one's a bit more of a fun one really, because it not only shows you how to draw the individual pieces, but it gives you ideas on how to make variations from them. So this one kind of shows you how to make the basic outline of the jewel, and then it gives you a few ideas on what you can do different to that outline to make it look different overall, so you don't have to learn something new every time. It's just showing you how to adapt it, really.
I love that, and I love the fact that you then give us clouds as well, the variations, and because, for instance, when I saw the variations, I kind of thinking, I love the clouds, but I adore these elements in here as well.
Yeah, it's just adding some simple shapes to it really changes it up each time, and it kind of gives you that inspiration to be a bit more creative with just the general outline on how to personalize it yourself, and just make it your own, really. That's
look at the moon. I love the moon. It's like having a lovely, you know, kind of relaxing time, having those news there, or the planets, the Saturn rings in there as well. Love that. And of course, you have got the feathers, and of course the crochet, and of course the oval mandala. Love those ones, mandala, dream catcher, so much more. And of course, you have got plain pages to draw, to practice, to create your own creations. Now, £19.99 is the price for How to Doodle book. 472585 is your item number, and this is something that you could create. Learn how to draw, learn how to doodle, and create beautiful pieces taught by a master like Jo Lewis is. Now we have, when you go to check out your masters, you maybe go for the Celestial Boho, and you are going for maybe one of the woolens. You have got what do we call end of call offers. Now this is when you, or how about this? And there are these elements, and of course we have got the stickers here. You can see the feather stickers in here. These ones will appear on the you know, when you check out. Now these ones are the tribal feathers, and of course they are stickers with a beautiful color. They are gorgeous, and they are great decorations, aren't they?
Yeah, I've seen people use them in card making a lot, and a lot of journaling things to decorate their pages, or just to add them generally to the outside of their sketchbooks or diaries and things like that.
Now, of course, when you go to check out your baskets, it's only £5, and of course it says how about, and of course you have, even if you're not a Freedom member, you will not pay delivery on that because you are adding to your order, and you can see the £5 there that because so it's fabulous elements to add to your bundle. Now we have to be of course the Felicity and Ink, a set of 3 color in stickers in here. You are getting the botanical, the celestial, and the boho, and you can see them here. Now these ones are, so for somebody who doesn't want to learn how to draw on your style, but they want to actually have a piece of your artwork, this is perfect, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah. So it can be used to add to your projects of your own if you don't fancy learning how to draw, but you still want to add a touch of illustration to your projects. They're great for that.
Yeah.
I've seen people tear them up and add them into collages and all sorts of really cool things.
Indeed. Well, we have to say also in this moment in time, a massive hello to Jan, who is your mother.
Yes. Yeah, she's made a bunch of cards.
Oh, Jan, it's so great to have Jo Lewis here with us, but also to the cards that you have made with these gorgeous stickers. Can I ask, I'm sure your mum is very proud of you.
Oh yeah, I think so. Yeah, yeah, she should be watching now. So.
Yeah, and of course they are, and your mum it's a crafter as well, isn't she?
Yeah, she loves making cards and anything crafty. Really, she loves to give a try. So I guess that's probably where I get a lot of wanting to create from. Yeah.
And I love how this stickers. So John has paired, glitter, adding glitter, colouring, gentle. So there's lots of not just using markers. You can use glitters and mica powders and so on.
Exactly. Yeah, she's added a lot of like cool things on top and layered a lot of pieces of it, which gives it an extra dimension really, and all the glittery bits as well.
And of course a little bit of diamond, crystals in there as well. Right. If you want your stickers, the details are on the screen for them. £13.49 for all 3 packs of Botanical, Celestial and Boho. 459972 is your item number. Now, of course, we are wanting to say, well, you're going to show us a little bit how to draw ones, aren't you? So which one do you have in front of you?
So I'm going to show how to draw one from the summer book. And I think I'm going to go with the Plumeria. The good thing about this book is it has a lot of variation in it. So it has ones that are more simple like this to kind of get you started. If you're not feeling too comfortable with drawing at first, this is a good one to start with as it's quite simple. And then from that we have more in-depth ones like this Protea on the next page once you're feeling a bit more comfortable with it. But for today I think I'm going to show the Plumeria to start with.
That's perfect. So with the Plumeria, are you starting with?
Yeah.
So what pen do you recommend to go for?
My favourites to use, which is what I've been using for the longest time, are fine liner pens.
Okay, yeah.
So I just have, I just use like thin nibbed ones really, so a 0.1 fine liner or smaller than that is generally what I like to go for. You can use ones that are a bit thicker if you prefer that kind of style. But my preference is a thin fine liner, works really well.
Yeah, that's all right. So how do we start them?
Yeah. Okay, so we start at step 1 here, which you can see the whole drawing is purple there. So we just start with drawing from the centre there, and hopefully I can explain it as I'm going as well. So I kind of generally like to focus on the very centre of something first to get drawn with that. So I'll start from the centre of this petal here, and then we can just, I kind of like to say as well to be quite loose with the pen when you're drawing as well. So just to get a feel of it as well.
Do we have to be very precise in replicating the image, or can we just be a little bit,
I think it's always better to be a bit loose with it and kind of give it your own twist as well. I wouldn't worry about being too exact with following it or anything like that. The more creative and that's the good thing about drawn flowers as well, because they're also organic. No two look the same, so you can be a bit loose with it and give it your own twist as well, which is great. So once we've drawn that step there, you can see we can move on to this next step, which is bringing up this next petal from the centre there, and then just kind of waving the pen slightly, especially with those edges of the petals as well. I don't think you have to be precise at all. Like when I get to those points, I just kind of wave the pen a bit and create those nice organic natural shapes from it.
And you flick it, right? The pen at the end towards
that's right. Yeah, it kind of, especially when you're drawing these veins in the flowers, it's kind of nice just to be a bit smooth with the pen and just like gently flick it off the page to kind of give it that less of a blunt end, I guess.
It feels more natural kind of line. You say like, it's not blunt end.
I say this, I try and hold the pen very loose and be quite gentle with it, but I also think I can be quite heavy-handed, so I give this advice, but I'm not, it's something I have to remember to do myself also.
And if somebody is like, I would be very nervous to do the first flower, so could I use a pencil, maybe a retractable pencil, so it feels like a fine liner?
Oh yeah, definitely, mechanical pencils are really great. It kind of gives the same effect as the pen as well, so that's a really good place to start actually. Or if you do also want to draw a fine liner, you can also draw it in pencil first and then go over the top with the fine liner as well.
Or if I was really, I'm just thinking myself here because I'm very insecure about my hand drawing and other stuff, of course, but hand drawing especially. Could I put some maybe parchment paper or some transparent like vellum over your step-by-step and draw them?
That's a great tip, actually. Yeah, you could definitely do that. I just move it onto each step, like you say. That's a good way to practice getting used to the shapes and things, definitely.
Oh, good. Because I was thinking as well, one of my problems sometimes is that kind of, that fear of committing to the center, committing to where I'm going to position. So that kind of gives me a little bit of more play around as well.
Yeah, definitely. That's good. So you don't have to draw it straight in the book either. If you, like you say, you want to do it on a bit of parchment paper, or you want to do it on a sketchbook or a blank bit of paper or anything like that, just to get a bit of practice. And if you don't have fine liners or pencils or anything like that, I've seen loads of people that have done it in just a normal biro pen just to get used to it as well.
Yeah,
it's a really cool effect, actually.
Yeah.
It's good to get the shading on there with the biro as well.
Yeah.
So I've got up to this stage now, so I'm just going to go in with this top petal and hopefully get the shape of the flower right. So you just kind of go up there. As you can see, it's starting to come together a bit more now. And we're just going to add in the little veins here like so. And
Look
then
at that, yeah. And I love how elegantly those elegant lines. Now I need to, sorry to interrupt, but 1 second, Julius, because half the stock of the Woodland edition has gone. So, and the garden one, so both of those ones very busy. So if you want to go for Woodland edition or the garden flowers, are very busy for those. Half the stock has gone for that one. Back to you, Julius. Yeah.
So you got the shape of the flower now, so I'm just going to go in and add the leaves. So we can just, and if you, like you say, you can be a good bit more creative with it. So if you get to this stage and you're not happy with the shape of it in general, you don't have to stick to adding these bits on where it tells you to. So if an area of your flower is looking like it's a bit more empty and you want to add a bit more interest in that area, feel free to just do what you want with it and really be as creative as you like with it. I love seeing the drawings that people create with them. It's really lovely to see. That's the most fulfilling thing about creating these, is seeing what people create with them. And people have made paper cuttings and all sorts just from these tutorials.
Yeah, of course you could. And I also, lots of our viewers and ourselves, we are kind of what I call multidiscipline crafters. So we do a little bit of paper crafting, soft crafting. I was thinking that drawing that, practicing onto fabric, and then doing some stitches and embroidery as well.
That would be really cool. Yeah, I'd love to see some embroidery of it. I mean, people have cut into wood and all sorts.
Of course, pyrography as well. Yeah. You can do pyrography or liner cutting as well.
Yeah.
So many
things.
Yeah. That's absolutely gorgeous.
Cool. So I've got the outline of the flower now. So I kind of just go in and add a bit of shading. And again, I kind of just concentrate on the areas where the petals have dipped down a bit, just to add a few lines. And it's kind of the same technique as creating those center lines, just being very loose with the pen and letting it kind of fade out towards the end of flicking it out like so. So it's just like gentle, smooth lines just to add a bit of shading. And I kind of concentrate those areas on anywhere where you imagine there'll be a lot of darkness in the flower. So kind of anywhere where you see the petal would fold. And that's generally usually where I've already added these lines in the tutorials to kind of give a bit of guidance. Where to just extend on those shading lines and just add a few more in. So you just kind of go around and pick any areas like that out.
And I suppose also what I was thinking is that those techniques that you are practicing, then you can replicate for other, like creating, maybe learning how to sketch and how to draw.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just kind of all building blocks of getting used to the idea of how to dissect an object before drawing it, and kind of putting the shapes together to create one piece. Yeah. It is always weird, like looking back at the tutorials I've created and trying to redraw them myself.
Oh, but of course that's the other thing, that of course this shows us step by step those 40 projects, but 40 flowers or elements from the woodlands. But you have got a lot of tutorials and information, of course, on your blog and on your Instagram as well. So
yeah. Yeah, I share a lot of tutorials and things on Instagram mainly, and a bit on YouTube. So it's kind of, it's more like arty bits as well as the drawing and things. Yeah. So yeah, I love to share tutorials, and I do a bit of live tutorials every so often on Instagram and things like that. So it's lovely to have people join in and show me afterwards what they've created from any tutorials that I post online.
Yeah. Okay, absolutely gorgeous. Woodland Edition is very, very busy. There's a handful left of the Woodland Edition. Now, if you want it, please make sure to check out as well. Now, the summer one, I believe, is a limited edition in the sense that it's just for the season, so it will not be replicated again because it's just for the summer season. So that's gloriosa. Now, I also love Joe Louis, you have brought us, I love this board in here, the Flora of Autumn. And sorry, this one, because, well, you this is slightly different, isn't it?
Yes, that one's kind of the same idea as the summer book, so I do bring out other seasonal ones. So that was some pieces that were created from an autumn book, but it's just to kind of give an idea of how to add a bit of colour to it.
Yeah.
So that one was done digitally as well, if you'd like a bit of digital colouring. You can layer behind some colours, or
I was thinking that that was have been done with alcohol markers, because of course lots of crafters may have alcohol markers and they can color. So don't think that it's just drawing. It's about all the things that you can do. Now, of course, you have here we have also Joe Louis has brought in the woodland flowers in here, or maybe the one that you can see here. That is the garden flowers. Imagine creating this, learning how to create those flowers and creating those all A4 stunning pieces in there. And this is the thing, once that you learn how to draw the flowers, then you can be a little bit free, overlay them, creating all those backgrounds, and think about all your mediums of coloring. If you like to color it, you know what you're going to do with them. If you don't like to color it, you don't have to. Also, I was thinking that it would be really lovely to maybe use like pencils and things like that to add some shading as well if you wanted to, use softly. There are so many possibilities. But also, the fact of the matter is learning how to draw, practicing those beautiful flowers, learning how to kind of bring them in together as well. Is absolutely stunning. If you want yours, please make sure to check out your baskets. Very busy for the woodlands especially, but remember the summer one is a special edition as well. So do check out your baskets. But Jolie, I was thinking as well, like if we are doing this into fabric, like we were saying, and then embroidery, that would be completely different. Like, you know, it's suddenly mixed media as well.
Yeah, it would add a whole other dimension to it, wouldn't it? That would be so great to see. But mixed media especially is like, it's like kind of a basis for that, really, isn't it? Like you can be as creative as you want with these general outlines and add so much to them, or try like all sorts of techniques.
Indeed. Now you have got some pages that you wanted to show us as well. There is the other ones, so maybe.
Yeah, I can show you some drawings that have been created in this one.
Okay.
So we've got the peony here, which has been drawn in the same way using the fine liner. And the great thing about these books is, like you say, I draw quite heavy-handedly myself sometimes, especially with the fine liner. So it's great to see that you can draw on these pages. They're nice and thick, and there's no bleed through on the other side. So it can take a lot of ink. So yeah, pencil and biro and anything like that especially would be great with it. It would work fine. And we've got the rose here as well, which you can see has got a lot more shading in it, and that's held up in the book pretty well as well. So you can draw as many things as you like in them, and then you can go back to the beginning page here where you've got a nice little checklist, and you can keep track of all the drawings that you've done inside as well, just so if you fancy picking it up and drawing something new, you can see what you haven't filled in yet and take a look at all of the drawings inside and just flick to that page and have a doodle.
It is amazing. I love that. Oh, thank you, Jo. I keep calling you Felicity because, of course, I kind of Joy Louise. I love that. Now, of course, if you want to go, you have got here the how to draw. You have got 3 different options. You have got, of course, the garden flowers, the woodland edition, and the summer flowers. All 3 different options, but remember, very busy for all of them. Remember, summer flowers is a limited edition, and we are incredibly busy for the woodland edition, which, of course, has, I mean, look at that. The color columbine, the dog rose. Oh, look at the gorgeous, absolutely delightful. And of course, you are also getting in the woodlands. You are getting, let me see if I can find it, ladybird, which is absolutely one of my favorites. And I love the shading. And can I point out, kind of as well, Joy Louise, because the shading that you have done for the flowers is the same shading for the ladybird.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's kind of once you get that general technique for the shade, and you can adapt it across all of the illustrations, not just the flowers. It works on all of the tutorials of both, even in the boho book as well.
The toadstool as well. Oh, and then of course the butterfly, the peacock butterfly, which is absolutely stunning. A beautiful project, primrose, and oh, you look, this rose shaver. How you pronounce that? I don't know.
I think you're right. Yeah, I think so.
No, I'm suddenly kind of going in. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Well, it happens every day, lots of times to me. And 959 524 is your item number. £22.99 is your price. I love even the feel of it, the quality of the paper, the quality of the designs. Learning how to draw or learning how to doodle, because that's the next beautiful project that you can do as well. Now, of course, that one is step-by-step guides and activities. It's not just project. It's almost like this is more. Can I say the word adventures?
Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, it's kind of like learning how to build up an illustration as a whole, just based off doodles. So it is a lot more fun to get involved with. I've created many illustrations just using these separate pieces and just learning how to bundle them together. There's some combination ideas at the back on page 60 that kind of gives you an idea as a starting point of what you can put together to create a bigger illustration from it. So we've got sort of a combination of the lotus zandalas and the mandalas, and obviously the sun and the moon together and the planets and things. So it's just kind of building up upon that. And yeah, I've got that whole illustration over there as well that was made up of all those little pieces. And yeah, you can be as creative as you want with this one, really. That's the fun thing about it.
It is absolutely gorgeous. And you have brought these ones. I love this one especially because there is kind of this one is digitally done, but you can imagine at home learning how to draw these beautiful images and then doing maybe onto your art journal, because art journaling is a big thing. And imagine instead of using the stamps, instead of using dollars, is your own drawings that you have learned through Joy Louise, amazing artwork in here. Or this one as well that I adore, because this one immediately I'm thinking once that you lay the foundations, you do your drawings in there, you can then bring on whatever. Maybe you have got alcohol markers, maybe you have got glitters to do, even glossy accents. I mean, this is kind of calling for glossy accents, or just leave it as it is, because the joy ultimately of making your own doodles, your own drawings. I love the fact the crystals. Joy Louise hasn't even just one, but she has even 5 different types of crystals, and I love that because we could create like those beautiful rock crystal formations.
Yeah, and you can just string a bunch of them together and create as an elaborate of a piece as you want. If you want to just draw one, you can create a whole stack, like these ones here, where you can kind of layer them up together and really just go wild with it and create what you want.
Because I was thinking even the crystals could come downwards as well, so there is so many possibilities. And of course you have got dream catchers in here.
Yeah, I do love dream catcher, and like you say, you can add bits to that as well, so you can add bits of the feathers dangling down from the dream catcher, or the jewels with the twine as well. You can really you can add what you like to it and use all of the drawings and combined to create what you want.
That's gorgeous. And I also was looking at all the detail that you are achieving here. So this is something that you could even try to replicate it into much larger scale if you wanted, right?
No, definitely, yeah. You could create a full repeat pattern, or draw any picture on some kind of nice mixed media paper, watercolor paper. Could layer some colours behind it, which I'll show you in a second as well, some ideas for that. Frame it, give it to a friend as a gift, or use it.
also was thinking, because I love the way that you are getting so much detail in here and how kind of you mix it and matching the elements. But I was also thinking about, you know, like embossing pens, like we can just do a little bit of highlights of gold as well
Really
in there.
cool, yeah. I do love to add a bit of touch of gold to things, so gold watercolour paints or gold leaf, especially, yeah.
And the other thing I'm kind of really impressed by is the paper itself for the pages.
Yeah, it's a nice thick quality paper, so like you say, you can use all sorts of inks or markers and things, and it'll withstand those. Yeah, it's nice and thick throughout, and then with the nice thick covers as well, so with it being spiral bound as well, you can just bend it back and draw on any page, and it doesn't matter, you don't have to worry like with a traditional sketchbook of trying to fold those pages back and it not being flat to draw on.
Because it's true, because if it was a you know, a flexi-bound or you know, kind of any type of book binding system that is not wire, it wouldn't sit as flat and as comfortable for us to use it. I believe you have got something that you wanted to show us how to do with the boho, the celestial boho.
Yeah, so I was just going to show kind of a little technique I use to add a bit of colour to some illustrations without directly colouring on the jewels. So I'm just going to use some watercolour paints and just quickly show a nice technique for adding a splash of colour behind.
Perfect.
And then we'll draw some jewels on top.
That will be amazing. So we can combine. If we go both for the how to draw one of maybe the woodland flowers, we can use a flower from there and then bring the crystals in.
That would be lovely, yeah, with the crystals, or I've seen a few people do flowers with the moon and the sun and things, like creating this whole like floral celestial universe on paper.
Amazing.
It's really cool, yeah. Cool, so I'll go in and at first we just want to use a light wash of colour, so I'll just mainly use a lot of water on the brush and just kind of start to add a shape to the page like so. So I've got like a piece over there, I think actually that shows kind of some strips of colour behind with the jewels drawn on top. Yeah, so I'm kind of going to do a quick demonstration of that kind of technique.
I love that. Because that's a quick, easy way to add kind of an element of colour, right?
Yeah, instead of having to be exact with the colour and then adding it on top of the drawing, you can just kind of add it beforehand. So I just kind of add a little bit of a damp patch to the paper, not too much water, and then I'll kind of just go in and start mixing some colours. So I guess we can kind of go for a peachy type of colour here first, and then I'll just go in and add a wash of that colour behind, and then use a bit more water to spread that out. And hopefully it'll dry in time for us to draw something on top of. But once you've got that light wash of colour there, you can kind of go in and then, let's say, add a little bit more brown to that part, just to deepen the colour a bit. And then just go back in and add some splashes of the darker shade in a few areas and blend it out a little bit.
Right.
Using a bit more water just to blend those together. And I'm just using a flat brush here just to kind of add the colour a bit easier. It's a bit nicer. And then what I do, like when I'm creating a colour specific one, each time I want to add another colour, another layer to it, I'll just add a bit more brown, for example, just to deepen the colour a little bit each time, so it kind of gives the effect of there being lots of layers of colour there, but it doesn't actually take too long to build up. So you can just kind of go in and start stippling the colour as well with the brush a little bit.
I like that. It's adding kind of depth of the colour, you know, depth of colour. Yeah, it's gorgeous.
Yeah, it makes it quite quick to build up. So you can just kind of dot those layer around. But yeah, if you had, if you were wanting to experiment with a bit more, it works really well if you let it dry a little bit more in between each layer.
Do you let it dry naturally, or you use a heat gun or something like that?
I usually let it dry naturally, yeah. But I think it might add quite a cool effect if you were to use that heat gun or something, especially to move the water and the colours across the area. Yeah, I think that would work quite nice. Also, another technique that I like to use at this stage is, you know, just general rock crystals. Before you put them in your sort of grinder, just regular salt Yes. You can add that to this while it's still wet, let it dry, and then rub them off. Yeah, and then it crystallises underneath and adds a really nice texture.
It does, and especially for the crystal drawings, that would be perfect.
It works really well. Yeah, it's a really cool technique.
Yeah.
So I'm just adding a little bit more, just to add a bit more depth to it, and I'll go in with a darker brown and then just add in some dots there. And I do have a thinner brush actually that might work better for this. So I'll just add a really dark shade and then just add some smaller dots around just to really give it that crystallization effect, like you say, without using the sugar rocks, salt rocks, I should say. Yeah, so I don't want to add too much to it because, like I say, it still has to have time to dry.
That's gorgeous. And it's amazing how you are adding those details in there. Look at that.
Thank you. Yeah, this is another one as well. I find it quite relaxing because it's just a technique that you can use each time and it'll turn out different every time, and you don't have to worry about being exact with it. You can kind of just do what you want with it and see how it turns out each time, which is quite fun as it's always different. Cool, so we leave that there for now. And then maybe we give it that a second to dry and then we can start drawing some jewels on top. But
so gorgeous. Yeah, I mean, it's just like, so then the jewels will go on top of...
Yeah, so once it's fully dry, we can just start drawing some on top and layering it.
Okay, so we have to wait until for a little bit right now.
It should just take a few seconds.
A few seconds. Can I give a reminder maybe of the celestial boho, how to draw, how to doodle a bug? And here you can see £19 and 99 pence is your price. 472-585 is of course the price. So remember that you are going to get the how to doodle, and it's absolutely gorgeous. Now we have also these stickers in here in this bundle. Well, in a separate bundle. Sorry, the show. Now we have we have three different well, it's actually three different styles in one bundle. I think that's the correct way to explain it. Of course, we have got the celestial color me stickers in here. Look at the planet Saturn, and then we have got, of course, the sun, the moon, the crystals, the clouds, the moon, and then we have got, of course, the gorgeous boho stickers in here, which of course you have got the mandala sort of elements in here, and then finally, of course, we have got the botanical stickers as well, so gorgeous flowers in there. Now you can, like Joy Louis' mom, hello if you're watching, she has used them for her card making. Imagine this could be also for, kind of displays at home. It could be for your art journals, but I love the way of coloring in, maybe with watercolor, maybe with alcohol markers, maybe with a little bit of glitter, your micas, you know what you like. And then, of course, we have got the gorgeous Saturn there. I always think of Saturn when I see the rings in there, but there are other planets are available with rings, maybe. I don't know. Right, 459972 is your item number. £13 and 49 pence is your price for all three sets of stickers. And I believe, Joy, Louise, you have got something you wanted to show us with the stickers.
Yeah, so I've got some here, some of the packs. I'll move this aside for now while it dries. So I've got one here that's been coloured in with pencil, just to show, it looks quite, it's very monochrome obviously to start with, but just how much you can add to it with just a bit of colour. So I've also got one here that has been drawn using some alcohol markers. Like you say, a lot of crafters will hopefully have those. That's kind of like an opaly effect created with the alcohol markers. So each sticker can take quite a lot of colour added to it. So I guess I can kind of show you a technique for colouring by pencil as well, just to kind of show how easy it is to add some new dimensions to it.
If you can,
Yeah, so I go in to start with one shade of pencil, and it's just really kind of adding in those blocks of colour and adding more pressure to the areas where you can see here where it's got a bit more shading to start with. So I just do like a light wash over the shape to begin with, and then go in and add more depth by adding more pressure of the pencil in those shading areas. So the centre here would be a lot darker. So I just add a lot more of the colour to those areas, and then just work my way around using the side of the pencil helps to add more coverage a lot quicker as well. And then just kind of using the sharpest point of the pencil just to really accentuate those lines where the shading is, and kind of drag it up a bit more just to really add a bit more depth. So like you say, it's already shaded, so if you wanted to leave it as it is, it also works. But yeah, it is really quick and easy just to make it pop with a bit of colour as well, even through pencils. So it's kind of keep going round, and you can just block colour the whole thing, like do a wash of colour over the whole top as well if you'd rather do it that way. But I kind of just like to have the lines of the pencil flowing in the same way of the petal, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does indeed. Yeah, kind of. And of course, we can use the same techniques that you're showing now for the how to draw books as well.
Exactly. Yeah, yeah. So if you're not using the sticker and this is a drawing that you've already done yourself using the tutorials, you can then colour over the top if you've drawn in fine liner, or if you've drawn the outline in pencil first, you could then colour it and then go over the top of your lines in the fine liner if you like that effect as well. So yeah, you can use this technique on your own drawings as well as the stickers. Works well for a lot of things.
That works really well. Now, of course, if you want to go for the stickers that Joe Louis is using, the details on the left-hand side of the screen. 459972 is your item number. You're getting 3 packs in there with the Botanical, Celestial and Boho for £13.49. Now, and if you, that's actually, we think it's 24, we can record it, yeah, it is, I think it's 24, we'll confirm that, but don't forget that if you wanted the kind of, you know, I'm going to say ochre, printed into ochre paper, sticker paper, this is actually on to when you go to check out your baskets. These ones, of course, they are the feather stickers. That is a separate item when you go to check out your baskets. But if we have, there are 23 in the bundle that you can see in here. So if you wanted to go for this one, you will get 23, just to make sure that we give you the right number and you think you are missing one when you get them home. 459972 is the item number for the set of 3 stickers. And you have, can we see the flower that you are coloring now? Look at the green.
Yeah, so we've got kind of the bases of it coloured in, then you can go in with a darker shade of pencil as well if you want to really pick out some smaller details and really just add a whole other dimension, just through adding some quick lines on top as well in a darker shade, like so. So you can just kind of go around and follow the shape of each petal and just lightly or heavily as I'm doing.
I love the organic nature of your strokes, of, you know, with the pencil, because that gives it, and you have achieved that very quickly.
Yeah, that's the thing, it's just a few quick lines and it just changes up the whole dimension of the drawing. Like you say, you don't really need to add too much to it, just to pick out those areas, and it just makes it look like you've put a lot more effort into it than you have.
Yeah, it does. And it has got a really nature-inspired, like, you know, the nature has got that perfect imperfection, you know, kind of in colouring and everything.
That's what I enjoy about it,
It's just so pretty to see. And of course, I love the fact that you can add, you know, if you don't like to learn how to draw, you can go for the stickers and, of course, then do these colouring in techniques. But I think the start of the show, of course, is your amazing how to draw books, because then that kind of means that, of course, we can learn how to draw and do the coloring that Joe Louis has been using. And of course, if you want to go for the stickers, make sure to check out your stickers, check out your baskets. Check out your stickers, well, if you want them, you know. And of course, now also where we have, of course, we are welcoming Joe Louis here at the craft store. But however, Joe Louis has been, well, she has been illustrating now the billboards of the city, but of course the magazines, and also, you know, she has been teaching how to draw for years. So here there are some of the reviews that she has had in her own websites and so on. Now, of course, the books, and now you can see tutorials are easy to follow and beginner friendly. 5-star reviews from Liz. Of course, you can see that this one is for the Garden Flowers edition, the Woodland edition, or the Summer Flower editions. I'm not sure which one Alice has gone for, but it's one of the how to draw books in there. Now this one from Alice, amazing product, super high quality and so beautifully detailed. Their draw along tutorials books are amazing. Again, another 5-star review from Alice. And then this one from Amanda. This artist makes such beautiful work that I bought both line drawing tutorial ebooks and I love them. Every time I think one of the projects looks too intimidating, the instructions are broken down enough that I can completely follow and end up drawing something I didn't think I would be able to. That's from Amanda with 5-star reviews. And again, another 5-star review from Marie. There's a lot included in this lovely book and so far I have done great recreating the tutorials. Of course, that is from Marie. Remember, these are real life customers that have bought from Joy Louise and have purchased one of their how to draw. And look at that, we have got amazing possibilities. Once that you learn how to draw, Joy Louise, it's just beautiful how you can then recreate, create little compositions. I love that. Now, by the way, the Woodland edition, it's now limited stock. So if you want it, please make sure to check out your baskets. It's incredibly beautiful. I love it.
That's the great thing about those books as well, especially reading out the reviews. I know so many people who have picked up one of these books and have literally never drawn before and have been able to just follow the steps and actually recreate a drawing, and it's so great to hear from them and say, wow, I've been able to draw this piece that I would never have been able to do before. And I love hearing stories like that.
It is, yeah. But then there must be that you are into a winning formula when the 5-star reviews keep coming and people who maybe never have drawn before, they were scared. Clearly you at home, if you are one of them, like me, myself personally, I kind of really think, oh my God, where do I start? You teach us where to start, where to kind of continue the path, and of course we know that it's a successful system as well.
Yeah, it seems to work for a lot of people, which is great to hear. I always that's like the most fulfilling thing about creating the books, is seeing people's drawings from them, especially if they've have no experience whatsoever in drawing, and then seeing what they've created and they're so excited about it. It's really amazing.
It is indeed. And of course, a Woodland edition is one of the options. This one is limited to stock. If you want it, make sure to check out your baskets. The other option, second option we are looking at, is garden flowers. This one was your first one, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. So I only that one came out in February last year. That was the first one that I brought out. And then from then, all of these other books have appeared ever since. So I spent a lot of time last year drawing, creating these books.
They are beautiful. And I kind of immediately, when I'm looking at this, I see a hollyhock here, which is, now it has been so beautifully this year. So they have grown so tall. So I kind of thinking, I'm going to put it back again. I'm thinking I would create maybe, just had a crazy idea. If somebody is very brave, could they do it the same technique onto the wall?
Oh yeah,
with brushes and paint, acrylic
definitely,
paint.
Yeah. Wall murals are always a great one to see. I'd love to do one myself as well, so it would be amazing to see someone just be brave enough to fully go straight on the wall.
Yeah, you know what, I think that would look amazing. And this is the thing, you are giving us, Joy Louise is giving us the step-by-steps how to draw. Once that you learn those steps, once you feel comfortable, you can, of course, make a beautiful backgrounds. You can, of course, you can do it in the wall, you can do it in so many different ways. And the practice also, the size of the book, it's an A5, so we can take it in our handbag, and then of course we can do it, so you can take it wherever you need to go, maybe, and sometimes we have got busy day lives and we need to have a break from it, just a 10 minutes drawing.
That's the great thing about it. Yeah, you can just take them anywhere. Like you say, it fits in your handbag, and the covers are nice and durable, and they've got a nice coating on them to protect them a bit more. But yeah, drawing's like an escapism, really, isn't it? It's just like one of those nice things you can do at the end of the day if you've had a busy day. Just pick it up and just have a doodle in it, even if you've never tried before, or you are drawing normally and you're drawing your own things. Sometimes it's nice to be bit more free with it and not have to think about what to draw. You can just pick it up and choose something and go with it.
And the Oriental lily is one of the flowers included in the summer flowers. Remember, the summer flowers are limited. It's a deep limited edition, and you have got flowers like the orchid, the oleander, the Mexican sunflower, the moss rose, the moth orchid, the passion flower, the oriental lily, plumeria, protea, ranunculus. Oh, I love those ones. And of course, we have got the arm plant. I mean, there we have got so many beautiful flowers. Now, if you wanted, I will say it, if you wanted all three, you cannot decide. You will go above £60, which means that, of course, then you can flexify it and just pay half of it. Why not do that? And then that way you pay 1.5 today and 1.5 next month, but you are getting all three delivered immediate dispatch. Now, if you want the amazing how to draw, once that you learn how to do those flowers, this is some of the things that, of course, Joy Louise has created. Do you have any kind of top tips of how to, overlay the images, or just go for it?
I mean, definitely just go for it. When I create anything that's as busy as that, I just start from one point really, and it kind of like normally accidentally ends up being this whole piece that just kind of get carried away with it a bit. But yeah, I just start with one focal point in the center, and then just build up around that really, and just expand on it from there. Or if you have the equipment to do so, it's also great if you draw them on paper or on your sketchbook to scan them in, and then you can put them together digitally that way, so you don't have to commit to doing a whole piece by hand.
I like that, because I would be completely non-committal when it comes to drawing the whole thing, and kind of that idea is all. And that means that once that we do that, then we can do it and print it ourselves, and of course we can use it for other projects, because we will then have drawn and created that unique piece of artwork.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, and you can use those pieces for all sorts if you draw them all separately as well. That's probably my biggest tip, is that anything you draw, if you're able to scan it in and keep a digital copy, and then you can just reprint it or repurpose it for anything as well.
Because some of us have got also digital cutters. So for instance, the Silhouette, the Cricket are two of the ones that we sell here at the craft store. And I'm thinking some of these flowers, once that you draw them, you can make them very large, and then kind of do the Silhouette kind of cutting and do die cuts as well.
Yeah, I think it worked great for that.
So basically what you're teaching us is how to draw, but then the possibilities of using those flowers are endless. That is absolutely incredible. Is it real? And it's so simple, and so you make it so you break it down and make it accessible. I think that's the biggest word.
That's the biggest aim, because that's what I've always said. I truly believe anyone can learn how to draw if that's what they want to do. It's all just time and patience and practice, really. I mean, when I first started drawing, I don't think I was too good at it, to be honest. But because it's what I love doing, I just kept doing it and kept drawing, and then got better and better at it over time. And I think anyone could also do that if that's what they want to do.
And now we have some news. Of course, the Woodland edition is limited stock, as is the garden flowers, I believe. Those two are limited edition. They are limited stock. Oh, I'm getting confused. My limited editions with my stocks. Now, of course, this is the Woodlands. I'm going to go again because we haven't seen everything of those gorgeous ferns in here. The bracken, the blackthorn, the bee orchid, the bumblebee, the columbine, the cornflower. I mean, so many different, the bush, vet.
Some of them are so difficult to pronounce on me. I have a hard time myself.
It's just me. It's me. Sorry. I'm going to go horseradish, we can say that. Herb Robert as well. Humulus. And of course, grass of Parnassus. Oh, I didn't know that one. That's absolutely. And of course, the peacock butterfly, primrose in there, oxeye, daisy, ladybird, the ivy, and so much more. The white water lily. I absolutely love that. It's one of my favorites. Now, the Woodlands now is technically sold out. If you have it on your basket, you can get it. You will get it on immediate dispatch. Now, we have got some more unextended. So we are going to be putting those ones, but if you have it in your baskets, the woodland option has now technically sold out. But if you want it and you don't have it in your baskets, wait a second and we will put it into extended delivery. Now we have got the garden flowers as well, very busy for that, also limited stock. So if you want it, limited stock as in immediate dispatch. So yes, make sure to check out your baskets. Now, Joy Louise, it's been an absolute joy to have you here. Now, I have to say, I really feel very inspired, and I hope everybody has, because you break it down so simply, but Your artwork is amazing.
Thank you so much. I'm glad you like it.
Well, everybody has liked it. I know, because it's, you see that one has sold out already, one limited stock in the other. So make sure to check out your baskets. There will be extended delivery on the woodland as well. So therefore, you can still get your piece of felicity and ink in here. And of course, and the same is happening now with the. I believe the garden flowers will be on extended. Will be dispatched from the 15th of August. Make sure to check out your baskets for that. Joy, Louise, it's been a pleasure. Give a hug to your mum when you see her from me as well.
Yeah.
And I hope to see you very, very soon.
I hope so, yeah.
Stay tuned though here in the craft store. Well, after the break, we have got a double hour of double helping of crafting with clarity. Barbara is ready, and then Diamond Dots Facet Art Kits.
Hi, I'm Anthea. I'm from Quilting Antics. Quilting Antics started around 2011, 2012, I'm never really sure. At one point we nearly became the cushion company because we churned out so many different cushions. But we'll do bags, we'll do cushions, we do book covers, we'll do things for your sewing room, anything. If it pops into our head and we can physically make it, then we'll go for it. As I said, the buzzword is all about fun for us. On our shows, we always like to have lots of fun. There's always lots of laughter, and hopefully you'll learn a few things that you didn't know along the way. So don't miss the Quilting Antics shows.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hi, my name's Mel and I'm from Crafty Devils down in Devon. We are a family-run business and we've been established for about 16 years now. We're known for our MDF products and our mediums. So make sure you tune in to all our Crafty Devil shows.
Well, hello everybody and a warm welcome. It has been way too long since I got to present a Clarity show, so I'm really looking forward to this now. If you're a Clarity fan or maybe you're brand new to Clarity, here's my advice. Get yourself a nice drink or maybe some nibbles, sit down and relax for the next 2 hours because we're going to have 2 hours of unadulterated fun with Clarity and the legend that is Barbara Gray as well. Can I introduce you to the lovely Barbara? Hello.
Hello, Yanis. How are you?
I'm good. Barbara, what's going on? We haven't worked together in yonks.
I know. Well, you know what? Life gets in the way sometimes, but I'm here now, and I'm really glad to have your company.
Oh, I'm very glad too. I'm genuinely. I saw that we were working together and had the 2 hour slot with you, and I've been looking forward to this all day. It's going to be a fun hour. Got to tell you, Barbara, you've gone and done it again.
Yes,
you know, we're already busy for our bundles. Already, even before the show, fans of Clarity were buying.
Well, I'm glad to hear it, and also I understand it, because these little elegant stamps are just so lovely to use.
Yeah.
And many of our friends will already be familiar with the designs, because we've had them in stencil art for a long time. But we just thought it would be really excellent to make these little tiny two-way overlay stamps, and they work so nicely, Yanis.
They're beautiful. They are now
They
great
are.
names. So we've got très chic, and I'll take it a step further by saying très très magnifique. They are beautiful stamps, and they're also joined with the catwalk.
That's right. So we've got two different sets, and if you look to the left, you'll see here that the background stamps, the little backdrop stamps, on one of them they're rectangular. So the upper little elegant ladies, they sit inside there. So what you've got here is actually not just you've got three different combinations, because you've got the lady on her own, the background lady, so the positive and the negative, and then of course they work in combination. So you've got three different variations here, and of course you've got 5 in each set, plus all the little assets. So there's so much versatility here, so much playtime.
And this, the accessories too. Look, I've got to tell you, you can get the sets individually. So you can go for either the très chic or catwalk. The majority of you are going for the complete collection. I think that's because of a number of reasons. Actually, there's a few very compelling reasons to go for this complete collection. Firstly, you are getting a £16 saving. But then it gets even better. Look what happens if you're a Freedom member. You get a further saving. Suddenly we're up to £20.99 saving. And on top of that, you're also going to get the designer papers, which are incredible. And it's something that you've really forged such a good reputation, Clarity, for their designer papers, Barbara.
Now these are gorgeous. These are designed by Dee, our friend Dee Paramore. And what I love about these is that they look like real lace, and I'm guessing if I show you here, you can see they actually look like authentic lace. Because Dee made them with lace, and so we've got two different sets for each of the two, either the oval set or the rectangular set. They come with a pack, and look at that. Doesn't that look like real lace?
Do you know, it could be lace. You could even get away with having, it's got an authentic, classic Japanese feel as well to a landscape. Seeing it there. They're just beautiful. They can be any guise you like. Wonderful colour tones as well.
Yeah, and so within each set there are 2 colour tones. So you can see here you've got your mulberries and your lilacs, and then you've got your blues and greens and limes. But very, very beautiful to use. And so I thought in this 2 hours, not only would we try our hand at using this as a simple background, but I've also got some lace handy, and we're gonna show a really old trick, one of my favourites, with the gel press. And we can use lace to get sort of textures on stamps and all sorts. So we're in for a good 2 hours, Jan.
I cannot wait. And as I say, with these 2 hours, and this is actually an important aspect of the craft store in general. We try and place as much emphasis on the demonstrations. I know we are a shopping channel, and I know that presenters, and I include myself in this, we're guilty of having to give you updates, but we're going to promise to lavish you with techniques to sell as well. Now, speaking of updates, I've got to tell you that we are approaching 10% of the stock. We've only just gone live. That's for the complete collection, and that's stock that's meant to last 2 hours. Let's put this into context. It's 5 minutes into the show, and we are approaching 10% of the stock. So that gives you an indication of just how busy we are for this collection. And when you see the inspirations, these elegant images that are so versatile. And I can only imagine, and groups I've got to draw your attention to, Clarity Worldwide, also Groovy Worldwide is worth checking out. You've got the Shack with Barbara as well. Imagine the inspirations that's going to be posted, Clarity Worldwide. I absolutely love this one. Where are we? Am I pointing the wrong one? Here, this one here. Barbara, that is so cool. I love
Sarah
that.
Brennan, if I'm not mistaken. Isn't that superb?
Excellent. And your whole design, you know how good your design team is. I mean, I think that's beautiful.
Yeah, big shout out to the design team. The thing about this as well, you see, is that it's very simple. It's literally just stamping the negative stamp, the shape stamp, in different colours. And putting a border, you just mask off. I would imagine that all Sarah's done is mask masked off the Happy Border panel before she started stamping.
And this next card's so good as well. One thing I've got to applaud you on with this release, Barbara, the size of the figures and having that silhouette as well can be incredibly powerful. But they're such a great size to work with. They really are. I think you can build up some great effects and scenes with them.
Yes, and what I wanted to do when we start demoing, I wanted to show you how to get little drop shadows and how to change the background. Because when we look at these stamps, we all tend to suddenly think of silhouettes equals black. But in fact, it doesn't, as Sarah just showed us. Silhouettes don't necessarily equal black. Although the thing about stamping them in black is it's fantastic on background papers, for example, because they're completely opaque and they look so elegant. But when you stamp these in different colours, then they really come to life. And you know, I think I'm a closet fashion designer, so I'm into the colour.
Well, that's it. It's all about you can explore colour here. You can make it more muted. I do need to stress that, and we're talking about Freedom membership, and sometimes I get this. If you're watching, you're like, well, I'm not a Freedom member. It's a bit annoying if you keep talking about Freedom membership. Here's the thing. This is a why not deal, and for those of you, a lot of you regulars to the craft store will understand what that means. For those of you who might be new to the channel, a why not deal is a price where you're actually better off becoming a Freedom member. You'll actually be saving money, and I'll show you. We've got some graphics, but the saving with this, the saving will be over £8. It's £8 something. It's £8.94. Your Freedom membership price is $7.97. So if you're not a Freedom member, you're missing out on £8.94 in savings. Become a Freedom member, enjoy Freedom membership for a month, and then at the end of the month, there you can see it there. At the end of the month, you can opt out. It's totally up to you. There is no contract. So my advice, if you're going to go for this collection, why wouldn't you get your complimentary Freedom membership effectively, and then you're saving that, and then just shy of £1 more. So take advantage, become a Freedom member, get the best possible value. You've got the flexi payments as well. This whole collection, the designer papers, the beautiful, beautiful stamps as well, new today for $22.48. If you are a fan of Clarity, you will not regret adding this into your stash, and I cannot wait to see what you're going to be making with it. I think enough talking from me. We talked about the emphasis these hours on demonstrations, so I'm going to hand you over to someone who is so good getting you excited about crafting and sharing her inspirations. It's our lovely Barbara Gray.
Thank you, Yanis, thank you. Before we crack on, I just want to show you something that's worth mentioning, because if you look at these sets, you'll see here, these are, for example, the oval ones, and then these are the individuals that sit inside here. But over on the tray chic, on the large background word stamp, we've also taken the same little girls, but we flipped them, you see, and then we've reduced them. So I just wanted to show you that there is a substantial difference between the two, but it's so cool if you're doing landscapey things like Eiffel Tower, girl at the front, girl at the back.
Sense of depth.
You know, you get this perspective, which is really cool. So so I just wanted to flag that up. And the other thing I wanted to show you is that Linda Williams, our darling Linda Williams,
love Linda,
she made me a beautiful card, and I just want to show you this artwork, because this is using our groovy plates, and she made me a beautiful card. Look, it says in the corner, girl power. Can you see that?
Yeah, we can see that.
Fabulous.
Now, we have got these plates on, Barbara, just to tell everyone, if they want to get hold of these, the elegant ladies. We'll flash the details. While you're talking about those, just let everyone know the details are on your screen for these. Sorry, Barbara.
No, don't apologise. So these are the 3 plates, and you can see here what Linda has done. They're so cool. You see this lady here, for example, she's taken this plate here, but then she's used a different pattern. You see, she's used the dots from another plate.
And that's
here,
the beauty of
she's used
groovy.
this girl. which is this one, so you can get this. That's the beauty of Groovy, exactly. And then here, you can see she's added a hat to this girl. It's just, everything is so pretty.
That is a very elegant card, and what a beautiful card to present to somebody.
Isn't it gorgeous? And you know, it's very, very achievable. And I'm thinking that I'm going to step this up in one of my blogs, because I think Linda will, she'll be all in for that, you know, because it's actually very doable, this one. Okay. So I thought because I tell you what, Yanis, I think that this is a frameable piece. Let me show you.
Oh, yeah.
If I put this in a frame like this, I'm going to show it to you like that. Nice. Doesn't that look like a piece? To me, it looks like a piece I would mount that on my wall.
I think I agree with you. You know, that kind of work. I absolutely agree. Especially if Linda Williams has given that to you, you would frame it. Now, you mentioned your blog. You know. You've got to give a shout out. How can we follow you, because your blog's so good?
Well, thank you very much, Yanis. Yeah, I'm back in action on the blog. I stepped back for a little while there. But the blog is one day at a time, barbaragrayblog.com. And so, yeah, we're back in the saddle on that one. Nice. And I'll step that up this week. Cool. I think that'll be a really nice one for our groovy friends.
Yeah, brilliant.
Okay. So now we shall start with our stamps. Yes. And again, another dear friend of mine, Sheila Metzeler. Now, big shout out to Sheila. She's a great designer. In fact, a big shout out to all the design team. And Dee as well. They've helped me massively putting together this artwork. And I wanted to look at this one. Let me just change my glasses. Nice, because it really, it sort of sets the scene. It's very simple, and you can see it's different layers of blackness and different layers of white. So I thought, you know, that's where I want to start building up like a little, let's call it a little a toolbox of tricks.
Yeah. That's evocative. Sorry, Barbara, I'm interrupting, but that's evocative of other movies are available, but the start of a James Bond movie, it's got that feel to it. I don't know where I'm getting that from.
It has.
Yeah.
Now, I'm using the stencil card, and what I'm going to do, I just want to, because what we're doing is we're putting these stamps through their paces. So you can see I've taken the 7x7 stencil card, just if you're wondering what card I'm using, and I've just chopped it up into 3.5-inch boxes. And let's just take a black archival ink pad. Okay. And what we're going to do now is start with here's the thing, when you want to put the both stamps together, work with both stamps together, it's always a good idea to put the inside one first. It's easier to line up the outside one around the black.
Good tip,
right?
Good tip.
So we're just going to do something really simple now. Okay. And I'll just ink up the silhouette stamp. I'll stamp it once there. Now, let's see, if I stamp it again here, I'm going to stamp it again on this side, like so. So we've got two there and one in the middle. Let's just say there'll be one in the middle. I just want to show you how this, just keeping it simple. Now, let's take the one that's going to sit around the outside of it.
Yeah.
All right? So we'll take that one, and in order to use, what ink pads are we going to use? Right, enter the artistry inks.
Oh, these are good.
And we've got 4 different sets here. And I'm going to go with the Midnight Blue and Haystack. So let's just single out. The reason that we call this one Haystack, for example, is the top left-hand yellow. So this one will be Lime Kiss. It's got Lime Kiss in top left, Golden Turmeric, Old Parchment. So there are 4 different sets, Yanis.
And we've got the minis. Yeah, we've got the minis at the bottom of the screen. 735358, your item number. These are every time you show these, you remind me of when you told the story, because you was it Adirondack, an ink you loved, and you can kind of get similar effects with this.
That's right, and then they discontinued them, and it was like, oh, they were so lovely for so many years. And these are the closest I've come to it. So these are just dye-based, water-based. You can use them for watercolouring, you can use them for backgrounds, and you can also, I'm going to show you how to use them, obviously, for stamping.
Perfect.
So I'm going to use the Haystack and the Midnight Blue. But you can see what I like about them as well, that you get 12 in each box. And it's like a little cupboard, like a little wardrobe with little sets, so you can actually stand them up. They're quite nice to use.
Nice.
Right. So I've got Haystack and I've got Midnight Blue. And I've got choices. When you buy these ink pads, when you buy most ink pads, they're quite juicy, you know. And you can, if you, for example, if you go straight to the ink pad, let's take the yellow so that it doesn't get contaminated. This is clean, right? If we take the yellow and we stamp like this,
right,
then if it's brand new, it'll be quite blistery. But maybe I want something a little bit more textured or gritty in the background, you see? So then if I stamp this into place, let me show you. I'll just put the yellow in place, and you'll see exactly where the yellow is. It's quite blotchy as well. But do you know what? It doesn't matter. It's what. Let me show you how you can make it smoother in a minute. Now let me take my blue, right, and I shall put my blue now around this area.
Nice.
Right, and then I'll add a little bit of yellow again to this area. And this time I'll take a makeup sponge, just a spot-on sponge. We've got them on the show. They're really good for this kind of thing. And I'm just going to dab my yellow into my
So we're just blending on the stamp.
And blend it.
Yep.
Right, so now I'm blending on the stamp. And I'm putting another image in there.
Oh, yeah.
So you see now I've got another image in there.
Oh, that looks
now let me
good.
take my blue. When you do this, if you do this and you think, right, well, I want to add a bit more, so I've put yellow in there. Now let me put a bit of blue in, and all you do is you line up the girl, the black girl, right, and then you just keep repeating, and you can add more and more ink.
Barbara, that looks great. That looks really,
will.
really
It will look
effective. I love that.
And you can keep adding more and more depth depending on what you want to do. So let me just see, I can add a bit more depth to that one now. So she's the opposite.
Yeah.
Now let's look at her. I'm saving her for a particular thing.
Okay.
Let me just wipe. Let me show you something. If I'm going to just clean the stamp slightly.
And they line
just
up
get rid
so
of-
beautifully. One thing I'm noticing, seeing
They
you
do.
work with the stamp, they're very easy to line up.
They certainly are. Now let's look at this one, and I want to show you. Let's keep this one dark on this side. So I'm using a bit of the blue on that side and around the bottom, let's say. And then I'm going to go in. Actually, I probably want to put a bit more blue up there as well.
Okay.
And I'm leaving that side quite open.
Nice.
Let's put a little bit of, just a tiny bit of yellow in there. So what I'm doing now is I'm building a little bit of a background.
Yeah.
Now let's just do this.
Oh,
Right,
yeah.
I've got an idea. And what I want to do is just put that blue in there, and I want to make a shadow. And what I'm going to do by shadow, what I'm going to do is instead of going down directly over the top, I'm going to move it over a little bit. So down and over to this side a bit, and let's see if we get a shadow. It's a playing thing.
Yeah, yeah.
Let me just I've got to get my head over the top. Sorry about this.
No,
But if I
work
put my head
comfortably.
over the top,
Put your head over top. It's fine. Just work comfortably.
that's it. I can see when I put my head. Yeah, there you are.
Oh,
So
that's cool. So you got. It's
so
like
what you'll see is
It's like a halo around, like the lights captured the silhouette.
exactly.
That is
So
great.
it's like the light is coming from this side,
Yeah.
and it's just hitting that side of the image.
Papa,
you
that
see?
looks amazing.
And when you start to, I know it looks so nice. Look, here are a couple of different ones that I did, where you just start, you change the look.
Were you
Do
trying to
see
go
what
for
I'm
a
doing?
light flare there? The one
Yeah,
you can see on the
exactly.
right. It looks like a light flare.
But the thing to do with all of these is just play,
Yeah.
and you'll see when you when you take these stamps and you start playing with them, and you just drop the black into place, and then you start building the images around it, you can get so much. Like effect, great effect.
Yeah.
You know, let me take this one here, for example, and let me go back in on the middle one,
Okay.
and I'll take the same. I'm using the same colours the whole time.
Yeah.
And this time I'll put some yellow to the top and some. But now I'm going to put some green to the bottom. Let's do some green to the bottom, and I can add a line across there as if it were. Yeah, here we go. So now let's see if we. So you start building as if there were like puddles in the background, and if you don't like it, you just add a bit more. If you want to add, let me show you this. Right, this is cool.
Okay.
If I want to add an edge,
Yeah.
I can just take the edge of the ink pad and just flash around the edge like this. and this will give us a little bit of a border. Let me show you.
Lovely.
See how you get the depth around the edge?
Barbara, do you know what's surprising me? The fact that we've only worked with one stamp, obviously the positive and the negative, and the amount of different effects you've been able to achieve with one stamp. And I've got to tell everybody, and Barbara, sorry to interrupt you here, but this is quite important. We are 21 minutes into the first show. Remember, this is a special 2-hour slot for Clarity, so a 2-hour special. We are now approaching 25% of our stock for this bundle. So effectively, we're not even 25 minutes into the show and 25% of the stock has gone. I think so many crafters at home are appreciating not only the beautiful designs from the tray chic and your catwalk, the amount of elements that you are getting, the fact that you've got your Freedom discount, and remember, this is a why not deal, so if you're going to go for this bundle, please become a Freedom member. Your saving goes up to £20.99. And if that's not enough, you're also going to get the designer papers, Barbara's faves, thrown in there as well into that main bundle. It's busy. 2 flexi payments of £22.48. I cannot wait to see what everyone's going to be doing with these. I mean, look at these designer papers. Beautiful, beautiful lacy feels to those. We are busy, Barbara. Sorry to interrupt. I felt it was important to tell everyone where we're standing. I will keep everyone updated as to our stock levels. Back to you, Barbara.
No, I think that's great. Thank you. And I also I want to show you a couple of other little finishing tricks. Because the thing is, when you start playing, I think that's it, you know. And sometimes they work better than others. But the thing to do, I feel, is to concentrate on each little piece and just experiment. And it depends entirely on which ink pads you're using. So when we look at these, say I've got these 3 different ones. So I'm going to pick the one that I like the best, I'm going to use for my main pitch. So that one, let's say, I like that one with the shadow. I like that one. So I'm going to hang on to that one for my best picture, although I really like that one too. So that one, I'm not going to ruin that one. That could be too full card. This one I'm not so keen on. That was a little bit insipid, so I'm going to forget that one. So this one I can do something else with. And I'll show you now. It's not a waste. Okay, and what we're going to do here, let's tear it, right? So when you tear, to get a fluffy edge, you're going to tear. I want this one here.
It's a white river we're looking for.
Get rid of that.
And with this technique, it depends. I'm sorry, Barbara, just because of Skype, there's a bit of lag. But depending on which side of the paper you tear, is what effect you get.
Well, if you tear it this way, you get that white fluffy edge, which is what we're after. So then I'm going to tear it here. I'll put my finger underneath, and then I'll just tear it. Right, so I've got a little bit of that lip there, which is what I'm after. And now, on this side, I'm going to just tear it again. And I'll just keep ripping that area. Let me just get my finger underneath so it doesn't look like scallops. I don't want the scallop. That's it. That's better. Nice. See, and if you tear into it, it doesn't matter. This is. People look at this and think, well, what's she on now? But it will look lovely when it's done. Okay. So now, what we're going to do, let's take our Micron pens.
Oh, these are very good.
These are artist pens.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're brilliant. We've got 7 in a pack. I'm going with the 1, which is the second, not the finest, but the second finest. And what we're going to do now is doodle around the edge, which is what Sheila did around hers. This is a doodle.
Bit of doodle
that
detail.
Black frame is done with a Micron pen. Okay. Nice. So what we can do now is just very loosely go round like that. Come round again, like so, and if it jiggles a bit, great. The jigglier, the better.
I mean, that's effective.
Now I'm going to go round a second time. This time I'm going round a second time, Yanis, and I'm going to go out and in and like this. So I'm giving myself doodle areas, watch. Now here I want a big one like that, maybe a nice one there. Look at what you're doing while you're doing it. Can you see this okay?
Yeah, yeah, we see it perfectly. You're perfect there.
Right, now let's just take this pen and let's just doodle these areas. Look, it's easy, but it's an half make a difference.
It does, yeah.
Right, so we'll do this, go around the outside. We're going to do that one as well. So you use the pen to just infill like this, do you see? And it suddenly, everything starts to change. Look.
Oh, that's nice.
It's really nice to do.
Yeah.
Simple.
Barbara, I love the doodle detail, and I have to say the price on those micron pens, those artist pens, so good for $12.99. And where these come into their own as well, I found as a crafter, if you stamp and you slightly miss some detail, then having those pens to hand, they save you, because you can just go and fill in that little bit of detail that you might have missed.
Oh, absolutely. There's now, where did I put it? Here we go. Look, I actually wrote it on here. You see where I missed her head a little bit, which is exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Because she's a silhouette, I can just correct her perfectly like
and
that.
no one would know. Banger. Perfect. Yeah.
No, and then I can tear that bit, and I can make myself another piece of artwork. See, these will make really nice. Here's one I did earlier. You see, these will make really lovely notelets.
Yes.
And all you do now, let me just finish this. I'll show you. If I were to take a brush, and a little bit of ink on here, that'll do. And I can just add, it's just a different colour, just a little bit of zest. Right, what have I used here? Garden Patterner. It's an archival ink. You could use any ink. You can use, I bet, really, I could use one of these easily. I just happen to have Garden Patterner in front of me, because I've got another trick I want to show you.
Okay.
Right, but you see how that just, what it does is it catches that rough edge. I mean, this is, for seasoned stampers, this is like teaching you to suck eggs, but there will always be people who are new to the fold, who are learning stamping, you know. And you can see here, for example, right here, there's one I did earlier. That's done. So look, I've got a whole set of notelets going on here. Go back, let me just, bit of project completion. I'm going to take you back now to that quarter piece of, you know, that quarter, 3.5 by 3.5. I'll cut it to 2.5. I've got that little bit as well. Waste not, want not. I'll take this piece. Watch. I'll take my green ink pad. I'll run it through that edge. Just run it across the top of the ink pad. And what that will do is, when it's dry, see how it just gives you that edge.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's very crisp.
And that's it. And as it dries, Yanis, it bleeds a little bit. So you'll see that see how it's, look, it's really cool.
Oh yeah.
So that's that one done. And then now I'm going to take these are they're on the show. These are our sticker word stamps.
Yeah.
And they look like stickers, but they're actually stamps.
Wait, oh no, Barbara, is this the words from the sticker books that we have? So now we've got them in stamps?
Yeah.
When did you do this?
On the show.
What? I didn't know we had these.
These are so cool to use, Yanis.
I love them, because I love your stickers.
So cool.
But having them in stamp form, I think that is genius. I'm so glad that you have brought those out. I didn't know we'd done that.
Well, you wait when you see how they look so cool. So I want to show you now. I'm going to just finish these two little projects off. So I've got the one with this here, right, with these bits. And what I'm going to do is just take, this bit here, and I've mounted that stamp. This is where the stamps come into their own, because, of course, I can colour I can make these sticker stamps any colour I want. There you go, be you. So I can cut that off there. Right, here's my little, I can do the same trick with this as I did with the big card. So I've got the edges, like I've shown you. Here's one I did earlier for speed, because it's dry.
Nice.
You see? And then all you've got to do is decide, you're layering it up now. So you've got all your little pieces. 5 by 5 card blanks. Invaluable. Look, I'm getting everything out of the cupboard here. Look. 5 by 5. You can't beat these, Yanis.
No.
Right? Scored but not folded. All right? So now it's a layering game.
And your tape, you've got your tape runner as well?
Yes, we have. So we're going to put the tape runner down. Again, slowly does it. You don't want to go too fast. Any tape runners.
Can I say a tip with the tape runner is for presents, it's a game changer. Just for quick wrapping of presents, it really will change how you wrap a present.
And I'll tell you what, to me, the game changer is that the lid's attached. That's the clincher.
Good,
that clinched the deal for me. Right, so now let's make a little card. So what we're doing here is, we're making you're making a little set of notelets for a girlfriend or a friend, right? and there are five in this set that you're making.
Nice.
And each of them has a different girl, same colourways or maybe different colourways, different sentiment, but it's a little notelet set, so it becomes a gift. Now, where do I want to put this? I think I'll put this one here, but you can move it around. It's a moving feast. You see?
That.
So that's the first one, BU.
That looks so good. Barbara, you've made me so happy. I genuinely didn't know that Clarity Now were doing stamp form with the stickers, because I'm a big fan of your stickers, but for me there's something so compelling about having the stamps, because obviously then you can change the colourways, you can use them as many times as you like, you've got them for life. That's a must-have, and I very, very rarely say it, but genuinely, to give context to any inspiration you have, looks so good, and you've got your 2 flexi payments there of $29.98. That will be going into my basket, definitely. Brilliant. I'm so pleased that you've done that, Barbara.
They're so lovely to use.
Yeah.
And so let's come back here, and I'm using another one. This is a happy birthday to you. You know that for each of the 4 books, there are 4 books, aren't there?
Yeah.
And for each of the 4 books, there's a Leonie book, a Barbara, there's a Feel Good Factor book, a Christmas, and for each of the 4 books, there's 1 set of stamps. So there are 4 sets of stamps, and each of them pertains to the book.
And we're getting all of them in the set.
So now, sorry, love.
So what you're saying, like your Barbarisms, Leonisms, are we getting all of those in that 117 stamp set?
No, not all of them. The
but
pick
just a
of the
collection.
bunch.
Oh no, it's fine.
We've picked the ones that we considered to be the most useful. That's
Perfect.
it. So you can see here what I'm using. Look, it looks like it's a sticker, but
does.
it's not. So you can use it again and again and again. It's great, isn't it?
I don't want to go on about these, but when did you bring these out? Because I just missed it totally off my radar.
I would say about 8 weeks ago.
Oh,
maybe
okay, that's
10
why.
weeks
Oh,
ago.
I mean, they're
Not
brand
that
new,
long ago.
practically. Yeah. Okay.
Right, so you can see how this works, and now I've trimmed this down, and so now you see when I put it against white, you've got a fabulous little topper, see, and all you're doing to get the edge is just put a black Sharpie pen around the edge, so you've got that, and now we want to mount it. So we've made one really simple one like that. Now we're going to mount it. Now we've got choices. Our lace paper works beautifully.
That's nice.
Right, so that's the nice colourways, nice colourways on there, and then you mount that on one of our 5x5s and Bob's your uncle. Or let's try something else. Let's try something else. Tricks and tips.
Like this.
If I take a blending mat.
Yeah. And again, we can get this just shop by brand, and you'll be able to find this from Clarity.
Now, what I want though. Obviously, what I want to do is make a background that's the perfect colour match for the foreground. So the clue is to use the same colours, right? So what I'm going to do now is take my 2 colours and I'll just put yellow on there, just a squish of yellow on the blending mat. And a squish of blue. There we are.
Nice.
And then I'm going to get my old comfortable pair of slippers out with my brayer.
We love a brayer here at the craft store.
We love a brayer.
Yeah.
We love a brayer. Let me just put this behind here so you can see it better. So when we take our brayer, we're going to spread our ink. It's not enough grey. Let me put a bit more down. Right, that's more like it. The original amount would have been perfect. You know, like when you stamp, you could take the stamp off there and stamp directly. That would be another great way to go. Right, that's more like it.
Yeah.
So I'm lifting the brayer. The trick is to flick. The trick is to flick. So I've got a nice coverage now.
Beautiful.
There. So now I'll take one of my little quarters again that I used before. And I think I'll white copy paper underneath. And then what I'll do is I'll do a wheelie just to get rid of the excess on that edge so I don't get a stripe. And then what I'll do is I'll start here and I'll start moving my brayer through there like that.
It's a very good tip.
Right, and then if I want to go again, I'll pick up my colour, do a little wheelie again, and then go again and just pick up my colour on there. See, it feels like I'm going over a sticker, but of course I'm not.
Barbara, how have I never seen this technique from you before? And I just didn't know about the wheelie technique, but that's so effective, because with brayers, I do tend to find I get lines. That's such a clever technique to get a blend.
Just do a wheelie. In other words, just get the excess off that stripe. Now, I've loaded this card now with this colour, for sure. And then what I'll do, I'll just take some water and just spritz it into my hand like that. And then I'm going to take my finger and just do this, flick it, flick, 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 like that. Just let it flick. All right, let it soak in. Just be something different. It would just be a nice background, something different. You see all the water everywhere, but this is what I'm interested in. And then when I blot it, I should get a really nice background there.
That's nice.
And what you'll see is the yellow. You see how the yellow and the blue, they blend so nicely together, and the blue comes out really bright when you add water to it.
That's lovely. That's excellent. Better than good.
And so now I can set that on there like that. Boom. And I can set that on there like that.
Wow.
Wallop.
Wow.
Yeah, see? But what a nice background.
Stunning,
and I bet that would look nice on there too.
It all looks good. Barbara.
That'll do.
You know, I've missed working with you so much, and I'm really enjoying this out. I'm turning into a viewer myself. It just feels like hanging out with a friend and doing a bit of crafting. You've already taught me a couple of techniques that I don't know how I've just missed it. I didn't know the wheelie technique with the brayers, genius. And how good did that look? And can I just say, Barbara used one stamp from this collection, the positive and the negative, and I know we did add the words, which the words are amazing, because I was a big fan of the sticker words and the fact that we got the stamps there too. But just focus on this collection. Look how many designs you have at your disposal. You just saw what Barbara created, and that is really achievable. Look how many you have. So can you imagine the possibilities, the variety of different makes that you're going to be tucking your teeth into? Barbara, I'm speaking now because I'm just let you know, we'll give you time to reset for your next demonstration.
Thank you.
That's okay. Just going to say, I'm going to be super quick with this as an update, but we are busy for this collection, and watching Barbara work, and it's such a joy to see Barbara crafting. I'd say we're busy for this collection. It is a why not deal. Now let me explain. You are better off becoming a Freedom member. No, I don't want anybody paying full price on this. If you're going to go for this collection, become a Freedom member. You will actually save money. I know it sounds a bit odd, but you will save money by becoming a Freedom member. So as Freedom members, you're saving £20.99, and your price is £44.95, but you do have access to those flexi payments. So in real terms today, for this brand new collection, you're paying £22 and some change. So this is what I mean by a why not deal. Freedom membership is £7.97. But as a Freedom member, your saving is £8.94. So we've covered our Freedom membership and then some, just shy of £1 more savings there. Enjoy Freedom membership for a whole month, and then at the end of the month, opt out. It's no contract. You can opt out at any time. And the beauty is, as you're a Freedom member for this month, let's say you're just going to have it for this month, anything you buy, you could buy 10 things, you could buy 20 things from us. You will not pay a penny for your P&P, and you'll also have access to exclusive discounts. So that's about Freedom membership. But let's just talk about these designs, and I've got to show some of the inspirations. This is why you're going to like going for this. Actually, I'll tell you why. We'll show you, because you can get the individual options. The majority of you are going for the complete collection, but just to highlight the value, we'll show you individually. This is the Très Chic. It's got a beautiful romantic feel to it. It was interesting because good stamps are evocative. They take you back to an era, or they kind of absorb you into their world. And I was chatting to Marcus, our director, and all of a sudden he told me a story about his time he was dating. I'm going to say, just saying for my, she was a model, by the way. Well done, Marcus. And she lived in Paris, and he said he used to go over and visit her back in the heyday. There we go. But it's nice. It brings out memories, and it captures that elegance that you're seeing with these designs. Lovely cabochon, beautiful, elegant figure coming through. I mean, that is stunning. But let's just think about how achievable that is. Lovely little bit of doodle detail that Barbara showed you how easy it is to achieve with micron pens. That's using your negative, and then just create your background. Done. 19 stamps in total here. I've actually got them. Let me just show you. So this is your tray chic. These are all the elements you are going to have at your disposal. And look how beautiful the silhouettes are. Something actually Barbara touched on, it's a really good point here. Don't just think silhouettes in black, because obviously we can change the colours. But each one of those characters have their own personality, their own poise. You can really see them being brought to life. Clever Barbara was saying the smaller figures give you a sense of depth. They've also been flipped as well, so you can use them on the same inspiration and they don't jar. And then you've got this beautiful background. So that's £24.98. You're saving £5, but with that saving, now be mindful of the savings in there, that's your tray chic. Now let's talk about the catwalk. Catwalk, it's still tapping in to a lovely world. You're thinking high fashion here, the catwalk days. It's got a bit of a 60s, oh, just me, I mean everyone's going to look at it differently, but I'm getting a bit of a 60s vibe. £24.98 your price, saving £5. Have a look at these. So again, the silhouettes, powerful silhouettes, different to the tray chic, but they've still got their own personality, their stances. You see them, you get an idea of the kind of people that they are, the women that they are, strong, powerful. You're getting 18 stamps here, and then you've got that beautiful background stamp in the mix too. So let's just talk about this. £24.98 to get one set or the other, right? Now look at the complete collection. As a Freedom member, and I don't want anyone paying full price, and I'm going to keep on stressing it, nobody pay full price on this. As a Freedom member, your first flexi payment is less than you would pay today for one of the collections by themselves. And not only that, you're getting more because you will be getting these beautiful, beautiful designer papers as well. That wonderful lacy detail. And these are Barbara's favourites. And whenever you see designer papers featured Barbara's favourites, these are designs that Barbara has really thought, okay, these excel. And Barbara will put them with a collection. It's purely because she really feels strongly that you kind of need these with the stamps. So that's thrown in effectively as a bonus. We're now 30% of the stock. We are 42 minutes into our first live hour with this collection. We are extremely busy, and we really should be, because Clarity, they just get it right when they bring you a set of stamps. And it's something that is so important to Barbara is the versatility of a collection and also techniques. And you're just seeing that, how passionate Barbara is about her techniques. So take a look at this. Now this gives you an idea of the kind of styles, the kind of looks that we can achieve. That's actually clever because this is using the smaller silhouettes in there and your background, so positioning, because you can move the silhouettes, you can position them anywhere. You could have them as a border, you can have them in the corners, but we can go from here to here. Now we're using our larger designs. How elegant is that? Working well with other stencils that you might have in your stash. Or what about, now come on, that is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And I've got to apologise because I've been really remiss. I haven't been reading out names. So Deb did this one. This is by Linda. And this one was by Deb. And then finally, the first one I showed you, that's by Andy. What? Normally I can pick out Andy's, now I see it. But normally when I pick up an inspiration from Andy, I see it a mile away. There we go. So that is our collection now. There is more on the show. Got to tell you though, we're busy here. I promise you, I'm not going to be much longer, and then we're going to head back to Barbara. There's just more I need to tell you. A third of the stock has gone here. I love a silhouette, because anybody can achieve, I mean, great, you don't need a high skill level. You don't need to be crafting for 10, 20 years to make these look good. But if you are experienced, you can take it to that next level. Let's have a look here, because we have got stencils. Now, those of you who are observant will notice that the stencils work perfectly with the stamps. I was actually going to show you something. Just before we get into the stencils, do you mind if I show you this? Do you see how Clarity puts so much thought into every release they bring us here at the craft store? It's that having that consistency in the design. So the beautiful stencil, that overarching stencil, complemented by the smaller silhouettes, injecting colour, using the background stamp very cleverly here, just a little bit of detail coming through. $14.96 for the stencils. I'm going to drop that down. That's a blooming good price. And thing with Clarity, you're not just getting the stencils, you also get the little silhouette masks as well. Just hold those up. So this is where we talk about techniques, because with the silhouette masks, and great size to these, suddenly you can do spotlighting techniques, you can mask off, create backgrounds and depth. So you're getting all the characters in the mask. I just won't lift them up for time. So all the characters that you're seeing here, you're also getting the center cutaways as well to use as masks. So the mask and the stencil. If you happen to pop that into your basket at the same time you're getting our brand new bundle, then that will also be added to your flexi order, and it'll be £7.50. Today, obviously, it's your first flexi payment. 953552, your item number there. Last but not least, I promise you, I'm trying to be as quick as I can here. We've got our bags and shoes. So building on accessories, and this is where you can really start to add some depth and character and make a fashionista of your cards. So within this, you have got beautiful stamps. You're also going to get the stencil, the masks with these. Let me just show you, because each of the stamps come with the masks. Again, it's just another illustration of the importance that Clarity placed on giving you the tools you need and thinking about technique. So we are getting and have to say, the masks from Clarity are very good, reusable, so keep these with your stamps and you use them time and time again. So we are getting the mask and beautiful images here with your stamps. So we're getting the hats, the bags, the shoes, all within a collection, and of course each one coming with the masks as well. That is another item that's proven very popular, saving £20, and your item number there is 886775. Sorry to take away from Barbara, so we've got to give you updates and let you know what's on the show, but we are going to be heading back to Barbara now to continue the fun. Barbara, what have you got for us next?
Well, I thought we could have a quick look at this, the large stamp now, because it works so beautifully as a background stamp, but it also works as a centerpiece. Nice. So I plucked a couple of really beautiful pieces of artwork from the design team. This is Linda Spencer, this is Sheila Metzeler, and you can see here what I like about this is Linda has used it as a background with red ink and a yellow halo, and then Sheila has used a light ink pad, because we automatically tend to go to black, don't we? And so what Sheila's done is she's used a light colour and then coloured in. And I just wanted to explain, look at the difference. If I've stamped it in black, and if I take our Perga colours, these are brilliant. They're just ideal for colouring in, because they've got two ends. And so for very fine writing like this, you'll see that you've got this really fine tip, which is ideal for really delicate work. And you can see here, if I come into this camera, you can see that I can get in really well with bright and vibrant colours. Lovely. And I think that there's nothing in the felt tip world to beat these. They have a kind of a plastic sheath right up to the tip, and so they don't crack or splay. A lot of felt tip pens, they tend to get furry at the end when you use them a lot. And these, because of this plastic holder all the way down to the tip, they keep their tightness at the top, which is really what you're after, Yanis, you know. But you can see how beautifully and quickly you can. And the other thing is, you'll see here, what I've done is I took Sheila's idea. When you look at Sheila, she's doodled inside. And of course, you can do that with a pen too. So if I, for example, if I take this pen, I'm going to use the thin one, and all I'm doing is creating the boxes, just like we did in the first demo. That's right. Cool. And then once you've done that, then you turn it round, and then you just create your boxes before you colour them in, and then it's just every other one. And you'll see that it actually works really quickly. Well, it creates like not that it's erased, none of this is erased, but
it's a polka dot effect.
You see how quickly you can.
It's good that they're water-based as well, Barbara.
Absolutely, but you can see how nicely and how pretty you can fill in this whole. I just thought this was really nice, a nice way to do it. And then, of course, Sheila's used the two elegant ladies to offset that.
Lovely.
What I also wanted to show, because then I was looking at other things by Sheila, because she'd done these beautiful tags, and I thought, oh, I like that. Right, that appealed to me. And for example, we've got in our arsenal now, in our craft arsenal, we've got some marvellous frames and dies, really excellent dies for tags. Now, where have I put those? I've got them here somewhere. Here they are. Right, and you can see our fresh cut dies for tags that are absolutely brilliant for this kind of work. So we've got plaques, tags, dies. They're ideal, actually. They're on the show as well. And you can see here I've already cut out. I've been busy, been nibbling at the paper there. And what I wanted to show you, because I looked at the glitter here, and I can see that what Sheila's done on all of these clever tags is she's stamped up the large très chic stamp, or the style stamp, over a designer paper, and then she's used the girls over the top. Nice. But what interested me was the glitter, because I thought, right, we can do this. So let me show you a little variation on that. If we take the lace
designer paper
that comes with the stamps, right, and then what we're going to do is ink up our stamp with a black archival, and let's just get started so you see where we're going. So I'm going to stamp it in the top left-hand corner, and I'm creating my own background now.
Nice.
Again, if you miss a bit, that's where those black micron pens come in really handy.
Good point.
So we've got that. Good. Right, and then you just it's a continual thing. You just again, you pick it up, you repeat stamp, down you go again. Don't worry about overlapping, and then you cut to size. So I'm just showing you where we ended up with the piece that I've got. So now I've got my repeat stamping going on. Right, and then what I've done is I've cut a piece out. You can see literally. There's my piece, because it sits on my black die cut. So I've got my black tag. That's going to sit on there. But I want some glitter around the edge. Do you see the glitter?
Yes.
Now I haven't got glitter paper, but I've definitely got glitter.
The Perga glitters.
We'll make our own.
These are very nice. They're so fine as glitters. They're really lovely to work with.
They're superb. Yeah. So we've got our piece. So I want to show you now on the show as well. We've got some double-sided adhesive sheets. Clarity stamp adhesive, double-sided. You there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Right.
I'm still here.
Right. So you've got the double-sided adhesive. And what we're going to do is peel that off first, and then we shall stick this on a piece of white copy paper. Only because I want it white at the back. I want it white.
Yes.
Right. So I'm going to pop that on there like so. That's the first thing.
Okay.
Right. Now I'll peel that one off. It's double-sided. And the double-sided sheet is a little bit smaller than my piece that I've cut out.
This is clever, Barbara. This is really clever. Yeah.
So now we're going to pop this down on here like so. So now I've done that. Right. So now I've got a bit of area. So when I take my glitter, I don't throw it all over the table.
Yeah.
Right. Now I'm going to go. So we've got pink, we've got green. There we go. Hint of green. We've got copper, gold, blue, silver. I'm going with green for obvious reasons. And they're just hints, they're beautiful colours. So I'm going to just put that glitter around the double-sided edge like this, right? Making sure that it's all
burnished in,
all rubbed in nicely, like that. Right, and then once I've done that, I can Right, I tell you what I am going to do though, only because I can see it happening before my very eyes. Right, so you can see, let me just pop that on there.
Yeah.
I just want to funnel this back in. The advantage of the Perga glitter is that it has first of all, it's anti-static, so you don't it doesn't cling to everything.
Yeah.
Secondly, it has a large pot receptacle, so you can put it back in again. It's very, very fine. It works
Very
beautifully on parchment,
Yeah.
and it certainly works beautifully on paper.
Right.
So you can see now, I've got my glitter around the outside. And all I need to do now is trim this back, and then it's good to go. It's ready to be mounted on here. And you can see the difference. There's only one glaring difference, is before I put this on the double-sided adhesive,
Yeah.
I need to take my black arc, this pen.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier to do it before than after.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So I'm not even going to try it now.
No.
And the other thing is, if we look at style, let's look at the word style up close. And you'll see that it's glittering.
Yeah.
You can see it's
Okay.
glittering.
You've got it.
Right, and what we're going to do now, this is where Pergamano and Clarity kind of, they join hands.
Yes.
And you'll see here we've got sticky ink, and we've got a mapping pen.
Nice. Like a
And the way
beautiful
to
old quill.
apply, the fabulous thing about the sticky ink, Yanis,
Yeah.
is that it stays sticky until you put something on it.
Ah.
So if I want to make this word style glittery,
Yeah.
then I would just take my mapping pen. It's like a calligraphy pen,
Yeah.
Pergamano. They're on the show.
Yeah, we've actually got the
And then-
details on your screen right now. So you're getting your Pergamano ultra fine glitter bundle, 6 glitters, and your mapping pen, and your sticky ink for $27.94, 251 180 item number, and it's just a fantastic bundle because you will use the sticky ink perfectly with your glitters. I mean, it's a match made in heaven.
And the thing is with this, you see, as I'm going around, it doesn't matter. There's no rush. If I'm doing this, I don't have to worry that the S is going to dry before I get to the E, because it will stay sticky until I cover it with glitter. So I could do the entire thing if I chose to. That's my point.
Nice.
I'm not going to do all of the letters. I just wanted to explain how sticky ink works. With the calligraphy pen, it's just a question. When it comes to you, it comes like that. So often, folks think that there's something wrong with it, but actually, it's just to protect the nib.
Just turn
it
it around.
put it in that way.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Good.
And as far as cleaning goes, hot water will get rid of the sticky ink.
Oh, okay. Lovely.
Right, and then once you've done that, you see, wherever you put the sticky ink, when you add the glitter to it, you'll see it just sticks to it. That's how it works. So we'll just pop that back in there, and you'll see that it attaches itself
Nice.
exactly to the letters or
Lovely.
whatever it is. So for Christmas cards, for anything,
Yeah.
you can see how easy it is to apply the glitter very, very strategically.
Lovely.
There we are.
And that's a good way of describing it, actually. You can be really focused on where you are putting your glitters.
That's it. So with this particular demo in mind, again, it's so pretty, and you can use the little. Here we go. Look, we've got a 6x6 card blank, and you can see here we can start. We can
that's
either
nice.
use this as a tag, just as it is,
Yeah.
or we can layer it up. We can see the little.
That's pretty.
The little tags. Yeah, so easy.
Yeah. Barbara,
And then,
we
of
are
course,
coming towards
you
the
can
end of the hour, so we're going to just finish things off and then start
Good.
fresh, just in case of rewind and stuff. So is that okay if we just do a quick
Yeah,
recap?
it sounds good.
Yeah?
Sounds good.
Sorry to interrupt. It's only because time was running
All
out.
the glitter.
Yeah, okay. It's only
worries.
because we're coming to the end of the hour, so I just had to cut Barbara short there. But I promise, the good news is we have 2 hours. We promised 2 hours with Barbara and Clarity today, and that's exactly what you're getting. There is no break. We're just going to show you a short VT, so a short video, and then we'll get back to the fun. But we've got to talk about this bundle. Immensely busy. Brand new release, approaching 40% of the stock. You've got your Freedom price, and it is on this occasion where you do want to become a Freedom member. Take advantage of that savings. It is a why not deal. Your item number, if you do want to pop this into your basket, is 873764. By the way, if you've got any questions for Barbara, please get in touch. studio@thecraftstore.com, because we are a live show and that's what we're all about. We love the interaction, but I hope you are enjoying yourself. Beautiful inspirations. Welcome everybody. So we're continuing on from our 2 o'clock hour, and we've got another fantastic hour with the lovely Barbara. Incredibly talented, and you don't need me to tell you this. And I know Barbara has fans across the globe, as does Clarity as a brand. So when Clarity bring you a release, it's always incredibly well thought through, and they try to give you all the elements so you have the tools at your disposal to create something that is stunning. And here, collection that we're showing you, it is a combination of your très chic and your catwalk fashion. Wonderful, wonderful silhouette stamps. And what I like about these is, and it's just a real compliment to the design, how each one of the figures has their own poise, their own personality. You're able to tell a story. They're elegant, they're evocative, they're innocent. So here in the center, incredibly elegant. There is a sense of innocence here, a little bit of playfulness. Here, you know, this is what I mean. Each one of the silhouettes, and you're getting the positive and the negative, but each one has their own story, has their own personality. Now you can see that individually they're $24.98, but if you go for the complete collection, you are getting access to the Freedom price as a Freedom member. You're also going to get the designer papers, which are Barbara's favorites, which means that Barbara herself has particularly zeroed in on these and said, yeah, these are the ones that will work with this collection. We've got to add them into a bundle. And actually, as a Freedom, if you go for the complete bundle and as a Freedom member, these, you're not even paying for them. If you look at the price down below, $24.98 for the individual collections, it's with these, you're getting those as a bonus. So you're getting the designer papers, you're getting the stamps, but ultimately, this is where life really gets interesting. Because, and I've got to show you some of the samples now. There's one, okay, take a look. We're going to get to Barbara in just a moment, but look at this as an inspiration from Linda. How stunning is that? So I'm going to show you a few examples. I'm going to be quick, but just to give you an idea how easy it is to create something that is absolutely stunning. Or how about here from Julie? Now that is wonderful. When we talk about pattern building, she's used all the elements to such great effect. But then maybe you want to go in this direction from Jane. I mean, same set of stamps. I've shown you 3 inspirations that are totally different uses of characters in there. You do not have to use them all together. You can just zero in and use one. This one's from Sheila. I mean, very elegant, beautifully refined. But equally, we can change the color, change the feel, and put them all together. Another one from Julie here. Totally different vibe going on there. They're such a cool set of stamps, and I kind of gauge it with, as a crafter, my own internal barometer, how much I'd want to play with these. And I want to play with these, and I know you want to play with them as well, because we are busy for this collection. First flexi payment as a Freedom member is $22.48. Can I tell you, become a Freedom member. It's a why not deal. So please don't pay full price on this. Do become a Freedom member. You're saving more than the price of your Freedom membership. So that's why we say it's a why not deal. Your item number there is 873764. Are we approaching 40 or we're at 40? We're at 40% of the stock for this complete collection. It's such a good release. And if you don't believe me, let me introduce you to the legend that is Barbara Gray. Barbara, last hour I had so much fun, genuinely had so much fun.
I've got some really good tricks to show you.
Yeah.
Shall we crack on?
Let's do it.
Okay, so I'm going to take these little girls because we were looking, that whole time, we were looking at the little rectangular backdrops. So now I thought, right, do you know what? Let me show you a trick.
Yeah.
And we're going to use the oval, all right? Because it's like a little cameo, really.
It is, yeah.
So we're going to use let's just do something very, very simple here. And I'll show you just a little trick. If I take the cameo, okay, and I'm going to pop the cameo on here like so. Look, beautiful. What else do you need, right? And then I'll take the little infill stamp. I won't even infill her. I'll pop her here so that you see how it works, right? So you know that she's going to sit in there.
Yeah.
Now let's try something else.
Okay.
If I take now we're going to use this in one of the demos later. Right, this is a bit of lace swatch that comes with the gel press petites. Let me do this, right? Now let me take the same cameo. I just want to show you how you can change this. Okay. Let me take this cameo. Let me just make a space. Can you see what I'm doing here?
Yeah, we can see that.
Right, I'm going to stamp this on here now, like that, and then stamp it on there. So what I've done is I've stamped it onto the...
Now that's interesting.
I've stamped it onto the lace, so it's like kissed the lace before I...
So suddenly we've got the lacy deep...
Got it.
Barbara, that's so effective.
So easy.
Yeah.
It's so easy. Right, so now, that's that. Now I've got my lace. Do you know what? I've got to tell you, Yanis, this is the same piece of lace. I was on the telly with Hayley West.
Yeah.
3 years ago, and this was the piece of lace that she went and dug out. It's the same lace swatch that comes with the gel press. I'm still using the same piece of lace that she gave me all those years ago.
Amazing. Well, that shows you
so perfect.
it
lasts.
It's
Great.
That's great.
It does.
That's
exactly.
a bit of television history right there.
Yeah, it's so cool. And wait till you see what we do with the lace and the gel press. So again, I'm going to ink up this lady now, the solid one, right? And then I'll blot her really well, and then I'll plant her there. Right, so now here's the really best bit, because on those stamps there's a little hat.
Yeah.
See, you know, we said, we always say glibly, well, there are the assets, right?
Yeah,
There's a
the
little hat on this set. So now I'm going back in to the green again, which is garden patterner, and I'm going to put the hat on her. Boom. Oh. Look at that. I love this. I could play for hours with these.
Now that is lovely, because you're getting it's like shadow onto the hat, and then you've got that beautiful lacy detail of the dress. How effective is that?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then just because we can put our messages. You know, be you, enjoy.
Oh, nice.
What you fancy? You see? Look, it's lovely. It's just so nice to do. There you go. Enjoy. Be you. Boom. So those stamps work really well. And I just wanted to show that little trick. And the thing is, though, that little trick that I've just shown you, that works with any of these silhouette stamps, not just with this, you know, I just thought it looked quite nice with the cameo. But it works with any stamps, any full surface stamp. You ink it up well with an ink pad. You blot it well through the lace, right? And then, you know what, it works. I'll show you something else, right, that I noticed. Even if you see a bit of paper towel, sometimes they've got a pattern on them.
Yeah.
It will even pick up the pattern on the paper towel. If I use that as a blotter instead of the lace, look, if I do that and then I blot onto there, I wonder if that may not work as well. Let's see. Yeah, you see, you even get you can kiss any texture and you will get the pattern. So It's just a great tip for stampers, you know.
Brilliant tip for stamping, and it's something. It's a technique. What I love about this, and actually seeing shows with you, Barbara, and you're so generous with your techniques. You make it achievable for any level of crafter, because we all know that there are lots of new crafters joining us every day, and that's the kind of technique you could do today or when your set arrives, and it will look perfect. There is no steep learning curve here, and it's little tricks of the trade that really will give you an inspirational card that's an absolute showstopper. So what are we going to do next, Barbara?
What we're going to do next, right, we're on the stencils now, because the stencils are, so we're going to combine, many of our friends have got the stencils, and these are our friends that will want the stamps as well. So now we're going to combine the two. Let's have a look. Now, the stencils, for example, here's some artwork that I did on a jelly plate. This is on gel press, and I've used the stencil and paint. Hang on, there she is. So you know there are about 3 or 4 different ones. But when you get them, they come with the positive and the negative. You get the bits as well, the inside bits, which is great. So, for example, there's a piece, and here's one which Dee did for me, lovely Dee. And you can see here, we've got the background with Pebble Beach Archival, and it's just stamped 4 times, and then we've got the stencil in over the top and then brushed through.
Barbara,
and then we've got a little tag. Yes, love.
Those two, if you just put, you know the first piece that you showed, your artwork, and the piece you've just got underneath, those two alone, to be able just to do, and look, this is the tip of the iceberg, for $14.96, you've absolutely got me. Like, come on, how can you not want to try and recreate that? They look amazing.
Oh, it gets better than that. Right, you ready?
Go on, I'm ready.
So for example, we've got the girls with the lovely dresses, like the one that Linda Williams gave me. But then we've also got, wait for it, right, where's that beautiful piece of artwork? Right here, look, for example. These are stencil pieces. Right, watch this. So this now is just incredible. Look at this. So this is D. And what I just want to talk this demo through, because it is so excellent to do. Right, so if we, hang on, if we look at it from the front, right, you can see there, now you can really see.
That's amazing. Now that shows you all the designs that you're getting. For $14.96, all 6 characters, it's breathtaking. Well, you're actually getting 8 characters, sorry,
Isn't that superb?
Yeah.
Right, and then when you take that now, and this is the thing, if I go to this particular design now, let's just take this particular design, because it comes, each stencil, it comes with the positive and the negative, right? So you've got the innie and the outie, if you will, okay? And the way to do this particular trick, I'm going to show you. If you run, like, I don't know if you can see this, but you run this piece, let's say, this piece, through a machine, right? Or, take like that, right? You take this piece and you run it through a machine. If I can get in close, you run it through a die cutting machine. Our stencils, there we are, you see that?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes.
So you get that embossed effect.
And then you could, if you had cardstock with a core, we can sand back, we can use our gilding wax on black cardstock.
Exactly. Once you've got that, though, the embossed one, so it's on the side where it's raised this way up, so the embossed this way up. Then you take the corresponding outie stencil to protect all the work around the outside. You see. And then you use your spot-on sponge to introduce colour into it. And because you've embossed it, you protect all the area around the outside, and that's how you end up with these lovely colours running through. So you use this one through the machine to emboss the work, raise it, and then you use this one around the embossed work to protect it.
Do you know, it's nice.
It's cool,
it will lock
really
into
cool.
place. Barbara, I've got to tell you, and obviously we can see here at base, we can see what everyone at home is putting into their baskets. When you started holding up the inspirations, we start seeing what you can do with the stencils here. My goodness, did we have a surge for these. We've only really just started exploring these. I know we looked at it very briefly in the previous hour. We are now approaching a third of the stock. They are flying. £14.96 your price. You are saving £5. Look at the amount that you are getting. You are not only getting the stencil, but you are also going to get the coordinating mask in there as well. So you will be getting that mask for each of the characters. Technique, technique, technique. And when you show you, I've got to just show a couple, and we are going to get straight back to Barbara, but the design team worked so hard. This is the kind of effect with a stencil for £14.96, and you're getting 8 characters there. How incredible does that look? I mean, seriously, this is from Dee. Absolutely stunning. I know she's gone in with, or I can imagine she's gone in with her micron pens there. Or how about this, when we talk about works of art? Isn't that beautiful? A little bit of a Spanish vibe going on there. I'm getting flamenco. Or what about going a bit grungy? I was going to say this is Andy. It's actually Sam, and that's obviously from Gel Press. We are now approaching 40% of the stock. Would you like to do something like this from Linda? That's stunning. And that's actually, I would imagine, put the mask on there and just gone out with a bit of a spotlight. Or how about here from Paul? It's our Paul Church. Or maybe, and this is the last one because we've got to. I could spend all day showing you these actually. Jane, come on, that is such a cool background using the stencils. I'm going to be super quick. I've got to show you a couple more. This is another one from Jane, using the bags that are coming up as well. And then this is the final one, I promise. Once again from Jane, stunning. We are now 40% of the stock, and if we carry on this rate, these are not going to last. So if you do want to get hold of the stencils, got to stress, you're also going to be getting the masks in there as well. So you will be getting the corresponding masks, £14.96. Barbara, these are busy. They're really busy.
Good, good,
Okay.
because they're brilliant. And what we're going to do now, right? I've just I fast forwarded while you were talking,
yeah.
and I'll just explain where I'm at with this.
Okay.
So if I just take you through the stages, you'll understand it better.
Yeah.
You can see here, for example, we started out with the tray chic in the background.
Yeah.
What we're trying to emulate is this one,
Yeah.
this one here,
That's beautiful.
where we've got that wall of words, and then the words are peeping through this beautiful silhouette. And what I'm going to do is take a different silhouette. Instead of this one, we're using this one. Just so to change it up a little bit, so you see, because this is just one of the stencils, so you're getting a lot of mileage.
You really are, yeah.
So what we're going to do is we're going to stamp up the 4. You see, 1, 2, and you turn them round. You've got the fashion one, fashion, on Vogue.
Yeah.
And they make a beautiful box.
Perfect.
So that's what we're fast forwarding here.
Okay.
That's what I've got. And what I've done is I've made got a little surgery thing going with masking tape. So I've covered up everything except the girl that I want to colour. And the first thing I'm going to do is take yellow, and I'm going to pop yellow. Now there's a little tiny bit on her arm, right, the bit under her arm, that's a bit wobbly, and that's because it's so fine.
Yeah.
So all you've got to do is just be aware of that and hold that in place when you're working.
Okay.
Yeah. And the brushes are brilliant.
They are
right?
excellent.
So here we have our
Excellent.
brushes.
Yeah.
Hang on. Ta-da!
Yeah.
Right, so we've got our brushes.
No, your brushes
They
are
are.
absolutely excellent. Yeah, and the brushes are at the bottom of the screen,
And they're-
$19.99.
So you've got 4 in a box, different sizes. I wonder if I can take the lid off so it doesn't flare. There we are. So you can see here we've got 4 in a box, different sizes. The thing about them is that they're washable. I mean, I always keep yellow for yellow so that it doesn't get contaminated. But this is stainless steel, so it doesn't rust.
Yeah.
And this is bamboo, so it doesn't rot.
Perfect.
But they're very, very lovely. And because you can see they're kind of pointed.
Tapered,
they're
yeah.
brilliant stencils. I mean, they're brilliant for any paint or ink application, to be honest. Right, so I've done the yellow. I've got that in. And then I'll take... So I've used haystack, again, from the set.
Yeah.
So I've got the haystack in place. And then I think I'll use a different one around the outside,
Nice.
maybe apricot nectar. Now, I can either use a brush... See, I can use my brush to get the darker area in
Okay.
if I want to.
Yeah.
This is So I'm going to use my apricot nectar. Let me just, it's quite a new ink pad. So you can see.
Oh yeah, brushing in.
Yeah, you're brushing off the edge, you see.
Kind of sweeping it in off the edge.
I think that's a good way to put it. Sweeping. Just to get the depth around the edge, so it's lighter down the middle. You see?
Yeah.
And then this is where those spot-on sponges. I mean, if you're coming shopping, get yourself a pack of these because they are really excellent for this job. Because what we're going to do now is sweep in the colour off the stencil. You're doing two things. You're cleaning the stencil, and you're also sharpening the edge of the image.
Good point. Now we have got queues on our phone lines, and I do want to let everyone know these stencils. We are over half the stock. They are very busy, and if we carry on at this rate, my producer Katie, she's never wrong. She anticipates that these will be selling out before the end of the hour. We'll see what happens. Obviously, we have to continue at this rate, but they are very busy. Sorry, Barbara.
No worries. But you can see what I'm doing here is I'm taking the apricot and I'm using the apricot maybe to add a little depth to the shoe, a little shadow to the dress. You see how you can build this up. And even though the writing is quite dark, when we lift this off now, when we take away our, you see, it sits really beautifully with a little bit of depth.
Barbara,
and
that
if you want to
looks
add a bit
stunning.
more, if you want to add a bit more, Yanis, you just replace it. You could go in with a darker red, but the trick then is not to use a brush, but to use the spot-on sponge to get the real depth going.
Barbara, that's so effective. Do you know, I kind of get the feel with the stencils. There was a movie with a young lady who had breakfast with Tiffany. Do you know the movie I'm talking about?
Yeah.
It's got
this
that
is exactly
elegance.
what it reminds me of too. Yeah.
Really nice. Really
That's
nice.
what it reminds me of too.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
Thank you. And so now we've got the little girls again.
Yeah.
That actually are the same, if you like,
from the
as
stamps.
the image.
Yeah.
And we can take our "You Are Unique." Look, I'll show you. I'm going to take again. I'm using that stencil card.
Yeah.
And I'm going to use a red archival ink pad.
Perfect.
So I'll pop that. You are unique. Beautiful.
Love these words.
So we've got that. And now, because I'm using the girl in 3 different ink pads, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with the lightest first.
Okay.
So you can see here, I'm going yellow, orange, red.
So you're kind of creating an ombre.
Isn't that going to be nice?
Yeah.
Yes. But I'm going to start with the yellow one first. Let me just check it on my scrap for sure. Yeah. So I'll start with the yellow. And again, I'm using archival here. They're just really... which one have I got? Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
See, so you can use just one stamp, as this one shows here, just one little girl. You are unique.
Yeah.
Or you can do 2, or you can do 3. It's entirely up to you. But the trick, if you're going to do this, is definitely to move down the scale of the colour. You see, so you go yellow, orange, and then I would go the last one red. Not the other way around, because the yellow won't be yellow.
Yeah.
You do it that way round.
Oh,
there
that's
you are.
nice.
See, so now you've got... Do you get it?
Yeah, no, I can see that.
And now I want to show you, Yanis, the difference. I've used the large girls looking that way, and this one is using the little tiny ones that come with the large stamp going that way. So you can see which they're both delightful. It's just up to you which one you prefer.
And it gives us something that you mentioned in our first hour together, and it's a really important point. If you want to give a sense of scale and depth and perspective, having the 2 sizes, but where I think clarity, and this is a really good example of the attention to detail in every release, by reversing, because it would look odd if she was facing the same way, but by flipping it around, changing the image, it means you can put them both on a piece together and they won't jar. Does that make sense?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Now, and the other thing is, I mean, I do want to, sorry, my bad. I do want to move on because I think there are so many demos still to show you, tricks and tips, and I want to go to the petite gel press plate.
Nice.
So if you wouldn't mind just showing some examples, Yanis, and then
Barbara.
I'll clear the decks here and we'll go to the next demo.
Sounds like a plan, and that actually gives me a good opportunity to talk to you about the stencils. so busy for us. We just saw a massive surge of you popping the stencils into your basket. We are now at 60% of the stock. I want to give you an idea of how quickly that went, because we barely looked at the stencils in the first hour. We then went to explore them in a bit more depth this hour, and in the last, and that was only what, in the last 10 minutes, we're at 60% of the stock. So that gives you an idea of just how busy we are. I've also got to tell you, and this is important news, we cannot get hold of any more stock. And the reason why we know this for today, the reason why we know this is we made the call. We were that busy. Katie, our producer, wasn't going to hang around, so she made the call, and we've been told the stock we have is unfortunately the only stock we can get hold of today. So once they've gone, they're gone, and there is a very good chance these will be selling out this hour. Got to stress as well, you will be getting the masks within those. So all of the figures, if I just hold that up and show you, so all of the figures that you'll see, there we go, you will be getting the masks too. So the stencil and the masks within that set for $14.96, 8 characters. The inspirations were amazing. Okay, we are busy for this. Saving £5, 953 552. Speaking of busy, our new today has been flying too. We're over half the stock, and we had a lot of stock of this. And that's the beauty of working with a company like Clarity. It's the quality that you get. And actually, I'm going to show this to you, because for any of them, should I just pick this up, guys? Is that okay? Can I just lift this up? This is for the benefit of any new viewers to the Craft Store. And welcome, by the way. You are now officially part of the Craft Store family. I want to show you this, because we know as crafters, you can instantly see a quality of a stamp. You're going to be blown away by this. Look at the depth of the stamp, the quality of the stamps that you get with Clarity. They are seriously thick. The deepest clear stamps that you will see. The quality is exceptional. The designs, though, as well, and this is what we love about Clarity, because not only are you getting that quality, but you're also getting the quality in design. So both sets, you're getting the tray chic and the catwalk fashion for... I'm so sorry, I apologise. I sneezed into my arm. I was trying to fight that for about 30 seconds. That's horrible. I'm sorry for everyone who had to listen to me sneeze down my mic. But what you're seeing here, thank you everyone. What you're seeing here is such beautiful design. So we're talking about the tray chic, and there is such an elegance, a poise. It takes me back, and I was saying to Barbara, this whole collection actually, both the catwalk and the tray chic, take you back to a different era. It is that era of the 60s. It's kind of like that Audrey Hepburn elegance. Other actresses are available, and we talked about Breakfast at Tiffany, other movies are available. But that's a kind of vibe that I'm getting here. And so I like so much of this release. There's so many aspects that appeal to me. The fact that you're getting the positive and negative, so you're getting your silhouette within the characters, but then you're getting your kind of cameo to layer over. And in the first hour, Barbara showcased how easy it is to line up. But then when we start exploring, and you can see the finished examples here, the amount of versatility, the different styles, the fact that we can play with all our characters. So are you going to use a portion of the character? Are you going to use the full character? How elegant is she? I mean, imagine that for a wedding card. Just a beautiful, elegant image. Wonderful draping dress going in. I've actually got, one thing I've got to point out, because we're really busy for this collection, please don't pay full price. You are saving money by becoming a Freedom member. The savings outweigh the cost of the Freedom membership, so becoming a Freedom member. It's called a Why Not deal here at the Craft Store, which means become a Freedom member, then you're saving, I think it's £8.94. That's your saving as a Freedom member. So we've covered our Freedom membership and then some. And as a Freedom member, enjoy Freedom membership for a month. Opt out at the end of the month if you want. It's a rolling there's no contract, but it rolls over, so you can opt out any time, but you do need to opt out. I'm going to stress that you need to opt out. Look at your 2 flexi payments. Your first Freedom flexi payment, $22.48, is less than you would pay. If you have a look just down at the bottom of your screen, that's one of the collections, so you can buy them individually. Your first Freedom payment as a Freedom member is less than you'd pay there, $24.98, so it's $22.48. And of course, you're getting the designer papers, which are Barbara's favourites, which means Barbara has singled these out. She said these are special. These are the ones, whenever Barbara brings you Barbara's favourites, they're the designs that she's found in her experience playing with the papers, using the papers, she's reached for time and time again. So she just gives you a selection of her favourites. Before we get back to Barbara, I'm just going to hit you with a few inspirations. Wait till you see these. And this is why we love this release. Because have a look at that. You can see here, play with the images. The size is so usable. Now, you've got the two sizes coming through. You've got the background. What a beautiful piece from Jane. But equally, we can go from here to here. Very different now. So how cool is that? Using the background as a whole that you're seeing, so easy to create those larger overarching backgrounds, then taking both the positive and the negative of the characters and building up something very special and mixing in the words. Equally, if you just want something simple and elegant, this is from Andy. Come on, how beautiful is that? That is achievable. I mean, literally, if today's the very first day that you are crafting, you could do this. I'm going to give you details. I just want to finish on one point. And I'm doing this for a reason. Because after I've given you the details here, I'm going to be talking about the stencils, but how well do the two sets work together? That is stunning. Stunning work from Jane. Okay, so if you do want to go for this set, remember, please don't pay full price on this. You are better off. You're saving money by becoming a Freedom member, and your first flexi payment as a Freedom member is $22.48. You're getting both sets. You're getting the Très Chic and the Catwalk fashion, and you're saving £20.99. You're also getting the designer papers in there for nothing, effectively. 873764, your item number. We are approaching 60% of the stock. We had a huge amount. This is a new release from Clarity. We had a huge... This might as well have been a one-day special, the amount of stock we had. So we are busy, considering this is the only second live hour. 953-552, your item... Oh, sorry, we'll move on to stencils now. It's okay. So very quickly with the stencils, we are approaching 70% of the stock, and we said we didn't think these were going to last the hour, and it looks like they are going that way. Approaching 70% of the stock. It's not unfeasible to think, because I promise I will be quiet while Barbara demonstrates. The next time I give an update here, we might have gone limited. So if you do want to get hold of these, we cannot get any more stock. So that's the big bit of news. If these sell out, and there is a good chance they could sell out, we cannot get hold of any more. So you have been warned, and we don't know when they're going to be back either. 953-552, your item number. I think Barbara's set up now for our next demonstration. So, Barbara, are you having fun?
I am, Love, and I'm enjoying working with you.
Yeah, I love working with you.
It's nice to be back.
It is, you know, and it's lovely to have you back. And on a personal note, I've really missed you. Just before we get to demonstration, really quickly, how are the kittens? Well, I'd say they're cats now, right?
They are, and they're beautiful, and they are our absolute joy. You know, they're just lovely little, you know, they're identical twins. I cannot tell them apart. We have this dispute every day. Which one am I holding? I don't know.
Bless them. Very cute. All right, so what are we going to do, Barbara?
Thank you for asking.
Okay.
Right, gel press. I thought it would be nice to take a look at some gel press, and if we take a look, actually I'll come to the front camera because I think I can show you the product best at the front.
Nice.
So these are gel press plates, and you can see that what we've got here is we've got different. They're jelly plates, if you like. There's a round one, a triangle and a square. Then we've got a hexagon, an oval and a rectangle. Yeah. And if I'm not mistaken, you also receive the lace swatch with it that we're working with. Lovely. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, you also get a mega mount with it.
I'm just getting that confirmed. Yes. Yes,
Right, so is it on the...
Yeah.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
So, because without a mega mount, it's not so useful.
Okay.
And I'm going to show you now. You know, if you're new to the world of stamping, these are such a game changer. Yeah. So what I want to do is show you my old set. I've shown you the new set. Let me go to my old set. And what you'll see is I've got them all permanently mounted on the mounts. See, so this is what they're like. This is my old, hang on, I'll come in this way. This is my old square one.
Perfect.
And what's really, this was more luck than judgment. They happen to sit absolutely perfectly in the box. Look, right result.
Oh, nice.
So I've got mine permanently mounted because I use them. You can see which one I use more than anything else, though.
It's standing out, yeah.
Right. So we'll get that one out, and I'm going to show you how they work. What's important to notice is the different shapes.
Okay.
So circle, triangle, hexagon.
Yeah.
Bear that in mind. The other thing is if you're going to go for this, there will be on the show, there will surely be a set of 4, I'm sure, of the 4x4 mega mounts. And if you're going to go for it, it's so useful. It's so useful when they're already mounted and ready to go, rather than pulling it off, sticking it on, peeling it off.
Yeah.
Anyway, I rest my case. So let's do this one, and let's just have a look at what we're going to use. I'm going to use a brayer. This is my inky brayer. Hang on. I've got my inky brayer.
Nice.
I've got that. I've got an archival ink pad.
Okay.
Now, I've got Post-its.
Yes.
Yeah. I've got, again, I'm using a quarter of my, my stencil card. Cut in quarters again.
Okay.
So I've got a piece of that.
Can I just ask a question, Barbara? So do you have an inky brayer, and then do you save one just for your paints? Do you keep one dedicated for ink and one for your paints? Okay. All right. That's good to know. It's just...
I've got 3. I've got one for dye-based ink, so I can see exactly what I'm doing.
Right.
When I'm doing my wheelie and my landscapes. I've got one for black ink, archival ink, because it stains, so you might as well get over it and just get another one. And then I've got loads of painty ones for when I'm using acrylic paint.
Okay.
But this one is... And what happens after a while, I digress now, after a while, the rubber on the brayer goes like slick, shiny.
Yeah.
It has a shelf life. It will take years for that to happen.
Right.
But when it does, don't throw it away. Use it for paint. And the top tip, you see how I had to get it out of the box, even though I'd only just used it? I keep them in their box because I have a theory, and my theory is that sunshine is what makes them brittle or makes them shiny.
That's logical.
So I keep it in the box out the sunshine.
Brilliant.
It's rubber, isn't it? If you put a rubber band on the windowsill, it will get brittle and crack.
Yeah. Barbara, it's little,
so that's my thoughts
it's little tips like that, and I know we did digress, but that's important, especially with brayer. I'm going to start copying you on that one. Brilliant.
It does make sense.
Yeah.
And so what we're going to do here is make, and these are great. Look, these are coasters. So lovely, 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 lovely. And it just so happens that the paper, the card, sits in these Pergamano coasters, like a charm. Look.
Oh, that's stunning.
Right. So we're making our little pieces of artwork. This is for the dinner table. At Christmas.
Oh, that's lovely.
Mark. I know they're lovely, look. And I'm going to show you how to make them.
Okay, brilliant.
Now, how do we personalise? This is key. So we're going to do the personalising, and we're going to also, look, there's Mum, Dad, we're also going to do the background, and it's very, very easy. So let me show you this.
Please do.
First things first, alphabet.
Yeah.
You need an alphabet to personalise. These are the word chain alphabet.
Yeah.
They are absolutely superb. So if I show you on this camera, you can see you've got uppercase, all funky, funky letters.
Yeah.
Right? Then you've got lowercase. Then you've got, what else we got? Numbers, that's a result. And the price is so good.
$24.99.
Take the price out.
Look at the size of that stamp set and the assets that we have. That's a very good price. But also with the alphabet, it's so important to have, because this is a stamp that you will use every day, giving yourself context. So details on your screen there, saving £5, 393902, your item number. Okay, Barbara.
And I tell you what, Yanis, right? The truth is, right, you said you use it every day. This is the set that I never put away. Look, it's permanently mounted. I've always, they're well loved now. Look at the state of these. But I've always, A, uppercase, lowercase, B, uppercase, lowercase, C. I've got all the mounts. I've got them all permanently mounted, and I use them all the time.
Excellent.
So the first thing I'm going to do, let's say I'm going to go for, let's do Dad. So I've got D, and the little d, and the baby a, the little lowercase a as well. Right, and what I want to do, let me show you the difference. Like this is Mark, and I've stamped it straight over the lace background. But if I want to make a panel behind the word,
Yeah.
then what I've got to do is put, like with Mum now, a little post-it.
Oh, okay. So you're effectively creating a mask. You're creating a mask there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter. I could do it with Mark, I could do it with Grace, I could do it with whoever, right? Any name, any person. But what you'll do is you'll stamp it out. What glasses have I got on? I can't see a thing. Right. So you make sure you're at the sticky end, otherwise it's all a bit redundant, right?
Okay.
And then we'll make our, we'll just stamp our template in. So
Lovely.
I know I'm doing a rough now.
Okay.
So I know that, but it's so quick to do this as well.
That's nice.
When you've got the letters all mounted. I mean, it's a bit of a luxury, but I mean, I do it for a living. I do this professionally, so you know.
So I really like the
what I'm gonna do
quirkiness of the
now-
alphabet.
Yeah, and I'm going to cut the box out in a quirky way as well.
Okay.
You see, like that,
Yeah.
like so.
Lovely.
That would look nice.
Yeah.
So then that goes, here we go. So I've done Mum and I've got Dad now. There we are. So I've got the two of them. I know Mum's watching.
Okay.
Lots of love to Mum and Dad.
Yeah.
Right. Now, so what we're going to do is now we're going to do the background bit.
Okay.
And the way to do that, let me just get my theory. I need my, right, this is so easy. You ready?
Okay.
Lincoln, you missed this. Right. Archival ink
Yeah.
over the ink pad, over the gel press.
Yeah.
Right, that's the first thing. We'll do that. Okay. And then we'll spread it out with our brayer so that it's...
Smooth.
Is that actually going on? Hang on, let's have a look. Because my gel press is so yellow, I can't see what I've got.
You're
It's all
there.
right.
You're there.
I bet
yeah.
it works.
No, it will. It
That'll
will.
do. Right, so I've spread the colour onto my gel press, and then I'll take my lace, and I'll put my lace over the back,
Right.
and then can you see this all right?
If you just go, just move across a little bit. Perfect. Yep.
Like
That's
that.
good. Yeah.
And then I'll pop this down like so, and then I'll squish through the lace. And I should get, because we used it earlier, didn't we, with a stamp?
Yeah.
So now this is even squishier, so this should work like a treat.
Yeah.
Hope so, anyway. And I'll lift that off.
Ooh.
Boom. And then when I take that away, I've got my box, you see?
Barbara,
I've got my
the
box.
next thing I do
Right.
with my gel press is this technique. Come on, how effective is
So
that?
easy.
That's incredible.
So easy, so easy. And then you see, I could put my dad in.
Yeah.
Here we are, because we've opened that gap.
Yeah.
There we are.
We know it's
And
sized
so
to
Dad
fit.
goes in there.
Yep.
Isn't that
Perfect.
nice?
Perfect.
There.
Okay.
And it's so quick.
Yeah.
I feel I want to do my mum's as well.
Yeah, do it.
So I'll just,
Won't take
again, there we are, like so. Spread out the ink with the brayer, the inky brayer, like that.
Yeah.
Lift. The trick with distribution of ink is to spin the roller, spin it, like that.
okay.
And you'll find it distributes the ink better.
Good tip.
Right, and then this is where you forget to put the
I was
lace
going
on.
to say, yeah, get the
So you
lace
pop
down.
the lace on,
Yeah.
get the lace down. And you see now, if this was round, if I pick the round one, then what you'd end up with, look, it's the shape of the. Do you see?
Oh, yeah.
It's the shape that that dictates
That really is
the gel
beautiful.
press shape. It's good, isn't it?
Everyone's going to be doing this, Barbara. I
Right, so
can
you
only
do that.
imagine the pictures you're going to get in the Clarity Worldwide group.
There you
That's
go,
nice.
see?
Yeah.
And then you pick Mum, and I can go. This is how quickly you go. M-U, little m, and then we'll go. Right, here we go, Mum.
Lovely.
And there,
Yeah.
we're all ready now for the table setting.
Just as we're doing this,
See?
speaking of family, how's Grace?
Yep. Ah, she left back for New York on Friday. She was
Oh.
here for nearly 3 weeks, would you believe?
Well, that's
yeah.
nice that she came to visit for that long.
Oh, it was great.
Yeah.
It was lovely to have her company for 3. And then what I'm going to do now is take again, I'm going back to my Perga colours, and I'll go with one of the fine pens again, and then I can go in here and I can tidy this up, you see, so I can make it look like a proper, here we are, so you can close it up.
That makes a difference.
So it
Actually, that
looks
makes
like
a big
proper-
difference.
It does. See how it closes it?
It's like you've edged it.
And then here as well.
Yeah.
You just draw it in, and then if you want to put a drop shadow in with a pencil, of course you can. But I just wanted to show you a variation on how to... See, the wonderful thing about this is you can write anybody's name. We've got the word chain words like happy, create, we've got all those. But when you want to actually personalise like this, then you need the alphabet stamps. So there we are. And then I think these come in, do they come like 2 packs of 8 of these? Is it
get the
2
details.
packs of 4 or?
Yeah, it's 8 coasters and you're getting 6 bookmarker sleeves there as well. We'll put the details at the bottom of the screen. So that's great. Think of, for $15.71. And do you know what I love about this? You can open them up and you can change them out. So you can put some artwork inside, and let's just say you wanted them as a place setting. Different family come round, Barbara. Just change the centre.
Absolutely. You fall out with someone.
That's it, they're out.
Just open it up, sling it out, next person. And the other thing I wanted, can I just show you a little trick as well?
Of course you can.
Right, which, let me show you this. If I'm going to go now with the same colour again, because this is something that, right, let's go with this one.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to do the same colour again, so I'm boring like that. Right, let me just move these letters out of the way, and we'll spread that out again. So we've got our colour on there.
Yeah.
It's just about showing you the trick, really.
Yeah.
If I take like the back and the front now, so there's the front. Where's my lace? Right, here we go again.
If you just
So
scoot
pop
to the
lace on.
left a bit more, Barbara. There, perfect, perfect.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Right, I need to have black in the background so I can see it. There we are. So I'll pop that on there and I'll press through. Right, so I've got my positive, nice.
Oh, that's
like
nice.
that.
Yeah, lovely.
Now I'll turn it round, and here's the negative. There's still a print on the gel press that we haven't used. Look.
Oh.
So you've got the positive,
Barbara.
which is what I used here.
Yeah.
I know. And then you've got that on the back. Isn't that lovely?
Okay, how can
So
anyone
you
not
put that
want
on
to
the
try this
back.
technique? That looks amazing.
I know.
I'm going to do it, Barbara. I'm going to do it. By the way, if you do want to go, if you want to get hold of the gel presses, so we've got options for you. With each option, you will be getting the mega mount. You're also going to get the lace, and of course, your gel press petite. So the different shapes coming through. There's the hexagon, the oval, and the rectangle. That's one. So there's your lace. And you're getting your mega mount for $19.98. So 3 different shapes with your gel press and all the rest to it. 165615 your item number. If you want to go for the square, triangle, and round, same permutation in the fact that you're getting the 3 gel presses, the 3 petites. You're also getting your lace. You're also getting your mega mount. $19.98 your price, saving £6. Oh no, there we go. We'll bring up the details. It's coming up here. So $19.98 your price, £76.50. Your item number there is 924869. If you just want to have a foray into the world that is the gel press, great way to do it. Give it a go. I promise you, you'll never look back. You will never, ever look back. Sorry, Barbara. Now, you've got about 10 minutes remaining.
Excellent. Well, I want to show you. Let me just talk this one through then, because it's like taking the things that we've learned so far, and you'll see here what we've got is we've got the lace with the gel press, but now we've pushed it through the stencil. Can you see?
Yes, yes. Well, that's
So
changed
that's
the dress.
next. Yeah, well, that's right. So now what we're doing is we're taking that stencil and we're pushing. So, for example, I can... Now, where's the one that I did? Here it is, like this one here.
Oh,
So what you do here, you see...
That looks so
good.
good.
You take the stencil,
Right.
like that, and then we're gonna do this, right? So I turn it
Brilliant.
over,
Yeah.
and we're going to just use the stencil like this, you see, and then you use your, I'm going to show you, because it's some of what we've already done, but it's very easy. You do this, and then you have to decide, so you're masking off the bits that you don't want lacy. So let's say, for example, her dress finishes here.
Yeah.
I'm going to take the masking tape and I'm going to cut that off there, like that.
Clever.
So that's going to work like so.
Yeah.
Do you see? And so her neckline, I can choose now. You see, on this girl, I did it a bit racy. I just went straight across. You can see, I literally just covered up like that. So on this one, perhaps I'll make it a little bit, because I want it to come round like that. So, so what I've got to do, let me just think for a minute. If I come in like that, oh, I see. So what I've got to do is come round. Am I doing this the right way around? I'm having a bit of a moment.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that's right. I've just had a bit of a mental blurt.
No, that's
right. So that, you see, there. So now I can make that high or low, like that, I think.
Barbara, I've just got to tell
That'd be
everybody,
nice, like that.
with regard to the stencils, we are approaching limited stock. And I told you the next time I gave an update, it would be a big one. I am very, very close to calling limited stock here. And one thing I have to stress is once these sell out, we cannot get hold of any more stock. We've asked, we've begged, and it's just not feasible today. Maybe at some point in the future, but I can't guarantee when. You are getting all 8 characters. 4 stencils. You're also going to get the corresponding masks as well, which you can see. I'll just hold these up because they work. If next to my top, you'll be able to see them a lot clearer. So you are getting the masks in there too for $14.96, saving £5. But when you see the inspirations, and just the one Barbara's about to show you, it's worth it for $14.96. We are very close to calling limited stock. Sorry, Barbara.
No, don't apologise. You're giving me a chance to get a... so you can see here, it's a little bit of an operation. It's a masking job, isn't it, to get all this done. But what we've got now, we've got her gloves, we've got her dress, and we've got her shoe here.
Right.
So I'm going to use the same thing, because you can see right through here where I'm going. I might have to just add the shoe later.
Okay.
But just for the sake of simplicity, I just want to show you how this works. And I mustn't forget to put my lace over the top.
No. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, don't do that.
That's always a note to self. Don't forget the lace.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I did forget the lace once, and I got a really nice effect. But let me just show you. So we do this. We get the lace.
That well-used
put the
piece
lace
of lace
over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a well-loved bit of lace, isn't it? Right. So now let me just check. Okay, I reckon this will work.
Nice.
Okay, give it a go, Gray. Right, and then we're going to push. And I need to push on the gloves because they're quite tight. Where is the glove? Oh, there it is. Dress. I wonder if this will work.
Oh, I will. I have full faith in you.
I love it when it's... Yeah, I reckon we've got that.
I think so.
And then the foot, let me just do that because I can.
Yeah.
That'll do. Right, okay.
Coordinating
I've got a shoe there of
shoes as
some
well.
description.
Nice.
Well, let's have a look what we've got. Then I need a spot-on sponge.
Yeah.
I always call them makeup sponges because I use them as makeup sponges. They're the best I can find.
Yeah.
Right. And then I'm going to use a bit of, again, and I'm going to add a bit of shadow. But I'm doing that now to the dress before I remove the stencil.
Right.
Just to get a bit of a, do you see?
No, that's good technique, yeah.
Just around underneath her arm.
So just defining it and giving it a clear edge.
A little bit there.
Yeah.
Yeah. See what's going on with that hand.
Okay.
Right, a little bit round that edge there. See, I love doing this.
Yeah.
Right, and then we'll take this stencil away. We'll take all this stuff away. Right,
and the best part about this is the reveal.
What else
This
we
is
got?
what gets us excited.
It is. Right, so now we've got all this, all the gubbins.
Yeah.
Right, this will be a nice one to end on, won't it?
It will, yeah.
So we've got that.
Okay.
Now let's take that spot-on sponge. And now I'm just going to add, I don't want to make it too dark though. I wonder what I had, what did I actually plan to do? Let's try making her a little less plummy, okay?
Yeah.
Because that's a little bit extreme with the plum.
Yeah.
And let's go with something called blushing rose, because I think that's going to be more in keeping with her.
Nice.
Right, here we go. So we're just going to add a little bit of blushing rose to the other parts of her body,
Okay.
right, like the arms
Yeah.
and the legs.
Lovely.
I reckon, don't you?
Yeah.
I think she needs a shoe, though. I forgot, actually. Let's get a bit of a shoe going here.
Okay.
It's
Well
all
spotted.
going on here.
Well spotted.
Yeah, I reckon this is going to be lovely.
Yeah.
So a little bit of blush in rose. I know it's a little bit lastminute.com, but I reckon she's going to be gorgeous. Have we got time just to do this? Yeah.
Yeah, you've got under 3 minutes. So we got time.
Oh, yeah, well, slow down, Gray. Right, result. Let's see if this works. Right, I reckon it's going to be beautiful.
Oh, this
Thing
is
is, you
gonna be good.
can't take the mask away until you're absolutely sure
Yeah.
you've done everything that you want to do shade-wise.
Of course.
Right? And then if it starts moving on you, pound it rather than smear it, which sounds a little bit weird, but
words to live by.
You know what I mean. Let's have a look what happens when we take this away. Let's have a look, let's have a look, let's have a look. Still got a handbag. Hang on, we haven't done her handbag.
Get the handbag off.
Hold on.
Here you go.
Get
Well
the handbag
spotted.
in. Yeah, I nearly missed the handbag and now I've moved her. Oh, she hasn't got a
That's
handbag.
okay. She hasn't got a
Even
handbag.
better.
But look, it shows
Boom.
you don't have to have the handbag. We can take the handbag away. Barbara, that
No, we just
is
got rid of the handbag. I like
stunning.
it better without the handbag.
You started the
you go.
previous hour by saying that you became a fashion designer with this collection, and you've just highlighted that beautifully. What a piece with the stencils. And Barbara, I've got big
Isn't that
news. With regard to the stencils, we are officially limited stock for our stencils. Once it's gone, and it is flying. So whether it sells out just before the end of the hour or after, it doesn't matter as long as you get hold of yours, because they are such fantastic stencils. Please try, and it will be with these stencils, absolutely the first thing I would do, try the technique Barbara just shared with you. Find some lace, use your gel press, done. It's an absolute win, and what an hour. Barbara, it hasn't felt like work. I've missed working with you so much. Thank you. Have you had fun?
I haven't thoroughly enjoyed it, and I always love it when it works.
Yeah, always works for you, Barbara. Always works. Just to remind everybody, we can follow you. We can follow you. So it's Clarity Worldwide. You've also got Groovy Worldwide as well, and your own blog too. Are you still doing the Shack Shack?
We're going to start the Shack Shack up again in a couple of weeks' time.
Okay.
We took a little break in the summer, but we shall be firing that up again, safe, happy and creative as always.
Excellent. Barbara, you're an absolute star. Thank you so much. What a lovely 2 hours. Barbara, keep well, and hopefully it won't be so long before we work with each other again.
Thank you so much, Yanis, and
Okay.
thank you very much. A big shout out to Dee Paramore and Paul and all the lovely design team who helped make me look good.
Oh, I want to reiterate, because your design team are fantastic. Thank you, Barbara, and thank you for your company as well. I hope you've enjoyed the 2 hours here with Clarity, and I hope you learned something. If you have just tuned in and you missed it, don't worry, because you can catch up on any show here at the Craft Store via the rewind option on our website or the app. Thank you for your company. Diamond Dots are here with their faceted art kits. After that, we are sculpturing with our chicken wire. That's a really interesting hour. And then the ledge that is John Next Door will be here with his Jewel Christmas.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. We have a wide range of designs, and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly flexi-buy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Hi, I'm Ali Reeve. I'm from the company Stamps Away. Stamps Away is a family-run company with my husband and I. We create all things crafty, especially with a passion for mixed media. So I hope you won't miss the shows with Stamps Away.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Well, hello there and welcome. Well, we're in for a treat because we have got a fabulous hour and we're talking at Diamond Dots during this hour, and I know how you love your pieces. Now, I will warn you, we have got lots and lots of brand new artwork to share with you, so now is the time for you to jump ahead and have a little look on the website, because there are things that are kind of following on from things that you may already have in your collection, but then some absolutely beautiful brand new pieces, as you can see. We've got them here, but I'm not on my own. We've got a fabulous Angie joining me, who's right over there. How are you doing, Angie?
I'm good, thanks, Hayley. Really good.
Good, because you're looking very well, and I always
thank you.
love it when you come, because you bring so many beautiful pieces with you.
Oh, thank you. Well, we've tried to bring you everything's new today, so things that haven't been seen yet at all.
I love it. Now that kind of resonates with the piece that we've got here.
Yes.
But is this one of the ones that you were talking about where there's almost like a series, or is that one that we're looking at a little bit later on?
So in the past we brought a series of fairies out. So the first one that you had was the Winter Moon.
Okay.
Which a lot of people went mad for, asked for more fairies. And then we brought the Winter Rose fairy out, which was the red one.
Yeah.
That did very well, and people have said, you know, are we going to do any more? So this is our brand new one, not seen anywhere before until today. So, yeah, we brought this one out. This one is absolutely fabulous.
Isn't she beautiful? Absolutely gorgeous. Now, I need to give this one a wiggle. Now, I'm not going to lie, I am a little bit nervous because it is a big piece of artwork and it's absolutely beautiful. But just pay attention to those absolutely amazing wings. You have got this most incredible kind of A-B look to these.
They're
beautiful.
iridescent, so the wings are really like, if you see something like a dragonfly wing.
Yes.
So the beads are actually iridescent the same way as they are.
Isn't that beautiful? Absolutely gorgeous. Now you can see the details on your screen. It's a big piece of artwork. You're looking at 100 centimetres by 67 centimetres. But what a beautiful piece. And it's not a complete covered piece because you've got elements, which I think is lovely because you've kind of got the wispiness of her dress.
Yeah.
And I think that'd be difficult to capture with the diamond dots. So it's been left.
I think it gives emphasis on the actual sparkle that's around the outside of it as well, because sometimes you can do a full cover, but I think sometimes it does take away from the picture. So at least this time, this looks really, I mean, I'm in love with this one myself. It's one of my favourites.
Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, the details are on your screen, so whether you've invested any of the others that have gone alongside this one or not, or whether this is your first piece, then you can see the details are there on your screen. 069443 is the item number. You can see there within your kit, and we'll talk about a kit and opening up a kit with Angie in a little while, but you're going to have obviously your canvas, and if you are familiar with diamond dots, you'll know that you've got that sticky surface on there just waiting for you to add all of those fabulous little embellishments, those gorgeous gems that do give the life to the artwork. So this particular one, if you're wanting this one, then you can see two flexi buys are £34.50 on that one. What about this piece though? Because I've got a feeling you'll want to take advantage of this one as well, because this is such a pretty design. This one we're looking at butterflies, but kind of like an antique look to them, and they look amazing, as you can see. Gorgeous blues featuring in there as well. Again, a good size and a very reasonable price at £24.99 for a sizable piece, as you can see. So 891826 if you fancy getting hold of those, but there's lots more where they came from, so do jump onto the website and have a little look with regards to those as well. But I know, and Angie, you've been telling us, people have been asking for a lot more scenes.
Yes, we only did a limited amount of them at one time, but the amount of requests that we've had to get something more scenic from different parts of the world, we did a few. They seemed so popular that we've done quite a few more now. So
beautiful. Now this one already, I feel as if I need to take my jacket off because it's suddenly gone rather warm and sunny, hasn't it? Beautiful piece, this one. So do we know whereabouts this one is? Provence. Oh, I say. Very, very nice. Gorgeous display. And again, you can see obviously the artwork featuring the front there with all those fabulous diamond dots doing their work. But then again, not a complete coverage piece. Again, the skyline, you've got the little birds featuring there as well. Absolutely beautiful. Good size piece as well. So it's 1 metre in width, 1/2 metre in height. But you've got everything. I love the bike that we've got in this one as well. Kind of very in keeping with that area.
Yeah, I must admit, Hayley, this is the first time I'm seeing them myself.
Oh, I see.
Made up. Yes, so really excited for these.
Beautiful.
Yes, it's a gorgeous
Absolutely
piece.
Gorgeous. And again, it's one of those pieces that you can take a lot of time and a lot of enjoyment bringing it together. And then obviously when it's finished and it's really hanging it wherever you hang this one, it's going to look beautiful, isn't it? £48.25. That's a really good price. It's a good sized piece, as you can see there. I mean, it's 1 metre long, 1/2 metre high, so good coverage with regards to those ones. But of course, the details are on your screen. So if you do want to go for that one, you can see there 569130 is that all important item number. So if you fancy that one, then pop that one into your basket. Now, if you're in a bit of a French mood, then let's go off to well, Paris, Gay Paris, or Blackpool if you prefer, whichever. Now this one, a smaller piece with kind of almost like a square size piece, 40 centimetres by 50 centimetres, but again a beautiful piece. Maybe the City of Love means something to you, especially maybe it is I know somebody here who was proposed to in Paris, so maybe it's a case of that you are remembering a trip there for whatever reason. So 326438, having problems with my teeth this afternoon. £39.69. Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. I was bedazzled by the next piece, and now this is beautiful. Now this one is edge-to-edge coverage, and to be honest, this little country bridge could be anywhere in the country, couldn't it?
It could. It actually reminds me of the place that I stay when I come over here. Down in Barnwell, is it?
Oh,
Barnwell?
yes,
The little place that I stayed at. They've got a bridge just like that, just down the bottom there. Absolutely gorgeous. And as soon as I saw that, I thought, oh, that reminds me of locally.
Yeah.
It's really pretty.
And I think that's what you get with many of the scenes, is they do evoke memories for all sorts of different places. I mean, it's beautiful. Love the colours of this one. You kind of got that autumnal feel to this one with those gorgeous kind of tones of orange, just as the trees are turning.
Yeah. What I like about some of these kits as well, Hayley, for the more experienced diamond dotter, there's lots of colour change. So it's an exciting piece to get your hands on and start working on.
That's a good point, because when up close you can see there's lots of different tones that are in there. And of course it's those tones and those change of tones that give the body to the piece. So with regards to actual kind of tones and different colourways, there must be thousands of different tones.
There's absolutely thousands. So where you'll see something like this, like you said, the yellows and the greens, there's not just 1 or 2, there's probably 6 or 7 different shades. Yeah. All our beads actually match up with the DMC colours. So if you imagine with your cross
like
stitch and stuff, all your DMC colours are exactly the same colours that we use in our Diamond Dots kits.
Oh my goodness, I didn't realise that.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of iridescence with this one as well. So where you're seeing that sparkle, you'll see sparkle in certain areas because it just depends on the way that the light hits them, to be honest. Each of these pieces, and here we can see in the tunnel there, you're seeing a lot of sparkle going on there. But in the studio, I'm seeing a lot of sparkle going on in this area as well. So it just depends on where the light hits it.
Yeah, which angle you're looking at it from as well.
Beautiful. 2 flexi-buy payments of £20 each will get you this piece on its way to you. And again, a fabulous kit. You can see you've got everything in there. Your canvas, which obviously is your base. You've got all your different little diamond dots that you're going to be popping in place. And then, of course, you've got your tool to get you started and to create your absolutely beautiful piece right the way through to fruition. So, where are we heading off to? Oh, my goodness, look at this. This is a majestic beast. The Prince of the Forest. Again, a really nice size, 52 centimetres by 42 centimetres, $32.99. Absolutely phenomenal value for money, and something that's not going to look out of place in any home. Absolutely beautiful. So 368783 if you like the look of that particular one. Now we're off to the Med. been in France, we've been in the forest somewhere. Could have been anywhere, to be honest, that forest. But look at this. Wouldn't you just love to be sat there having a cappuccino, looking out on that horizon? Oh my goodness. It's a beautiful piece,
It's gorgeous,
this one.
isn't it? Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful. And again, you've got a mixture of your diamond dots areas, but then you've got areas. And again, it's another one. Sometimes the diamond dots show off water beautifully.
Yes.
But I love how it's been left on this one.
Yeah, it is. It's lovely. And I think with some of the coated beads as well, that adds that extra sparkle to them as well.
Yeah. And the railings, again, I mean, that's been captured. You can get such definition with these
Yes,
pieces.
Definitely, yeah. They do go to town on their artwork, I have to admit. They work really hard.
And they choose so well when they're choosing the artwork to start with. I mean, they just work so well as diamond dots pictures. Amazing. Now, if you fancy this particular piece, you're looking at, again, a very affordable $39.99. So, again, many of these kits are going to come to you at very affordable prices. So, of course, many of them are on FlexiBuy. So, if you're opening up your Flexi order, then you can spread the cost of anything else that you're choosing to add in there. So if you fancy your Mediterranean stroll without even putting your shoes on, then the details are there on your screen. 7942975 if you fancy that one. I keep getting distracted because each time we bring in a new canvas, I'm looking at the screen to give you the details. But I'm having a nosy to see what we've got coming up because they're all so gorgeous. This one, again, lovely. I'm feeling a little bit tropical with this one, but when you look on the screen there, we're talking fishing. In spring.
Yeah, yeah.
It's almost like, from this angle, it almost looks like a tropical, I don't know, tree hanging down, and you've got somebody, well, you can see obviously somebody in the boat there. It looks amazing. Lovely. And again, if you know somebody who's into their fishing, then this might be a nice one. And again, with this one, we've got edge-to-edge coverage with this time.
Yes, with that one. Yeah, it's a very relaxing one. You can actually just sit and relax yourself looking at that one. It's gorgeous.
And again, it's got the sparkle. As soon as you give it that wiggle, it's almost like you've turned the lights on with it, isn't it? Amazing. A lot of sparkle with this one. Capturing the movement of the water as well, as you can see in the horizon there. Absolutely beautiful. And again, a really good size. The thing that I like about many of the sizes that we've brought for you today, 50 centimetres by 40 centimetres, we're seeing that pop up on your screen time and time again, which is nice because if you're wanting several pieces, it's always nice to have them. Maybe different scenes, different ideas, different pieces of artwork, but having similar sizes makes it nice and easy to place them in your home.
Yeah, and easy to get them all framed as well. If they're all the same, it's very easy to get them all framed.
Good point. Good point indeed. So there you go. If you fancy this particular one, fishing in spring, then the details are there. 025994, just £27.37. Now, I know you're going to like this next one because it is so cute. We are talking, look at this, trunk core. Oh, fabulous. With the elephants. This is such a cute piece. Now, with regards to this one, you can see you've got a lot of colour changes in here, but of course, all very close colour changes, which I would imagine for somebody that knows the diamond dots, this is going to be a good one to do.
Absolutely. I have ladies out there that love doing things like this that are close in colour, and they'll have 4 or 5 trays. So they'll have each colour going at the same time, so they haven't got to keep opening bags and stuff. I don't know how they do it because I couldn't do it myself.
Very, very talented.
But it is a really nice project, this one, to work on.
And that is going to be beautiful when it's all created. Again, nice size piece and a very affordable one there, $24.99. Maybe that's going to be a gift that you're buying for somebody. So if you fancy that one, you can pop that one into your basket. Now, that one wasn't on FlexiBuy, but if it's going into your Flexi basket, then you can spread the cost over 2 payments. Now, this one, oh my goodness, horse. So many of you out there are into your horse riding, your equestrian sports, and all those different kind of connotations that are relating to horses. Well, this is going to be a beautiful one. So close, up close to that beautiful eye, as you can see there. And again, those colour changes, subtle changes, but very exciting. If you are, you like your diamond dots, then this is going to be one for you. 184261, just $24.99. Look at this one. This is so cute. This is one of the cutest things. If you're going on a walk and you see a swan with all the little goslings, absolutely beautiful
Yeah,
scene.
it just shouts out spring, doesn't it?
Just?
Everything's brand new. It's beautiful.
Absolutely adorable. Now, it's an edge-to-edge coverage with this one as well. But look at the way they've captured the grasses. I mean, that's quite incredible.
And again, it's down to the different shades of the same colour, really. So you've got all your greens and actually lemons in there.
Yes.
But they're all different shades. There's quite a few different shades to each green. And it just makes that stand out so much.
so clever because you've still got the depth of perception with that one, but it just looks absolutely beautiful, and it's going to look adorable in your home as well. A really good size, 62 centimetres by 41 centimetres, 2 flexi buys again, as you can see there. Really pretty design, and it's a nice one. I mean, dare I say you've been making this up and giving it as a gift, or maybe potentially you could be making it up as a fundraiser for a bird charity if you wanted to. There's loads of ways you could be working with this one, but you'll have loads of fun in the process. So 850-367 if you fancy this one. Now we're looking at 4 seasons. Now this is one I think we've seen before, but it's a brilliant one because look at the different trees that you've got here in the different colourways. Again, a very affordable price. We're only looking at $16.99 for this one. So this is one that I would think, if you've not had a go before with your diamond dots, then this is a price that is kind of like a give it a go price. With regards to it, you can see that you've got your 4 different trees there for just £16.99. It's not edge to edge, so what that actually means is you are just adding detail where you have got the trees. It's all right, we haven't been chopping down trees. It might have sounded like I needed to shout timber then, but we didn't. 019213. Just £16.99 if you fancy that one. Now another one that I need to share with you, you love your animals when it comes to your diamond dots, and this is one that I know is always a popular subject, the wolf. Very spirited animal, and this one here you can see your wolf spirit chief. Again, what a size piece, 50 centimetres by 40 centimetres, £32.99 being your price, 064384. That is a majestic piece. That's going to look amazing in your home. So if you do take a lot of kind of reference from spiritual animals, perfect. Oh my goodness, cuteness alert, love cuddles. Oh, these are so adorable. They're little corgis I think we've got here. Beautiful. £32.99, 311281. So sweet. Now this is the piece that I know Angie's going to explain to us what we get in our kits and how our kits come together. Oh, Janice would love this one. We're looking at a little Jack Russell, absolutely adorable. But this one is called Patchwork Pup. It's only £32.99 and a really good size piece. So 154395 if you fancy getting hold of this one. And this is the kit that Angie's going to be working with. So she'll be taking us through all the fundamentals that we need to know. So if you fancy getting hold of that one, you can do. But the fundamentals pretty much for any of the kits are very similar, and
yeah, the concept of the kits are all exactly the same.
Okay.
The only difference is depending on the size and the amount of colour change. So even though we list some of them as beginners, intermediates, whatever, they're all exactly the same principle. It just means that there's more colour change, there's more to get your teeth into, and they take longer. So
that could mean that if somebody's never tried diamond dots before, but they're just blown away, but say like the fairy image that we've got here,
yeah,
they could achieve this even as a novice diamond dotser.
Yeah, of course they can. They can do any kit. It's just that something like that is going to take them obviously a lot longer until they get used to it and the colour changing. And it depends on how they want to work on the kit. They might want to work on 2 or 3 hours a day. They might only do an hour a day. So it's up to you how long you spend. But it doesn't matter which kit you get. They'll be just as easy as the smaller kits.
Fabulous.
So if you enjoy it, give it a go.
Definitely.
Really.
So we get the box home.
Yes.
What do we need to know?
Okay, so now I talk you through what I'll do. I'll open the box, I'll show you everything you get, and then I'll talk you through exactly how it works, if that's all right.
Thank you.
Okay, so when you get your box home, obviously it's a really nice gift box. So if you're actually sending it to somebody, you've got a really nice gift box there for you to send it. Now, you do not have to buy anything extra. So once you get your kit home, there's no nipping down to the local craft store to get glue, to get whatever. Everything is ready for you to start your project. So we'll unravel this one, and I must say, this is just, like you say, Janice will love it because it's absolutely gorgeous. So when you get your kit home, everything you need is here. So we'll start off with the actual kit itself, the canvas itself. I'm quite mindful that these are quite noisy.
Okay.
So when you get your canvas home, the first thing that you want to do, you've got a load of instructions in there as well, so you haven't got to worry. If you forget anything that I say, you've got your instructions. Turn it the wrong way round. Because it's been rolled up in the box for some time, you just need to try and straighten it out. Take your time when you're doing this, because you really need to get it nice and flat. So there's no rush. Whoops, there's no rush, just take your time.
Oh, you can see how it flattens out quite easily once you do it on the opposite,
Yeah. I mean, I would have rolled that a little bit more. Now, I have actually started a little bit of a corner on this one, just so that you can see. Now, also in your kit, you get all the beads, every colour that you need, and more than.
Okay.
But don't worry, if you drop any beads on the floor, and that you'll hoover them up, whatever, and you get to finishing your kit, you haven't got enough beads because you've lost some, don't stress about it. Message me on the Facebook page.
Okay.
And all I need off you is, if you look at these beads, there is a code number.
Okay, right, so A10, yeah.
Yeah, now below that there's a 4-digit code number.
Right.
That is your DMC match. That is the number that I need.
Got you.
If you message me with that number from which kit it came from, if I've got them in the stash, I shall send them out to you free of charge.
Oh, wow.
Because I've got loads from the kits that I've used.
Yes.
If I haven't, then I shall tell you where you'll get them sent to you free of charge. So we've got a backup. We've always got a backup. So don't worry if you do lose any of your beads.
Purely for my nosiness, is that the same code as the actual DMC thread?
Yes, they are
wow.
DMC thread
Okay.
codes. We have some crafters out there that they like the diamond dots, but they're also, a lot of them are into cross stitch.
Yes.
So what we've done, some of the kits that we've got that have got printed backgrounds,
yes,
we found a lot of them like to match up the DMC threads and do their own embroidery around the background, especially the cushions and the printed, which aren't all diamond dots.
Yeah.
And they do actually stitch into the canvas.
Oh, okay.
So there's lots of ways for you to mix your two crafts together.
Love that idea.
Yeah. So as you know, with DMC there's thousands of colours.
Gosh, yes.
So as long as I've got that
Incredible
4-digit number, I
company.
can sort it out. So as you can see in every kit, the amount of beads, and this one, just look at all the different colours we're getting. We've got 22 different colours.
Wow.
Different shades of the same colour. So this is where we get all the shading from. Okay. The next thing you'll get in your kit, you'll get a tray.
Okay.
You'll get your stylus, and you'll get a soft grip as well, which makes it really, really comfortable. I did show on a few of the other shows that I've done with you. A lot of people have asked me, I want to do diamond dots, I like to do diamond dots, but I can't grip.
Yes, yeah.
So a little thing that actually somebody asked me to try it, and I did, and it works.
Okay.
So just a little tip for you, any DIY store,
okay,
it's a paint roller for your gloves.
Oh yes, you use that on your radiators and
That's
things.
it.
Ah.
Well, take the notice of the little plastic end.
Yeah.
Forget that. Cut your stylus down slightly.
Okay.
Turn it the other way and put a little hole in it. That fits. And it clicks in perfectly.
wow.
Now you've got even more comfy grip. That if you've got problems with grip, it's absolutely comfortable. And the amount of people that now have started doing that, I should start selling these really, shouldn't I?
Definitely. Well,
but that really works.
I'm just intrigued how they even saw that and thought to make the connection in the first place.
I know,
but it
it's
works.
amazing, but what a great idea, you know, like, it really does work. Okay, so we get the tray, we get the stylus, we get the grip. We've also given you some little jiffy bags.
Okay.
So there's not enough for every pack of beads, but enough to get you going, because you can put 2 or 3 packs in at a time. So once you've opened them, like I've done there, I've popped the beads inside the bag with the code number there, so that you can see. And you're not going to lose any that way.
Yeah.
So that keeps them safe. Okay. Now in the bigger kits, in all the kits we get our wax, which is what we use to pick up the beads with. Now in the bigger kits, so just like this this puppy, we get 2 lots, so don't think you're only going to get a little bit of wax and not enough. You've got plenty in there, and the amount you use is really hardly anything. I mean, that will last this kit and onwards.
Oh wow, okay.
Now when you get the wax, there is a coating on it, if you look there. So you just peel that off.
Oh, it's like a little piece of plastic on there, right?
If you don't take that off, I'll be getting loads of phone calls like I've had in the past saying I can't pick my wax.
It's because
it does happen. It does happen. We all do it. Okay, so that's our wax. We use that to pick the beads up. It doesn't leave a residue.
Okay.
Because what we don't want is anything getting on the facets on the beads, because that will stop them from sparkling.
Right.
So we found that wax is perfect.
Okay.
So what we do then, now I need my glasses. I need to be able to see what I'm doing. Okay. So you can start from wherever you want to start on these kits, whether you want to start from bottom left, bottom right, work from top to bottom. But what I do say is do not peel this protective layer off apart from where you're working. So it would be no good if you wanted to start in the middle. Never ever start in the middle of a kit, because you're going to put your arms on the sticky, because these kits are pre-glued. So you haven't got to buy any sticky glue and make a mess. It's all pre-glued for you, so you haven't got to worry about anything like that. Now, just like cross stitch, if you look down the side of the canvas, you'll see we have a chart.
Oh, yes, you do, yeah.
Now, every symbol in that chart matches the colour that's printed on the canvas. So if you look closely on here, I'm going to start working on, now these are like little stripes with little ends on them, so if the camera can pick that up.
Oh yes, yeah.
Yeah. So I can look either this side or that side at my chart, find that down here. It's there. It tells me the packet beads I need is A17.
Oh, okay.
So like I said, all these are all labelled ready for you.
So that's good if anybody has issues recognising certain colours, colour blindness, and kind of getting the perception of you're going by the code.
You can go by the
symbol.
code and symbol, yeah, so it works for everybody. Now what I would normally do is I would separate these straight away when I get my kits home, and then I will pop them in a box just like that in number order, so it's easier to find as you're going through.
We've got some sort of box, haven't we?
You do them, yeah.
When you're checking out your basket, one of the end of call items.
This is where I got mine from, yeah. So yeah, then they're perfect, absolutely perfect. So what I need to do now to just take, and again, try and remember not to cut off this number. Keep that. That is so important. So pop the top off. I'll pop a few. I don't put too many in. Just pop a few into the tray. Keep that beside me because I know that's the one I'm working on in case I want to refill. Now these trays, although they look like just a simple idea, if you look closely, they've got channels.
Oh yes.
So if you shake those beads, they will then turn, if you look, dome side upwards, so the flat bit's on the bottom, ready for you to pick up. So I say it's a simple idea, but it just works.
And it's one of those things that just make life so much easier, isn't it?
Yeah, it really does. It really does. So when you first start, you will twist your stylus into the wax.
Okay.
You only need to do that once. That will pick the beads up and pop them onto your picture. If it stops picking up the beads, that's the only time that you need to go back into that wax.
Okay.
And sometimes you'll pick up 100 beads, sometimes you might only pick up 20, depending. Some of the beads that we have are what we call the AB coated beads.
Yes.
They're a little bit more, they're not difficult to pick up, but what they tend to do when you put them down is pull the wax out of your stylus.
Right.
A little tip, if you're doing those, when you pop them down, you twist as you lift. That will stop it pulling out the wax from the stylus.
That's a bit of a phrase, that. Twist and
Twist
lift.
as you lift, yes, I like that one. Yeah, good one. So, hold your coating backwards so that you're not touching the pre-glued area. And then it's just a case of literally just touching the bead and touching the area. That is it. So once you get going, in fact, I'm going to move that way because I'm actually touching the canvas there. So touch and touch. And then once you start, you get yourself into a rhythm and you just get so carried away, you get lost. Lost in what you're doing. Now, if you do what I did there, if you pick a bead up and you put it, let's say, slightly in the wrong place.
Okay,
so let's say I put it there.
kind of square in there, right? Yeah.
That shouldn't be there. Now, if it's only next to it, you've got plenty of what we call wiggle time. Just take it across.
Oh, yes.
And pop it back over.
Okay.
If you pick up a bead and drop it totally in the wrong place.
Right.
Don't try and drag that all the way down because you don't want to scratch the glue that's on there.
Okay.
You find if you push hard enough and flick, that will pick it up again.
Oh, okay.
And then you can take it to where it needs to go.
Oh, that's brilliant.
And then it's just as easy as that. Now, you've got plenty of time to move beads. However, once you've finished an area, once you've put it away, come back to it, they're set. They're set there and they're not going to go anywhere.
Okay.
But the rest of the kit, as long as you keep this cover, when you put it away, on the top, you can come back to that in 2 weeks, 2 months, 2 years. That will still be ready for you to do. Sometimes you might not have the workspace.
Yes.
And you've got a big kit and you need to put it away. The kids are coming home from school. You don't want them to touch it or whatever.
Yes.
You can always roll it up, put it back in the box for storage and take it out when you're ready.
And I think that's a really good point because the original box, it took up no space at all.
Exactly. They just tuck away nicely, unless you've got a room full like I have and they're everywhere. And again, we're starting to come out of lockdown now. We're starting to go on holidays. OK, we're staying local holidays, but caravans, camper van holidays, these can come with you. And when you start getting back into flights and stuff, there is nothing there that can hurt you. There's nothing dangerous. So you can pack that away in your hand luggage if it's a smaller kit and sit on a long haul flight and do it.
That's a really good point.
Because they're not going to turn you away, so there's nothing in there. If you make sure you've cut open your packets and pop them in the zippy bags, then you're not taking scissors on board, so you don't need anything like that. But yeah, it travels really, really well. So yeah, and then you just sit and enjoy your craft.
I love it. Now, when it comes to ages, I mean, is there an age guideline with regards to these pieces?
Yeah, so we always say sort of from the age of 8 upwards, supervised.
Yes.
So, sorry, below 8, up to the age of 8, supervised. After 8 years old, obviously, they're absolutely fine. However, we do have, when we do workshops or when we do big shows at the NEC, we have a little work table, the kids come and have a go. And I've seen children as young as 3 years old sitting with their parents, the parents showing them where to put the dot.
Yes.
And what they don't realise, especially during lockdown, we had lots of people get these for the first time during lockdown to do homeschooling craft sessions.
Yes.
And without realising it, they're actually learning as well as, you know, having fun.
Well, I suppose it's the recognition of the shape that they've got to find, and seeing it, obviously, the connection between the canvas and the shape, and then finding the code,
finding the right
for the pack,
symbol, they're looking at the numbers, they're choosing the numbers, it's colour recognition, it's hand-eye coordination, because they're learning to go from A to B. So without realising it, they've actually had a craft lesson that's taught them other things as well.
I love it.
So, it's so much fun.
And
but as long as they're supervised.
And a very mindful way of crafting as well, nice and easy. And it's not messy, this is the thing.
Yeah, there's nothing in there to make a mess. All right, the children might drop them on the floor. They might put a bead in their mouth. It's not going to hurt them. Everything in our kits are natural. So the actual beads are a natural resin. The wax, obviously, wax is natural. The only thing that isn't is the cover that goes on the top. We're working on that. We're trying to find something that we can use instead of that.
Always investigation, always expanding.
Looking at some way to
Love
make
that
it.
idea.
Even the glue is water-based.
Ah, okay.
So although it's very,
so if
very
you get it
strong,
on your hands or anything, you can kind of wash it away.
It's not going to hurt you.
Love it. There you go. Angie, thank you so much.
That's all right.
So you've seen just how simple and exciting it can be for you to actually create your own piece of amazing artwork. Details are on the screen. We've got lots of different pieces to share with you, so I'm going to go through some of those again. I'm going to take it right the way back to the beginning and tell you about this beautiful fairy that we've got here. Now, this particular one works in a series that you may well have invested in previously, and it's a series of different fairies that lots of you have gone for previously. So this one, brand new to us today, it might be further extending that collection that you've got. Things that I'd love to draw your attention to, the fabulous wings. You've almost got like a bluey hue with those. Reminds me very much of dragonfly wings when you see them kind of skimming across the top of the water in the sunshine, and you get that gorgeous kind of blue tone. You can't quite put your finger on the colour, but it's absolutely beautiful. Then, of course, you've got the little kind of snowflakes around this one. So the frost moon, obviously you're kind of getting the essence of the frost effect with this one. But what a beautiful piece. Now, of course, your fairy, as you can see, not completely covered with your diamond dots, and I think that's brilliant because it actually shows off that artwork beautifully. You're catching kind of the layers within her dress. You can see those snowflakes coming through there as well. But what an amazing piece. Now, it's a large piece to work with, so you can see the dimensions on your screen there. You're looking at 1 metre by 67 centimetres. So a good sized piece, quite a substantial piece, quite a dramatic piece as well. But for £68.99, I think that is a brilliant price. Something that you're going to take a lot of time and a lot of pleasure creating. It's not a race to get it finished. It's about enjoying it. And once you have created your fabulous piece there, you are going to be so proud of yourself. Absolutely beautiful. So if you fancy this one, then let me give you those details. 069443. That's the all-important item number. As you can see, it comes fully boxed, as Angie has been explaining to us. You've got all your different little diamond dot pieces in there. You've got your wax, you've got your tool in there, and you've got the ability to work with this one. Now, as Angie says, you might not necessarily want to get started on this one straight away. Don't worry. You can leave it for a couple of years if you want to, and then get started, and it's going to be as pristine the moment you open that pack. So there you go, 069443. 2 flexi buys on that one if you fancy that one. So what else can I tempt you with? Oh, check this one out. This is the 4 trees. Now this is lovely because you've got your 4 seasons of your trees featuring with this one. It's quite a kind of modern look to this one, I think. Do like it. And again, maybe you've got a group of people putting this one together. You could quite easily, couldn't you? Especially if you've got tools left over from other kits. 60 centimetres by 22 centimetres, so a nice landscape piece, as you can see there. And again, you're adding your detail to where the trees are. So this one, I would imagine, will come together quite quickly. £16.99 being your price if you fancy going for that one. 019214. 3. The butterflies, oh, this is a fabulous one, a very botanical style, this one. So with this one, it's almost like you're looking into an antique book or something like that, isn't it? Beautiful teals and blues featuring in there. Quite a few different colour changes with regards to the bottom piece there, but again, it's another one that you might be working alongside somebody. At £24.99, a good size piece, and again, 51.5 centimetres by 37 centimetres, so a lovely piece. Love it. But our scenes, you've asked for scenes, and that's what we have brought to you, and you are loving these. Now this one, absolutely beautiful. We're off to Provence, and this one, you can see that gorgeous sky. I mean, look at that, hardly a cloud in the sky. You've got the boats in the bay there, as you can see, the gorgeous horizon stretching out from this scene. But then in the foreground, you've got that wonderful little kind of cottage tucked away there, the beautiful trees with all the different colours in there, as you can see. And this is the thing, you will get so many different colour changes with these to give you the depth, to give you the perspective, and to give you the realism of those pieces of artwork. Again, down at the front here, you've almost got like succulents sitting in the beds there, looking absolutely amazing. The beautiful flowers and blossoms as well. A lovely piece and a very affordable one, spreading the cost over 2 payments. Looking at £24.13 each, but a good size piece. It's a metre long, 100 centimetres by 50 centimetres, but again, a gorgeous image. It's one of those ones that it kind of emulates sunshine, doesn't it, that one? It's just a really happy, sunshiny kind of picture. 569-130 if you fancy getting hold of that one. The Eiffel Tower is another piece that we've got for you as well, so maybe this one is bringing back memories for you. A nice size piece, this one, because it's 40 centimetres by 50 centimetres. Love the way you're kind of looking up towards the tower, and look at that magnolia in front of it. How amazing does that look? £39.69, a brilliantly affordable piece, and again a nice size at 40 centimetres by 50. So it's one of those pieces that you can take a lot of pleasure in sitting and doing, and it doesn't look like it's an edge-to-edge coverage piece, that one either, so I'm guessing it's going to come together quite quickly. 326 and 438 if you fancy that one. But of course, some of the pieces are edge to edge, and that means that you're covering the entire face of your canvas with those fabulous pieces, and it means you've got a lot of sparkle, just like this piece here. Now, when you look at it from the distance, it looks like an amazing piece of artwork. You can see all those gorgeous colour changes, but it doesn't take much before that light hits those facets and gives you that absolutely gorgeous colour. Absolutely beautiful. Now the facets with these, Angie, it's the facets that give it that look, isn't it? So, I mean, how do they manage that?
It's just the same way as you would, the facets are the same way as you would a real natural diamonds, you know, when you buy your jewellery and stuff like that. So the facets are just actually carved out, and there's between 9 and maybe, it depends on the project, between 9 and 13 facets on each bead. So whichever angle it's at, the light will bounce off it from somewhere. So
gosh, that's
just
very
like your natural
strategic,
diamonds.
isn't it? And I love this because you can see here, I mean, at the area, I'm trying to find my finger now. There it is. Trying to find the area where it was. But here, you've got all of those changes. So when you actually look close at them, you can't kind of see what the reason is for that changes. Yeah. But when you actually see it in the kind of the whole concept of the picture, it might only be a little concept that you've got in there, but it makes the difference. If those kind of changes weren't there, you wouldn't get the depth, you wouldn't get the shape of that piece. No. And you certainly wouldn't get the realism that adding those little blue pieces in there do make with this one. Absolutely amazing. 2 flexi buys are £20 each, so if you fancy getting hold of that one, please do so. A square piece as well, so perhaps you've got the area that you need a nice square piece of artwork. Well, this would be the perfect one, wouldn't it? 51.5 centimetres square. 348501 if you're wanting to get hold of that one. It's a good size piece, that particular piece, and we have got others that are a similar sort of size. So if you are looking for a series of pictures to go in a particular area of your home, then we've got more to share with you. This one is more of a rectangle shape, but this is a gorgeous piece. I mean, I could imagine this being in a living room that's got lots of kind of tartans and big plush cushions and looking quite regal, I would imagine. So 368783, this is where you've got your Prince of the Forest there, and you can see that majestic stag there just in the centre with that almost like a haziness about him. But of course, those gorgeous autumnal colours, as you can see with those as well. £32.99 being your price on that particular one. So by all means, pop that one into your basket. And if you want to spread the cost of that one, if you've got other things in your basket, then you will be able to spread the cost of it, because that's how our baskets work. Now this piece, this is beautiful. And this is the thing that I love about these pieces of artwork, is when you get the box, I mean, it's quite unassuming when you see the box there. I mean, you just don't know what you're letting yourself in for, really,
you don't
do
realise how much is in that small box. There's a lot of product in there.
And it's amazing. I mean, it's brilliant. It's kind of a wrapper's delight, for the want of a better phrase, because it's just so easy. If you're giving that as a gift, I mean, it's so simple to wrap up.
Yes, it is. And you don't realise, actually, how many diamond dots go onto one kit. Some of the boxes, I don't know whether they have on those or not, 'cause I haven't seen them close up, have actually a dots count.
Oh, I don't know.
So some of them do. I mean, something like...
Oh, this one has.
You'd be surprised how many dots are actually on that piece, and that's not a full drill.
We'll play a game. We'll play a game. We'll play a game. Oh, hold on. Cover up the right bit. Yeah. Guess the dots. How many dots? How many dots do you reckon, Ben? We'll put him on the spot. Pardon?
20,000.
Okay. Have you been peeking? No. Are you sure?
He's been setting them up.
Okay. And Holly in the gallery, how many colour changes do you think we've got within this one? Oh, that's a good guess. That's a good guess. 30 changes, okay. So we've got 29 colour changes. Wow. And we've got nearly 29,000 dots. So I think, Ben, you weren't far off really with your guess. I think that was quite a good guess. So it just shows you there's a lot in there.
So just imagine how small that is with 29,000 dots, and then go to the fairy.
Oh, I like this game. I like this game.
Now you're talking thousands.
The fairy. Oh, we need the box for the fairy, don't we? Now, if you're wanting to get hold of this piece, I mean, joking apart, what an amazing piece. Now, this isn't an edge-to-edge piece, so you've got open areas, as we spoke of, the sky. You've got, obviously, that little bit, and I love this because you're kind of peering through that archway, aren't you? And it gives you that fabulous look, as you can see there, looking out into the bay, where they've got the little luxury boat sitting there. Do you ever play that game? That's my boat when I win the lottery. That's my boat when I win the lottery. Oh, yeah. I'm still waiting, but there you go. Yeah, details on your screen. A very affordable piece and a fabulous size as well, 51.5 centimetres square. So 794-275 if you fancy getting hold of that one. Absolutely beautiful, gorgeous piece. And again, it's a nice size as well, because it's another square piece. So we're talking about maybe you're going for different designs. You might already have some pieces in your home that are square. Well, we've got another piece here which may just sit nestled in between those pieces. You might have two square pieces and want to put a rectangle in its place. And this is the thing, and I think that they do this quite strategically, Angie, with the sizes. We're seeing 50 centimetres appear again. So they're obviously thinking about the sizes of these pieces when they're manufacturing them.
Yeah, when they first started, it was just whatever size it came out at.
Okay.
But a lot of people have been talking about frames and stuff like that. So if you've got a lot that are similar size, they're easier to get framed, and also wait a while and we'll be able to help you with that as well.
Oh, I feel a tease coming on there, Angie.
So yeah, we're trying to get some regular sizes, because with the Diamond Dots kits, they are not all regular, you know, like your 5x7, your 10 by whatever. They're not all regular sizes where you can just go and get a frame off the shelf. But we're working it so that we can help you.
Okay, I like that idea. So, yeah, watch this space.
Yeah.
Now, talking about watch this space, look at this space. This is beautiful. We're off for a little trip, a little fishing trip, and it's springtime, and you can see here gorgeous colours coming through this one again. Beautiful greens featuring in this one, and again, just an idyllic scene. So it doesn't matter which of these pieces you go for. The technique, the way, the method, it's exactly the same. It's being kind of led by the picture. Now, of course, they've all got those gorgeous facets, and again, as soon as you start wiggling these pieces, they totally change, totally look different. And I think the water always looks so amazing when you've actually got those little facets showing it, just as you would see if you're on a country walk and you see water and the light hitting it. You would see those changes, wouldn't you? You'd see that movement, and that's exactly what you've got with this particular piece. Now, again, good size piece, 50 centimetres, half a metre by 40 centimetres, but what an affordable price, £27.37. So again, if you fancy getting hold of this one, it could be one of those ones which is is the first time that you've had a go. It's not too sizable. It's one of those ones that you would certainly take a lot of pleasure and enjoyment, and you've got a beautiful piece at the end of it. So 025994 if you fancy getting hold of that one. But if we're talking about being out in the countryside, then this could be a scene that you will have seen when you've been on your country walks, and it is a gorgeous scene. I mean, the swan there with the little goslings, so cute. How you can manage to get fluffiness with diamond dots, I really don't know, but they do it. They do look so incredibly fluffy, and they are beautiful. But with this one I would imagine, if you're a seasoned diamond dotzer, and is there a phrase? I keep calling them diamond dotsers, but I don't know.
I just call all my dotters dotters. That's
Dotters?
it. They're just dotters. So anytime I'm talking to them on my Facebook page, I'm putting, hi dotters.
All the dotters.
Yeah, all the dotters. They love
that. I like that a lot. Now with this one, look at all of these different greens. So this is somebody perhaps who enjoys kind of picking out all those different colours and tones.
Definitely, yes. We've got a few kits out. What we've done, because trying to get these all ready for shows and stuff when they come out so quickly like they have done. I've had a few girls working on them, my friend Karen, her daughter, a few others. And there's one lady, Lisa, she can't get enough of them. I mean, I've given her huge pieces of diamond dots. She's that seasoned. She's got an easel, she's got lots of trays, and she's there and she's like this. And something the size of the fairy she'll do in a couple of days.
No way.
Yeah, she does.
This lady's a machine.
Yeah, she is. She's mad. Honestly, she absolutely loves it.
Wow.
And something like that, yeah, if you enjoy that challenge,
it's
that's
that
absolutely
concentration, isn't it?
perfect. Absolutely perfect.
And even as you look at it, you'll notice there's little tiny flecks. So I'm guessing, do we start off with a photograph with these and it's kind of transferred into this kind of image?
There's lots of different ways that diamond dots, they're based out in Cyprus.
Okay.
So it might be artwork that they've seen somebody doing and they've asked, can they use the image? It might be something they found on an internet site that they ask if they can use the image, and they've also got designers in there that will draw.
Wow,
so they're always looking. And anybody out there, if there's an image or something that you would really like to see as a diamond dots kit, always message me. Because what we do once a year, obviously during lockdown we haven't been able to, but we meet up because there's diamond dots all over the world.
Oh wow.
So from all the different countries we meet up in Athens.
And I remember you mentioning this previously,
We haven't been able to say this is the second year we haven't been able to do it. But we do discuss, and we don't forget, if anybody does contact me, I honestly keep that list and I honestly go back and say, look,
fabulous.
This is what we've been asked for, can we do it? And they will do their best to do it. And, you know, so please message me because I will take it on board.
And
I will take
we've
it away.
seen that. I mean, the show, we've got lots of scenes. They've listened to you guys at home when you said you wanted more scenes, you want more of your fairies, so they've bought those pieces. So definitely do keep them in the loop. But what a beautiful piece this one is. Absolutely gorgeous. 2 flexi buys, £21.48. A very affordable way for you to get this piece on its way to you. And again, a good size piece. It's 62 centimetres across and then 41 centimetres high. So a lovely design, I am sure you'll agree. Now, we've got lots of other designs for you as well. So jump onto the website. You'll find all sorts there. The elephants are so cute as well. Really good size piece with regard to that one as well. 46.5 centimetres by 26.5. Then, of course, you've got that spiritual animal, the amazing wolf there with that spirited chief style. I think that looks absolutely amazing, and I know lots of you will love that piece. And then, of course, you've got your different prices. You've got your different sizes of those. So if you are putting these in place alongside other pieces of artwork that you've got, then do check out those sizes as you can see there. And of course the beauty of these, Angie, is that they don't come pre-framed, so if you want to add a mount to them and make them an even larger piece, then you can do.
You can do that, or what a lot of people have done is, you know how you ordinarily mount a canvas just on a wooden frame, staple it round?
Yes.
Some of them don't even need a frame round them. If
Fair
you staple
point,
them round, then you can hook them and you can move them wherever you want to.
That's
then.
a good point.
So there are lots of ways to frame. If you want a frame like we've got there at the moment, all you do, because we don't put glass in front of them.
Okay.
Because the light will react on the glass rather than off the facets, so we don't want that. But if you just staple them around a canvas wooden frame, you can go to any framer then and just say, I only want a border frame putting round there.
Perfect.
And they work perfectly, which is what we've got on those. They're done exactly in that way.
I love it. I love it. Now, we've got a piece here. Now, I would have loved to have been able to say to you guys at home, right, let's play the game again. Let's guess the number of dots that we've got in this one. I don't think we've got time, though, for you to send your emails in. I don't know. What do we reckon, Charlotte? Have we got time? So maybe let's give it, we've got 9 minutes left on the show. So we'll give you 5 minutes. We're going to have a chat about this piece. So while we're chatting about this piece, 2 things. How many colour changes? I haven't even looked myself. So how many colour changes have we got within this piece? And how many dots overall are you going to be putting in place with this one? So you know how to get involved. It's studio, and Ben's getting involved already. I haven't even given out the email address yet. It's keen as mustard, that one. So it's studio@thecraftstore.com. If you fancy getting involved, there's no prize, it's just for fun. But have a guess how many different colours we've got and how many different fabulous diamond dots with this one. I mean, this is a beautiful piece. I mean, this is a real conversation starter, isn't it, Angie?
Favourite. Yeah.
And it's part of a series.
Yes, so we had Winter Moon.
Okay.
And then after that we brought out Winter Rose Fairy.
Mm-hmm.
And now this is the next
I
one.
love it.
And who knows, there might even be another one in the future.
Oh, it'd be lovely, wouldn't it?
Yeah, yeah. I'll tell you what I will
Absolutely.
do, Hayley.
Yeah.
If we get to find out, whoever gets the nearest to the bead count, I'll send them a small gift out.
Oh, okay.
So if you give me their details, give me their details, I will send them a little gift
Oh, you've
out.
got to be quick though. You've got to be quick because we've only probably got about 4 minutes or so for you to get involved so as we can mention it. So quickly, let us know how many dots do you think are featuring in this piece and how many different colours with regard to it. Now, for people that have just joined us, they're going to be looking at this piece of artwork and think, how do I manage this? How do I achieve this? So can you show us again how we get started with regards to the piece that you've got? And then maybe after that we'll see what answers we've had, what suggestions we've had.
Okay, so when you get your kit home, as Hayley's shown you the box that it comes in, everything is in there, you don't have to buy anything extra at all. When you get it home, just unravel the kit, fold it in the opposite direction and try and get it nice and flat, because the flatter you get it, the easier it is to work with. If you look down the side, so the picture is actually printed onto canvas and then the glue is printed on top of that as well, so you've got no sticky mess. If you look down the side of the canvas, you'll see a chart. So each symbol matches a colour that's printed onto the canvas. You'll get all the beads that you need. So you can see here in this one, there's 22 different colours in there. A pot of wax, a stylus with a grip, and a tray. So all you need to do is pull the coating off the wax, twist your stylus into the wax just once. Now, I did it earlier, and I've only been in there once since we started. I haven't had to go in it again. If it won't pick a dot up, that's the only time you go back into the wax. So I'm working on this little sign here. I think they can pick it up. I've looked down my chart, I've found it there. It tells me the colour bead I need is A17. So there's my packet of beads, A17 labelled, ready for you to pop into your tray.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Pour a few into the tray and give that tray a little wiggle. That will turn the beads dome side up, ready for you to pick up. Get yourself comfortable, pull the coating off, but don't pull it all off. You don't want your hands getting on the glue to contaminate it at all. And then it's just a case of touching the dot and touching the corresponding symbol. That is it. If you can move your hand from one side to the other, then you're in. That's all you need to do. And once you get started, like I say, you don't realise how long you've been there. You could have been there for hours.
And I can imagine all the housework, all the ironing, all gets put to one side. Exactly.
What's that?
Now, you referenced the code, so was it A17, I think. Now, A17 in this kit, would that be the same colour as A17 in another kit?
No.
Okay.
Right, so your A17, or all the A numbers, represent this kit that you're working on.
Okay.
If you need more beads for whatever reason, there's a 4-digit code underneath that A17, just there.
Okay.
That's the code that represents the DMC colour.
That particular colour.
Yeah. So is it all right if I give the page out for them to contact me?
So
if you do lose any beads and you haven't got enough, you contact me on Diamond Dots with a Z UK.
Okay.
And then you send me a message, you tell me which kit it is, and I want the 4-digit number. I can then, if I've got them in the stash, I'll send them to you free of charge, or I'll be able to get them sorted for you one way or another, free of charge.
Oh, that's very generous of you. And I love it because it's a good place to go if you're looking for ideas and inspiration from people. I look like I'm about to start some sort of dueling event with this, doesn't it? Now, if you have just joined us, we've been sharing some brand new pieces of artwork from Diamond Dots with you, and we're playing a little bit of a game. It's a little bit late for you to get involved with our game, but we have had some people that have emailed in, so I'm glad that you've had the opportunity. We kind of sprung it on you at the end, so apologies. But just for fun, we might do it again next time we have another show.
Yeah,
so we're hazarding a guess, or you guys are hazarding a guess at how many different colour changes we've got with this piece and how many diamond dots involved. So I have got the box now. We've had Rachel's emailed in, and Ben in the studio here has been making a few little suggestions and ideas. You may well have your own ideas at home and felt a little bit shy at home. Tracy's emailed in, Angela's emailed in as well. Sandra, you've all been busy, my goodness. So let's start off with the quantity of colour changes. So I know our Holly in the gallery, she said, did you say 20 or was it Ben that said 20? Ben said 20, and I must admit, I looked at it and thought, oh no, it's a big piece, there's going to be more than that. 19 colour changes. I suppose there's a lot of dark tones, always jumping for joy, bless you. If you could do a cartwheel, you would do it. 19 colours, my goodness. And that's kind of nice, isn't it, I suppose, because it means that you can cover a big area quite speedily.
But you'll find those 19 colours, they will change quite often because of the shading in it. If you think about all the shading of the blues and the blacks in that, so they'll still be changing them quite quickly. I love it. So who was so close with the numbers of those colour changes? Do we know at this point? Oh, we'll have to check it over. But Ben can't enter, he's in the studio. He may have looked at the box beforehand, but we'll sort that out. So, with regard to the quantity of dots, now, I don't know whether we had any suggestions. Ben, did you come up with a suggestion for this one? I don't know. 70? What's 70? 70? Oh, 70,000. I was going to say. I know it's not edge to edge, but that's like covering a square inch. So here we go. We have got 75,150. He's a professional dotter. I think we've been hustled. We've been hustled by our Ben. So we're going to have a little scan over those emails, and we will let you know, and we'll let Angie know. Obviously, confidentiality. If you have emailed in and you're giving us the opportunity to pass on your address, then we will do that. But yeah, thank you for being a part of it. I enjoyed that game. Yes,
we'll do that again.
Yeah, we'll do that next time.
We'll do it next time. We'll be a bit more organised and bring it in nice and early to start with.
It's a bit of fun,
but
isn't it?
joking apart, I mean, what a beautiful piece to be working on.
It is. I love it. I absolutely love it.
You've been loving this one at home. Now, I don't know whether it's the artwork or whether it's that gorgeous iridescence that you're getting with this piece, or I would imagine it's everything brought together.
Yeah, definitely. And I have to say, Hayley, I can't believe that price.
For that. I mean, you're getting over 75,000 dots that we know now.
I mean, we have
how
similar.
How does that work out per dot? No, I'm only joking. I'm only joking. £68.99. That is such an affordable price for something that looks so absolutely amazing. And it's 1 metre tall by 67 centimetres across. It is going to look absolutely amazing in your home. And the beauty is you can spread that cost over 2 payments. 2 payments are £34.50. But it's still just comes in a box that I think is so, it's almost like a magical box, isn't it? Oh, is that going to stay? Yeah. Because your box, if you've just joined us, phenomenal. You can keep it in this box for, you were saying, a couple of years.
Yeah, as long as you keep your cover over the top so that the glue doesn't get anything on it, you can come back to it any time you like. It will still be sticky. Just the bit where your dots are will not be sticky.
And it might be that you're buying it as a gift for somebody. Well, if you do, then don't worry. They don't have to have seen the show to know exactly what they need to do. Every kit has got full instructions in there, and obviously you've got the imagery there, the photographs to show you step by step. And Angie, bless her, she's never too far away. That Facebook group, again, what was it called again?
It's Diamond Dots. Dots is spelt with a Z, UK. Just come on, give us a like, have a look. You can private message me on there. Any questions you've got, problems with any kits if you do have, I'll help you from start to finish.
Fabulous. Did we have a name that we're going to share with anybody with regards to our little bit of fun that we were having, Charlotte? Have we got a winner? I love it when a producer pays attention to what you're saying. It's just, it's so flattering. We're going to sort it out with Angie afterwards, so don't worry about that. So yeah, if you got involved, thank you. We will play the game again, and well done to Ben. He's the king of dots, isn't he? Certainly. If you've got anything in your basket, all I need to say to you is make sure you're checking those baskets out. You've been embracing these brand new pieces and you've been loving them. So, Angie, thank you so much.
Thank you, Hayley. I've enjoyed it.
Hope we see you back here again soon.
Soon. Yeah, very soon.
I love it, and I can't wait to see what we've got on the horizon. She's giving us those sneaky peeks. Can't wait. So, yeah, pop any of those goodies into your basket. Keep an eye on those items as you're checking out your baskets, because there's lots of things that you can pop in with no additional post and packing those end-of-call items. So always keep a little eye on that. And we've got a fabulous show coming up in a few moments, so don't go anywhere. Grab yourself a cuppa maybe, and then rejoin us in about 3 minutes. I'll see you later on. we've got a fabulous show. It looks amazing. We're looking at sculpture with chicken wired. Then we've got a one-day special launching with John next door. It's going to be a busy one. Before I show you the new 7-day savers.
Hi, I'm Katrina from Rowan Dean. We're a small family business that design embroidery kits. Embroidery has always been my passion, and I'd love to show you how to do some of the stitches and some of the kits. We're based in Derbyshire, and I'm really inspired by the landscape and flora of Derbyshire, and I think other people will be too. Our kits are really easy, and I hope they inspire you to have a go at stitching. Great time. Everybody's been really friendly and really good. We've met loads of people all around the country who watch and find it really inspiring. Don't forget to join me on my Rowan shows.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. Over the 40 years, Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Hi, I'm Paul Church from Clarity Stamp. I've been fortunate enough to turn my hobby into a career and joined Clarity Stamp in January 2016. My background has always been in crafting, and I enjoy making things and sharing things. That's what crafting is all about for me, making things and sharing with others, and also learning all the time.
Hello everyone, we're the Pink Ink Ladies. I'm Kathy. And I'm Mel, and we've been crafting for 30 years. We're passionate about fabric, so our main thing is to stamp on fabric or stencil on fabric. We can't wait to show you all our new hand-illustrated stamp and stencil designs, whether you're using them on cards or soft furnishings. On our shows, we're excited to share all our hints, tips and techniques for you to get the most out of our products.
Good afternoon. Now we have got a show that is a little bit different from, well, from the one previously and the previous before, because this is something that is stunning and something that you can do maybe with your children. Maybe you can do it for decorative purposes for outside, or just to enjoy the building animals from 3D with something very simple. Of course, we are talking about chicken wired, and of course it's sculptures that you can create, and it's the concept, the brainchild of an amazing guest which we have got here in the studio. William, how are you?
I'm very well indeed. How are you?
I'm very well, very excited about this show because it's something very different from different things that we have seen. I mean, you have been here a couple of times, but maybe some people like myself that I haven't worked, this is the first time together. Yes. Can you tell us a little bit about the concept and how you came across, how you develop it?
Yeah, certainly. Well, the idea is, it came from when I was helping my father clear away the garden, a load of fencing on the back of the garden. So I got a shout when I was 17 years old to help Dad in the garden clear away some old fencing. And what I did was I cleared it all away, and then I took that up to my bedroom and I made a dragon out of it. And that's how my whole chicken wire life started up. And since that time, I've just been making sculpture after sculpture, and it's just gone further and further down the line. So it's no longer a hobby, it's something that's been created that I can now teach. I've been into schools for the last 9 or 10 years, teaching the craft. And it's all about motor skills, dexterity, using your hands. And it's a very much almost mathematical, logical craft as well. So it's something that's been in the process for about 30 years now. And we've now got it to a point where it's just ready for everybody else to have a go.
Yeah, Now, of course, this is something that you can buy in different ways. Now, we have got different kits for you. We are going to start with the ones that make 4 projects in here and 4 different animals. It could be 4 different ones, or it could be the same one if you want to do. Now, the chicken, I believe, it comes in. Is the little chick? Oh, let me see. Is here the chick? Let me grab it because. Now, is the chick, no, it's included in the farmyard?
That is the little farmyard. See, each of the gift boxes has a beginner's piece, which is a highlighted template to make life as simple as possible. So there's always in the boxes a simple piece to start with to give you an idea of how it all goes together. A nice, quick, simple piece that you can have a go at before then going on to the more complicated pieces.
Oh, look at that.
You don't want to be running towards the most difficult piece at all. So we start off with the little chick. And then we've also got the duck, the chicken and the rabbit in the Farmyard Animals kit.
You know what? I need to step aside because you can see in here. I love the rabbit. I think the rabbit is just kind of incredible with the ears in there as well. That is absolutely phenomenal. And of course, we have got the dog as well. I'm going to put it here so you can see it. Look at that. And it's really nice. Also, kind of the size of it is a really how can I say, like a sculpture? You know, it's a nice size. Yeah.
Say, yes.
And then we have, of course, chicken. Let me put it at the chicken. I love that.
The chicken's always dangerous because it's a tricky one to balance, but I've made some adaptations so it's a lot easier now.
Yeah. Now, of course, let me show you as well how they come into the you can see them all here. Oops, sorry, chicken. Let's put you up there, the right. You stay there. Now, of course, you can see them there. Now, you can see the step-by-step there, but also we get more detailed instructions, don't we?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Everything is as clear as I can make it. So you are given instructions, as well as the highlighted template. You are given an instruction booklet that shows all of the shapes that need to be cut for whichever sculpture. And then there are step-by-step instructions with colour coordinated so that it can show you which piece is attached to which piece to make life as simple as possible. I'm not here to make life difficult. That's what the masterclass pieces are for. But the gift boxes start simple and then it builds up in difficulty. I think the last one is the rabbit in the Farmyard Animals kit, which is the more difficult piece. But you go for the chick, to the duck, to the chicken, onto the rabbit. And there's plenty of work, so you can also make mistakes and not worry about it.
Well, that's a very good point, because I would be afraid to make cuts. But, of course, having extra means that I would be safe to make, you know, if I make any mistakes, we can have those ones. This one, of course, is the feathered friends, which makes the flamingo, the owl, the phoenix, and more. Well, actually, 5 different animals in this one.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6, actually.
Oh, 6.
There's 6, because there's the one on the front, the feathered bird, which I've turned into the phoenix you can see just down in the bottom corner. So,
of course.
Again, with the featherbird, there are some smaller pieces and some large pieces. So if there are any little pieces, then you try and get a few more sculptures in there so you can have a bit more of a go. But yes, the Feathered Friends is a nice sculpture kit because it has such a variation on it. But that is a great opportunity for the decorating as well.
Indeed. And now, of course, that is one of the options. And then the final option, under the sea in here. So I'm going to look at the penguin, the seahorse and dolphin. And then the more that we have got here. Oh, look at that. The angelfish, the dolphin. Like, that is really cool. And we were talking about how, you know, for instance, my sister is an oceanographer, so all the education that they do for children about, you know, looking after the oceans, the plastic. I think this is phenomenal for that educational aspect.
Absolutely. Well, it just brings it all to life. I mean, the Under the Sea kit had to be done because the penguin, I think, was one of the first pieces that I ever made. So it's got a special place in the heart, the penguin. And it's a nice piece because whereas with, for example, the dinosaur mod rock kit, the pieces are very large. Yeah. The penguin's quite small, so you can make yourself about 5, 6, 7 different penguins.
Oh, you can do a family of penguins.
A little family of penguins, exactly.
Do you know the word for a family, like a group of penguins?
I'm not sure. I don't know if it's a flock of penguins. I don't think that sounds right, but...
Well, we'll find out.
We'll find out. Somebody can write in and
now,
let us know.
let's talk about what else the kit... because we have got some tissue paper as well, don't we? Is that to cover it, to put it inside it?
Well,
or?
the way of covering it is I've got my little, well, it's almost like a Finding Dory little angelfish here. And in the main body where there are two pieces that have been put together, you just need to scrunch up the paper into a little ball and just pop it into the shape. And then in the fins and to the tail, we can just weave the tissue paper into there just to give it a nice flowing tail or flowing fins. So when we do, I think I'm going to do a little demonstration of the bird later so we can just show how that goes together.
Indeed.
But the nice thing about the tissue paper, of course, is you can have it one colour. If you get bored of it, take the tissue paper out, change it around, make it a brand new piece.
That is, of course, and the wire will maintain its structure. So that means that you can change the colors, the feathers of your, birds if you want it. And of course, it comes with instructions and the templates as well, which you have to follow. And then you are giving us also the tools that we need for this.
Yes. You've got the two tools here. We have a pair of what are called bent nose pliers. These are going to be used more for connecting. The bent nose is good because it means you can just reach into the wire and pull the threads out. The threads are being part of the wire that are used to connect the pieces together, which we will show you. The other tools, of course, are the little cutters, and they are, as you would imagine, used for cutting the wire itself. So it's, again, it's in the schools when I do the workshops, the children are quite young. They're often in primary school from years 3, 4, 5, 6, that sort of age group. So it's very good for the use of motor skills, for dexterity, and just building up a bit of strength in the arms and getting a bit of work. Often they start off, it's, I can't do this, it's far too difficult, but within a couple of minutes they start to get used to how they're using it, and it's a good exercise for children to do so. Because
and is it for 8 years plus, right?
From 8 years plus. So as I say, I have taught for nearly a decade now, going into schools, and in that time I've dealt with from reception, so very, very young, through to A-level pupils and above. And it's mainly the primary school pupils that I go and see because it's a good exercise for them. It's a simple craft. I can go in with all of these various sculptures and it's something that is achievable. They can see how it goes together.
Indeed. Well, if you want this project, I think it's phenomenal to maybe get the children involved, especially with summer holidays. Or even, and we were saying, this is perfect as well as a kind of, if you're thinking already Christmas presents, this could be one for the family. 663-297 is your item number. You choose whichever option you want, the farmyard animals, under the sea, or of course, feathered friends. I think I would go for farmyard animals. I do love the rabbit. And now £21.99 is your price. You are saving £3. So that is for the animals in there. That makes 4, but we have got more for you. The next one. Now we have got the single pack. Maybe you just want to give it a try and you just want one single animal. We have got here 3 different options for you. Now, the first one is the rabbit. Of course, is the one that we have seen as well with the set of the farmyard animals. And look at that. Now, the rabbit is one of the favorites, isn't it?
Yeah, it's amazing how many people love the rabbit. And it's another thing, I had one which was sold a little while back, and they made the rabbit and then filled it with moss from the garden. So it became more of a living sculpture. So it's using it as a topiary frame as well. So that you can put the moss in, you can put some flowers in there, you can even plant some flowers in there and just let it grow over a couple of years.
Yeah, I'm gonna show because this one is decorated, but well, actually, this one is the next one that we are gonna see. So there is different possibilities. There's like kind of the steps, isn't there, William? So this is for the mud rock, but this is the shape that would have the rabbit, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's a little bit
that's just been covered. In fact, next to you, you also have a half-done
rabbit. Oh
rabbit.
yeah, that's even better.
So we can see the evolution from just the wire frame. And then start covering up with the mod rock, the Plaster of Paris mod rock, which comes with the mod rock kits. And then the final piece, which again, of course, can be painted however you want it to be painted.
Indeed. Now, of course, I remember that if you want to go for the one single animal, there's 3 different options: the rabbit, the bird, and actually the next one is not an animal, obviously, is the Spitfire. I do like this one as well, because this is something completely different as well, you know, and it's so evocative. It's kind of almost like, even though I'm not British, I see a Spitfire and it, yeah, very obvious, stating the obvious, but it has got that emotional connection with all of us, you know.
That's why we had to have the Union Jack as the backdrop of the sculpture kit.
And I think this would be amazing hanged from the ceiling or something like that.
Yes, there's another version which is just without the wheels. Ah, there it is, yes. So when you make it, you can have, there is the instructions for the undercarriage as well, if you want to just have it sitting on a desktop or wherever you like. I actually quite prefer it just as the plane itself, because then, you, as you say, you can have it hanging from the wall, hanging from the ceiling. And again, this can still be decorated as well with a little bit of, you can buy mod rock separately and cover it, or it comes with the tissue paper, so you can do the...
oh, you could do the Union Jack if you're very clever.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
That's the thing. What I'm doing is giving you a framework on which you can just build and put anything you want on it.
Absolutely.
It's a starting block.
It's just $11.99. Maybe you want to try. Maybe you are thinking, oh, this would be great to try. This is the perfect starting point. 624841 is your item number. The options are, of course, the rabbit, the birds, and the final, the Spitfire. I want to go for the Spitfire in this option because then you have got something a little bit different from the animals. Now, I'm actually very excited as well for the mud rock because this is different. This is kind of... it builds the wired chicken, or the chicken wired, right? Not the wired chicken, the chicken wired. But then you can finish it off into an amazing piece that doesn't even show that it's underneath the chicken.
Well, the wire becomes an armature, so it is just the frame upon which you can then build more and more. So
I love that.
And it holds it very well.
I'd have to say that, well, I love them both. I I'm tempted to say that I would have one with the wire, just the wire, and the other one with the mud rock, because you of course, you have got the possibilities of showing what is underneath it, and I love the chicken wire there. This is amazing. Now, we have got in the option for going for the woodland creatures, or you can go for the dinosaurs. Now, if you go for the woodland creatures, which animals do we get in here?
The woodland creatures includes the rabbit, the frog, which is a tree frog, which is how we got into the woodland creatures, and a squirrel.
Oh, look at the squirrel. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, look.
It's a lovely little piece.
It's
and
lovely.
Again, you can just paint it and paint again and again, cover it up. And each of the gift boxes, the mod rock box and the gift box, comes with 4 sheets of wire. So there is a lot of wire there. So you could probably make a few rabbits, a couple of squirrels, maybe a couple of rabbits as well.
Oh,
it's
look
all about how you use the wire.
And then I have to say, I'm so glad that Sharna is in today, because our Sharna is our red. Well, she loves dinosaurs. So of course, this is amazing. So here you can make 2. Is it a T-Rex? 2 T-Rexes?
Yes, you got the full-size T-Rex, which is the big one, and then what I refer to as Diddy Rex.
Oh.
Which is the little one at the top there, which is you can see as a wire frame. With the mod rock, and then the final painted piece, and of course our Diplodocus, which is almost nearly $1.80 meters, I think.
Oh,
it's a big old sculpture. That
one
well,
is. I'll use my body to measure it because it's a meter and something. So
it's not small. It's not small.
It's not small. No, it is. It's very, very long.
But it's a great project for a family to get together and just sit down and spend some time together.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, it's phenomenal to create that. And of course, £25.99. Remember, you can make 2 T-Rexes. So if we look at the smaller ones in there, you can see the smaller ones. And of course, we have got the larger size, which I'm going to pick it up now and show it to you so you can see them to size. In here, look at the different sizes in there that you can see. So imagine having a full family of T-Rexes there. Look at that. How gorgeous is that? How different as well to have created. I'm going to keep this one here. I think it's just going to be sitting here nicely. All right, of course, if you want yours, remember, you can go either for the woodland creatures. Oh, look at that. They're going to have big friends. Or the woodland creatures, or, of course, the dinosaurs. Those ones are the 2 options. 154245 is your item number, saving £3.25. £25 and 99 pence is your price, and of course that is the price. Now of course you can find them on the website, thecraftstore.com, and you will find them there. Look at those 5-star reviews, because many of you have gone for these chicken wire sculptural pieces kits, and then of course all you have to do is select the one that you like. For instance, the dinosaurs, and of course this is the mud rock that comes in with that plaster that then you can cover. Remember, they comes with highlighted templates, so it's very easy to follow in how to cut it, and of course William is going to explain exactly how to start, how to create these amazing sculptures. And remember, it's for 8 years plus, so it means that if you can do it maybe with your kids, or maybe with just alone, or maybe with the family, or a perfect kit to play around. Right, remember to check out your baskets, but let's join William, because you're going to show us how to create. Which one are you going to create?
I'm just going to make our little bird.
A bird, the bird that is
our little
that
bird
one.
here.
Yeah. Okay.
This one here. So this is our little bird. So I'm going to show you how the frame works, how the template works, cut it out, put it together, and hopefully create it.
Yeah.
But so what we're going to start off with, here is our wire sheet, okay, and this is very flexible wire. So this is stuff that I get in specially, which I've been. You can use any chicken wire,
okay, yeah.
But the steel stuff that you see is generally in fencing is very sharp, can be quite hard on the fingers. People don't like that. This stuff has been specially made, and the idea is the wire is a lot thinner inside. There's a lot more PVC coating over it, so it's a lot easier for people to use.
It doesn't feel rough, does it?
No. I've suffered, so you lot don't have to. I've been using it over the years. So in the single kits you get 2 pieces which are this size, and in the gift box and the mod rock box we get 4 pieces which is this size. Okay, I've got my 2 tools here as well, and what I'm going to bring in here is our template. Okay, now this template is for my introductory bird.
Okay.
So in the Feathered Friends and in the just in the Feathered Friends kit there is this template. What we've got 2 pieces, which are the 2 pieces that make up the sculpture. The larger piece is the head, the body, we've got the wings, we've got the tail.
Okay.
The reason we got the dots all the way inside is just to highlight the fact that that is the inside of the body and you don't need to cut inside. Okay, so we avoid the dots.
Okay, yeah.
And what we are trying to do is to recreate the shape, so that we can pretty much just lift this shape directly out of the wire. The second shape, the smaller shape, what this includes is what I refer to as threads, which are all these pointy bits all the way around, and as we cut the shape out we shall include those, and those are then used to tie the 2 pieces together to make the sculpture. And that is how the whole thing works. Cut, connect, create are the 2 or the 3 words that I tend to use. So with that in mind, we've got our template. We shall grab our wire. Now, one of the most important things which I have always mentioned in the workshops, but only one class has ever got it right completely, is to start right at the bottom corner of the piece of wire. So what you're doing there is you're using as much of the wire as possible. We can move it over slightly a bit further, and what you're doing is using the resources that you have.
Okay, yeah.
If you cut a piece right in the middle,
right,
all of a sudden you're going to have a big hole in the middle of the wire, so you might not be able to use the other pieces, and you might have wasted that piece to a certain extent. So if we start down in the corner, it's also important to start right at the edge, because as we start around the edge we can fold the wire away and then we can see what we're doing, and it makes our life easy.
Indeed.
That's all we're trying to do, is to make our life as simple as possible. So here's our shape. We can see the dots, so we know we can see where the line is or where the shape is. We can also see the highlighted guide around the shape, which is what we're going to recreate. I have my cutters. Another point, which is in the instructions, is on the cutters, one side is a little bit of a dip, the other side is flat, just a flat surface. That makes our life easy, because what that means is that we can make these threads as long or as short as possible.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So with that flat bit, I'm going to point it for this shape. Because they have the threads, I'm going to point it away from our bird. Start at the edge, follow the line. There's our first thread, at the end of which we just give it a little cut. Right. I can just move the wire out of my way.
So we need to cut it exactly where the highlighted line...
Where the highlighted is. We're matching the shape below.
Perfect.
Okay, so if you find yourself cutting and you're going to cut across, you're like, oh, I'm going to do it. You see how I've now break that, and the shape is broken, so that shape is no longer going to be of use to us.
And if you did that, you will bring it down to chicken wire.
Yeah, so all we know, so now that bit's damaged, if you like, all we do is just bring it along a hole or two.
Yeah, and that's it.
And that means we don't waste all of this.
Exactly.
We're not going to have to make life difficult for ourselves. We can just start again. So we do our first 3 cuts there. I can follow the wire. We can begin to see where I've cut.
Yeah,
we can see where it begins. And if, for argument's sake, you get something happens, you know, a sibling comes along and disturbs you, and you move. These things happen. You know where you started, and you can just match it straight back up. The other way of thinking about it, if we look at this shape, we've got our first 3 cuts that we've made. Then we have 1, 2, 3 in this direction, 1, 2, 3, 4 in that direction. So again, we've got, if you like, a way of double checking how many we cut and the path that we're following. So we're at the first one there, so 1, 2, did I get that? Yep, there we go, and 3. So we've got our 3 cuts there in that direction, and they go 1, 2, 3, and 4. Job done. So half of it is already done. I can fold the wire out of our way so that we can clearly see what we're doing, and then we can follow the pathway back to where we began. And with a bit of luck, this will just simply come away
and then
ready to go. So there are 4 in one direction.
And this is quite quick, isn't it?
Oh yes. Once you get your iron, you know, it's almost like knitting.
Yeah.
So there's our first piece.
Right.
If I put that next to where our template is, in fact, what I can do to double check, we can just put it on top.
Perfect, yep.
So we know it's a perfect fit, and we're all happy with that. And simply put, if you cut the shape out and there's too much wire there, for whatever reason, you can trim it down so it's the right size. If you cut it out and there's not enough wire there, you put it to one side and you start again and have another go. And then away we go. Okay, so that's our first piece done, and then we're going to come on to the second bigger piece.
Now, you had it overlaid in the way that a little bit of the cut fitted nicely with the next template. You can if you move it towards me a little, no, the other way around. Yeah. Could you be that economical with it?
Yeah. Absolutely. There are many ways in which you can just be economical.
Yeah.
I mean, for example, if I was to just cut, I'm continuing the line of the wing there. These ones where there's 2 wires coming together, we just cut those straight in half.
Yeah.
Those are what I call the double thread. They're a little bit harder to cut, but again, nothing too drastic. So we've done the first quarter or so of our bird. This piece, I mean, you could throw it away, or one of these holes actually can make the ear of a unicorn.
Oh.
2 of them can make the ear of a giraffe.
Right.
3 of them can make a horn of a rhinoceros. So, you know, there's all sorts of things.
All sorts of possibilities.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Just 3 of these would make a leg for a dragonfly. You know, there's
so many possibilities,
Any possibility. So you can use as much of it as you would like. And the nice thing with both the boxes and the packs is that once you've finished, you can fold up the wire. Any little bits you can bin, but the main wire you can then just put back into the bag, and it's ready to use. It's not going to go dry. It's not going to spoil in any way. It'll be ready for use again whenever you need it. And then we just simply carry on round. Now what I'm doing here, again, we've got the flat of the cutters, and as we can see, the highlight does not have threads around here, so I can use those cutters right up nice and close to make a nice close cut, to make it as neat as possible. If we make it as neat as possible, then the connecting can be as easy as it can be. So we can just, a few more cuts, out of the way it goes. And once you've done one thing, you can have a little bit of a play around. So we can see the pattern of the tail here. But, okay, we've got 3 little points for the tail. If I just let those 2 and cut this one inside completely, we could have a swallow's tail or a swift's tail. So you can really start to use your imagination, play around with the shapes, and just make it your own. The templates help. The templates can guide you to what we are making here. but then it's your imagination with whatever wire you have left, means you can just make whatever you like. In fact, this template, with a slight alteration, can make a rather a good dragon template as well.
Oh, dragon!
Yes.
Oh, cool. So, do you find that people, or do you have the templates for dragons, or then people kind of they are creative themselves? Or?
Well, some people create whatever they would like to. I mean, I've got templates for pretty much everything.
Yeah.
You know, I've been doing this for such a long time. I can put my mind to anything, and often the workshops ask me, you know, what we want to do. So there was one where we wanted to do Romans. Romans was the...
Oh, Romans.
Yes. So, which is not an easy thing to come up with.
Yeah.
But what we did was use this template, and we just turned it around slightly when we made the golden eagle from...
Oh, of course, yeah.
And then they put them on the top of pencils or straws, so everybody had a standard that they were able to decorate. Use some old gold tissue paper and gold paper that we decorated them with, so it came out rather nicely.
Yeah, indeed. Sounds like very incredible.
Well, yeah, imagination. This is it. Leave
yeah.
it to the kids to come up with it. I mean, a lot of children, they'll make something and then just, oh, I want to do something a little bit different and take it to the next level, which is lovely. So there we have our main piece as well. So we can take the template away, and then we have our two pieces. Okay. So, cutting is done. Nice and easy.
Perfect, yeah.
And that was the first introductory piece, so, you know, what it'd take me a couple of minutes
Can I remind everybody of the three kits before the next step? Now, of course, we have got, remember that we have got here different possibilities. Now, the first kit, or the first bundle that you can choose from three, is one that kind of you can make at least 4 animals. Now, you have got the options of going, I'm going to take the flamingo aside, and then I'm going to show you of course, the back of the, this one is the farmyard animals, and of course you can see them, the different animals that you have got, including the chicken, the rabbit, and the dog, and of course the rabbit being one of the most popular ones of them. Then you have, of course, the possibility to go for the feathered friends in here, with the flamingo, the owl, the phoenix, and if you turn it down, you can see the macaw, and of course the standing birds as well. Now this one would be, of course, the feathered friends, and then we have the under the sea, this other option that we have got for you, which of course features the penguin, then the seahorse, the dolphin, and then if we turn it over, you can see them here as well, the angel fish as well in here. And of course, these ones are, if you are economical, you can make a couple more, maybe, if you are being very careful about them. Now, of course, remember, you are getting the tools, the instructions, the templates, the tissue paper as well, if you want to kind of insert the tissue inside the animal so you can have a decoration. I'm going to grab the fish in here. And then you can see here the fish, and you can see there, that is the fish, and then from under the sea, and then we have got the flamingo. I'm going to stand there, I don't know, maybe I should, I don't know, there you can see it. It's just because wearing black doesn't help for the chicken wire there, but you can see there the flamingo and how it stands in there. And I like the idea of having it all bright pink tissue paper. Now, £21.99 is your price. You are saving £3, and remember, you are choosing whichever animal, whichever one bundle you want to go for. 663297 is your item number. Then we have got the chicken wire in one single animal, so you have got, well, 2 animals and of course the Spitfire. Now in here you have the rabbit, you have got the bird as options, and I love the rabbit. I think it's such a, and many of you are loving the rabbit as well. I love even the tail. Look at the little bit there. You can see the tail, it's almost like a flame going. And then of course you have got the ears as well. You can see how simply they are achieved. $11.99 is for either the rabbit, of course the bird, or the Spitfire, and you have got different options on how to use it, how to decorate it, how to hang maybe the Spitfire, whether you want the wheels or not. Whichever option you go for, you have got full instructions as well for them, and as well the tools required to finish it up. Now it's just $11.99, includes the tools as well, which are, once that you start, then maybe you can want to do other things as well with the chicken wire. 624841 is your item number for these single ones as well. And then we have got the mud rocks as well, which is the ability to create these sculptures out of chicken wire, but then of course bringing in the kind of plaster over it. So it's just very simply, you can decorate it even further and create really, imagine this. Remember, all of these projects are 8 years plus, which means that you can do it maybe with your, I'm thinking my niece would love this. She's 9 years old. Imagine a project that, for the family, then they can paint it as well, decorate it, and it can be something that they can have in their room as well, or in their home, or so like a massive present. It could be making their Christmas presents for, maybe for the family as well. You just, the T-Rex, come on, stay there. Don't create havoc. It's behind, like I said. But you can see in here the chicken wire, how it's starting to be covered and then painted. I love this because it showcases all these stages that you can achieve with the mud rock. Now, if you go for, you want to go for the mud rock, you have got two different options. The dinosaur, which of course you can make two sizes of the T-Rex, so you can see in the back in there as well, the smaller size and the one that is poking out. And then of course you have got, look at this one, look at the amazing, is this Diplodocus? Oh, see, the Spanish pronunciation gets me every time. And of course, look at that. I'm going to hold it here. Look at that. Look how amazingly big is it. It's over 1 meter in length, so definitely something to, well, some piece in here, and of course you can decorate it and paint it. And if you are a crafter and you have got a lot of paints and a lot of different way, you can decorate it as you wish. I'm going to put it down before I drop it because we know how clumsy I am, so I'll smash the tail, and I don't want to smash that. 154245 is your item number. Now, if you go for the rabbit, let me show you as well. Of course, you are getting the rabbit, the squirrel, and the frog. You can see that, and of course, all the tools that you need is, of course, you have it. So, right, if you want your mud rock is a chicken kit, is 154245 is your item number. £25, 25 pounds and 99 pence is your price. You're saving £3, and of course you will find it on the website alongside the craftstore.com, alongside with everything that we have seen from Chicken Wire. Now remember to check the frog. Look at this. Like, I'm going to show you the frog in here as well, because we have a little frog in there. Look at the gorgeous. Isn't it different? And I know a lot of people collected the amazing frogs as well. So now, William, I have got a question. So the mud rock. So we created structures of the chicken wire sculptures just the same way.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. And then, so we just wet the bandage in here, right?
Yes.
And then you just cover it all.
We cover it up. And what I have here is, I can just show you quickly, this is a pack of the mod rocks that will come with the mod rock kit. Okay, it's 15 centimetres by 2.7 metres. We can just open it up, and inside is a large roll of plaster of Paris mod rock. So all of the plaster of Paris is embossed onto the bandage there. I've just got a pair of scissors, one side, which I can just grab. And what we do is we simply cut up different pieces, different shapes, different lengths, depending on what you are making. This just gets put through a little bowl of water, and then we wrap them around. In fact, if I've got a couple of them down here, so a couple of little birds that I started earlier on, one completely covered, one I've begun to cover. So as soon as it's wet, all we need to do is then wrap the mud rock around it. Because it's wet, it adheres very nicely to the wire. And we just build it up bit by bit by bit, leave it to dry, and then it is ready to paint.
Fabulous. So it's very simple, incredibly achievable, and of course then you can decorate it as you wish, painting it up. £25 and 99 pence is your price. You're saving £3. And another thing that I like is it's still lightweight. It's not solid. It just still feels light, so you could hang it up if you wanted to. You could have them like the dinosaurs coming down from the ceiling. It would be quite fun. 154245 is your item number for the mud rock. As mentioned, you will find them on the website thecraftstore.com alongside lots more. But then back to you, William. What is the next step of the chicken wire?
So the next step, we've done the the cutting. We got our two shapes. So the next part is the connecting. Okay. So if we look at our two shapes of the bird, We can see the head shape matching up on the two pieces, the body shape matching up pretty much with the body shape of our bird. All we need to do is take the smaller piece, match it up and lay it on top of the larger piece. Okay, now that once that's all matched up, just take the piece in our hands and just using your fingers you can push the wire. See how it comes down through the hole? We can just wrap it around like that. We use the pliers then to give it a little bit of a pinch so it's nicely connected.
Okay.
What I tend to do is to stop the wire moving around is to do opposite corners. Once you've done one on each side, the wire won't go anywhere, the wire's static, and then we just work our way around the shape. We can make a little movement to the threads where they are one on top of the other, so we can see them clearly. Move the wing out of the way, move the threads around. And it's almost like, well, you're just knitting the two pieces together bit by bit. I tend to go around the shape, wrapping them round, and then go back round, making the connections nice and neat. So a little demo as we go around. If for whatever reason you're unhappy about just using your fingers, some people find the wire sharp. The end of them is wire, so there is a little bit of sharpness to it. If you don't want to use your fingers, what you can do then is use your pliers. Open up one half through the body, through both pieces of the bird. One half of the pliers is then on the thread, and we can simply guide that thread around. So you're not even using your fingers at all, you're just making a nice neat connection before going on to the next, wrapping them around. And away you go. So that is pretty much the simplest connections. What I'm hoping to do later, if we have time, is to make our dolphin. And in the dolphin then we have pieces which are attached together. So you have the pieces such as the fin, the tail, which is then attached onto the main body of the dolphin. So they're a little bit more tricky. But as with everything, the harder it gets, the more complicated the piece. We're going to make them as simple as possible, but there are techniques to learn. Only about 3 or 4. Once you've got them, away you go. There is nothing that that is really different from a simple piece like this to a more complicated piece like the Diplodocus, like the rabbit, like the Spitfire. Is all very much the same action.
Now we have got a question about the chicken wire, the gauge. Do you know what the gauge is?
Yeah, this is a 13mm gauge. So the gauge is basically the size of the hole. And what I use is 30mm, which is 1/2 inch. Okay, and that is in throughout all of the boxes. However, the templates, it doesn't matter what gauge wire you use, because generally you got 1/2 inch, 1 inch. Sorry. Yeah, 1/2 inch, might get some 3/4 inch, 1 inch, maybe even 2 inch size wire. And what you can do then is, instead of making a bird which is this big, you can make a bird which is double the size, quadruple the size, however large you want to make it. So on that front, it works in exactly the same way. I have much larger wire myself, which I use for the larger school projects.
Right.
So you can follow the same patterns. That's no issue. The only thing you might need to do when you make a larger piece is to have some steel wire, some steel garden wire that you can then use as a brace just to make it that much stronger, because it's clearly as you get larger and larger, the actual structure won't be quite as strong as the one which is this size. So it's just a question of giving it a bit more strength.
And do you have kits which is just, do you sell the chicken wire on its own, or you don't?
It can be bought just as a refill pack.
Okay, yeah, refill, yeah.
So just in case things go a little bit pear-shaped, or you want to make another rabbit or whatever it might be, then that is certainly something that we can put together as well.
Oh, I see. Well, you never know. And also, I have got another question. Is that we have been asked is like, once that you have covered the sculpture with the plaster, could you cover it with a varnish or something that is weatherproof for the outside?
Yeah, absolutely. There's no reason why not. I mean, what I tend to do once it's covered with the mud rock, with the plaster of Paris, is to give it a good base coat, good white base coat of paint, and then we can paint over it and varnish it. And again, you can paint over it as many times as you like, and if you're not happy,
Yeah.
Do it again.
Do it again. That's true, actually, and that's great if you can redo things in there. And it's very simple. Now, how do we get the dimension of, for instance, with the bird? You have it. So how do we put the tissue?
Well, I mean, what I've got is my connected bird. So what I've done is taken those two pieces, I've gone round with my pliers and just connected all the wires together so they've been wrapped round so that the smaller piece is now connected onto the larger piece. So that's cutting done, that's connecting done. The third one is create. And so the create is just bringing the shape out and making it look a bit more 3D, a bit more lifelike. With this bird in particular, the trick is to take it at the widest point, and then we can give it a good pull. So you can see almost the wire changes shape there. So, and you don't need to worry, if you've done the connections nicely, you can give it a good pull and it's going to stay in place. So now we've widened it along that front, we can take top and bottom, and then we can just pull it out again. And then we can get the more 3D shape of the body, down to the head, and we can pull that again.
Look at the head.
And away you go. So we've got the head, we've got the body. And I tend to take the wings and give the wings a little bit of a pull as well, just to give it a bit more shape as there. There are other little tricks that you can do, with, for example, along the wing. The wing is a bit square here, so we can take our pliers and just soften down those corners, just to make it a little bit more of a flowing wing. At the top here we have these double threads, which we have to leave, or we can just fold these over. Just to, again, make it a little bit more of a softer line. And we can actually use these pieces when we are decorating with the tissue paper, just to fold them over, and then it holds the tissue paper in place, which we can have a go at.
That's so. I mean, that's very quick and simple, actually. In fact, there is no complication at all.
A couple of minutes to. I mean, clearly, I've been doing it a long time. I know what I'm doing, but it's a simple sculpture. It's a simple template, and the idea is very simple.
Yeah.
So that's why we have a nice simple piece as an introductory piece. So you've got that little bit of confidence. That makes sense. What I'm doing makes sense. Let's have a look at the more complicated pieces and see how that works. So
do you recommend, when we get whichever kit we go for that is multiple animals, to follow a certain so you start with the simplest one, which in this case it was the bird, but then you have got, for instance, the chick you said on the farmyard animals, and then which one is the of course the fish as well.
And the under the sea, the angelfish is the simplest piece. But you could go to the duck next on the farmyard animals, then leave the rabbit to last, because that's probably the hardest piece. But I think as soon as you get the basics, as soon as you can understand, well, that makes sense how it's being attached, you can look at the instructions for the next one, follow through, look through, say, well, okay, I can understand how this goes together. This is a little bit more complicated, but the essence is there, and you just have a go.
And so, if, for instance, I'm thinking I made a mistake, I have built it up, and there is a mistake, maybe I have a stretch in the wrong places. Because it's wired, I suppose you can retrain it, the wire, to flatten it up.
Yeah, you can flatten it back out. So, I mean, with this one, so I've stretched it out so it's a bit more 3D, but we can just pull it back and pretty much flatten it down. So
which means also, if you are doing decorations for the home and then you want to say, well, I'm going to put them away for a couple of months, you can flatten them out, and then in a couple of months, or moving houses as well. That's just always.
Yes, so yes, if you move house and you find one and it's been squashed flat because of whatever's gone on top of it, it's fine. Just pull it back out into shape and away you go again.
And we had a suggestion from the director. I cannot take credit for this one, definitely not. It's like with the animals, you could also put lights in there.
Yeah.
And of course, if it's for Christmas, even could you create a reindeer maybe?
Yeah, absolutely. Why not? Why not? We'll maybe get one organised for Christmas as a special. Well, I've got a snowman template, so you can make it a snowman and just wrap the fairy lights around.
Yeah.
So yeah, there is literally the world is your oyster.
Yeah. So before we run out of time, we have got about 10 minutes left. Can we decorate it with a tissue paper?
How
do we
give you a quick idea? I mean, this will take us a minute. I might even give you a quick demo of the how to look at the instructions for the dolphin, so you can just see how that works as well. But I've got a load of tissue paper, and I mean it's a reasonable amount. It's a surprising amount in here, but why we went for it was because of all the different colours. Look, you see how it pulls out. All sorts of different colours in there. We've got about 20 different colours to decorate with. My goodness gracious me. Okay.
So the tissue comes in with a set of 4 as well as the set of one, right?
Tissue paper in the gift boxes and with the singles, but it's just Mod Rock in the Mod Rock kits.
Yeah, perfect.
Now, so with the bird, in the head, in the main body, because it's 2 pieces together, we can just put the tissue paper in. We can try and be a little bit more decorative by just stirring up the tissue paper, scrunching up into a little ball, just like that, and then we can pop it into the various holes around the shape. And if you don't wrap the paper too much, it kind of pops out. The shape flexes a little bit, and it's held in place by the wire.
Okay.
Okay. You can pop it in, so you can actually fill up the shape from within and fill it up bit by bit. But what it allows us to do is, if we do it like that, hole after hole, then we can take different colours, and then we can start working on the patterns. Because it's quite nice. What's really nice is following the instructions to build the actual sculpture, but the decorating, the colours that you use, the patterns that you use, it's all down to individual design. You know, what colours
I
you
was
like.
thinking, I mean, maybe it's quite very random, but if, for instance, if you have got a favourite football team, for instance, you could do decorate it in the colours of
Yeah,
that
absolutely. Absolutely, yeah, why not? Why not indeed? So, yeah, it is up to you.
Create a mascot.
It is. It's your own individual creativity. So, as you can see, I'm putting the different colours into the actual body, and that way we can build it up bit by bit in the same way that we have a pattern, a V-shaped pattern in the blue and the yellow on here. In the wings and the tail, because it's just the one piece of wire thick, if we tried to do it that way round, they would just fall out. So the easiest way to do, another square little bit of tissue paper, fold it up into a bit of a rectangular shape, then with that we simply weave it through.
Yeah.
And weaving is a very simple bit. Pop it through the hole for as long as you think you need to. I'm going to hold it there with my finger and my thumb, and then we just pass the tissue paper back and forth, filling in the blanks. And again, you can get 2 different colours. You can just plait them together to get a more interesting shape.
Indeed.
And then all I'm going to do is fold it over, use the wire at the top, fold
And
that
that
in.
secures it, right?
Yep, hold it into place, and away you go. And we've got some other examples. Ooh, let's bring it up. So we've got another bit more of
look at that.
Well, the Phoenix has always been very, very popular. Whenever I've done workshops at schools, it's, I believe Fawkes is the name of the Phoenix in Harry Potter. And that always gets a big shout, and they always decorate with the orange. And that's a lovely thing as well. So we can do this, or you could cover it in green, make it more of a dragon, and then you use the orange and the yellow to make the flames coming out as well.
Wow.
So it's just the basis of people's imagination. Yeah. Make a sculpture.
There's so many possibilities. Thank you, Williams, for showing us how to decorate it even further. I love how this structure becomes whatever you want to make it in terms of color and, of course, a sense of finishing. Now, if you wanted to have a finish in which is completely opaque and looks completely like a sculpture, you kind of hide the chicken wire structure behind the plaster, you have got the possibility to do so with the Mod Rock, and I love that. Now, this one comes in 2 different options. The one that I'm holding is, of course, the T-Rex. Now, the T-Rex is from the dinosaur option, which not only makes you this size of T-Rex, but the smaller one, as well as the, well, I'm not gonna pronounce, the Diplodocus, that's it. And of course you can see the T-Rex, the smaller size. Can I put the larger one beside it so you can see the different 2 sizes, how different they are. So you can have a little family of them as well here. £25.99, and remember it makes at least 3 creatures, 3 templates you have got in there. The other option you have, of course, is the woodland creatures, in which you can make the actual rabbit, and remember, there's a big rabbit in here, and the frog also is very big. You can see them here that they are absolutely stunning, and I love how it has been painted. But remember, you can paint it as you wish, and if you varnish and you protect it from the outside, you can make it weather resistant should you varnish it with products that do that. And look at the frog. I mean, I think it's amazing that creating the structure, then covering it, and then painting. So you have created it from flat chicken wire. Imagine that. Imagine the sense of achievement to create this. Remember, if you go for these ones, you can make as well. Let me show you as well the squirrel, because I love the squirrel. You can see, look at that, it's so cute as well with the beautiful tail, and I love that it's a red squirrel. £25.99 is your price for either the dinosaur or the woodland creatures. 154245 is your item number. Let's show you here the rabbit. Look at, there is a part of me that would like to just do it like this, halfway done, because it's just really different. You can see the kind of inside, and and also the fact that it's hollow, is lightweight, and it's, of course, that means that you can hang it up and put it over things that you kind of think. I love that. 154245 is your item number, and of course £3 saving, and of course you will find them on the website, thecraftstore.com, and you will find them alongside, of course, the wired single sculpture with kids, which we are going to have a look now and look at those 5-star reviews. A lot of customers have bought it previously and enjoyed making these animals. Now, for the single ones, you have got 3 different options: the rabbit, the birds, and of course the Spitfire. The bird, the sculpture, I mean, imagine creating that phoenix, imagine creating a Spitfire to celebrate, to commemorate the the past as well, and the celebrations. I adore the one without the wheels and hanging onto the ceiling. Maybe just keep it like this, maybe put like white, blue and red lights in as well, maybe at the bottom and at the top. Just create, decorate it as you wish. $11.99 is for the single sculpture. Remember that you are getting the tools included, so even if you don't have any tools at home, you have got the tools included in each kit, and of course the instructions with the templates that you can follow easily as well. So it's full color instructions as well, so you can see everything in here. Remember to check out your baskets. 624841 is your item number, and you're just paying $11.99 for the single ones. And of course we have the rabbit, the bird, the Spitfire. Those ones are those 3 different options for that one. But also we have the choice, many of you are going for the set of 4. Now we have got 3 different options for you. We have got, of course, the feather friends. Oh, sorry, just kind of take it out. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Flamingo, owl, phoenix, and more. If we turn it around, you can see there the macaw, the phoenix, the flamingo, and the standing bird in there. Now, remember, this one comes with tissue as well as the tools and the chicken wire that you need to create all those creatures in there. Let me put it like this so you can see the next one. Then we have got, of course, the farmyard animals, which is my favorite, with the dog, the chicken, and more, because we have got, of course, the chick, which would be the starting point. Look at that, I love that one. And of course, you have got the duck in there as well. And finally, we have got Under the Sea, which, shall I bring it up? Shall I bring it up? Yeah, let's do that. So we have got the Under the Sea, which of course features the penguin, the seahorse, the dolphin, and you can see here as well that you are getting the angelfish, which could be the first one to make, and you can see it here. Look at that, decorated. I really think, William, that because it's 8 years plus that you can use it, it's perfect to educate the children as well, not only in, all the dexterity issues or kind of abilities, but about the planet, the animals.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. It always surprises me whenever the children make the sculpture that they'll come up with something new, a new way of looking at it, a new way of decorating it, and I just think it's a very rewarding craft for them, because it's something that they can do. They can see it, they can see what the results are, and then make their own, and it's going to be similar. It might not be quite as neat, but it will be exactly the same as is on the side of the box. So it's been very popular, and the other thing is it's a very calming, relaxing sort of craft. You get lost in it. You have to concentrate, so everything else just disappears to the side. You work away on your sculpture, and everything else, the noise and hullabaloo of the rest of the world, can just disappear to the side for a moment.
It is indeed. Now, of course, you are getting the tools which you have selected especially to work perfectly with the chicken wire, and which also, can we talk about again the chicken wire that is soft, it's not hard, it's just like, I remember when I kind of thought I was going to touch it, I was like, oh, it's going to be spiky, it's going to be difficult, it's going to be unresponsive, but it's not. It's really easy to work with.
Yeah, absolutely. No, the wire was chosen specifically because of the thickness of the wire. The idea is that it bends before it breaks the skin. So even if you're pushing down on it, it's going to bend rather than go through your fingers. So, and I have taught tens of thousands of pupils, and apart from a few scratches, which tends to be the teachers, we've had no problems with it at all. So.
Well, thank you, William, so much, because I think the concept is brilliant. I think it's so simple to do. And remember to check out your baskets. You can create with any of those kits at least 4 different animals, but of course you have got the possibility of making more if you are frugal. I love the flamingo as well. Like kind of there is, imagine this. I think with this old tissue paper, maybe some lights, it would be amazing.
Absolutely.
You know, William, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for coming. And when are you next, you know?
I don't know, but I'm sure I'll be back soon.
Hopefully, and of course those Christmas projects, we want the reindeer with the lights. If you remember to check out your baskets for the amazing sculptures made with chicken wire. But of course, after the break, we have got a brand new one-day special with John Logwood, so stay tuned for lots more. Well, we have got John next door with Jewel Christmas one-day special next. And then we have got Sunday Sacred, so stay tuned. And then another look at the one-day special.
Hi there, I'm Nick from Crafterscope. I've been crafting for as long as I can remember. It started off making things just for myself, but then friends and family asked if they could use them too. My products will complement everything that you have already, but they will also work perfectly as a standalone product. I really hope you'll come and join me for my shows with Crafterscope.
Hi, I'm Donna, and this is my brother Simon, and we're Pearly Winks Craft Supplies.
We have a good selection of inks. We started with our Winks, which are just a water-based ink, and then went on to the pearls. We've added some chalks, we've got some glitter sprays, and then we've added some beautiful stamps to complement the inks. Our pearl sprays and our Pearly Winks are loaded with mica, so they give you amazing results on your projects.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with a craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hi, I'm Catherine and I'm the guest presenter for Zori Designs. Zori Designs are based in America and they bring to us their exceptional quality silicone moulds. Zori Design moulds are used in all areas of crafting, not just for your clays and your resins, but also their food grade silicone as well, so used for your cake decorating designs. Zori excel on the detail in their moulds, and the designs range from animals through to fantasy and much further beyond. If you watch the Zori shows, I will share with you lots of hints and tips. I will show you how to use different mediums, ranging from your clays and your resins through to things like even your hot glue. So make sure you don't miss the Zori shows.
Well, hello there and welcome. Well, it's 6 o'clock. So you know what happens at 6 o'clock every evening. We launch a brand new one-day special. And this time it is the turn of John next door. And we are looking at the most incredible die collections. Now, the details are on your screen. I say collections because we have two choices with regards to your one-day special. Each one of those is a set of 4 die sets with a lot more content in it than just those 4 sets. There's loads within there, but you've got 2 options with regards to these. these, and the details are on your screen. So you can see you've got option 1 over to the side there, and this is option 2 that we are bringing in. But you don't get any prizes for guessing that you can get them both together with an additional saving. And if you're a Freedom member, this is definitely the route you want to be taking to take advantage of those one-day specials. Pop the details up on the screen already, because this is the way that you tend to go for these brand new dies. And of course, while we do that, I will introduce fabulous John. How you doing?
I'm all right. Nervous.
Oh, bless you. You always are when it comes to a one-day special.
The Christmas was late, so you feel like you're over-prepped. I was saying this to a friend earlier. I absolutely love this collection, the Baroque collection.
Yes,
this sort of first release. I absolutely love it, and you always feel, you know, when you love something, other people, it's the one you're not as keen on that everyone seems to absolutely go mad on. So I just feel,
always,
you know.
Always in it. Now, they've got the details up on the screen for you for the complete bundle, which is both of those one-day specials. I'll go into all the housekeeping, the whys and wherefores and the numbers in a few moments, but you need to know it's a popular one already. Lots of you taking advantage of both of these together with the complete collection details on your screen. So much so that, what was the update, sorry, there? A quarter of the stock has gone. Wow. Now, everybody saves with a one-day special. We know that. That's what a one-day special is all about. And because you've got 2 one-day specials here, you're actually going to be taking the savings from both of those forward to the complete collection. Now, you're buying both together, you will expect an additional discount. Well, you've got one. In addition to that £10 saving, you've got an additional £4 saving. But if you're a Freedom member, you've actually got an additional £13.59 on top of the saving that you're making on each of these. So you're actually saving £23.59. Brings the price right the way down to £86.33. But you know what? It gets even better, because you can spread the cost. Now wait for this. When you actually see these payments, you can spread the cost over 3 payments. Now you may well have spied with our one-day special, you've got the ability to spread the cost over 2 payments, but it actually works out just a few pounds more to go for your first flexi buy with your complete bundle than it does for going for your one-day special, which is only one of those 2 options. Don't forget, if you're going for one of the one-day specials, you're getting 4 packs of dies, amazing dies, lots of content in there. Don't get me wrong, but there is a reason why you will want the complete collection, because they all come together. And this is the thing, John, you were saying about there's little elements of one in another and it all works together.
There is, yeah. I designed it as a complete total collection.
Okay.
But I always feel I should match people's budgets. I know that's how I shop.
Yes.
A lot of the time. So we split it into 2, because I always said we'd always have a one-day special, you know, that wouldn't go too high. So there's the options there. But there's a sort of Baroque snowflake, which goes through almost everything.
Lovely.
So obviously it's not in your poinsettia or your foliage, but what you actually find is that the Baroque snowflake, so there, can you see the large sort of snowflake mandala?
Oh, yes, yeah.
That's 2 of the Baroque snowflake.
Oh, right, okay,
Put together and merged to make the outer design.
Yes.
But you see the baubles there, the stags are held in with the Baroque snowflakes.
Very nice.
In different sizes, 3 shapes of bauble, 3 different inserts, 3 different toppers, 2 sort of roundels or bezels for them. Then you see the corners. You get 4 corners, and again, a different size version of the Baroque snowflake in those corners.
Got you.
And then finally in this one you get the Baroque snowflake plate, which gives you 16 different snowflakes.
Wow.
But it's also, the plate's been designed symmetrically, so there's 2 of each size.
Okay.
And it's also been laid out symmetrically, so you can see on the sample there, you can use it as a background.
Beautiful.
Because it's just as attractive. But if you go all the way back to the beginning, to the first one, the Baroque framework, you'll notice the little snowflake that's on the Baroque snowflake plate is larger here in the background for the Baroque framework.
Right.
So everything ties and matches together. And it's been sized to match with everything I've done before. So one of the most popular dies I've done this year is called the Mayfield.
Okay.
Which completely sold out.
Oh, right.
And everyone said, oh, you're going to bring back the Mayfield, and we don't. John Next Door dies are invariably a limited run. We tend to do a limited run. What we've done this time is, so this is the Christmas version.
Okay, right.
So it's got the same ribbon thread frame around it, but with a snowflake in the dots.
And that's where we can see those kind of little vertical slots there. I mean, they look fabulous, but there's a purpose for them being there.
You can thread ribbon through those, and it will take a standard 7mm ribbon through there, or you can take wider and bunch it up. But there's so many different combinations. I actually had to use 2 boards for this die.
So with these. You've kind of got these as separate dies, creating, obviously, your gorgeous snowflake is creating your circle, which could be an aperture if you're bringing them together, or it could be that you're using the two together and making a separate top. There's a lot of combinations.
There is. There's more combinations than I've shown on the two boards there.
Okay.
Because I got to the point where I thought you'd get fed up with holding boards up.
It's only so long I can keep my arms in the air.
If I did so many different, if I did like 6 different boards for it. But then we come to the Baroque sentiments, and these are a new idea from me. So you've seen my stencil sentiments,
yes,
where the space, the negative is the letter. This is the opposite. The positive is the letter. So these will cut in or cut out with a separate square.
Beautiful.
But they're not set. You don't have peace, hope and joy. You get all the letters for peace, all the letters for hope, all the letters for joy, and then you get a separate outside cutting line for every one. So you don't, because it annoys me, you have to repeat it, and they go,
yes,
well, you need the square for the back, but you need to cut this 6 times. No, they're all in there.
Got you.
But of course, I've already realised you can get each out of this, but you can put whatever words you can find. You know, you can get
play the
C out
anagram
of it.
game.
Play the anagram game, see what you can get out of it. And again, this is a brilliant idea by Barbara Dish. She realised that you could make a little
isn't that lovely?
Word search sort of thing, or crossword with it. And I thought the sentiments are perfect for the season, because Merry Christmas and Season's Greetings in different styles are coming later on.
Okay.
But we have to send a lot of cards at this time of year to people who don't celebrate Christmas.
That's a good point, yeah.
So peace, joy and hope will do, and they'll do for a lot of other things. I've got a friend called Joy, so
yes,
you know, I can use that for Joy, or for Joe. Oh, you can't get John, can you, because there's no N.
Ooh, we have to work on that one. We'll figure it out. They'll be away. They'll be away. Now, poinsettias, always relevant at Christmas time. My goodness, he's cutting out a lot in one go, and I love this idea.
Yeah, so the plate will give you 24 poinsettias in 4 different sizes.
Wow.
And then miniature ones, and this is the same design as my classic poinsettia and every poinsettia I've done for the last 4 years. So if you've got any of my others, this will match in, because this is smaller versions. But if you notice on this, so many cards. I think at Christmas we're sending smaller cards.
Yes, yeah.
We don't want a massive flower.
You've got to fit them on the mantelpiece.
But this actually uses 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. This uses half of the flowers from one board.
Beautiful.
From one cut to make that card, because they're just doubled up, so you get so many out of it.
And I'm not going to show it to you now, but in a little while I'll get Marcus to show you another fabulous project using those poinsettias in a totally different way. Now these are so delicate.
They are. These are the most delicate foliage I've ever done. So I wanted a matching plate of holly and ivy, and again, it's using a similar design to what I've done, so that if you have got my large, massive sprigs of ivy, these will tie in. So so pull those out from last year or the year before, and they'll work with these, and it gives you more scope and more places you can take it.
Is that what's been used with the wreath of the card that was just showing everybody?
So that card's completely made from the holly and the ivy in the wreath.
Isn't that beautiful?
And again, so that entire card doesn't even use all of it, so it's less than a full sheet of A4 card to make that entire wreath.
Now, I love it because you were pointing out to us earlier on that bauble, the bauble that featured the stag in there. And this is a beautiful die cut. This is gorgeous. And you're so clever in the way that you've kind of made it so as the stag is captured in that aperture. So clever.
So you've got the die to cut the outside. You've got the die separate to cut the inside, with the stag held with the baubles. And there are 3... You can see there you've got 3 separate sort of strings for the bauble.
Yes, danglers,
and 2
I like to
tops.
call them.
I couldn't fit 3 in to the metal. But you've also got 3 shapes of bauble. So that's just one of the shapes.
Look at those.
But you see here, you've got 3 different shapes in the set. That's what I mean about the packaging not reflecting it.
Yes, yeah.
Packaging's a lot smaller. So there you can see the stag is a different size and in different orientation, held in a different way by the snowflakes into... I love this one.
And the word there of joy making an appearance in that one as well. That's really clever style. I've got another board to show those. I'm running out of hands. I need more hands to show you all these boards. So this is showing the different combinations with that different style of bauble.
Yeah, so this is, and these are included in the same pack. So this time you get the sort of short fat bauble.
Okay.
Or the taller fat bauble.
Yeah.
And again, an insert. And then we've actually got, and then that's them cut together. And then you go down, you've got a long thin bauble.
Beautiful.
And again, cut together, cut in itself, and then just cut out on its own. And again, you've got the aperture, so again, you can layer this up. And with 2 simple cuts, you can get 4 different layers in there.
Yeah. Absolutely beautiful. And I love it. I mean, there's so many different combinations. Now, the last die set that I need to share with you before I show you and explain something to you, which I looked at when we first came into the studio. But let's first of all talk about these corners.
Yeah, so these are your snowflake corners. And again, I've put 4 in. There is nothing more annoying than when you buy a corner die and you have to cut it 4 times to make one card.
So true.
Life is just... So, you know, I'm sorry, life's too short for that. But they're designed so that, can you see there's a beautiful shape in the middle?
It's gorgeous,
So when you cut it out, you've got a beautiful shape. And, of course, the snowflake that's in the next bundle, or that's in this bundle, will fit in there if you want to. But you can use them separately like that, or drop them in, do different colours, that sort of thing.
I love it. Now, is there another board for me to show?
I think it might be down there. There's another one with the snowflake on.
We've run out of room.
They're everywhere. So this is your large...
So that's the one that's going to sit inside that
So if you want
aperture.
that, will sit inside. But again, this gives... I've designed this. This is a double of the snowflake.
Okay.
So you've got an in and an out. So it works perfectly. And what you'll see is, you know the wreath cards you were holding up?
Yes.
That's the circle I built the wreath on.
Oh, so the foundation piece.
The foundation piece is in there. But of course, because you've got more pieces, you can have it solid. You can cut the smaller one out of the centre. You could cut that tiny one in the middle out of it. You've got a matten layer for that.
Delicate.
You've then got the little snowflake wreath in the middle. But all of that is in one set. And again, there are more combinations than I could get on one board.
And I love it. I mean, have a look at this piece here. I mean, this is showing just how you can use those combinations together to get an amazing result. And this is brilliant. You can see it all coming together there absolutely beautifully. Gorgeous. Now, we're going to talk about the packaging in a few moments, which is something that I wanted to mention to you, but something I've just seen on the counter here, which I completely forgot about. We've got happy hour. It's that busy telling you about the one day special. I forgot to mention to you, we have got a happy hour deal for this hour. So we're just going to very quickly bring those details up on the screen. So this is a phenomenal deal. You are getting all of these and paying less than a tenner for these, John.
Yeah, this is crazy. These, again, we found in the warehouse, and there's a different happy hour on all 5 of the shows.
Okay.
So there's a different one on each show of 5, and all of them are really good. And I think they are when they're gone, they're gone. But these are not sort of random old embossing folders. These are beautiful Christmas embossing folders.
Gorgeous.
And I adore the second one in.
That one? Or the other side?
Sorry, from the front.
That one?
That one. You'll actually find the bauble fits exactly between the 2 centre snowflakes.
Ah, clever.
So if you go online, what I've done is, there's a video on my YouTube channel. 8 of them launched at 6 o'clock tonight.
Oh, right, okay.
One for each of these die sets individually.
Ah, okay.
But the one for the bauble uses this folder.
Ah, so you definitely need to add these.
If you want to make that card that you'll see on the video, you need to get this happy hour deal.
And to be honest, if you're adding these in alongside your one day special and your 3 flexi buys, you're looking at an extra £3.33. I mean, come on. I paid more than that for a coffee yesterday. So, yeah, it's one of those situations where you'll get all of these, but they've been busy already. Lots of you found them before I had the opportunity to tell you about them, so much so that over 10% of the stock has gone. Now, John, one of the things I noticed, and I hope you don't mind me mentioning it, when we came into the studio, the packages that we've got here, we've got a lot of dies that we've been talking about here, but the packages, they're smaller than we've seen before.
They are. What we've done is we have gone for the smallest paper or card packages that we could. And what this does is this reduces the price.
Okay.
Because first of all, the plastic is slightly cheaper.
Okay.
But what it actually does is this reduces the carbon footprint of our dies, because, you know, these come in from abroad. You know, these are made abroad.
Yes.
So these have to come in. The smaller we make the packaging, and it's fully recyclable, the more that go into a container.
Yes.
And so the less miles and the smaller the carbon footprint is of each individual. So we made a conscious decision this year that we would have every die set put into the smaller. If you pick up the bauble set,
hang on, I've got to remember.
There's actually 11 dies in there.
Now, which one? That's over this side, isn't it?
And this is nearly a sheet of A4 sheet of metal.
Well, this is what I was thinking, because we're showing you the boards and showing you so much content on it. It didn't kind of make sense. Oh, I knew that had happened. It makes sense in my head, because, like you say, with this one, is this the one that you're talking about?
This is the one I'm talking about. It's nearly a sheet of A4 metal on there. And normally what happens is that manufacturers make the packaging as big so they can show the image on the front to the right size. Well, obviously, that bauble there you can see is not the right size on the packaging. They're all stacked inside, but this actually makes it cheaper for the customer, and it also meets something I want personally. It's actually quartered the travelling miles for that packet.
Yeah, yeah.
Because what's actually happened is we can get 4 of those packets into the same space as a normal one. So it quarters it, and that's what we're actually trying to do. So that's what we try and achieve with it. So when you look at the packaging, you said, oh, they're all very small. They can't be in there. They are in there, but they are all stacked up in there, and it's fully recyclable.
Absolutely amazing, and they're beautiful. I mean, the amount of intricacy that you've got with those dies. I mean, you can see even down to the centres of these little snowflakes that you've got here. You've got the little markings, the little dots featuring in there. Absolutely amazing. Now, the details are on your screen for your complete bundle. So, with regards to this one, it is a case that you've got. I need to be an octopus during this hour because I've got a die set here that we need to pop down at the front. So I'm just going to pop that to the side just for a few moments because I need to show you some of these finished samples because this is where you really see how amazing these all come together, and this is a perfect example because everything is combined together.
Everything works together. So the centre of that card there is from the Baroque snowflake plate. The snowflakes around are from the Baroque. The sentiment is from the Baroque sentiments. So you can see that. If I take that out the front for you, that might be a little bit easier. But you can see here where you can thread ribbon all the way through here.
Yes.
So you can just do this card flat, and again you've got the ribbon threaded through, which is the navy.
Isn't that lovely, that ribbon going through? But I suppose that could be strips of paper if you wanted to, glitter cardstock, things like that.
Or you can leave it without. You can do it 2 different ways. And again, don't worry, there's a video showing you how to do this on there. But the baubles tie-in.
So classy, that's the thing. I mean, look at that. That's a classic style, but such an elegant look.
It's just, to be honest, you could... There's almost enough in here to keep you going for a couple of years.
Oh, easily.
To be honest, and I shouldn't say that because I have got more Christmas coming. But doing different things and different ideas.
Look at this.
But again, this one by Maxine.
Wow.
But that's using just the baubles. And normally, this is the thing that's frustrated me. Normally, you would have to buy each one of these 3 different shaped baubles separately.
Yeah, because they're different outside edges,
Yeah, and you would have to have the tops and the strips would be a separate die as well.
Absolutely beautiful. We're busy. We are very busy. We need to see these in action. A third of the stock has gone. Yeah, I know. We're only, 10, 15 minutes into the hour. Lots of you taking advantage of these. You're realising the versatility that you've got and the sheer value for money. That is the key thing with this one. You've got so many different opportunities, but knowing that each and every one of those dies works with its kind of partner or its combined kind of entity, the whole lot of all come together beautifully. And you're paying just 3 flexi-buy payments on this one to get it delivered to your door. If you're a Freedom member, then you're only going to be paying £28.78 today. Everything will get sent to you. And if you're not a Freedom member, the saving actually exceeds the cost of becoming a Freedom member. That's the finished sample I wanted to show you. The tree there, that little green tree, has been made out of poinsettias. How amazing is that?
And that's been cut in 3 different colours. I think this is Art Angel I've got to thank for this one.
Beautiful.
But she's not actually even used all of them. You won't find, there's not 72 poinsettias on there.
No.
So out of cutting that will have taken less than 1 sheet of A4 card.
No way.
Yeah, because that's only cut 3 times.
Wow.
And she's not used all of them. So I don't reckon there's more than an A5 piece of card in that.
That is phenomenal. These are absolutely incredible finished samples. Now, we need to get to demo, so let me give you those details. Details on your screen for the complete bundle. What this is the 2 one-day specials coming together with their associated savings, and then you've got an additional saving on top, which means that if you're a Freedom member, you're actually saving over £23 with regards to your complete bundle. Of course, we've got that happy hour deal as well. Lots of you have been taking advantage of that one. You're going to get 4 amazing embossing folders, some of which work alongside these. Absolutely beautiful. So with these, you've got all 4 of these, and these are big size embossing folders. So with regards to these, you've got all 4 of these coming to you for just £9.99. It works out at £2.50 each. Now, if you want to go for these and add them in alongside your one-day special, you look at your complete collection, should I say, and you're spreading the cost over 3 payments. You're looking at an extra £3.33. So you definitely need these in your collection. But once they're gone, they have gone, and they are literally flying out. Approaching 40% of the stock has gone of these, and they are beautiful designs all the way through those. 983742. If you're wanting yours, please make sure they get in your basket, but more importantly, make sure you're checking your basket out. And we've got other new things to share with you. Haven't had a chance to show you, but we will show you. We've got the most incredible pollen. Now, we know how popular the pollen is. When we've seen it it before, and the last time we saw it's probably about 18 months ago, to be honest. These are brand new colours, and they're gorgeous winter tone colours that you're going to love. So if you're wanting these, get in nice and early. I'll show you them in the flesh in a little while. $14.99, 6 beautiful colours, 648376. Now, something else. Oh my goodness, this artificial snow is phenomenal. This is professional grade. So you know when you see the big department stores and they have those amazing displays, that is where they are making these wonderful kind of snowy displays, because they've got this professional snow. It's amazing. I love it. £9.99 being your price for these. 905 6995. I've always wanted to have the ability to make it snow, and you can now. Look at this. Now, this is a tiny amount. You're getting a big bag of this.
You get enough to fill an A5. You know, one of the A5 boxes?
Oh, yes,
That's what I store mine in. You actually fill an entire A5 box with it.
Isn't that incredible?
The sort of handy boxes, or the... I can never think of the right name for them.
Looks amazing. It's so light and airy as well. So $9.99. It's not just about that, though. You are going to get your adhesive sheets in there as well, and it's perfect. If you want to do shaker cards, you need to get that. John, over to you. What are you going to show us?
Right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to mix sort of 2 or 3 together to show how they were designed to go together. So I'm going to make a sort of silver version of this card. So I'm going to actually show you, because I loved this card so much. I've made it in about 4 different colours. So here we are in silver, but again...
I'm like that with shoes when they fit.
Yeah, I'm like that actually. I have 3 pairs of the ones I'm wearing today. One's on, 2 at home ready to go. But you can see how there, and I think we've just seen a shot of the blue one. So I've done it in blue as well, and that's it in green. But it's just using 3 of the die sets, and it shows how well they work together. So I'm going to use the Baroque framework. I'm going to use, and what I've done is I've cut a piece of white, and this is the Crafts 2 linen card, because it gives a beautiful little texture, and I find you need something with a little bit of detail on it.
Okay, yeah.
To look nice when you've got white on it, certainly when it's Christmas. Now, if I use this without the inside line die, what it will actually do is it will just cut in the frame for me to ribbon thread.
Okay.
But what I can do at the same time is I'm going to run that through, and I'm not actually going to take it out. So I'm going to run this through my Kaleido, and every single die in this collection will fit through the Kaleido or any other A5 die cutting machine.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're looking at these dies and you're thinking, I like these, but I need a die cutting machine, we have got the Kaleido on the show, and the details are at the bottom of the screen if you're wanting to take advantage of that. And again, that can go into your flexi order, and you can spread the cost of that one as well.
But I didn't want to do, I wanted to make sure that it was as open to as many people as possible, so that you didn't have to have an A4 machine to work any of these ones. So this is one of the reasons I've tied it together. I'll just flick those out. You see how easily the bits just fall out. But can you see here you've got the little dots around the side?
Yes.
What you do is take your pokey tool
and
run it along.
Oh, clever.
I love the noise, and that pops every single little bit out.
That is clever.
So don't spend hours going, because if I'd got to sit there, no offence, and go 1, 2, 3...
You wouldn't do it, would you?
I wouldn't do that. I'd change the design. I really would. So we just drag that along.
Oh, that's very satisfying.
It is. I love doing it, to be honest. But you see there in 4 goes, every bit out.
That is brilliant.
So I'm just going to take those little bits out.
And I guess keep those little stars. They're perfect for shaker cards.
They are. Every bit I've designed the fall away to be as useful.
Could you use that in the middle of the poinsettias as well?
Oh, you could. That would make a really nice centre for the mini poinsettias. So what I'm just going to need to do now is just slot the die back into place, because what I wanted to do is I'm now going to put the sentiment into this, and this is what I love about the sentiment. So, and again, I'm sure I set Sam the challenge to see what words he could find out of this.
All the combinations.
And I didn't dare ask in the end.
So are there likely to be more of these that we can add to these, so use them all year round?
Not at the moment. If
Okay.
people want them, they need to let me know that they do.
Fair enough.
To be honest.
Okay.
I'm not going to pretend. I would love to do a full alphabet of this.
Yes, yeah.
I really would. But again, we need to know. I need to know that people would like it and would use it.
That's a good point,
There's no
yeah.
point in me creating a die just because I like it.
Yeah.
I would never do a vanity die. I think I've done one once or twice, and thankfully other people have liked it, but I don't like that idea of doing it because I like. So you see what I've done here is I've laid down piece on my self-healing cutting mat, and I really would suggest a self-healing cutting mat as opposed to a glass mat.
Right.
And the reason is dies and metal dies slide on the glass mat.
That's a good point, actually.
They don't.
Yeah.
If you look there, watch. On the self-healing cutting mat,
They're staying there, yeah.
what I've done is I've lined them up on one side against a line.
Okay.
And I've given them approximately ½ a centimetre, because you'll notice
a little bit
each
of
letter
spacing, yeah.
is 2 centimetres wide.
Right, okay, yeah.
And the reason I've done them at centimetres and not inches, because I normally do everything at inches, is because most people at home, when it comes to their rules, as in what they're called rulers, but my mum would kill me if I called it a ruler.
Yeah, we've had this conversation before.
I know, I don't say it. But also, most people's self-healing cutting mats, again, are in centimetres, so it was done in centimetres. So that's ready then to pick up piece. I can pick that up, piece of tape over, press it down, and it comes off easily enough. And then I can use 2 lines from here to line it straight.
Of course,
Which is why I leave it in the die. So if you can see, I go from that little line and that little line.
Okay, yeah.
There we go.
Clever.
So now, not only is that straight and even spaced, it's straight on the card.
That is so clever.
Which I can't get normally.
Yeah.
I can't do that by eye. I pretend I can and I can't.
Okay.
So all we do is just cut that through. And again, the fun thing is with these will actually fit onto your, if you've got the tiny die cuts. So if you've got the tiny machine, like the Spellbinder Sapphire, those will fit through there.
Oh, that's
as will most of the baubles.
Oh, interesting.
Because they're just about
quite
the
slender,
right width.
John, very quickly, I'm sorry to butt in, but it's kind of important that I do, because we're talking, had a little chat about our happy hour. Half the stock has gone. Just looking at the clock, we're about halfway through the show, so that might mean that we'll have enough for these to last through. We don't know for definite. It's going to be one of two things, isn't it? Is it going to be the stock or the clock that goes first? We'll have to wait and see. But at the time, this moment, if you are watching this and you're thinking about getting hold of them, then I can guarantee they will be on their way to you. You're looking at £9.99. You are going to get all of these with some fabulous designs. I love this one because portrait or landscape, you'll be able to use that in both ways. And as John's mentioned, you've got that open area there. Do check out his YouTube channel because he's giving you a fabulous demonstration on how to work with that one. This one's a nice one as well. You can see all those individual elements. Quite a quirky contemporary Christmas tree featuring on that one. Very nice design. Then you've got your good old snow person. Not snowman, not snow lady, it could be either or. Merry Christmas featuring on there as well. And again, the snowflakes, the continuity going there as well. Now, with regards to this one, look at this. This is a useful one as well because you've got things like your pine cones there. Absolutely amazing, as you can see, all that detail. And of course, the beauty is with an embossing folder is not only you can use them to create your own embossed papers, but you can use them in loads of other techniques as well. £9.99, that's all you're paying for those. You need to take advantage of them while you've got the chance. It's a happy hour, and do join us at the top of each of the one-day special shows to see a brand new happy hour as they go. How are you getting on over there, John?
I'm fine. I've pricked it all out, although actually it took no working. I've got to show you this. You can see on the overhead on my plates, look. You could actually take those letters and use them as the negative. So that's literally as it stuck to my plate. I haven't done that. That's as it stuck itself. So I'm only missing a little bit of the P. And that's it. But it's all come out perfectly. Yeah. But now I want to thread the ribbon through.
Okay.
And I want to show you, you can get yourself a bodkin.
Oh, that's a good
Which you
word.
would know. I love the word bodkin.
Good old bodkin.
A big, thick bodkin, which I had but lost. Bought another one, lost it.
Oh, yes.
Or you can do my cheats way. This is, I think this is like centimetre. This is like 10mm ribbon. What I'm going to do is just wrap a little bit of low-tack tape around the end.
Okay.
Yeah, and cut myself a needle.
Yep, a little V.
So you can see that I've given myself a little
angle.
point and I've got a little needle there. Yeah. So when I bring my card up, what I want to do is, I always start bottom right corner.
Okay.
And come through and through. Now this is all shown on the video for doing this.
Wonderful.
So again, don't worry about missing it, because they're on there and they always stay on there. So there's one for every single show. So I'll just carry on like that.
Now, just as you're doing that, John, I've been having a bit of, I've been rummaging through your finished samples, and I found some using the new pollen colours. These are gorgeous colours.
Beautiful colours, beautiful colours. We have this made for us in the Netherlands, in Holland, and we did the spring pollen about 18 months ago, and it totally sold out, and we could not get any more. And it's taken us nearly 18 months to get, because these autumn colours, these winter colours were planned 18 months ago, but because they were designed to match with distress ink and with the craft artist pigment ink, and also make most perfect snowflakes and everything. So we finally managed to get it for this show and bring it in, and I just love it because it's tiny grains of sand. But in each pot is different colours and different sizes.
Right.
So it looks more like realistic pollen.
Yes.
It looks like what you get in the centre of a flower, rather than using embossing powder or little microbeads or anything. And of course, imagine it on snowflakes, or as you showed just then, being used on sort of insect cards.
I love the centre of the flowers there, because obviously if you've got your wet glue in there, it keeps its dimension. Looks amazing.
That is only craft artist PVA pipe tin.
Right, okay.
Literally, that's not been made with like hot glue or any silicone or anything special. That is just craft artist PVA pipe tin.
Amazing. $14.99. You're going to get big pots of that. Shall I show you the size of the pot? Let me show you. It's huge.
Yeah, this is the difference. You get 50 grams.
Wow.
Which is actually an awful lot in each pot, and there's 6 colours in the set.
Beautiful. So there you go, if you fancy an alternative for those centres. Beautiful, and it's gorgeous, because although this one obviously is featuring as a centre of your flower, it's got that lovely kind of lavender tone to it. Very, very pretty. 6 colours in that set, so you're going to get all of those. And of course, 50ml of each one of them for just £14.99. I like those. How are you getting on with your ribbon weaving
so I
over there?
could
Sorry.
pretend that I finally finished it all while we were talking. Haven't. This is one I did earlier. This is the one. This is as far as I got. But you see how easy it is. But of course, you can do it the other way. So you can actually do it so you cover over the snowflake.
Yes, yeah.
So that you just have the little stitch, and that's shown on the video as well.
Okay.
So you can use this. I mean, I don't even think that's that Christmassy. It's how we tie it together.
It's lovely.
I wanted you to be able to use it all year round, but I love that little centre there. So I've gone all the way round. All I do, you see, is I pull it just a little bit to leave those snowflakes showing, and then just pull the 2 pieces together at the end. A little bit of low tack tape. And I'm just going to trim those off, okay? And there we've got really neat on the front.
Oh, that looks fabulous.
Beautiful, crisp, and again, all the different ribbon. Because if you're anything like me, I've got so much ribbon I get shouted at, to be honest, at home.
And you don't always want to tie a bow and put it on a card, do you? It's nice to use it in different ways.
It is. And again, you could bring it out of the other ends and tie it. Oh, I haven't got a cap on that.
Oh.
So I haven't got to spray a bit on that one, so we're going to have to do this the old-fashioned way.
Okay, fair enough. I wonder what's happened to your little bit then.
I don't know. I don't know where he's gone.
Okay.
But let's get some normal glue out. So I would use a little bit of spray glue for speed.
Okay.
But also just to get me a nice crisp edge, but just going to go around there. And all I've got here, this is a piece of the Craft Artist satin card. But again, if you can imagine in the waterfall card, it would look beautiful as well. But I wanted this really sort of subtle. But you can see that. And if you wanted different colours for that piece, you could actually use the squares behind to cut a square for each one and do different colours. Or you could just have strips going across.
Yeah.
So there is our main background finished. And now what I want to do is put some... I need to put some baubles on it, really, don't I?
Oh, yeah, it'd be rude not to. And you know what? One of my favourite things to put on a Christmas card is baubles, because I think they just look so beautiful and such an elegant style. And I love the fact that you've got kind of the combinations of the different styles.
I love baubles. A long time ago, when I lived in Spain, I worked with a lady called Shirley.
Okay.
And we always were talking about Christmas, and obviously we worked in a card and gift shop, so Christmas was a big thing.
Yes, yeah.
And she used to say, I love all Christmas cards apart from anything with a bauble on.
Really?
So I made her a card with a bauble on every year, until, because I love baubles.
Until she succumbed.
Until she succumbed, and she actually said, just before I left, she said, "You have converted me." So I do it intentionally. So what I'm going to do is, I want to have, I mean, I don't have, on my Christmas tree, I don't have any tinsel or anything. It's all baubles.
I like tinsel.
It's all
I'm not
baubles.
keen
No,
on
I'm not a
tinsel.
tinsel person. So you've got an outside and you've got the detail inside. And that's important not only because it gives you flexibility, because obviously you could cut that bauble and use, there's actually some of my scene dies as the happy hour deal on the next show at 8 o'clock.
You're not meant to tell them
And
about
they
a
could
happy
go,
hour ahead
but
of
they
it.
could go across on this, so you can tie it in with what you've already got.
Now I'm looking at the
This'll
packaging
go in.
there, and I'm thinking to myself, this would make a nice tag as well to go on gifts.
It would. You could double it
Nice little
over as
gift
well,
tag,
couldn't
yeah.
you? There's actually, I've got a sample. We had too many samples to put out.
You're telling me there's loads here. I've got to work through these and show
I
people.
think there's over 200 in total. But a little bit of tape would put them both together, yeah, and just run that through. So they will fit through evenly, and again, that will go through one of your smaller die cutting machines easily.
Yeah, it's a nice slender design, and again it's nice that you've given us the two dies. Could have quite easily combined these together and it just cuts out one style of bauble and that's it. But it's the combination that is key.
To me, it's important to have both, because what I can do then is, so I pop this one out, and again, it's delicate but not too delicate. And I've got to say, all you need to do is just spend a little bit of time, not lots, just ease each bit out. They cut beautifully, but if you're expecting, this is not one you can flick, because look at the level of detail you've got in here. If you look at his antlers, the actual time it took me to tie the stag to the outside thin line and then merge each snowflake on to hold it in place.
I think this is one of my favourites.
It took a long
the
time.
finished samples showing off those baubles, phenomenal. Just while John's teasing out those pieces, can I show you Maxine's card? This is absolutely gorgeous. And I love that combination, your odd numbers, as we often do with our cards there, all coming together to show you different shapes of those fabulous baubles. And again, the foliage coming from that complete collection. But I must admit, I think this is a really clever idea. Lovely Leslie has done this one, and she's kind of created a recess. It's got a very kind of almost like a Moroccan feel to it, I think. If you took away that little crown at the top there, I think it almost looks like an exotic perfume bottle or a Moroccan look to it.
It could be, actually, couldn't it?
You could actually do those around, couldn't you? If you've got a square card and almost have them coming from the centre there and creating a big flower.
You could go all the way
yeah.
up. You could. Ooh.
Gorgeous.
Hayley, this is why I love working with you, because you're a true crafter.
Your mind's going into overtone. Just very quickly, while I've got your attention, can I just give you a little bit of an update stock-wise with these? Just to let you know, with your one-day specials together as your complete bundle, yeah, 40% of the stock has gone. We had huge quantities of these. We knew how popular they would be, not only as their individual one-day specials, but of the grouping of them both coming together. So this is why I'm a little bit nervous, the fact that so many have gone in the first hour. This is the launch hour. If you're wanting yours and the details are on your screen, now you might look at that and think, well, hang on a minute, I'm paying nearly £100 for these. Why are you only giving me a £4 saving? Well, we're not, because with your one-day specials, you're saving a £5 on each one of those. So it means in addition to your £4 saving on your screen there, you're actually realistically saving £14 overall, bringing those £10 savings in. It's the same with regards to your your complete bundle as a Freedom member. You'll still get the £10 saving that you'll get with your one-day specials, but this time you are actually getting a £13.59 saving in addition, which actually means you're saving £23.59 and bringing the price down to £86.33. Now, whether you're a Freedom member or not, everybody can spread the cost over 3 payments, which means when you divide it down, then those payments are going to be lower if you're a Freedom member. It means that you're paying just £28.78 for your first payment of your 3 payments. Of course, you're not going to have any post and packing to go on that first payment because you're a Freedom member. But if you were going for the one-day special, there's no saving as an additional saving as a Freedom member. You're actually going to be paying, is it about £24 there or thereabouts as your first flexi buy? So it makes sense to pay an extra £4 or so. No, you've got your 3 payments, but you will get everything. And as John has explained, when he designed this, the corner there, the snowflake from the corner there, you can see how it works with that collection of snowflakes. The snowflake on the corner and in the collection work with the snowflake in the baubles, and equally so on this almost mandala style snowflake. They all come together That's why having them all together is such a brilliant idea. And the poinsettias, I have never seen so many poinsettias being able to cut out in one die. The sentiments, again, very, very useful. Even those little squares, you will find a use for those with other things in your stash. And that ribbon weaving that we saw John do with that card that he's working on now, absolutely beautiful. They all come together so fabulously that really, if you're thinking about getting hold of these, I don't know how you can choose between the one-day specials. They're both equally as good and as beautiful as each other, but getting them all together extends your possibilities. And I think that's the key thing, isn't it, John, to get the most out of these.
It is. You can tie, everything works together, and it works. It's always backward and forward compatible.
Yes.
So it will work. What you'll actually find is, if you've got my square seam box, which is coming back into stock this month.
Yeah.
And it's one of the dies that we do bring back in. So I'm just going to stick this one down while we're talking about this one. This fits perfectly on the square seam box. In fact, on the packaging, you'll see the card. I used the square seam box on it.
Right, okay.
But also, if you got the Mayfield die earlier in the year, if you were lucky enough to get that one, then these panels will fit it. So you can actually interchange and put this panel on the outside of the insert for the Mayfield.
Beautiful.
And this frame will work as an around things like the Oundle and all the other dies I've done this year, so they'll all match together. So I've just tied it together to make myself a basic card, a sort of, I think this is a 6x6. It's not going to be a 6x6, John, is it? It's you. It's going to be a 7x7 at least. But while we were talking, so we cut out and I pricked out all the pieces of this one.
Lovely.
Yeah, okay, you can see there on the overhead. Yeah. But then because they're separate, I can cut the backer for it.
Yes, of course.
That's the big difference. Or I can cut, I can actually cut that and cut the insert into a smaller piece as Leslie did. And go back and actually go back 3 layers.
Yes.
Really easily and change the colour every time. So I've got my magic glue working now in my magic spray box that vanishes. It just makes it easier. And this is one where I would use either your glue glaze or your spray glue.
Okay.
To see how delicate that is.
So pretty, yeah.
And what I'm actually going to do is add on. Now, what I did do, I've got one here already done. I included the bezel, or the roundel. I can never remember what it's called.
I called it a little crown, but I don't know.
Crown? Oh, I quite like that one.
I don't know what you call that bit.
I might steal that one for the rest of the show.
That's all right, by all means.
So I've added more glue into this, but I haven't mixed it properly.
Okay.
Because I always say in the fine line bottles, always add a little bit of water in.
Just to make it flow. It's a very fine detail nozzle, isn't it? So yeah, it makes sense. I made the mistake of forgetting that, and then I was going blue in the face trying to squeeze it through the nozzle.
Yeah, that's the story of my life. But make sure if you've not used it for a couple of weeks, then give it a shake.
Lovely.
So there we go. So we're just going to pop that on top, but that fits exactly over that.
Oh, look at that.
And to me, that finishes it. The sort of bauble cap there, the crown, doesn't work. Not that I nicked the word cap from our producer, but it finishes it off.
Isn't that beautiful?
Without that, they look very raw, and I've seen a lot of baubles that don't actually have that. So what I'm going to do next is take some more of the ribbon.
Okay.
And this is why there's a hole in it. Because baubles are strung, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
So we could use the dies that are in the set, or we can string through.
Well, that's a good point, because you kind of got the string on the die if you wanted to cut one yourself as well,
Yeah, so we can just pop that together. I'm going to do the other one, and then I'm just going to place these on. And I'm sorry, I normally try and do at least 2, but I'm trying to show lots of different techniques in
Well, there's been a lot to cover during this initial show. Of course, don't forget this is the first of 5 hours that we've got dedicated to the one-day special. So it was important that we cover everything during this hour so you know exactly what you're getting for your money. But we've got so many finished samples here that we'll share with you as well. So thank you to everybody with you cards. We will show those as the hours progress, and John will show us more of these demonstrations. But like I said, there's a lot to cover.
There is. So what I'm doing is placing one on. I'm just going to wrap that over and take a little bit of low-tack tape on the back. So you can see I stuck this down, but didn't really want to. So that's got 1 layer of foam tape.
Lovely.
Yeah. This next one, I want to stand a little bit more proud. So I'm going to put 2 layers on so that it stands proud just through the centre. And this one's going to be that little bit higher. Can you see there? Just using the same bauble works.
Nice,
because in this set you've got 3.
course, yes.
So you can make this. Say you made this in the 4 different colours that we've sort of got. Or there's actually 8 different colours that we've got in the card packs
and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, but then you've got it in 3 different bauble shapes. So you could make that in 3 times 8, 8, 6, 20. 860.
Oh, I can't
24.
do the maths, John.
So, you know, you could make it 24, look 24 different ways, just using exactly the same design. So I'm just going to use, to secure my ribbon, a little bit of foam tape, just to be, I should put it round the other sides as well, but I am trying to go quickly because I do want to just do the snowflakes, but I won't give you a second before I do that. So
no problem.
Get that onto a mat and layer. And then if there's something you want to cover for a couple of minutes, and I'll get ready to do the snowflakes.
You sure? Okay. Oh, that is amazing. I love that. I don't know where to start with these finished stamps. I've got one in each hand here, and it's, well, I'll show you both of them. I love this one. Look at this, creating that aperture. And because you've got that outside die, you can use that as a placement to create your little aperture windows and then have your elements sitting behind. You could almost make your little bauble shaker cards with these, couldn't you, if you wanted to? Has it got, oh, yeah, so it has, yeah. It has got your sparkles in there.
That's actually got the snow in there mixed with glitter. So that, because the snow fills it better.
Yes, you can just kind of see it across there.
You can almost, I mean, I use too much glitter really there, but you can actually see.
Is there ever too much glitter?
Yeah, there is. There can be.
Now, this is where John was talking about that amazing cardstock that we've got in your different colour combinations, bringing it together. This is a good idea as well, because when you actually go for these sets, you can mix up the different colours. Now, the red and green do come together in one of the bundles. We've got other combinations, and it does feature that fabulous waterfall card. And if you're not sure what waterfall card is, you can see it just in the backdrop here, where you've got that kind of glitter content there, but it's almost like a line going through it at the same time. Absolutely beautiful.
And can you see on the background there, that's the same framework, isn't it?
Oh, of course,
because it slots back in to do it twice to make you a taller card.
Clever.
So that's cut in twice to give us that taller card.
No, oh my goodness, look at this. I love this. It's like a poinsettia spotlight there. You can see the main poinsettia absolutely beautifully popped into the corner there, but then this cascade coming down here. It really is an amazing set. I mean, look at that. That is beautiful. Leslie, again, you've created such a beautiful card. I need bigger hands. I need bigger hands for these. Everything is absolutely incredible. Now, can I just show you this one now? Can you see there's an embossing folder being used in the back of here? Now, have a guess where that came from.
And that's another one of the video cards.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, so if you want to know how this one was put together, then, yeah, and I have used the happy hour deal folder.
Well, there you go. The happy hour deal features that exact same embossing folder that you just saw there featuring on that card there. So that is the one that was used in the card. It's not the only one that you're getting in this set, though. You're actually getting 4, and they are all equally as beautiful and perfect for your Christmas projects or your winter-themed projects. So $9.99 will get you all of these, and as John has mentioned, do check out his YouTube channel. You will see these being used alongside your complete collections and your one-day specials. So definitely make sure you're adding those in. But 2/3 of the stock has gone. You've got around 15 minutes or so to take advantage of those. That is discounted price. They will go up in price, but will it be the stock to go? Will it be the case that the price will go up? I don't know. But if you're getting yours now, I can guarantee that you will get it on its way to you for $9.99 plus your post and packing. 983-742 if you're yet to pop it into your basket. So, John, what was it you wanted to show us?
So now I want to add a little bit of sparkle on.
Okay.
But I want to mirror these beautiful snowflakes that I've got running through here, and they're on the Baroque snowflake plate. So, and this is using a scrap of satin. This actually isn't even an A6 piece.
Oh, wow,
This was
okay.
an oddment from the side. Actually, that looks like I'm using a piece of steel, doesn't it? That's how beautiful the satin is. I should have chosen something like a red or something, you know, something really bright to use for the TV, but I like this one.
Marcus won't mind.
No, Marcus is a star. He'll put up with it. So just run it through. Now, there's a lot of detail in here. So go forward and back.
Okay.
But again, it will fit through any of your A5 die cutting machines, and some of your actual smaller ones because of that sort of aperture. But we can see there what you'll get is, just ease them out, how delicate these snowflakes are.
Beautiful.
So
oh, look at the little tiny dots.
And they are embossed in, and that's just one cut. That's all I've actually done in there. Is one cut through. So I've got, but if I show you, that's one, Look how the different sizes of them. And I'm just easing them out. There we go.
So have you got repeats of sizes in there?
You've got basically 5, you've got, let's go from the beginning. Okay, so you've got, and each one is 5 mil smaller.
Okay, right.
So it can be used as a flower. So you've got 1, 2, where's my centre one gone? 3, 4, 5 sizes. Yeah, but you've got that from this plate twice.
Okay.
So to start with there, we get 10. Now, I don't know how much it would cost me for 10 detailed snowflakes like that.
Well,
but
yeah.
I would expect it to be £1 a bag, to be
Oh,
honest.
yeah.
Based on my personal experience of buying them in the past for embellishments. But we also get then 3 more sizes of the centre, which is the same as the centre in the frame, but you get that twice again. So from that scrap piece of card there, I've got 5, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 out. Yeah. And what I've done is, what you'll notice is, and it's hard to show this, but if I can, I'll try and get it in the right place. If you can see here, it's symmetrical and designed to be a background.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Right, so
that is so clever, yeah.
There.
Yes.
There.
Yeah.
There.
They've not just been thrown down.
No. And the idea is you can put another colour behind this, so I could grab something.
And don't forget, this is a quarter of an A4 sheet that you're working with here.
This is a quarter. This is an A6 piece of card. So this is of this satin card. This is 12.5p, is it?
Well, we looked at. We've got some fabulous packs of your different card stock. So with these, you're getting 2 colours combined together that work really well together. So gold and silver on this one. Now you can see there, £14.99. Let's call it £15. It's easier for my maths. 30 sheets. So that works out at 50p a sheet. Absolute bargain. But then when you factor in the fact that you're only using a quarter of one of those sheets, that makes it around, like you say, 12.5p for that quarter piece, that piece that John has just used there. And he's actually used it to create some fabulous embellishments, but also a beautiful background as well.
So the embellishments have cost me 12.5p.
Wow.
But then this panel here has cost me nothing, if I got those.
Because it's a bit of a bonus, yeah,
so
it's true,
can you see that works? Each aperture each one was designed so that this is a background.
Beautiful.
So I've put the red mirror card behind it. But just frame that up or put a sentiment on it, and there's what I call your bin men cards done.
Yes.
You know, the cards that we have to send 20 of. I saw a lady on social media said, right, I've got started, and that's the first 60 cards done of my simple ones to go to work colleagues.
Yes, yeah.
I'm like, they're bin men cards.
Yeah, yeah.
The ones you have to put the £10 in, otherwise your rubbish gets strewn down the path. So